Chapter 551. A person's life is only 100 years long. Even if a magician has a long lifespan, he is still smaller than dust in the long river of time. However, the meaning of human life is to create infinite value in a limited life. Only in this way can human life show great light. For years passed quickly. At this moment, near the city of Spark, a small mountain top was shrouded in surging energy fluctuations. No one has been to this mountain top for several months. There is a layer of fog on it. Once the hunters in the mountain enter the fog, they will keep going around in circles. After getting dizzy, they will find that they have walked out of the fog without knowing when. The strange characteristics made this mountain a forbidden area for hunters. They all gave up this hunting area, and many strange legends about this mountain were passed down from mouth to mouth. There were powerful monsters on the top of the mountain, and there were demons from another world. They even called this mountain the Magic Mountain. The local grassroots officials reported the news about this mountain to the Magic Council, but the magicians did not deal with it after receiving the news. No one even came to take a look, and they also issued an order not to allow anyone to approach this mountain. Because the high-ranking members of the parliament all knew that there was a person practicing on the top of the mountain who could not be disturbed. This person was naturally Horn. In the past 4 years, he had never relaxed his magic practice, and was even more focused than before. Feeling his power becoming stronger and stronger was something that every extraordinary person enjoyed very much. He had been practicing and researching all the time. A few months ago, he suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart, as if something was filling up his body and could burst out at any time. Horn had this feeling when he was promoted to a 6-ring magician, so Horn knew that he was about to be promoted to a 7-ring magician. He had been stuck at the level of a 6-ring magician for 10 years, but he did not feel too happy about this promotion. Instead, he felt that it was natural. After 10 years of accumulation of mental power and magic power, this promotion was a natural result. It would be unreasonable not to break through. In order to break through this bottleneck as soon as possible, Horn brought enough food and came to a sparsely populated mountaintop alone. He wanted to block all the interruptions from everyone, concentrate on not doing anything else, and concentrate on breaking through here. He still remembered that when he was promoted to a 6-ring magician, the violent energy fluctuations destroyed the basement of his magician tower, and the energy that escaped caused some interference to many nearby magicians. Now Horn's strength is stronger than before. Without using the origin ring, he is already close to the strength of a normal 8th-level master. When he officially advances to a 7-ring magician, the power fluctuations will definitely not be less than the previous promotion, and may even be much greater. So in order not to affect the magicians of the parliament, and not to cause unnecessary losses, Horn came here to practice before the promotion. Originally, he thought that he should be able to advance soon, but he didn't expect that he would sit on the top of the mountain for several months. The difficulty of advancing to the 7th-ring magician is much greater than that of advancing to the 6th ring. He has reached this point by studying alone step by step, and all his training has no reference from others. So he took a lot of detours when trying to advance, but it is precisely because of these detours that his understanding of magic has become more profound. The energy on the top of the mountain has become more intense, and all the flying insects and animals on the mountain have fled from the mountain. The energy has given them too much pressure, and the pressure has made all creatures below Horn feel uncomfortable. The direction of the growth of various flowers, plants and trees is closer to the middle. The energy emitted by Horn is very beneficial to their growth. Even under the infiltration of Horn's magic power, many exotic flowers and fruits have grown in the mountain in the past few months. Many of these exotic flowers and fruits can be used as magic materials. The energy lingering on the top of the mountain has long exceeded the energy that a normal magician who has been promoted to the 7th ring should have. Most other magicians cannot produce the same vision as Horn when they are promoted, because Horn's strength is completely unequal to his level. The bottleneck was right in front of Horn, like a thin film blocking a water outlet. The water could not overflow, and Horn could not advance. In fact, it was not difficult for Horn to advance. He only needed to slightly change the form of the magic power in his body to easily pierce this thin film. But Horn wanted to advance more perfectly, and did not want to leave any hidden dangers for his future practice. As the first magician to practice magic to this level besides Douglas, Horn had to be cautious in his promotion, because no one could tell him which was the straight road and which was the detour, so he could only explore it alone. Once he went astray, he might not be able to start over, so he chose several paths to advance, and stopped at the end of each path and started to try the next one. He wanted to choose the most perfect path, and through the experiments over the past few months, Horn found that the best option was to let the magic power break through the thin film naturally without doing anything, and this required the continuous accumulation of magic power. Soon the energy concentration on the top of the mountain reached a critical value. Now if an ordinary person broke into Horn's vicinity, Horn didn't need to do anything, and that person would die immediately. Even the lower-level extraordinary people would feel uncomfortable. This mountaintop was no longer a field that ordinary people could set foot on. Horn sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain, in the center of the surging energy flow. The surrounding soil and rocks were all floating in the air. The ground where he sat had disappeared. Everything in the spherical space centered on him turned into powder, and flew around with the energy flow. It's almost there. It's almost there. The energy in the body is becoming more and more full every minute and every second. The membrane that symbolizes the seven-ring magician is deformed by the energy, like a balloon being blown up. The balloon is getting bigger and bigger, and finally the magic power in Horn's body breaks through the critical point. The membrane breaks directly, and Horn even feels that he hears a slight cracking sound. Countless energies rushed into Horn's body, and his body's tolerance limit for magic and mental power increased again. Now he only needs to rest for a period of time, let the magic fill the whole body and run in with the body, and he will be a qualified seven-ring magician. Chapter 552. At the moment of successful promotion, the energy flow that was originally orderly around Horn suddenly exploded, flattening everything around him. After the smoke dissipated, looking at the messy mountaintop, Horn patted his chest. Fortunately, he came to this mountain to upgrade. If he upgraded in his own Wizard Tower laboratory, he would be heartbroken. After all, there are many rare materials in his Wizard Tower. But he looked at the wreckage, and then his eyes widened. The area destroyed by his power happened to be the most densely grown place for exotic flowers and fruits. Horn found many precious plants among the plant residues. If Luke saw so many dismembered plants, he would be heartbroken. But Horn remembered that there were not so many rare plants here when he first started practicing. Could it be that the energy fluctuations when the magician was promoted helped the growth of magic plants? This should be recorded. If it really works, several places for magicians to be promoted should be specially planned to cultivate precious plants. Plants and the like are just minor details. Horn began to investigate his current physical condition. Now he is barely a normal 7th-ring magician. When he was still a 6th-ring magician, Horn could match the 7th-level extraordinary without using the origin holy weapon, and even infinitely close to the 8th-level extraordinary. Now Horn can intuitively feel the huge power hidden in his body. Even if he has not reached the peak state, he is much stronger than when he was 6 rings. It is preliminarily estimated that the general 8th-level strongman is no longer his opponent. However, Horn could also feel that even if he recovered to the best state, he could not be close to the 8th-level extraordinary person at the 6th ring, and could not be close to the 9th-level strongman at the 7th ring, and there was still a long way to go before the 9th-level strongman. As his strength increased, Edward's ability to blend ice and fire brought less and less improvement to Horn. If it were not for the many powerful magic skills he mastered, he could only barely reach the threshold of the 8th level. The super magic skills that have been gradually completed can add no less to a single magic than the simple fusion of ice and fire. The consumption of magic power is too great, the burden on mental strength is too great, and the casting time is too long, which is a bit uneconomical. However, the Origin Ring and the Eye of Thunder are still of great help to him. The ultimate power of the Origin Ring is very strong among the 9th level masters, and he does not need to consume his own magic power. With only the Origin Ring, Horn is not inferior to any ordinary 9th level master. As for guys like Eilonir, they have to be calculated separately. And he can already vaguely touch the hidden power of the Eye of Thunder. Now, whenever he overuses the power of the Eye of Thunder, he can vaguely feel a world with only thunder and lightning. In this world, his control over thunder and lightning is extremely strong. When he can truly control that power, the improvement in his strength may not be lower than that of the Origin Ring. In terms of physical strength, Horn pinched his body back and forth, then nodded and said that he was much stronger than before. Then he punched forward, making a whistling sound and even generating gusts of fist wind. Just relying on physical strength, even without fighting spirit, Horn can at least beat a level 3 warrior. If his martial arts skills are all good, he will not even take a level 4 warrior seriously. After roughly measuring his current strength, Horn's mind moved, and his whole body floated up, and then flew towards the direction of the Magic Council at high speed. After advancing to the 7th ring, he no longer needed to add flame wings on his back to fly at ordinary high speeds, and his inherent flying ability was already amazingly fast. Of course, if he was really in a hurry, Horn could still use the Fire Wing spell to speed up, but it was not necessary to use it for the distance back to the Magic Council, because such a distance only required ordinary flight to reach quickly, and there was no need to cast an additional powerful magic to let everyone know that Horn was flying in the sky. With his toes lightly touching the ground, Horn returned to his mage tower. Now, when he wanted to stop at high speed, he no longer needed to hammer a big hole in the ground like before. He just needed to simply stop. After walking for a few months, the mage tower did not look desolate. There were people cleaning and maintaining his mage tower all the time. Since a few years, there were also some cat maids who maintained this huge mage tower very well. Only the basement and a few specific floors of his mage tower had important things, and magic circles were cast there for protection. The maids and some apprentice mages could move freely in other places. When Horn walked into the mage tower, he saw Edward lying on the ground, sleeping with several cat maids guarding him. Seeing Edward like this, Horn sighed a little. He had to practice hard to gain strength, but Edward could easily gain strength as long as he waited for Horn to advance. He could eat, drink, and have fun at ordinary times. This really made him a little envious. Several cat maids saluted Horn respectfully. Horn nodded to them and walked directly into the lounge. After a while, Yan, Enoch, and others came to Horn's mage tower one after another. Horn did not deliberately conceal his aura when he returned to the council, so the top leaders of the entire Magic Council knew that Horn had successfully advanced back. Horn's successful promotion was a top priority for the Magic Council, which meant that they really had a master with a 9th level combat power that they could show off. Without their own masters, the Magic Council was always a little insecure. Even though Horn quickly killed the leopard man Chakera, they still knew that Horn's true strength was still far from that of a 9th level strongman. After he successfully advanced, many things that the Magic Council had planned in advance could be done. You came just in time. By the way, Luke, there are many magic plants on the mountain where I advanced. Take some time to go and have a look. By the way, study whether the energy fluctuations during the promotion caused those magic plants to grow. Luke's eyes lit up after hearing this. Precious magic plants are his favorite things, and the birth of magic plants is what he pursues. If what Horn said is true, then this news is very important. He even lost interest in participating in this small event, and wanted to go to the mountain Horn mentioned as soon as possible. Chapter 553. The high-ranking members of the parliament discussed for a long time in Horn's magic tower, and they all dispersed after a few hours. Only Enoch stayed. He seemed to have something to say to Horn. It's been 5 years. The agreement you made with that old vampire is about to expire. When Enoch mentioned Eilonir, his expression was a little indignant. He still remembered that he had been targeted by Eilonir. The fear that penetrated his bones was still fresh in his memory, and he regarded it as a shame. Yes, it's been 5 years. Horn walked to the window, looked out the window, and sighed at the city that had changed a little from 5 years ago. When are you going to leave? It's still early, and we can leave in a month and a half. I'm a little nervous. I haven't been back there for more than 10 years. I guess I'm homesick. Horn sighed, saying that he grew up in Lean City, and everything about Lean City has been imprinted in his bones. Even though he doesn't have any good memories there, he still misses it very much. Be careful when you go there. You are already very strong in the Forsaken Land, but there are too many masters outside. Don't go too far in many things. Once you attract the gods, even you can't escape. Enoch warned that Horn was the pillar of the Magic Council. If he died outside, the loss would be unbearable for the entire council. Moreover, for magicians like them who have lived outside, few of them would not retaliate against the church after gaining power. Horn touched the black stone ring on his hand, but didn't say what he would do. He just smiled and said, I shouldn't be so unlucky. It's not easy to catch me. Enoch also laughed. Yes, you run very fast. Horn was talking about the hidden ability of the black stone ring, and Enoch understood that Horn's thunder walking technique was very fast, and it was not easy to catch him. During the time I was practicing, did anything important happen? After laughing, Horn asked Enoch. If you want to talk about big things, it's nothing. Enoch thought for a while, and said, Does the new model of the magic flying boat in the Forge Tower count? New model. Horn's eyes lit up. He really liked the magic flying boat. The riding experience of the magic flying boat was much better than the flying carpet or the magic broom. And with the innovation of technology, some shortcomings of the magic flying boat have been improved to some extent. After discussing the magic flying boat with Horn for a while, Enoch said goodbye to Horn. When he walked to the door, he suddenly remembered something and said to Horn, It seems that Colin has some new invention recently. Judging from his state, it seems that he will soon produce results. It must be something great and mysterious. New invention? Horn immediately became interested. Every new invention of a magician may bring great impetus to the entire magic system. Colin is a magician with spatial talent. His invention may fill a gap in the Magic Council. Colin is now a 5-ring magician. He and Daisy were both promoted almost 2 years ago. With their unique magic, they are both among the best among all the 5-ring magicians in the entire council. Not only them, but also the entire Magic Council has greatly increased its strength in the past 5 years. Enoch, Yian, Ivan, Luke, Terry and Daniel have all successfully advanced to become 6-ring magicians. They had reached a bottleneck a few years ago, so their successful advancement was a natural result. Yian's combat ability as a magician is probably not a match for some powerful 5-ring magicians. His magic is healing magic, which is very good at curing diseases and saving lives, but it is a bit awkward to use it in combat. But his mental power has become stronger. With just mental power attacks, he has been able to contain an 8th level master. However, due to the nature of mental power attacks, compared to the indestructible attack ability of his mental power, his body is too fragile, so Horn usually doesn't want him to fight an 8th level master alone. Enoch was promoted a year ago. His illusion has reached a superb level. Just standing there and doing nothing, people with weak minds will have hallucinations when looking at him. The whole person looks even more unfathomable. If he doesn't restrain himself, just walking on the street may cause chaos. For him who is proficient in illusion, as long as his willpower is not strong enough, it is meaningless to be strong. At least, ordinary level 7 warriors can never withstand his illusion with their own consciousness. Ivan and Daniel are the best fire magicians in the parliament except Horn. Their flames have their own advantages. Daniel's advantage lies in his deep understanding of flames. He knows all the properties of flames by heart, and can use flames to achieve all kinds of incredible things. Ivan's yellow flame is simply violent and powerful. As for Luke, it was not obvious when he was weak, but as he became stronger, the book botany given to him by Horn in the early days became more and more useful. The explanation of plants coming from another world in it made him very rewarding. Moreover, Luke's symbiote Duby also evolved a second time, giving Luke new abilities. Now Luke can give quite complex commands to the combat plants he spawned. He can even command a plant called sword grass to perform swordsmanship. Finally, Terry is an honest 6-ring magician. His magic itself does not have the capital to support him to complete the leap level battle, but in terms of using magic to fight, Terry is second to none. Just relying on his superb combat magic, Terry's strength should not be underestimated. Several other counselors, and the best of the 5-ring magicians have also reached the edge of promotion, but it is not clear when they will be promoted, and there are many more new 5-ring magicians than before. According to this situation, before he advances to the 8th ring, there should be quite a few magicians in the council, so that there will be someone to help him share the pressure in creating a path for magicians to advance. The number of magicians and wild witches is steadily increasing, but the increase is not as large as in the previous 10 years. Now it has entered a stable growth stage, because there were too many accumulated wild witches 10 years ago, and most of the ones joining now are new wild witches, who have just awakened in recent years, as well as wild witches and magicians who ventured into the God-forsaken land from outside the God-forsaken land. In short, although the increase in number is not large, the strength is much stronger than before. It is estimated that the strength growth of the Magic Council will not slow down until the strength of the first batch of magicians reaches a bottleneck. Chapter 554. Next to Daisy's strangely shaped wizard tower, there is a square wizard tower. There is no roundness on this wizard tower. It has sharp edges and corners, and even few slopes. It looks more like a pile of high houses than a wizard tower. This is Colin's wizard tower. He rarely has any interest other than studying magic, so he is too lazy to decorate the wizard tower beautifully, but there are all kinds of magic traps and some necessary arrangements. The gate of this magic tower has not been open for a long time, and there is even some dust in front of the door. More than a month ago, all the apprentice mages and servants working in the magic tower were driven away. Now there is only Colin in this magic tower. He has been doing some research secretly recently, but he doesn't want to show his research to others. Colin believes that his research is a very important secret. Just letting others know that he is doing this kind of research may cause trouble, so he doesn't want anyone to know before the research is completely successful. The basement of the mage tower was shrouded in a layer of silver light, which was a necessary protection. Colin was wearing a pair of thick glasses. The glasses were large because they were engraved with several small magic circles, which could magnify what Colin saw and make simple measurements, allowing him to operate more conveniently. He held a glowing carving knife in his hand, which allowed him to carve the things in front of him more easily, and also made his hands more stable. Neither the carving knife nor the glasses Colin was wearing were his original creations. The Magic Council's system for making magic props has been developed for more than 10 years, and now refining magic props no longer requires as much effort as before. In the past few years, as the knowledge related to making magic props has become more and more complete, and the amount of knowledge has increased, making magic props has developed into a complex system called alchemy. Together with the independent pharmacy and enchantment in the past few years, it has become the three major schools in the field of magic manufacturing in the current council. There are not many magicians who can complete the basics of alchemy in the entire Magic Council. Many magicians can simply make some simple magic props, but those functions are too simple, there is a great waste of materials, and the effect is not strong. Compared with the magicians who really specialize in alchemy, they can't even be considered as getting started. Even talented and high-level magicians need to practice for a long time to master the basics of alchemy, and most magicians are actually unable to do it. For example, among the group of battle mages led by Terry, there are only a few who can simply make some magic props. In fact, not only alchemy, but with the development of magic, each school has become more and more complicated. It is very difficult to develop in one direction, let alone multiple categories. In order to allow magicians to perform alchemy better, the casting tower has developed various magic props to assist alchemy over the years, making it easier for magicians to make magic props. Of course, the auxiliary effect of props is limited. It can only have a significant effect if the magician has mastered the method of magic props. If the ability itself is not up to standard, then no matter how useful this equipment is, there is no way to make magic props. Colin had already completed the introduction to alchemy, and his alchemy level was ranked among the best in the entire Magic Council. In front of Colin was a platform with densely shining magic circles. The magic circles on this platform alone were much more complicated than ordinary magic props, and most of these magic circles were things that ordinary magicians had never seen. On the platform was a grayish ring, and Colin was operating the ring. This ring is what he studied. 5 years ago, Horn gave him a stone called the Void Stone. The stone was related to space. It was when he discovered the connection between himself and the stone that Colin finally knew that one of his talents was actually space magic. After figuring out that he was a space attribute, Colin's progress became faster, his research became smoother, and his strength increased by leaps and bounds. Space attribute magic is very strange. Even if he has a space attribute talent, he is very careful when using it. The damage caused by space magic is very thorough, and it doesn't matter whether you have a space attribute talent or not. As space magic progressed by leaps and bounds, his understanding of space became deeper, and he began to wonder if he could use space magic to do something. After thinking about it, he decided to make a space prop that could store things, because he found that the space inside the Void Stone had strong expansion, and maybe he could open up a space in it. Most magicians have this character, so Colin quickly invested in it, and this research lasted for a year. After a year of research, Colin was finally able to open up a space in the Void Stone that can store items. This kind of space can only exist in the Void Stone. However, this space is extremely unstable. After a period of time after opening up, the space will collapse back, and everything placed in it may be damaged. So now Colin's main research goal is to make the space in the space ring stable, so that it will not change no matter how long it takes. As long as this goal can be achieved, the space jewelry will be officially completed. As long as it can achieve the effect Colin expected, it will be a masterpiece across the century. He can even imagine how shocked everyone will be when he shows this achievement to the public. It can be said that the combined influence of all the items made by the Magic Council before may not be as great as the space ring. If this kind of thing is used well, it will be of great help to the Magic Council, but if it is not used well, it may also attract greedy peeping and bring disaster to the Magic Council. Therefore, Colin was very cautious in his research, and he didn't even keep an assistant around him. No matter what, Colin had to research this thing, because it indicated that the magician had taken another step forward in the mystery of magic. For Colin, how to prevent the space from shrinking back was not an unsolvable problem. If he could open up the space, he would naturally have a clue to stabilize the space. According to his research results, in order to stabilize the space in the ring, a specific magic array was needed to expand the space as much as possible, and then use special materials to activate certain functions of the Void Stone to fix the space. Chapter 555. Magic circles cannot be used to stabilize space, only various materials can be used, because the magic circles that the Council has now are all time limited, and will soon lose their effect without the infiltration of magic power. In Colin's expectation, the space in the space ring can continue to exist, rather than something that will collapse if the magic power is lost. In that case, no one dares to put important items in a space ring that may collapse at any time. However, almost all the magic related to space attributes in the Magic Council was developed by Colin himself, and the only space attribute known to the Magic Council or the magic material that can work on the Void Stone is the Void Stone. So Colin could only explore by himself. Now the dozens of magic circles on the metal table were all developed by him, all of which were spatial attributes. As for materials, on the one hand, he experimented with various materials owned by the Magic Council, and on the other hand, he used his connections to find the potion formula that Roland used to close the space channel. This formula itself was not a secret formula, so he got it after paying some price. The materials in this formula should have explicit or implicit effects on the Void Stone. It took a long time for Colin to prepare all the necessary materials and magic circles, and his research has reached the final step. In front of the metal table, Colin's hands are more stable than those of doctors performing surgery, and the carving he performed is much more precise than carving words on insect wings. As the magic circle was engraved, the space around him became a little unstable, and many small objects would suddenly disappear and then suddenly reappear. But Colin did not make any special reaction to this, because this happened frequently in his research. After he really got started with space magic, space had become different in his eyes, just like there is no concept of height for ants. Once he entered the state, he could really see the true appearance of space that normal people could not perceive. Of course, even if he could see, he couldn't manipulate space at will. If he could do that, then there would be no difference between him and the so-called gods. When a new magic circle was successfully recorded, a faint light emanated from the ring. Before Colin had time to be happy, he found that the ring suddenly twisted, and then a small space hole appeared with the ring as the center. Seeing this, Colin's hand emitted a silver light, and he was sweating profusely before he fixed the black hole. The twisted ring fell on the table. After wiping his sweat, Colin took out a notebook and recorded the accident word for word, then turned a few pages and rubbed his head in distress. Colin was no longer surprised by this situation. If it happened to someone else, it might even kill them, but for him it was a common accident, or even a relatively mild reaction. The notebook in his hand was used to record the plans for making the space ring. He had drawn up dozens of plans, but most of them had been proven to be unfeasible, and only a few plans were left that could be implemented. If these few are not enough, it proves that there is something wrong with his fundamental thinking. The research plan on the space ring must be greatly revised, and all the research results of the past month will be scrapped. However, he was not discouraged. Magic is progressing in constant mistakes. If you give up when you encounter difficulties, you will not be able to do anything. It is not just Colin. Most magicians have similar awareness, otherwise they will not be able to go far on the road of magic. After calming down, Colin threw the twisted ring into a special small pool, and then cast magic on the pool. The gray-black powder decomposed from the ring and was attracted into a spoon. The main body of the space ring is not entirely carved from the Void Stone, but is made of a mixture of Void Stone and some other materials, and Colin can easily decompose the Void Stone from the space ring. In this way, even if the experiment fails, the precious Void Stone will not be wasted. Although the sweet potato-sized Void Stone given by Horn can make at least hundreds of space rings, the Magic Council has not yet collected a second piece of Void Stone. After dealing with all the chores, Colin adjusted the order of the magic circle, made some changes to the previous experiment, and then started another experiment. This time, Colin split the most complicated magic circle into several small ones. This increased the workload, but the chance of error should be reduced. After more than an hour, Colin was finally about to finish this carving. During the production process, Colin could clearly feel some differences. His thinking seemed to be clearer, his hands became more stable than before, and there was no major space distortion nearby. There was a little excitement in his eyes, and his palms were slightly sweaty. This time it should work. No, it will definitely work. When he was about to finish making it, the sky of Spark City suddenly became gloomy, and an inexplicable atmosphere enveloped the entire Spark City. At this moment, Spark City fell into a strange silence. Insects did not chirp, birds did not call, wild dogs in the alleys huddled in the corners, and Edward's brothers in the city also found places to hide. Everyone felt a little different, as if there was a pair of huge eyes in the sky looking at them, and they suddenly became extremely small. In Horn's Mage Tower. Enoch had just left Horn's Mage Tower, and had not yet closed the door. Seeing the changes in the sky, his face changed immediately, and he turned back and ran to Horn. "Did you feel it too?" Without waiting for Enoch to speak, Horn said directly, Not only me, the whole city should have felt it. Enoch squinted his eyes and said, when the origin ring in your hand was successfully made, Mama and City also had such an atmosphere. So, the origin sacred artifact is about to be born in Spark City? Who do you think it is? Horn held the corner of the table with a little force, and he was a little happy now. Enoch thought for a while, then looked up and said, I think it's Colin. Enoch had told Horn before what Colin was researching recently, but Horn had never thought that Colin's research could attract the attention of the world's will. If divided according to the first item of Salon, there are many first items of Salon made by the Magic Council, but there are almost no items that can cause feedback from the world's will. So if this fluctuation is really caused by Colin, then his research must be very remarkable. Chapter 556. After confirming the possible candidates, Horn tiptoed and flew out of the window, followed by Enoch. The two landed at Colin's door, but found that Yian had been waiting here for a long time. Yian did not talk to them, but just nodded to Horn and others, and then began to pay attention to the movements inside. Then the parliamentarians and the fifth-level magicians in the parliament flew to Colin's door one by one, and stared at the magic tower together. They all knew that something amazing was about to be born inside. Horn took a deep breath and sensed it carefully, confirming that the abnormal breath was indeed transmitted from here, which means that Colin had indeed attracted the attention of the world's will. None of the magicians started to discuss, and even everyone suppressed their own breath. They didn't want to disturb Colin, but just wanted to wait and see the result. Finally, Colin, who was at the bottom of the mage tower, finished carving the last symbol. As soon as the symbol was finished, he felt a strange connection between this ring and him, and he instinctively felt that the ring was successfully made. Looking at the ring on the metal table, Colin wiped his sweat and smiled with satisfaction. Just as he was about to reach out to take it, he saw a colorful beam of light penetrate the mage tower and fall directly, covering him in the ring. When the colorful beam of light fell, Horn looked a little dazed. He felt a hint of inexplicable calling in the colorful beam of light, but when he began to perceive it seriously, he felt nothing. Looking at the faces of others, he knew that they didn't have any special feelings, so Horn buried his feelings in his heart. It seems that he is indeed a little strange. Then he looked at the beautiful colored light column inside. This was the first time he saw this kind of light column outside. It was completely different from the chaotic color mixture of the Yarrow people's DT force field. The color of this colored light column was very balanced, giving people a strange sense of beauty. When he made the origin ring, part of the whole process was inside the God-forsaken land, and part was outside the God-forsaken land. There was a long gap between the two. Even Horn once thought that there was nothing special about this ring. If it weren't for a strange feeling in the dark, he might even throw the ring away. However, this time Colin's research directly came together in two processes, and was completed in one go. There are only two possibilities. The first is that what Colin has newly researched is more important than the origin ring, but let's not discuss this for now. The second possibility is that only in the Forsaken Land can the world will fully exercise its power. Combining the ancient secrets that Eilonir once told Horn, and the strange suppression of the Forsaken Land on priests and wizards, Horn felt that the second guess was true. Looking at the sudden appearance of the light column, Colin was rarely a little flustered. When Horn's origin ring was upgraded, he was still young, so he naturally couldn't know what he felt at that time. The ugly space ring floated in the air. Like Horn's origin ring, the colorful energy quickly modified the ring, and then a wonderful connection was created between the ring and Colin. This new origin holy relic also changed from a grayish ring at the beginning to a gorgeous silver ring. Colin, who was at the center of the energy, was also washed by this energy, and gained a lot of insights about space magic. After the energy disappeared, he held the new ring and probed his mind into it. He found that there was a large space in the ring, which was more than 10 times larger than the few cubic meters of space he opened up at the beginning, and he had a feeling that the space in the ring could be expanded continuously. Since the space ring is not a prop for fighting, the strengthening of the world will is not for fighting, but it greatly optimizes the storage function of this space ring. He enveloped a candlestick on the table with his mental power, and then with a thought, the candlestick disappeared. He probed the space inside the ring with his mental power, and saw that the candlestick was already in the space ring. The original space ring designed by Colin required the object to be inserted into it to be touched by the body of the ring in addition to being wrapped with mental power, but this modified origin magic ring does not need this. As long as it is within the range of Colin's mental power, all objects can be inserted into the ring. Then Colin went upstairs, and came to a balcony. He remembered that there were several birds nesting here. He activated his magic hand, and grabbed a bird that was too scared to move. However, he tried several times, but couldn't put the bird in. It seemed that the space ring could not put living things in. After completing the simple test, he rushed out of the magic tower excitedly, wanting to show his results to Horn, and then let Horn decide how to treat this space ring. But he was dumbfounded when he pushed the door open. There were more than a dozen magicians standing at the door. As soon as he came out, more than a dozen people stared at him. What are you doing at my door?" Colin asked in surprise. Horn looked at Colin's clenched hands and said in a low voice, "It seems that you don't know how big a commotion you have made." The colorful light column that fell from the sky before could be seen by everyone in the city. Unlike Horn at the edge of the Forsaken Land, no one noticed even if there was a lot of noise. Colin's creation of a new origin holy artifact could not be concealed. "What on earth are you researching that has caused such a big fuss?" Yan asked expectantly. "If it can produce the origin holy artifact, then it must be something very useful." Colin hesitated for a while, not knowing whether he should say it or not. "Can I talk to the teacher alone? It's not that I don't trust you, but the thing I made is really special." Horn's face became a little solemn. Since Colin said so, it must be something that is not easy to show to others, just like Daisy's undead magic, so he nodded and flew up and said, "Follow me." After finding a secluded place with no one around, Horn waved his hand to create a protective shield to isolate the two from the outside world. "Now we can start talking." Colin opened his hand, and a silver-white ring appeared in his palm. This ring should be very different from ordinary magic tools, otherwise Colin would not attach so much importance to it. After all, the origin of magic tools or magic jewelry is the origin ring in Horn's hand. Something similar to the origin ring cannot cause a reaction from the world's will. "I named this a space ring," Colin said after preparing his words. Chapter 557. Explain the function of this ring to me in detail. Horn squinted his eyes and looked at the ring in Colin's hand. There was a strong magic residue on the ring, but Horn did not see any trace of magic on the ring itself. Rather than telling, "You should see it for yourself," Colin used his mental power to cover a stone bench next to Horn, and then the stone bench disappeared. Then Colin pointed to the ring in his hand and said, "Now the thing is here." Horn's eyes widened, full of disbelief. "The things are in the ring, which means that you can carry a lot of things with this ring." Colin nodded. What Horn said was basically right. Douglas once described space equipment to Horn, but Horn always thought it was something more mysterious than magic, and he had never seen anything like it in Ceylon. He originally thought that it was something that was impossible to achieve, just like traditional martial arts do exist, and there is indeed a possibility that there are masters who can fly over eaves and walls and fight against many people alone. But it is nonsense to say that Tai Chi can discharge electricity after practicing it to a high level. In his opinion, space equipment is just like this compared to magic props. He didn't expect that one day his subordinates could really research such a thing. "What do you plan to do with this thing?" After Horn got all the data about the space ring from Colin, he asked him solemnly. As the creator of the space ring, Horn wanted to hear Colin's plan. Colin scratched his head, thought for a while, and said with a little embarrassment, "Originally, I wanted to hide the space ring and not expose it easily, and then not release it before the Parliament really becomes stronger, because I think it would be very dangerous if people outside the Parliament knew about it. It's not just quite dangerous, it's extremely dangerous. It's a crime to possess a treasure. The space ring is completely different from all the things the Magic Council has had before. Moreover, this thing can be used as long as the mental power is higher than that of ordinary people. All masters will regard it as a rare treasure. Once the news spreads, the Magic Council is likely to become the target of public criticism," Horn said with a slight headache. To be fair, if Horn himself heard that a certain force nearby had a thing like a space ring, he would find a way to get one no matter what, even if he went to rob it directly. Fortunately, Roland founded a country, and now the entire godforsaken land belongs to the Kingdom of Keen. If it had been 5 years ago, it would have been possible to be besieged. So what should we do now? Colin didn't expect that he would be exposed directly, so he didn't think about this issue at all. "Let me think about it. First of all, it is definitely not feasible to cover it up blindly. When you made it, there was such a big noise. Everyone knows that our Magic Council has created something that has never existed in Ceylon before, but they didn't know it was a space ring." Horn pondered for a while. He had to make the decision on this matter. Although they don't know what you have made yet, someone will definitely strengthen the surveillance of the Magic Council. It is almost inevitable that someone from Roland will come to ask about it. We can also find something to prevaricate, but in that case, your ring will basically not be usable in a short period of time, which is actually quite a waste. So what do you want to do? Colin asked with a frown. Since everyone wants this thing, we might as well give it to them directly. Horn thought for a while and said, it doesn't make sense that a new thing created by the Parliament would only have disadvantages and no advantages. We can make everything related to the space ring public. As long as you are willing to pay, you can get the space ring from us. That's not impossible. If we have the space ring in the Magic Parliament, no one will dare to take the risk to attack us. After all, we are no longer as weak as before. As for making it, I have no problem. I can make one in about a day. After I get familiar with it, the speed will be faster. But the space stone is limited, and there will always be a day when it will be used up. After Colin weighed Horn's method, he nodded in agreement, and said that the benefits that the Magic Council could obtain from using the space ring were much greater than those of others. Hiding it would only delay precious development time. After the decision was made public, many things became simple. Horn summoned the top leaders of the Magic Council to discuss how to deal with the space ring. They were also shocked by Colin's space ring. Seeing the appearance of such a thing with their own eyes, everyone in Ceylon would not be very calm. After the initial discussion stage, everyone began to contribute their opinions. The material problem is easy to solve. For the space ring, we have two sales plans. The first is to pay a high price to buy from us, and the second is to use raw materials to exchange with us. About 5 to 10 times the raw materials can be exchanged for a space ring. Daniel, who has been in charge of the casting tower, said that he has a lot of experience in dealing with such things. Luke teased the doobie in his arms, raised his hand and said, you can't delay your practice. Announce to the public that you can make a space ring in 7 days. In addition, you should pay more attention to the Parliament to see if you can find other magicians with space magic talent. Inheritance is the most important thing. Everyone talked about it and arranged it. Horn asked Colin to hurry up and make a few space rings, package them well, and send them to Roland. Roland is the boss in the Forsaken Land of God, or the Kingdom of Keen. When there are good things he can use, he must not be ignored. As long as he does not have bad intentions towards the Magic Council, there will be no problems in the council. And that person is very face-conscious. Basically, as long as you send him something, he will return something of equal or higher value, so you don't have to worry about losing out when sending him something. For example, when Roland gave him the dark gold armor, he gave him 10 dragon blood fruits in return, which made the high-level members of the council stronger. Unlike Kino, the ungrateful person, who gave him so many things but didn't give him any gifts in return, but Horn didn't have good intentions when he gave Kino gifts at that time, so he didn't feel bad about giving away the things. In this way, the entire Magic Council began to work on Colin's new research space ring. Horn's treatment may not be the best treatment, but it is the safest way to deal with the Magic Council. Whether it is hidden and used secretly, or completely sealed, the space ring will be exposed one day, and when it is exposed, it may bring hidden dangers to the Parliament. Although the Parliament may lose some of its deserved benefits by making the space ring public from the beginning, it avoids possible dangers, and can also use the space ring to make friends with major forces and gain some advantages. Chapter 558. 10 days later, in Acuan City, in the Keen Palace. Roland, wearing a crown and a red robe, was wearing a silver ring. The cup in front of him disappeared and reappeared. Roland exclaimed every time it changed, having a lot of fun. Niels, the Prime Minister of the Keen Kingdom, stood in the audience, watching Roland play, with no expression on his face. Niels was Roland's think tank. The plan to annex the entire God-forsaken land was drawn up by Niels for Roland. Without Niels, Roland would not have been able to develop to such a powerful level, so Roland trusted Niels very much. The Magic Council had many strange magic creations, some of which even Roland was quite jealous of, but basically the council would send him a copy of anything he could use, such as the magic lamp in the hall where he was now, and the exquisite magic book in front of him, so he was very satisfied with the Magic Council. However, many things in the Magic Council were just novel, but in fact, they could be replaced. In his opinion, they were just at the level of strange skills. If there was no magic lamp, he could accept an oil lamp, and if there was no magic book, he could accept an ordinary book. Therefore, he has always looked at the creations of the Magic Council with a very relaxed attitude, and at most he just felt that the Magic Council made his life more comfortable. But this time the space ring is different. The space ring does not need magic to control it. As long as the mental power is stronger than that of ordinary people, even a warrior like Roland can carry a lot of things freely. The convenience of this ring is beyond imagination. He can carry a lot of money, a lot of weapons and supplies, and even a lot of valuables can be kept more safely. It can also reduce the pressure of logistics during war. This kind of thing has a great effect no matter what industry it is in. The fact that the Magic Council could produce such a thing had already forced him to take it seriously. Niels, what do you think about this ring? After playing to his heart's content, Roland took off the ring and showed it to Niels. Niels stood up straight, his expression calm, but there was a deep shock in his eyes. If there was only one, this thing would be a priceless treasure, a weapon for the country, and we would not value it too much. But since they could send you 3 at once, it means that the Magic Council has more than 3, and it is even possible that the Grand Duke of Spark should have the method to make this thing, so we should be able to get this kind of ring from Spark City in the future. Is that so, haha? Roland's face showed nothing, he just smiled and said, the spies in Xingho City have news that Xingho had a strange phenomenon in Xingho City more than 10 days ago. According to the analysis of the phenomenon, it should be the birth of the Origin Holy Artifact. According to the conditions of the Origin Holy Artifact, the Magic Council should have a method to make such a thing. Niels lowered his eyebrows and said, Your Majesty, do you want to get the manufacturing method? That's not necessary. I said people to understand the magicians in the Magic Council. Many things are indeed only made by them. It's useless for us to take it, and it will only make the relationship between us worse. Roland stroked his chin and said, Rather than talking about the formula, let's talk about why they sent me these 3 rings directly. They probably want to see your attitude. After all, they are under your command and have the manufacturing method of such a precious treasure, so they dare not do anything without your permission. Niels said respectfully. In that case, I will give them courage. When they start selling these rings, the first 5 must be from the Keen royal family. This way, no one should dare to act wildly. Roland laughed and narrowed his eyes. But support is support. Horn should have the Origin Sacred Artifact in his hand, plus the new one, their Magic Council should have too. And they are also connected with the elves, and their own strength is also very strong. In addition, they have a relationship with a weird organization outside. Maybe he is a member of that organization. They really scare me a little. Your Majesty means that they are a threat. If you want to find a chance to eliminate them, I will do it. Niels' eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. No, how is that possible? Roland smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Niels was overthinking. If someone under your rule becomes powerful, you want to get rid of them. Only a fool would do that. A king would not choose this. A king should think about how to control the other party. As long as they still show goodwill to us, then there is no need for us to worry about it. At worst, we will form an alliance with them in the end. If I can't even control a Magic Council, I am a cowardly king. Niels bowed deeply, and said to Roland loudly, Your Majesty is wise. Let's put it this way. The manual of the magic ring says that this ring is made of void stone. It can be made by giving them the materials, right? Then take 2 pieces of void stone of suitable size from the warehouse, and send them to them. It will be regarded as the price of buying these 3 rings, and then place an order for 5 rings. I understand, Your Majesty. Niels saluted, then faced Roland and backed away to the door before turning around and leaving. Roland walked to the window, and looked at his increasingly prosperous kingdom. This world is very big, and they only occupy a small part of it. There is no need to start internal fighting now. The internal conflicts can be transferred to the outside. However, magicians are really useful. In the future, we should strengthen the connection with the Magic Council. This will be of great benefit to the Kingdom of Keen. No, it is not enough to just strengthen the connection. The Kingdom of Keen should have its own magicians. After receiving Roland's return gift, Horn laughed. This guy really reacted like this. With Roland as a backer, the sale of space rings is basically stable. The next step is to consider how to operate it specifically. First, Horn spread the news of the space ring through the huge sales channels of Spark City. The news is that a space ring exclusive sale will be held in 10 days. At the exclusive sale, the characteristics of the space ring will be introduced in detail, and a batch of space rings will be reserved. Horn plans to sell about 50 pieces, only reservations will be made, and spot sales will not be sold. There are many forces that have had trading relations with Spark City, and even many major forces outside the godforsaken land are very interested in this. In the Black Forest, Stuart looked at a leaf with information recorded on it and laughed. That wild witch is really extraordinary. This is not the first time he has surprised me. I am afraid that even the Church of the God of Space does not have this thing called a space ring. Chapter 559. 10 days passed quickly, and many important figures came to the Magic Council these days. A small number of the high nobles of the Kingdom of Keen came, and the rest also sent representatives. Roland's representative was Earl Dillon, a level 7 warrior, who had been a representative of the warrior competition. The church caravan also sent some representatives. They also wanted something like the space ring very much, especially the representatives of the Church of the God of Space, whose eyes were red, and they wanted to come to Horn and snatch the thing away directly. However, this group of people had been targeted by the council for a long time. All the church leaders who came to the forsaken land of God were not strong, and the enemy sent such middle and high-level people to them. If the Magic Council did not do something, it would be a shame for them. However, the council would not do too much. They understood the principle of slow and steady progress, and the most important thing was not to be discovered by the church. Today is the day when the Monopoly Fair begins. The Monopoly Fair will be held in the big auction house in Xingho City. Originally, there was no auction house in Xingho City, because it could be held in Unta City, but when Osmer and his team left, they took the people from the auction house with them, so Xingho City opened a new auction house. The guests entered one by one, and a waiter in formal attire at the door loudly announced the identities of each person. In this exclusive sale, the more big names come here, the more stable the position of the Magic Council will be in the future, and the less people will dare to come here to make trouble. Roland's representative, and the representative sent by the giants made the guests exclaim, which basically means that the Magic Council has at least a connection with these two major forces. When the exclusive sale was about to start, there was another exclamation from outside. An elf in a white robe walked in slowly, followed by 5 golden-armored elves, 4 of whom were at least level 7, and the other was at least level 9. The white-robed elf walked into the auction hall with his eyes closed, and walked to the front on his own, and no one dared to stop him. Horn felt a strong energy fluctuation from this elf. He was definitely stronger than an ordinary level 9 warrior in terms of strength, much stronger, and not only that, from this elf, Horn could also feel a very mysterious aura that he could not understand. He walked in front of Horn, opened his eyes, and looked at Horn. All the people who were looking at him were in a trance, because they seemed to see the green starry sky from those eyes. I am here on behalf of His Majesty the Elf King Stuart. Nice to meet you. My name is Ulysses. Ulysses smiled at Horn. It was the first time for Horn, but it was far from the first time for him. Ulysses the Stargazer. The whole auction house was boiling. Ulysses's reputation was well known in the forsaken land of God. In the hundreds of years of the elves' foreign wars, Ulysses' name became a nightmare for nearby church personnel. His personal strength was far better than that of Bagheera, the leader of the Alien Alliance 5 years ago. No one would even compare the two of them. But Ulysses is most famous not for his strength, but for his eyes that are like the starry sky. Many people have speculations about his eyes, and the most famous speculation is that he can see the future. Several church representatives turned ugly when they saw Ulysses. If they hadn't been determined to get the space ring, they would have even wanted to leave now. Horn humbly entertained Ulysses. He knew that the Elf King would send someone, but he didn't expect that the Elf King would send such a conspicuous big man. This level of character definitely came here for more than just buying space rings. There must be other purposes. Horn just needs to entertain them when the time comes. Although there were some minor incidents, the exclusive sale was still going on normally, hosted by a magician who was eloquent and demonstrated the various functions of the space ring, and then announced the price of the space ring. During the introduction, the guests in the venue kept whispering. Seeing the magic of the space ring with their own eyes, they all had the desire to possess it, but the difference between humans and beasts is that they can control their desires. Under the premise that so many big figures came to this exclusive sale, they still don't know how to restrain their little thoughts, and they can't get to this position at all. Next, the magician continued to introduce the selling method of the space ring. The space ring only accepts reservations, and is not available in stock. The price is based on the space contained in the final ring product. 1 cubic meter of space is 500,000 gold coins. This price is not high, and even many people in Spark City can afford it. What makes most people unable to buy it is the second condition. Those who come to buy the space ring must provide the raw materials of the ring, that is, the void stone and some other expensive materials that are scarce in the Magic Council. According to the number of void stones provided, the space rings sold by the Magic Council are divided into 3 levels: less than 5 cubic meters, more than 5 cubic meters, and less than 10 cubic meters, and more than 10 cubic meters. In terms of materials, the Magic Council is not asking for too much. Although the items required are diverse, the quantity is not large, and it is quite flexible. As long as a few items are provided from the list provided by the Magic Council, the conditions can be met. However, in fact, except for the void stones, the required materials cannot be used in the space rings at all. They are all materials that are scarce in other aspects of the Magic Council. It is just a good opportunity to get some of them. Anyway, these people can't find them. According to the conditions set by the Parliament, forces that are qualified to threaten the Parliament can easily obtain the space ring without having to make enemies with the Magic Parliament, and those who cannot even meet the low price offered by Horn will naturally pose no threat to the Magic Parliament. The production of the Void Stone is very small, but it is not used at all except for plain invasion, so many forces have a copy. The whole process of the magician's narration was smooth, and no one dared to cause trouble at this time, because Ulysses, Roland, and the representatives of the giants did not speak, which meant support. In this way, everything that should be said about the space ring has been said, and the next step is to accept reservations. Because there are big shots present, people on the scene are queuing in an orderly manner, which makes the work of the Magic Council go very smoothly. Soon the Magic Council received dozens of orders, both outside and inside the God-forsaken land, almost a year's supply, and then stopped accepting reservations, except for big shots with sufficient status. In this way, this exclusive sale ended so uneventfully, without any incidents, and there was nothing for Horn to deal with, which made Horn feel a little unreal. Chapter 560. After the meeting, the forces that successfully reserved the space ring were full of joy, while those who did not were extremely disappointed. Some left that night, while others chose to play in Spark City for 2 days. Now Spark City is one of the most prosperous places in the entire God-forsaken land, and many people even come here specifically for tourism. However, among all the people who chose to stay, there was one person that Horn cared about the most, and that was Ulysses, the elf messenger. He did not go anywhere to play, but just stayed in the hotel. Horn knew that he was waiting for him to find him. So early the next morning, Horn brought a box to visit Ulysses at the hotel where he lived. When he saw Ulysses, he was sitting at the window, closing his eyes to feel the morning sunlight. Except for the shocking scene, when he opened his eyes to see Horn, Horn never saw him open his eyes again. Horn actually understood this feeling very well. He had to close his eyes for a period of time, of course, it was only a few years, but Ulysses may have kept his eyes closed for hundreds of years. In his own home court, and Horn's strength is completely different from before, so he was not too reserved and humble. He exchanged pleasantries with Ulysses and sat opposite him. "Excuse me, is there anything important that you come here for?" It is impossible for a person of Ulysses' level to come here in person to buy a space ring. In fact, the 9th level golden armored elf is not up to standard. The elf craftsman we sent over more than 10 years ago is okay. Ulysses did not answer Horn's question, but asked him. They eat well, drink well, and some of them even gained weight. They have helped me a lot over the years. Their work period will end in 5 years. By then, I will definitely send them back to the Black Forest intact, Horn said with a smile, and he would accompany whatever Ulysses said. If you need, I can send another group of elf craftsmen to help after they go back. Ulysses actually wanted to send people to help the Magic Council for free. Horn also refused the benefits, shook his head and said, "No need, it was not appropriate to borrow so many craftsmen before, and now we can't delay the elves' affairs anymore." It turned out that in the past 15 years, Spark City has initially cultivated craftsmen with functions similar to those of elves. Although they are certainly not as skilled as elves, they can barely make do. In 5 years, they should be able to graduate, and by then, the craftsmen of the Magic Council can achieve self-sufficiency. Now this group of elf craftsmen have learned a lot from the Council, but their superb craftsmanship has made up for the Council's technical gap in this area, and they have trained a large number of talents for the Magic Council, so the Magic Council is not at a loss. But if another group of elf craftsmen are recruited, it will not be of much benefit to the Council at that time, but will cause the outflow of manufacturing technology. Unless they come and never leave, there will be a huge loss, so Horn does not want to let the elf craftsmen come again this time. Facing Horn's refusal, Ulysses touched his nose, a little embarrassed. He did have the idea of sending elf craftsmen to learn from him. The previous cooperation with the Magic Council has improved the overall strength of the elves, and after 15 years, many elves have mastered basic magic, which has played a great role among the elves. The elves have tasted the sweetness, so they want to come to Horn to get some benefits. Of course, this is only one of the purposes. Another purpose is that Stuart saw that Horn had built a huge organization from a dozen people in these years. He saw this potential, and wanted to let Ulysses see Horn again. If Horn's future does not change, he will find an opportunity to deepen his relationship with the Magic Council. During the previous meeting between the two, Ulysses opened his eyes, and looked at Horn. Now it is confirmed that Horn's fortune has changed again, and his future will be even greater. Ulysses stopped talking nonsense. He coughed lightly and made a request. The magic of your council is of great help to our elves. His Majesty the Elf King wants to cooperate with you further. We need new technology and further information about magic. Just ask for anything you need. Horn scratched his chin. Frankly speaking, the elves no longer have anything he particularly needs, so he has not taken the initiative to find the elves for trading during this period, but since they have come to the door, there are still many things that can be traded. After all, the other party is a behemoth. If they really trade, the Magic Council can still get a lot of benefits. In the face of the deal, Horn seemed to have become another person. He gave a detailed explanation of each clause of further cooperation, which was beyond Ulysses' expectation. Moreover, this was only a deal with the Magic Council. The deal with Spark City also needed to be negotiated with Governor Garfield. The two talked for more than an hour before they negotiated the cooperation terms between the Magic Council and the elves. Ulysses was even a little overwhelmed. He had rarely conducted such detailed negotiations. In the transaction with the elves, Horn was the one who got the advantage, no matter how you looked at it. After all, the wider the spread of magic, the better it was for him. He wished that everyone except the church could learn magic, but he still had to make as much profit as possible from the elves. Now that the parliament was big and powerful, he would make as much profit as possible. When the conversation was about to end, Horn suddenly said, "Wouldn't it be hard for you to walk with your eyes closed all the time?" "Hard? Opening or closing my eyes has no effect on me. I've gotten used to it." Ulysses laughed dumbly. Once he opened his eyes, he could see the fate of the people in his sight, but the more he saw, the more serious the harm he would suffer, so generally speaking, he tried not to see too many people. But closing his eyes actually had no effect on him. For someone like him, he could see everything around him even without opening his eyes. He even thought that closing his eyes for a long time made his other senses more acute. "I think this thing is quite suitable for you. You can try it, and see if you can open your eyes normally after wearing it." Horn took out a small box from his arms, and in the box was a pair of large sunglasses with green lenses. Horn asked the craftsman of the parliament to make these sunglasses. The green crystal used for the lenses is very transparent, and has the function of isolating energy. It should be able to alleviate Ulysses' condition. For many years, Horn would habitually give gifts to people of high status whenever he saw them. These gift-giving experiences allowed Horn to see what the other person really needed after just a few glances. So when he saw Ulysses keeping his eyes closed, and the shocking vision when he opened his eyes, he knew what kind of gift he should give him. Chapter 561. The green lenses that look like new leaves, and the frames that look like tender willow branches are more in line with the aesthetics of the elves. Ulysses originally had no expectations for Horn's gift, but since it was a gift from Horn, he still put it on his eyes, and slowly opened his eyes in a direction where no one was. He even felt inexplicably nervous when he opened his eyes. He didn't see the lines that represent fate, and no strange phenomena occurred. These sunglasses can really cover his eyes. He was filled with mixed emotions at the moment. He hadn't seen the world normally for many years. His shoulders were shaking slightly, and his eyes were slightly wet. He had never thought that it was just an ordinary mission, but he could see things again. When Ulysses turned back, his face had returned to normal. He smiled and nodded at Horn and said, "I like this thing very much." "Thank you, Speaker Horn." Ulysses' image with big green sunglasses was a little weird, which didn't fit his style at all. But compared with being able to see things again, the weird appearance was actually a small matter. Horn saw Ulysses' reaction just now, but he didn't point it out. He was just secretly happy in his heart. He knew that this gift was right. He personally supervised the production of this thing. He had been troubled by the Eye of Thunder, and naturally knew how to solve such a problem. Next, Horn gave the Elf King 2 space rings in the name of the Magic Council, and asked Ulysses to take them back. Then he sent Ulysses away, and all the matters related to this elf envoy were over. After processing all the relevant information about the space ring, Horn began to prepare to leave the god-forsaken land, and go to the secret base of the Salonwell organization. He had less than 10 days to prepare. In nearly 5 years, the organization had not asked Horn to perform any tasks. The black stone ring had the function of long-distance communication, but Horn had not received any messages that all members could receive, and no one had come to him alone. In this organization, members were independent of each other. No one issued tasks, and no one was dedicated to performing tasks. It all depended on the members' spontaneous actions. However, when encountering difficulties, you can ask for help from people in the organization. But so far, no one has asked Horn for help, probably because Horn is a newcomer. In this regard, Horn is also happy to be idle, and it is best for him to have nothing to do. The headquarters of Salon Will is at the southernmost tip of the Eastern Gods continent, a place called the Free Federation, which is far away from the God-forsaken land. But for Horn now, using the magic flying boat at full speed will take at most 10 days, and there are nearly 2 months before Annie wakes up. The reason why Horn set out so early was that he wanted to take a look around the church. After all, the major churches were the mortal enemies of the council. Although no church might take the magic council seriously, Horn still wanted to investigate the enemy. There were many things that needed to be prepared before departure. Originally, Horn was only going to take a small part of the things, but now he took whatever he thought might be useful, even a magic flying boat. If it were in the past, Horn would definitely not be able to take so many things, but at the latest tomorrow Horn would get his own space ring. Colin is now making a space ring for Horn, using all the top materials, and the space should be quite considerable. In order to sell space rings better these days, Colin made a lot of rings, but they were all used as gifts to build relationships. Today, he started making space rings for use within the Parliament. Once he got his own space ring, Horn could carry more things, but speaking of rings, Horn smiled bitterly as he looked at his hands full of rings. The Origin ring, the Blackstone ring of the Salon Will organization, the ring inlaid with the identity badge, plus the space ring that was about to be obtained. Horn already had 4 rings on his hands, plus those rings that increased magic power or other functions. Horn's hands were already full of rings. Frankly speaking, wearing so many rings has had a certain impact on Horn's movements, and it looks quite strange. After thinking for a while, Horn went straight to the casting tower. When he came back, he had 5 fewer rings on his hands, but he had an earring on each ear, a pendant on his neck, and a bracelet on each wrist. The number of jewelry alone has not decreased. Although it is a bit strange for a grown man to wear so many jewelry, it is strange. Those magic jewelry are all fine products, which can improve Horn's strength to a certain extent. He can't take off those jewelry just because of his appearance. In addition to picking up Annie and looking around, Horn also had other tasks to do this time. He discussed this task with the senior members of the Parliament. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to simply investigate the living conditions of magicians and wild witches in the outside world, and then analyze the situation of the entire eastern continent of gods based on what he saw. After that, the Magic Parliament will send magicians outside the God-forsaken land. The Magic Parliament has been developing for 15 years, and its strength is not as strong as any church now, but Horn does not intend to stay in the God-forsaken land until its strength exceeds that of the church. At least, he cannot make the church's life comfortable. In the past, magicians were not sent to the outside world because the Magic Council was completely in the dark about the outside world at that time, and magicians were usually not strong enough, and the council could not afford the cost of losing magicians. Now, the Magic Council has many eyes and ears in the outside world, and the strength of magicians has improved significantly compared to before, and they are capable of doing this dangerous work. The magicians sent out are not to attack the church, which is tantamount to sending them to death. Their mission is not to conflict with the church, but to help magicians in various places develop better, lead the wild witches in the outside world to become stronger, and change their living conditions. Then leave a good image of magicians in the hearts of the people outside. It doesn't matter how glorious and upright the image of magicians is, at least when the Parliament and the Church enter a full-scale war, all ordinary people on the entire continent will also attack magicians. It is best to establish branches of the Magic Parliament in places where the influence of the Church is relatively weak. It will blossom everywhere within the control of the Church, so that magicians can become stronger without having to travel long distances to the God-forsaken land. Chapter 562. He went to the outside of the God-forsaken land, and Horn planned to use his original body, and use the clone technique to leave Edward in Spark City. It takes necessary strength to act in the outside world, and the mysterious ceremony that Eilonir was going to hold also required Horn to go there in person. Only a few high-ranking members of the church knew that he was about to leave, and other magicians only knew that Horn was practicing. In the past 10 years, it was common for Horn to practice for several months at a time. Through the clone, Horn could manage this place simply, so he was not worried about any major problems in the meeting. The Magic Council is not as weak as before. There are several six-ring magicians, most of whom can fight against opponents of higher levels. Therefore, even if Horn is away from the council for a long time, there will be no big trouble. Moreover, the space rings reserved by the council are also the protection umbrella of the Magic Council. Before those rings are sold out, no force in the God-forsaken land dares to cause trouble for the Magic Council. Before leaving, Horn asked Colin for 6 more space rings, 4 of which Horn prepared to give as gifts to members of the Salon Will organization, and the other 2 were for Horn to bring back more in case he encountered any good things. Horn could only put the extra space ring in a small box and carry it with him. Because the space ring cannot be put into the space ring, it will cause disorder or even collapse of the space. Because the void stone itself has the function of repairing space, and the space structure in the space ring is not as stable as the normal space, so when designing the space ring, Colin directly set the space ring to exclude space attributes. Horn took off his gorgeous white wizard robe and put it into the space ring, then changed into a plain black long cloak, so that he would not look so conspicuous outside, and then took off the mask and started from the Parliament. Horn's departure did not cause any ripples in the Magic Council, because few people knew he was leaving. He just sat on his latest magic flying boat and left the territory of Spark City. The new magic flying boat was extremely fast at full speed, and it could only fly independently for a period of time after simple settings. Horn did not need to spend too much time controlling it, and it arrived above the tidal mist swamp in a short time. Suddenly, a gray-white shadow appeared in the magic flying boat, and a shrill alarm sounded in the flying boat. This was the expected situation in the presettings. Horn snorted. He didn't need to look to know who it was. With that conspicuous dragon power, and the speed that could easily catch up with the magic flying boat in the air, who else could it be in the tidal mist swamp except the giant dragon Franks? Franks maintained the same speed as the magic flying boat, and looked at the flying boat with shining eyes, revealing a prying look. This thing must be very valuable. To be able to ride such a valuable thing, the guy inside must be very rich. Should he rob it? Although he is not as poor as before, Frank still occasionally does his old business. Fearing that he would be exposed to the outside world, Horn had been using the black stone ring to cover up his aura, revealing only the level of an ordinary person, which was why Franks dared to stand in front of Horn. Seeing Franks' money grubber eyes, Horn glared and emitted a powerful aura, which frightened Frank so much that his wings were clenched, and a huge pile of feces fell directly from the sky. Horn looked at the direction of the feces through the glass window with a strange look. Below was a small lizardman village, and the feces was probably bigger than a normal person. I hope no unlucky person would be hit. Unfortunately, the situation did not go as planned. The village below was in chaos, and the cries of lizardmen were heard. It seemed that someone was hit. Horn's face was a little hot. This disaster had nothing to do with him. It was all because the dragon could not control its own ass. Franks was too frightened to distinguish who the breath was. He quickly ran away with his tail between his legs. The two had not seen each other for more than 10 years. Horn's breath at that time and his breath now were completely different. There was a world of difference, so it was no wonder that Franks could not distinguish. Seeing Frank's funny posture, Horn smiled dumbly, and controlled the flying boat to follow him. He wanted to chat with him after not seeing him for a long time. But when Frank saw Horn flying over, he was even more frightened. He spit out a few bites from his dragon mouth, and then spread his wings, and a gust of wind appeared behind him, pushing him to fly faster. Horn's pupils shrank suddenly. What was the wind that pushed him forward? It couldn't be magic. Franks definitely didn't have the ability to control the wind before. In fact, although the dragons were very strong, their attacks were very monotonous. Except for the talent in the blood of some high-level dragons, the rest of the dragons relied on strong physiques and brutal breathing abilities to fight. But Franks is not a high-level dragon. If he had talent, he would not have fallen into this state. So the gust of wind was definitely not an ability that Franks originally had. In addition to the strange spells that Franks said, and the familiar fluctuations of the breeze, Horn was sure that Franks used magic. Can dragons also learn magic? Originally, Horn was just going to tease Franks, but now it seems that he has to find him to understand the situation. Horn came out of the flying boat, then folded the flying boat, spread his wings of fire, and chased Franks like a human rocket. The distance that Franks had opened before was caught up in just a few tens of seconds, and then stopped in front of Franks and stretched out a hand to him. Frank's huge body came to a sudden stop, and the huge dragon head just stopped 2 meters in front of Horn's hand. 2 short dragon claws covered the dragon head and trembled. "Sir, I followed you before because I was attracted by your grace. Little dragon really has no ill intentions," Frank said to Horn in a low voice. He could judge the huge difference between the two from the breath, so he admitted his defeat very humbly. Horn rolled his eyes, and was too lazy to scold this guy. Anyway, he had been a coward for a long time. If he was not a coward, but said a few harsh words to him, Horn would feel uncomfortable. "Hey, stop covering your head and look at who I am." Franks glanced at Horn through the gap between his claws, and then thought for a long time before recognizing Horn. He suddenly realized and said, "You are Speaker Horn." I didn't expect that you have become so powerful, mighty, and heroic in just 10 years. Stop flattering me. I will only feel embarrassed if I hear more from you. I have something to ask you. Chapter 563. Horn pointed to the ground below, and the man and the dragon flew down and landed on a mound in a swamp. Under the mound was a swamp monitor lizard, which Horn and his friends had eaten on the way to the forsaken land of God. The lizard trembled under the mound, fearing that it would be pulled out and eaten alive, but Horn and Franks were in no mood to pay attention to this guy. You used magic when you flew before. Where did you learn it from? Horn asked gently with a smile on his face. Magic? No. Franks' big head shook back and forth. Who knows if this guy will come to him to collect tuition after admitting it, or will he hold him accountable for secretly learning magic? You don't have to lie to me, I know you learned magic. Horn said with a fake smile, and Frank still shook his head. Now Horn didn't wear a mask, because it was too conspicuous to hold something, but because he wore a mask for a long time, Horn's expression was a little unnatural. He meant to make Franks relax, but in fact it made Franks more flustered. After persuading for a while, Franks was still very stubborn, so Horn's face darkened, and the huge magic power contained in the origin ring was released. Frank's scales were slightly frightened and stood up. The lizard in the cave even let out a wail, rolled its eyes and fainted. I tell you. Franks immediately backed off. That's right. Horn nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, he couldn't be too gentle with this guy. So under Horn's coercion, Franks told him in detail about the process of learning magic. As early as 5 years ago, he was no longer responsible for escorting the wild witches. At that time, the Magic Council had enough masters to lead the wild witches from the outside world through the tidal mist swamp. Moreover, for 10 years, countless groups of wild witches took the same road. That road had become much safer, and there would be no problem even if Franks did not escort them. Under this premise, Franks began to live a life of drunkenness and dreaming under the service of the lizard men. Under the protection of Franks and the Magic Council, the lizard men lived in the tidal mist swamp for 15 years without natural enemies. The number of the tribe has more than doubled. They transformed a large area of the tidal mist swamp into a land where other races can live normally, expanding the territory of the Magic Council. Franks lived a very happy life under the service of such hard-working lizardmen, but he was a little bored doing nothing all day. Although Franks was alone, he lived a very fulfilling life, hunting prey, avoiding strong men, patrolling the territory, and was very busy every day. Now, although he has a large group of younger brothers, these younger brothers have done everything he can do, resulting in him having nothing to do. Franks is indeed an outlier among the dragons. Other dragons would rather have nothing to do, but he feels empty when he has nothing to do. If nothing unexpected happened, Franks might have sunk into depravity over time, and finally returned to the nature of the dragon race, becoming a useless person who couldn't take care of himself and needed others to do everything for him. But one day, Bia, the lightning mage who had been cheated by Franks, became much stronger. Recalling the humiliation of being blackmailed, he came to Franks with great vigor and ambition. At that time, Franks was an adult dragon with the strength of level 6, and Bia was a 5-ring lightning mage. Moreover, dragons are extremely powerful creatures, and many of them can easily complete cross-level battles. So Franks should have a great advantage, but the fact is that Franks was pinned to the ground and beaten by Bia. This dragon Shane was no match for Bia. When he was beaten to the ground, he had no resentment or revenge, but a strange thought. Magic is really fun. So after Bia beat Franks, Franks asked Bia for a basic magic practice. No one taught Franks to practice, but he practiced blindly and somehow entered the door of magic. However, the throat structure of the dragon is very different from that of humans. It is very difficult for him to recite magic spells, and even if he succeeds by luck, the power is very embarrassing. So Franks tried to chant the spell in dragon language, which was a very reckless thing to do, but he actually succeeded. Some magic cannot be chanted in dragon language, and some cannot work even if chanted, but there are still a few basic magics that he can still use normally when chanted in dragon language. After listening to Franks' narration, Horn showed a surprised expression on his face. Magic is a thing where spells and magic arrays correspond to each other, just like every lock needs a corresponding key to open it. Logically speaking, the situation Franks described should not exist. Show it to me. Since Franks said so, he might have really done it. Horn wanted to see for himself what Franks' magic was like. Franks turned around obediently, and chanted a few strange syllables in one direction. Then, a huge fireball with a diameter of 2 meters appeared in front of his mouth. He made a spitting motion, and the huge fireball was launched and hit a dirt ball next to it, causing a violent explosion. Horn nodded. This was indeed magic, and it was indeed not in Ceylon. However, Horn had never seen this magic before. It was probably as powerful as the fifth ring magic. What kind of magic is this? Horn asked. Franks clasped his two dragon claws together and said flatteringly, "This is fireball magic. The magic you created is really powerful. It makes me much stronger than before." Horn's eyes widened. "I believe you. You fat dragon are very bad." He transformed the magician's hand into a huge mallet and hit Franks on the head. "Is this fireball magic?" Franks covered his head in grievance. "This is the fireball spell." After confirming with Franks again and again, Horn finally admitted that this was a fireball spell. But why is the fireball so big? The Elf King had cast a super large fireball spell before. At that time, he made it so big because he put power into it regardless of the cost. But Franks really released the magic according to the spell and the magic circle. So the magic released by Franks is weird. Looking at Horn's shining eyes, Franks took 2 steps back weakly. "Horn is a little scary now. Come with me to the church's territory. I will take you on a trip," Horn said, looking straight at Franks. Chapter 564. Horn is going to where Eilonir is, and has no time to study Frank's magic here, but he doesn't want to talk about it after he comes back, because this matter is very interesting. Last time, the two-headed ogre wanted to talk about it after he came back, but when he came back, he was gone. This time, Horn doesn't want to repeat the same mistake, and Horn also wants to add a companion to his journey. Anyway, Franks has nothing to do, so he is ready to take him with him. "It's scary outside, and it will affect you if you move with a dragon," Franks said weakly. "Can't you transform?" Little Arya can transform into human form, so Horn naturally thought that Franks could also transform. Franks shook his head. "Only a few high-level dragons can transform. I can't." A hint of smugness flashed in his eyes. If he couldn't transform, would he not have to go out with him? Not being able to transform is a bit troublesome. It is somewhat dangerous to travel with a dragon in the outside world, because the huge body is too conspicuous, and an adult dragon like Franks, who is weak in strength, is the best prey for bounty hunters in the outside world who dream of gaining fame by killing dragons. Horn didn't want to cause himself too much trouble this time. If he took Franks with him, there would be no shortage of trouble. Suddenly, Horn had an idea. He took out a piece of paper from the space ring and wrote on it. His handwriting was more stable and fast than a machine. In less than a minute, a complex magic circle appeared on the paper. Then he waved his hand and wrote a spell below the magic circle. "Try this magic to see if you can learn it. If you can learn it, you can transform into a human." Horn handed the paper to Franks and said that this magic was called transfiguration, which Horn had exchanged from the elves in a transaction. A few elves have the talent to learn this magic, and they can use this magic to transform into animals such as giant bears, eagles, or leopards for combat. Horn was very happy when he first got this magic, but he couldn't practice it at all, so he also found other magicians to practice it, and the result was obvious. At least no one in the upper echelons of the parliament could practice this magic. So this magic was sealed by Horn in the magic library of the Magic Council, but he didn't expect it to come in handy this time. Franks grabbed the small piece of paper with his fingernails and squinted his eyes to watch. He felt that he shouldn't learn this magic, because the Forsaken Land was really dangerous, and those churches were even more untouchable. When he flew here from Dragon Island, he was terrified all the way, and even was hunted down, so he had a shadow in his heart. But he really wanted to become a human, so he decided to give it a try. Of course, his decision didn't matter at all, because Horn decided to stay here for a day and watch Francois learn this magic the whole time, so that this cowardly dragon couldn't be lazy. He planned to see how Francois was doing first, and if it didn't work, he would go alone. Most of the day passed quickly. Horn sat on a tree for shallow meditation, and Francois practiced magic under the tree. Suddenly, a green light flashed on Frank's body, and his huge body began to twist irregularly. Horn's eyes lit up. Franks could actually learn this magic. Horn didn't have much hope at first, and just thought it was a last-ditch effort. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. He heard from Franks that even if it was magic that could be performed in dragon language, it would usually take him a day to learn it. He didn't expect that he could perform this magic in just half a day, which showed that he was really good at transfiguration. In Horn's opinion, Franks' success in learning transfiguration is related to his blood talent. There are 2 legends about transfiguration talent within the dragon clan. The first one is that in ancient times, the ancestor of the dragon god, was born with a unique aesthetic sense and could find beauty in most races. In order to have in-depth exchanges with the beauties of other races, He left some cute babies, and tried every means to develop the ability of transfiguration. Then this ability was passed on to the current dragons through blood, and became a talent of the dragon clan. Another legend is that the ancestral dragon god can transform into various races. It is because of this ability that the dragons can find beauty in other races, and so many creatures with dragon blood are born. In short, no matter which statement is true, it proves that the talent for transformation started with the ancestral dragon god. Every dragon actually has blood that can transform, but some are recessive and some are dominant. Although Franks cannot transform, he also has this ability in his blood, and the transformation technique is very suitable for Frank's talent in some aspects, so it is very easy for him to learn. In fact, the blood inheritance of dragons is a very abnormal ability. Some powerful dragons can pass down some of their abilities, even knowledge and life insights through their blood. Just like now, every dragon can speak dragon language after it is born and has normal thinking ability, and can know what can be eaten and what cannot be eaten. With this advantage, every dragon is actually very good in some aspects, and there is no pure-blooded dragon that is completely useless. This is also the capital for the dragon race to remain independent even in this era of gods. Even now, there are 3 legendary dragon gods in the dragon race, which is absolutely impossible for other races to have. Without further ado, after a violent transformation, Franks' huge body completely disappeared, and a slightly fat white-haired child in his teens appeared in front of Horn. Of course, he was not wearing any clothes. This Franks looked at his body and cheered. He could finally become a human. Horn looked at it for a while, and nodded with satisfaction. He took out an ordinary piece of clothing from the space ring, and threw it on him. This look can go out and meet people, and Franks is better than any dragon in hiding his breath, and will not cause trouble to Horn. After putting on his clothes, Franks excitedly approached Horn. "Mr. Horn, the human body is so weak. Mr. Horn, can I cut open the crotch here? It's so tight here that I feel uncomfortable. Wow, these monsters have become so big, Mr. Horn, you must protect me." Horn. Chapter 565. Half a day later, Horn sat in the magic flying boat, staring at the front with dead eyes, completely ignoring the lively Franks sitting in the back. He suddenly felt that it seemed to be a wrong decision to travel with Franks. This guy was too noisy. Horn didn't feel it when he was a dragon, but after becoming a human, Franks' originally low and terrifying voice also changed, becoming the voice of a chubby boy in his teens, but for some reason, this guy's voice always revealed a kind of obscene taste. Franks wanted to know everything he saw when he first became a human being. He didn't understand many things. Horn had to teach him for half a day to make him behave like a normal human being instead of a mentally retarded person. It is difficult to make a race that lives like a beast suddenly live like a human being, just like it is difficult to make a person suddenly live like a beast. However, the dragon is a highly intelligent creature after all, so half a day is enough. But what made Horn uncomfortable was that Franks was almost a normal person, but after getting on the magic flying boat, he started asking questions again. "Mr. Horn, if I make a contribution on this trip with you, can you give me one of these? It's really cool." The white-haired fat boy Franks touched the magic flying boat and said, "I want a white one. Your color is too gloomy." The blood vessels on Horn's forehead bulged. He couldn't stand this guy's noise anymore. He said in a gloomy tone, "If you speak again, I will put your head into your ass, and then put your whole body into the ass of another large monster." Franks was speechless, and tears came out of his eyes. Mammon City is the main city of the Church of the God of Wealth, and it is also the most prosperous city in the entire north. Standing at the gate of Mammon City, Horn looked at this majestic and huge city, and felt that things had changed. The last time he came, he was only a 4th-level spellcaster, and he dared not fart in the city. But this time, if he wanted to make trouble in this city with his strength, he could turn the world upside down. At the gate of the city, you can see that the city is full of cars and horses, and people are crowded together, much more prosperous than Spark City. The development of Spark City is already a miracle, but it is still not as good as this city. After all, the rapid development of more than a decade cannot be compared with the accumulation of thousands of years. For a long time, Spark City cannot reach the level of this city. Franks bit his fingers and stared at the dense crowd in a daze. He had never seen so many people in one place. In the past, he had always seen humans from the perspective of a dragon, but this time, he saw things from the perspective of a human, so he saw things differently, just like a frog that had grown to human size would have a huge impact on people. Some passers-by pointed at Franks, but Franks was still dumbfounded. With no change, he was mesmerized. "Let's go, don't be in a daze at the door." Horn patted Frank's head and said. Franks quickly followed. He was not brave enough to stay in such a place by himself. Walking on the street, Frank's head kept spinning, and he would exclaim at everything he saw. In the eyes of the residents of Mamen City, he was a foolish lunatic, while Horn was a miserable father with a stupid child. However, neither Horn nor Franks would take the pointing of these ordinary people to heart. They were already creatures of two levels from ordinary people. When there was a particularly large gap in power, many things were completely meaningless. When the strength of an individual becomes stronger and stronger, the mentality will mostly develop in two directions. The first type is mostly church people, whose desire for power grows with their strength. They want to control everything in their own hands, and they want to be completely different from ordinary people, and completely draw a line between themselves and ordinary people. Any disrespect of the weak to the strong may lead to death. The other type is indifference to creatures of different levels. Dragons will not care about ants, and the strong will naturally not care about the words of the weak. Most of the strong are more or less developing in these two directions, but the direction of development is different. In Mamen City, Horn had several places he wanted to go, but he first took Franks to buy a few sets of clothes that fit him. If he continued to let Franks wear the clothes that were a few sizes larger, they would always be looked down upon. He didn't care about the eyes of passers-by, but he didn't want to act too weird and be pointed at. When paying, Frank said with a pain in his heart, "Mr. Horn, you don't have to buy me clothes, just give me the money directly." Horn rolled his eyes and ignored him. This guy is really a dragon. The two walked out of the clothing store. Franks pulled his clothes reluctantly. He could barely accept the loose clothes he wore before, but this one was a bit tight. He was a little uncomfortable. He even wanted to turn this not cheap clothes into open-crotch pants manually. However, Horn just glared at Franks with a dark face, and he didn't dare to move. It was better to be uncomfortable than to be beaten. The two walked together on the streets of Mamen City, and Horn's mental power kept scanning. There are many masters in this city, both in quantity and quality. I'm afraid that the number of masters in this city is enough to compare with the number of masters of the coalition forces that encircle the Yarrow people in the God-forsaken land. The Church of the God of Wealth is not limited to this city. Even if other cities do not have such strength, the overall strength of the entire God-forsaken land is probably only slightly stronger than the Church of the God of Wealth. And the area of the God-forsaken land is 3 times larger than that of a normal church. Relying on the God-forsaken land to counterattack the church is still a long way to go. However, compared with the last time he came here, Horn's state of mind has changed a lot. Last time he couldn't afford to offend anyone, but this time even in this city, Horn's strength is at the top of the pyramid. He didn't even dare to steal things before, but now no one can catch him even if he kills people in the street, unless the gods come. This feeling makes Horn look at the clergy on the road with a very dangerous look. Maybe they are going to start killing at any time. Franks followed Horn closely, fearing that he would get lost. To him, Mamen City was like a den of dragons and tigers. Well, he was a giant dragon, and was not afraid of dens of dragons and tigers. Well, to put it simply, there were too many things here that frightened him, and he felt safe following Horn, because he knew how powerful Horn was. Chapter 566. Horn took Franks to a remote street, and found a shabby little hotel at the corner of the street. This was his first destination. This was once the hotel where Colin and his mother lived together. Today, 15 years later, it is still a hotel, but it is not as clean and tidy as it used to be, and the owner is no longer the same person. This is Horn's first stop in Mamen City. Horn knocked on the door, and a short and fat middle-aged man opened the door. He should be the owner of this hotel. The middle-aged boss smiled kindly and said, "Welcome, two guests. You are from other places, right? My hotel has the lowest price on this street. I will make sure you have a comfortable and pleasant stay." Horn scanned it with his mental power. There were many people staying in the hotel. It seemed that the business was not as bad as Colin's mother's. There should be a lot of guest rooms. "Then do you want to rent the basement?" Horn asked with a smile. "Basement?" The fat boss's face suddenly became ugly. He forced a smile and said, "Guests, I don't rent the basement here. I have good rooms here. The price is not expensive. You don't have to live in the basement." Horn's eyelids twitched. Why not rent the basement? And that expression, is there something special about the basement? Then give me a double room, the best one here. Although he stayed in a double room, Horn was more interested in the basement. Originally, he came to this hotel just for nostalgia, and wanted to rent the basement because it was where he had completed the origin of the ring. But now he found that there was something abnormal in the basement 15 years ago, and he must go and investigate it carefully. Even the best guest room in this small hotel is a bit shabby, but it is barely habitable. Horn is not very picky about living conditions, and it is the first time for Franks to live in a place where humans live. He has no objection no matter what. Let Frank stay in the room honestly. Horn went downstairs and came to the boss again. Boss, can you tell me why you don't rent out your basement? The boss's face changed. He didn't expect that this guest would start asking this question again. Maybe he shouldn't have let him live in just now. It seems that he has to make up a reason to fool him, otherwise it may affect his business if such a thing happens again. But Horn was not prepared to listen to his nonsense. He pointed his finger at the boss's forehead and released a magical light from his fingertips. First level magic, truth. Now Horn could instantly cast all magic below the 5th level and lightning magic below the 6th level without using a staff. The truth he was casting at this moment might damage the brain of the person being cast if used by a low-level magician, but when cast by Horn, the person being cast would not even notice it after the spell. The boss who was cast with the magic became confused, and then he shuddered and began to tell the story. There are undead in the basement. Horn frowned. There was absolutely no undead in this hotel. The boss said in a trembling voice, 15 years ago, this hotel had a very cruel murder. 4 bodies that were not human-shaped died in the basement, and the murderer killed the deacon of the church outside this hotel. Horn touched his nose. The 4 bodies he mentioned should be the 3 gangsters, who were ravaged to death by the power of space, and Colin's mother. As for the murderer mentioned by the boss, it should be Horn and his group. 10 years ago, the owner of this hotel went bankrupt and sold it at a very low price. I bought it at a low price. At first, I didn't pay much attention to the story of this hotel. The butlers had checked here, and even if there were ghosts, they had long since disappeared. So I started normal business, cleaned up the basement, and used it as a warehouse. I didn't think about renting it out. After all, it's not easy to rent it to guests if someone has died there. At this point, beads of sweat appeared on the boss's forehead. It seems that he has a very deep memory of this. After opening for a while, the hotel's business was not good, but it was developing in a good direction. Until one day, 2 guests who were staying well came out of their rooms in the middle of the night and went into the basement while I was asleep. Their bodies were found in the basement the next day. They committed suicide. Since then, people would commit suicide in the basement every once in a while. Although they all committed suicide, and the people from the church who came to investigate did not hold me accountable, the business of the small shop was still affected. The boss had a bitter look on his face. He had a hard time during that period. For a while, I insisted on staying up all night and guarding the door of the basement. There were no abnormalities for several days, but one day I saw a horrible scene. A female guest came down from upstairs in a daze with lifeless eyes, walked into the basement, knelt on the ground, and cried for more than an hour. Then she took out a knife from the package she carried with her and stabbed herself with it. She was in great pain with each cut, but she did not cry out, just twisted silently. One knife after another, until life completely disappeared. The boss trembled constantly, and even under the effect of truth, he still spoke hesitantly, which showed that he was very scared at the time. Even after so long, he was still scared when he recalled it. He calmed down and continued, all my wealth is in this hotel, and I can't just leave like this, so I completely sealed the passage to the basement. Since then, there have been occasional travelers sleepwalking in my hotel, but no one has died in my hotel anymore. The boss's story was over. The extremely horrifying story in his mouth was just like that to Horn. Under Horn's magic, the boss could not lie, but Horn could not believe his words completely. Ordinary people had limited knowledge, and had great limitations in looking at things. Colin's mother, and the 3 killers all died miserably. Under normal circumstances, undead spirits could indeed be produced, but the situation at that time was not normal. Even if Horn himself killed people with magic, undead spirits would not be produced, because there was a strong residual energy. Before those residual energy completely disappeared, the soul had dissipated, so it was naturally impossible to produce undead spirits naturally. Of course, undead magic was another matter. And that day, the aura of Genier enveloped the entire place. Horn did not think that, after being washed by that energy aura, the 4 corpses could still give birth to undead spirits. Moreover, he had just used his mental power to sweep the hotel, and there was no aura of undead spirits in the hotel. Instead, the aura of positive energy was very strong. Therefore, the reason why people kept committing suicide was definitely not the undead spirits, but other reasons. Chapter 567. After understanding the situation, Horn cast a small magic on the boss, and the boss fell into a deep sleep. Tomorrow, he would not remember what happened between him and Horn. Then Horn came to the basement alone, cast a soundproof magic on the surrounding area, and swung his staff at the sealed brick wall. How could the simple brick wall be compared with Horn's brute force comparable to that of a fourth-level warrior? The staff made of the branches of the world tree immediately broke the brick wall, and an entrance for people to enter and exit appeared. Horn exhaled lightly. Compared with using magic, swinging a staff is more comfortable. Walking into the basement, Horn frowned. No one has entered here for many years, and there is a thick layer of dust on the ground. So a gust of wind blew up from Horn, and the dust in all the rooms in the basement was rolled together by the wind and piled in a corner. Then he released a lighting spell on the wall, which made the basement look presentable. Horn was not interested in other rooms. He went directly to the basement, where he did the experiment, and where people died. All the causes and conditions should be here. There was no trace of foul air here, but Horn still found another inexplicable feeling after careful perception. This feeling was very similar to what he felt from Nair at the beginning. There should be residual power of Nair here. For such a strong man, it is not impossible to have residual power after decades. So Horn sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. He wove his mental power into a big net, which covered the entire basement, and then shrank little by little, not letting any power pass through this big net. Since the remaining power that Horn wanted to collect was not much, and was extremely scattered, the contraction had to be extremely delicate. It took Horn an hour to filter the basement thoroughly. He suddenly opened his eyes, pressed his hand on the ground, and then gently raised it. He saw an illusory, almost extinguished white light spot in his palm. This was all the remaining power of Genial in the basement. The power in this light spot was almost half of what Horn had used to travel in consciousness. But even this little power was enough to help Horn a lot. Eilonir once said that all the gods on the continent of the gods are now at the legendary level. In Horn's opinion, the gap between Nair's power and those gods is like the gap between those gods and Horn, which are completely two different levels. This level of power is completely beyond Horn's ability to understand. If he can fully understand the mystery of this power, the improvement of his strength will naturally be a piece of cake, and it will even be of great help to him to be promoted to the legendary level. Thinking of this, Horn slapped his forehead. He only now realized how wasteful he was. When Nair dissipated 15 years ago, the power he emitted was more than just this illusory light spot. If he could perceive the effect of these powers at that time, then he would be able to comprehend the secrets of these powers more easily, and even use those powers to create a powerful killing move. But now it's too late to think about anything. After all, he didn't understand what kind of opportunity it was at the time. Even if he was told that those powers were useful, he couldn't use those powers with his ability and knowledge at that time. After studying this power for a while, Horn almost understood the terrifying things that happened in this hotel. It was not caused by evil spirits, but by this power that could be blown away by the wind at any time. Nair called himself the God of Justice, and this power was naturally related to his name. Ordinary people around this power would be tortured by this power. If they had done something extremely evil, then this power would induce those people to atone for their sins. According to Horn's speculation, the way to atone for their sins was self-mutilation. In the eyes of the hotel owner, it was naturally similar to a supernatural event, but in Horn's view, those who died were not so wronged. This was completely the spontaneous behavior of this power, not intentional manipulation by someone. According to Horn's observation, every time this kind of atonement event was completed, this residual power would grow a little stronger. After the boss completely sealed the basement, the residual power could not make those people atone, and this power naturally dimmed. If Horn came a little later, this power might even dissipate. Horn couldn't even understand how a tiny bit of power could have such complex behaviors and cause supernatural events. However, as long as this tiny bit of power remained in Horn's hands, sooner or later Horn would move in this direction. Horn even suspected that if Nair left enough power, it would cause a large-scale atonement phenomenon. This power would become stronger and stronger, and eventually a new Nair, a new god of justice, might be born. Horn thought about it and laughed. Everything was just a guess. There was no enough evidence to prove that it would develop into that state. Wouldn't a person of Nair's level be immortal? However, after carefully studying these powers, Horn had some guesses about Colin's second talent. Colin had two magical talents. The first was a very rare spatial talent, and Horn had not figured out what the second one was. When Colin used that power, some people would spontaneously combust and die, some might become lame, break their hands, or vomit blood, and some would be in great shape, as if they were given a buff magic, so Colin rarely used that series of magic. Now it seems that the principle may be similar to the way this strand of power of Nile works. The evil ones are punished and the good ones are rewarded. This is very consistent with his title of God of Justice of Nile. But is it so easy to distinguish between justice and evil? Who decides and who is qualified to make the decision? Horn shook his head. It seems that he still has some time to comprehend this power. However, the power in this light spot is still too weak. In the future, he should find some nutrients for this strand of power to make it stronger so that he can conduct research. When leaving the basement, Horn manipulated the wizard's hand to simply prop up the wall he had knocked down, and then cast a spell to stick it back together. As for whether it was different from the original, he didn't know. He had already dealt with the haunting of this hotel, so the owner should thank him. As for the damaged wall, just treat it as the cost of helping him solve the problem. Chapter 568. After finishing the matter, Horn returned to their room upstairs, and found Frank sitting on the bed meditating seriously. However, looking at the room that seemed to have just been ravaged by the husky and Frank's slightly blinking eyelids, Horn knew that the little fat dragon had been tossing around in this room before he came back, and the current meditation was just a pretense. Okay, stop pretending. We won't have much time to stop and rest. Just tell me if you have any questions about magic practice. Franks got up from the bed and sat in front of Horn obediently, listening to his instructions. Since he brought Franks with him, Horn wanted to guide him during this period of time. He wanted to understand the principles of Frank's magic through the teaching process, and whether his magic was popular, whether humans could learn it, and if humans could not learn it, could dragons learn it? If other dragons could also learn it, could they trade with the dragons through this magic, and could they get the support of the dragons in the future war against the church? Magic is still in the development stage, and collecting more data on other races' magic practice will be more conducive to the overall progress of magic. For Franks, it is not so complicated at all. He just accompanies the boss on a public-funded tour, and then learns some knowledge to make himself stronger. Franks' learning ability in magic is SOSO, and his comprehension is non-existent. The so-called learning by analogy is completely ineffective on him. If it weren't for the special nature of dragon language that allows him to convert spells into dragon language, he can't even release the most basic magic. But he also has an advantage. His huge body can hold a huge amount of magic power, which makes him have much more powerful magic power than magicians of the same level. So for Horn, Franks is actually a good candidate for learning magic. One night passed in a flash. The next morning, Horn took Franks away from the inn. When he left, Horn left a large bag of gold coins in the room. The two of them had done a lot of damage to the inn. Those gold coins were enough to make up for the damage and let the owner live a better life. The boss changed, and the remaining power of Nile was obtained. There was nothing worth Horn's nostalgia for in this hotel. So with Franks, Horn came to his second destination in Maman City, the Short Uncle's blacksmith shop. The Short Uncle's blacksmith shop was where Horn first sold the magic ring. The boss, Keelbird, was still fresh in Horn's memory. The surging fighting spirit made him feel quite nervous even now. But before the boss released his power, Horn could not feel even a trace of power from him. Originally, he didn't know what was going on, and thought it was just a huge difference in strength. But after getting the black stone ring, Horn could roughly guess that Keelbird was probably a member of the Salon Will, and he came here to have a friendly meeting before entering the headquarters. After opening the door, Horn found that the layout here had changed a lot from 15 years ago. A sturdy man sat in Keelbird's original position. He looked familiar. He should be the servant who disliked Horn. Horn asked politely, "Excuse me, is the owner of this shop still here 15 years ago?" "I am the owner of this shop now. My craftsmanship is all his true teachings. It is definitely not worse than his. Don't worry." The boss was very enthusiastic at first, but he became a little cold when he heard Horn mention Keelbird. "Excuse me, is he here?" Horn asked again, this time using a little pressure. The boss suddenly felt a sense of oppression, and could only answer Horn's question obediently. "The old man hasn't been back for many years. My craftsmanship is really not worse than his." Horn glanced at his white hand without a ring, curled his lips. Without the black stone ring and no energy aura, he was just an ordinary person. Since he couldn't see it, there was no value in this place. Horn turned around and left. Originally, Frank saw so many sophisticated weapons, and thought Horn would buy him one. He had never used human weapons in his life, but it seemed that he thought too much, and could only leave with Horn in disappointment. The next destination was the third and last destination of this trip, the slave market in Maman City. Maman City has the largest slave market in Ceylon, with more than 100,000 slaves of all kinds gathered here. It is unknown how many gold coins the slaves in the market are worth, at least over 100 million. Ordinary slaves are not worth much, so it was so easy for Horn and his team to buy so many wild witch slaves. but higher-level slaves are sold at sky-high prices. Just like before, this slave market is still full of bloody violence and the most essential desires of human beings. Horn scanned it with his mental power, and found that there was a 9th-level strongman sitting in the center of the venue. It seems that the Church of the God of Wealth still attaches great importance to the safety of this place. But this time Horn just came to take a look and didn't plan to do anything. He could easily destroy the slave market, but it would be useless. Only a small number of people would be saved because the moment every slave became a slave, the stigma of shame was forever fixed on them. Even if they escaped from the slave market, they would always be slaves. Unless he completely overthrew the church and fundamentally banned slavery, he alone could not change anything. He has been a high-ranking official for more than 10 years. Although he still doesn't like this kind of thing, he is not naive. He will only be qualified to save slaves after he saves all the wild witches. Moreover, although slavery is an unforgivable evil in his eyes, it is reasonable in places controlled by the church. Horn, who has other ideas, is the outlier. Facing these slaves, Frank's face is also a little strange. He doesn't understand the behavior of humans enslaving their own kind and other races. For dragons, many low-level creatures are food, but dragons rarely enslave other races. Well, the more brutal dragons are killed directly. They just think slavery is troublesome. However, Franks did not think that the slave market was so evil. He could not understand human behavior, nor could he empathize with the slave trade, because there had never been dragon slaves. After taking Franks around, Horn felt that there were still many talents among the slaves in the slave market. Perhaps when magicians start to act outside the God-forsaken land in the future, some magicians can select useful slaves here, transport them to Spark City, give them freedom, and let them contribute to the development of the Magic Council. Chapter 569. In this huge slave market in Unto City, there are many slaves who can greatly help the development of the Magic Council. There are dwarves who are good at ironwork, cavemen who are good at digging holes, centaurs who are good at herding, and other alien races. There are also many extraordinary people, and scholars, who become slaves for various reasons. They are also very helpful to Spark City. The fully developed Magic Council can allow any talented person to display their talents. Those unwanted yarrow horns can be used, and these slaves with various skills are naturally not a problem. If they were bought to the Magic Council and given freedom as a reward, the benefits they could bring to Spark City would be extremely considerable. Even though these capable slaves were very expensive, one might be worth dozens or even hundreds of ordinary slaves, but the Magic Council could still afford them. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Magic Council could easily buy all the slaves in the current market. The products of the Magic Council had long been sold throughout the continent. Magic soap had become a necessity for all the small wealthy families in the entire God's continent. Luxury goods such as magic perfumes were also quite popular among the wealthy families, and magic books dominated all the high-end book markets. Those are just a part of it. The Magic Council sells more than that. A large amount of gold coins are earned every day, so Spark City, and the Council can develop at such a high speed. In terms of wealth, the current Magic Council is not inferior to anyone in the God-forsaken land. However, even if he has money, Horn only wants to buy useful slaves. As for those slaves who can't create value for the Council, he can't help them. Money alone can't make the slaves' situation better, so the Magic Council can only help slaves who are good for them. Of course, Horn was not going to buy now. He only brought Franks here to inspect the situation, and was not going to buy slaves. That was something he would send magicians to do later. However, after a round, Horn found that there were very few wild witch slaves in this slave market. He only found one after walking around most of the market. Horn was very pleased with this. This showed that the actions of the Magic Council in the outside world had improved the living conditions of wild witches. Ordinary wild witches had power, and would not easily become slaves. The wild witch slave discovered by Horn was a 13 or 14-year-old boy. Judging from his frail appearance, he must have suffered a lot. Although his expression was numb, it still contained a glimmer of hope. The boy saw Horn staring at him, and fear flashed in his eyes. Horn understood his fear. After all, he didn't know what kind of life he would face in the future. Horn approached the boy, squatted down, and looked into his eyes, and suddenly a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. As his spiritual power grew, Horn could also detect people's thoughts, so he could easily see that the boy's fear was actually pretended, and in his heart, he was more nervous and dissatisfied. However, Horn didn't understand the slave's mind very well. With his status, he was too lazy to spend energy on this ordinary little wild witch, so he didn't think about it. Meeting his fate, he didn't mind saving the boy. The slave mark was something he could easily smooth out, and he was about to pay for it when his eyebrows suddenly raised. This was interesting. Things had changed again. He pulled Franks to the side and saw a man and a woman walking in this direction. The two looked ordinary and were probably upper-class people from their clothes, but Horn could smell a slight fishy smell from them. If it weren't for him, ordinary people wouldn't have noticed it. "Martha, we've come to buy slaves too many times. Someone might have noticed us last time. Let someone else take action next time, and we lie dormant for a while," the man whispered in the woman's ear. "I think you're too worried, Phoebe, but it's good to rest for a while," the woman said gently. As they talked, they walked to the captured witch and smiled kindly at the little witch. "We buy this slave." Phoebe didn't bargain and threw a purse to the slave trader. The slave trader smiled and quickly untied the slave's chain and handed it to Phoebe. Martha walked to the little witch and gently stroked his forehead to calm his emotions. The whole transaction process was neat and tidy, without any unnecessary nonsense. They were very familiar with the process of buying slaves. They were like a couple, holding the chain on Xiao Yu's neck and taking him out of the slave market. Horn just wanted to go over to take a look, but he frowned. Today's matter was really unusual, one wave after another, endless. He threw a magic prop with a magic circle engraved on it to Franks and said, "Follow those two people and find their lair. Don't expose yourself. I will find you after a while. Take this and input magic power, and we can communicate with each other." That was a magic transmitter, and it could communicate as long as they were within the distance of a city. Franks didn't want to act on his own, but Horn glared at him, and he obeyed obediently. Martha and Phoebe, who were with the little wild witch, were two magicians, and Horn had sensed it long ago. He originally wanted to follow them to see the current situation of the wild witches and magicians in Unta City, but he didn't expect to find someone following them. These people were well trained, and they followed them from a long distance, even beyond the perception range of ordinary low-level magicians and wild witches. It was very difficult to track at such a long distance. If it weren't for the little wild witch who kept sending signals to these people, they would not be able to track at all. Yes, the little wild witch was tipping off these people. He was a bait to lure out the magician to save him. After sensing for a while, Horn determined the location and strength of all the trackers, and then a flash of lightning flashed in his eyes, and several silent lightnings appeared quietly, killing all the trackers except one. Horn was so cruel because all the followers were deacons of the Church of the God of Wealth. The only one left was a white-robed deacon with level 3 strength. He did not follow the others. He was sitting in a corner, waiting for good news. The good news he meant was that when the black-robed deacons found the hiding place of the wild witches, he would lead the army to directly encircle and suppress them. Suddenly, the smug smile on his face froze, because he found a mysterious man in a white robe and a strange mask standing in front of him. Chapter 570. This mysterious man is naturally Horn. He has changed into his own outfit. If he is discovered, he can immediately exert his maximum combat power, and the mask can conceal his true identity. "Who are you?" The white-robed deacon trembled and said. As a deacon of the church, he did not need to fear anyone in Mammon City. He did not find any strong aura from the man opposite him, but for some reason, he was shaking non-stop. He was afraid of Horn. Every cell in his body was resisting Horn's approach. Even if the strong do not release their aura, the weak cannot accept the pure killing intention. "You don't need to know who I am. Just answer my questions." The silver-white pattern on the black mask on Horn's face changed into a strange shape, and an inexplicable feeling came over the heart of the white-clothed deacon. The white-clothed deacon naturally could not answer Horn's question. He immediately burst out with all his strength, wanting to escape from here and pass on the message. But his power calmed down before it began to boil. A hand with a white glove tightly pinched his neck, and then the top of the wooden staff lightly touched his forehead. Third ring magic. Powerful true serenity. The white-robed deacon's face instantly became dull, like a puppet, and explained the information Horn needed clearly. People who have been affected by the powerful true serenity will most likely become idiots. In theory, this deacon has no value, but in order to prevent the occurrence of a small probability event, Horn still smashed his skull with his staff, and white, red and skull fragments were scattered all over the ground. He never showed mercy to the people of the church. He hadn't killed a clergyman of the church for 15 years. This staff gave Horn only one word of feeling: cool. Horn threw the body of the white-robed deacon aside with disdain. Looking at the bustling slave market, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he grinned silently. In order to protect the couple, he couldn't let the people in the church associate this matter with the magician and the witch. Killing the white-robed deacon was like opening a dangerous gate for Horn. He was instantly full of malice towards the God of Wealth Church. He took out a puppet with rags and hung it around his waist. He silently chanted a few spells, and his aura suddenly changed. This puppet was a trophy he had looted from the 6th level wizard he had killed in the canyon ruins. After years of research, Horn was able to imitate the wizard's aura with this puppet. By the way, old Douglas used a similar method to impersonate a clergyman. What needed to be done had been done, and the next step was to make a big fuss. So where should he start? There were too many places to choose from, and he wanted to start anywhere. Martha and Phoebe walked with the little wild wizard for a while, and came to an empty alley. Martha squatted down and took out a tubular object from the little wild wizard's waist. The inside of the object was engraved with the emblem of the Church of the God of Wealth. "What is this?" Martha said sternly with a cold face. The little wild witch turned pale instantly. He showed no abnormality. Why was he discovered so easily here? He shook his head blankly and bit his lip and said, "I don't know what this is. I just thought it might be valuable, so I put it in my bag." He pretended to be real, but no one would believe him. How to deal with it? Martha looked up at Phoebe and asked. Phoebe's expression was a little puzzled. There were many wild witches in Mammon City, so there were naturally many talents. Phoebe was a leader among all the magicians in Mammon City. Now he was a 3-ring magician, so his mental power was stronger than that of ordinary magicians. The deacons didn't know Phoebe's strength, so they naturally didn't know that they were discovered just as they started to follow them. But what puzzled Phoebe was that the aura of those who followed him disappeared after they just walked a short distance, so he was a little confused about the situation now. But what should be done still had to be done. A trace of ruthlessness appeared on Phoebe's face, and a layer of strong wind wrapped around his hands, pressing on the head of the terrified little wild witch, and the thin body was immediately chopped into pieces, and blood and flesh were scattered all over the ground. The story of Horn and others is widely circulated among the wild witch groups outside the godforsaken land. One of the stories is that Horn and his team once caught a potential traitor. They had originally killed the traitor, but they did not expect that the traitor had the ability to recover by himself, which led to Horn and his team suffering heavy losses. Even though Horn, the great magic communicator, killed the traitor himself in the future, the pain caused by the traitor still exists, so most magicians who have heard of this story now use extremely cruel methods to deal with traitors, never leaving a complete body, and must confirm that the other party is dead. After dealing with the traitor, Phoebe looked behind with sharp eyes and whispered, "Friend, you've been watching for so long, it's time to come out." Franks, who was hiding in that direction, was confused. "I hid so well, there's no reason for you to find me with your strength, let alone 3 rings. You shouldn't be able to find me even if you were 5 rings. If you don't come out, I won't be polite." Phoebe's voice became more severe, and the magic power in her hand became stronger. Franks thought about it, and felt that he was still discovered. Just as he was about to go out and surrender, he heard a huge explosion from the direction of the slave market. The terrifying pressure came from the center of the slave market. Even from such a distance, Phoebe and Martha could feel the overwhelming force. Then the flames that dyed the sky red, and the thick smoke that covered the sky indicated that an amazing battle was going on in that direction. Phoebe and Martha looked at each other and realized that it was probably because of this incident that the people who chased them before let them go. So the two of them joined hands, and quickly left this place of trouble. In an incident of that level, the wild witches in Mammon City would be doomed if they were even slightly involved. Looking at the two people who left in a hurry, Franks finally realized that the two guys didn't notice him at all, and were just trying to scare him. Humans are really cunning, and we should be more careful in the future. The flames suddenly attacked, and many clergymen and slave traders in the slave market were attacked. The man was extremely powerful, and even the 9th level priest stationed in the slave market was burned by a flame that suddenly came from nowhere. Finally, there was even a level 9 fireball that was fired towards the central church. Even though the fire was stopped by the chief priest of the central church, it still made the whole city of Mammon boil. But the culprit was very cunning. He disappeared after a random attack, and his trace could not be found. We can only speculate from the fire that it should be a powerful level 9 fire wizard. I don't know which great wizard will take the blame and have his bounty increased in the end. It will take some time for a great wizard to come out and take responsibility for this matter. Chapter 571. In a corner of a remote alley, Horn took off his mask, took a few deep breaths, and showed a satisfied smile on his face. Even though the series of attacks just now were all released by the Origin Holy Artifact, they also brought him a lot of pressure. But it was really cool. This kind of thing that made a big fuss in the church almost made Horn addicted to the pleasure, but he quickly suppressed his impulse. It is actually very dangerous to attack the church in the main city of the church like Mammon City. Horn can only act safely by strictly following the rules provided on the black stone ring. Don't make too much noise in the city. For masters above level 7, you can only hurt them, but not kill them, otherwise it will cause the gods to descend. It's okay to cause chaos, but you can't keep causing chaos, otherwise it will also cause the gods to descend. However, as long as you act within the rules, you won't cause any trouble. Moreover, with the hidden function of the black stone ring, even if the gods descend, as long as they don't possess you, you may be able to escape, just like Kilberg who blocked the door outside Mamon's city. But no matter what, the trouble caused by those magicians should have been solved by him. In order to solve the trouble of a 3rd-level white-robed deacon, Horn killed hundreds of clergymen of all levels and injured a 9th-level priest. In fact, the matter did not need to be so big, but Horn actually just took this excuse to vent, that's all. Tens of minutes later, Horn found Franks at the South City Pier of Mamon City. This pier is facing a huge inland lake. There are complex waterways around the lake. There is a sea tribe in the lake. Only after paying them protection fees can they dock normally at the nearby pier. Of course, this sea tribe must pay a portion of the protection fee to the Church of the God of Wealth, otherwise they can't do whatever they want here. There are a lot of coolies living on this dock, and the mixed crowd is a good place to hide. Franks was eating fruit while waiting for Horn at the dock, and there were a circle of crooked people lying around him. These people were nearby hooligans. They saw Franks, a kid, waiting for someone here, so they had evil intentions and wanted to sell Franks to slave traders, but they didn't expect that they would hit a wall this time. Franks was not a soft persimmon that they could squeeze. Although Franks is a coward, he only cowardly shows his cowardice to the strong. As for these hooligans who are not even extraordinary, he doesn't even bother to look at them. Of course, Franks didn't kill anyone, he just knocked them out. He was very afraid of beating the younger ones, and then the older ones. Just like if he killed a magician, Horn might come to trouble him. Franks would not do such a thing that might cause trouble unless he had no choice. Who are these people? Horn asked softly. They want to kidnap me, Franks said as he bit the fruit core. Oh! Horn stomped his feet lightly, and invisible energy was poured into the bodies of these guys. He did not kill them, but these guys should be unable to move for the rest of their lives. For them, this should be more painful than killing them. Horn would not be as soft-hearted as Franks. Those magicians did not live here. Franks was waiting here just because he was afraid that he could not contact Horn if he was too far away. Franks led Horn out of the city, and soon arrived at a remote fishing village. This was the territory of the magicians. The waterways in this fishing village were well developed, and they could easily escape. If the church wanted to encircle them, the fastest way would be through the docks, where they had spies. As long as a large number of deacons rushed to the fishing village through the docks, the spies would send out a message, and the wild witches in the fishing village would escape through the well-connected waterways. Boats that often fished nearby were generally not attacked by the sea people, so they could easily escape. With such a perfect arrangement, the safety of the wild witches living in the fishing village is greatly guaranteed. Unless the church sends out senior priests, they may be caught, but the noble senior priests rarely take action against lowly wild witches. Horn and 2 people alone will not cause alarm. There are many wild witches and magicians in this fishing village, but everyone lives very vigilantly in daily life. Even if outsiders come to the village occasionally, there will be no problems. In the center of the fishing village, there is a huge basement under the house of the village chief. This is the gathering place of the wild witches in the village. The basement below the village chief's house is the core of the village's underground system. More than half of the houses in the village have been hollowed out and connected by tunnels. Simple magic is arranged at each intersection to ensure that any outsider who enters will be discovered. Only underground can magicians and wild witches live a life related to magic. The basement below the village chief's house is very large, and dozens of magicians and wild witches are gathering here at the moment. Phoebe, where are the new people you are going to bring back this time? A hunched-over, white-haired old man with a cane asked in a trembling voice. He was the village chief. In this fishing village where wild witches gathered, Phoebe was the strongest, but the one with the most say was the old village chief. He had been the village chief before Horn began to spread magic, and he established a settlement in this fishing village and sheltered many wild witches, so the wild witches living nearby respected the old village chief. That newcomer is a traitor, a bait set up by the church to wipe us out. I have killed him. Phoebe recounted the story, and everyone praised his strength. If someone else was targeted by the church, they would not be able to find the traitor. Even if they found him, they would not be able to come back, and it might even bring disaster to this gathering place. After discussing for a while, the old village chief said to Phoebe and Martha, "You two have been magicians for many years. It is said that there are some magician cities in the God-forsaken land. I think you two should go and have a look. It is a waste of your talents here. Martha covered her forehead, and the old man came to persuade them again. Phoebe smiled bitterly and said, "We can help a lot here. We can provide some shelter here. And it's just a legend after all. It's most important to let more compatriots survive. We would have left long ago if we wanted to leave. In the past 10 years, this fishing village has sent away batches of wild witches and magicians who yearn for Spark City and the Magic Council. Only the old village chief, Phoebe and Martha, have stayed here. It's not that they don't want to go, but they can't let go of this place." Chapter 572. They were worried that after they left, they would not be able to help if something unexpected happened in the fishing village, but they knew that if an accident really happened, the result would not change because of their presence or absence. You don't have to be so sad. The Magic Council and Spark City are real. Compared to here, that is where wild witches and magicians should live. A voice suddenly came out, and everyone in the basement felt a sense of horror. Phoebe's hair stood up, and the old village chief trembled and almost fell down. They had never heard of this sound before, which meant that someone outside had come in. They looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a man in a white robe and a strange mask sitting at the door of the room where they kept books about the Magic Council. He was flipping through the books that the fishing village regarded as treasures. Beside him, a silly boy with white hair looked at them curiously. "Who are you, and how did you get in?" Phoebe asked Horn, and the wind blades were surrounding the staff in his hand, ready to attack at any time. The magicians and witches around were also ready to attack. Martha covered her mouth. She suspected that this weirdo had followed her and Phoebe in. If he had leaked the news of the fishing village before he came in, then she and Phoebe would be the biggest sinners of the fishing village. He just walked in directly. "The defense here is not very tight," Horn said, as a matter of course. For him, entering such a place does not require any extra work. Martha showed a disappointed look on her face. The magic system of the entire fishing village underground was set up by her, but she didn't expect it to have no effect at all. But the magic arrangement of this basement is pretty good. For a magician who has not received systematic training, it is quite good. If he receives professional training in the future, he should be able to achieve something. Horn commented on the magic arrangement of the basement. Swish! A wind blade passed by Horn's ear and cut a deep mark on the wall behind him. "Don't talk about anything else." "Who are you?" "Are you from the church?" Phoebe said solemnly. This guy pretended to be familiar, but he was sure he had never seen this guy before. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Edward, a magician from Spark City. The one next to me is called Franks, also a magician. I helped you deal with the tale that followed you two before." Horn didn't intend to reveal his name outside. It would be bad if the news that he was not in the Parliament, but outside spread to the Forsaken Land. A magician from Spark City. Does that magic city really exist? He can't be sent by the church to deceive us. The basement was in chaos. They wanted to believe Horn, but didn't dare to believe it. Phoebe remembered the huge commotion in the slave market after he found the traitor. She didn't believe Horn's words. That scene was definitely not something that an ordinary strongman could do. Could a magician really do that? "You said you came from the legendary Spark City, but none of us have been there. Please give us proof." The old village chief calmed down and asked Horn. Horn raised his mouth, and a huge pressure emanated. Everyone in the basement couldn't stand up straight. They had never felt such a huge breath. Compared with Horn's power, their power was like a small fishing boat swaying by the lake, and Horn was also that huge lake. But there is one thing they can confirm: the breath Horn exudes is magic. "You are really a magician," the old village chief said in shock. Whether it is the old village chief, Phoebe, or Martha, or even everyone in the basement, they have never felt such powerful magic. In their hearts, a magician like Phoebe is already very powerful, and they have never seen a magician more powerful than Phoebe. They may have thought about it, but they don't know what it is like. Horn expressed his understanding of their shock. In fact, he was also very surprised by the existence of this small fishing village. He did not expect that there was such a large gathering place of wild witches outside the Magic Council. There were almost hundreds of wild witches and magicians in the whole village, which was a considerable number. Moreover, Phoebe's strength also surprised Horn. The Magic Council could have so many powerful magicians because Horn had been providing the most correct training methods, and there were thousands, or even tens of thousands of magicians working together to make progress together. But there are not so many magicians outside the Forsaken Land of God. If they want to improve, they can only rely on self-study. It is beyond Horn's expectation that there is a third-ring magician. It has been too long since Starfire City has known the living conditions of wild witches outside. This time is a good opportunity. After thinking about it, Horn put away his breath. He did not come here to show off, but to help them, so his breath was only a flash, and did not oppress them for a long time. As you can see, I am indeed a magician, Horn said with a gentle smile, and his aura became gentle, from that powerful and terrifying deep into a gentle spring breeze. With the unique aura of a magician, Horn instantly proved his identity. After confirming that Horn was a friendly force, the atmosphere eased, and everyone looked at Horn with respect. Horn was the strongest magician they had ever seen or even heard of. So this child is? Martha looked at Horn's side, and said that Franks looked stupid and silly, which made her feel pity and wanted to touch him. She and Phoebe had been married for more than 10 years, but had no children. He has not fully integrated into his role yet. You'd better stay away from him. He has no ill will towards you, but he may hurt you. Horn patted Frank's head like patting a watermelon and said that. Franks looked at Horn with dissatisfaction. How could he say that about him? He was so friendly and so timid. But it is undeniable that for these ordinary wild witches and magicians, Franks is indeed a very dangerous existence. Even if he becomes a humanoid, his power cannot be well controlled. He may smash a big stone with a slight wave of his hand. Mr. Envoy, can you tell us about the Magic Council? A teenage girl stared at Horn with big eyes. She was full of longing for the place that only existed in legends. Other magicians and wild witches also looked at Horn expectantly. For them who have been hiding all the time, nothing can fascinate them more than that utopian place. Just like people living in hell longing for heaven. Chapter 573. The Magic Council. When we talk about the Magic Council, we have to start from 16 years ago. Horn spoke with a smile. Phoebe and the others listened with smiles. The scene was very harmonious. Even Franks fell silent. Horn described the development of the Magic Council in the past 16 years in the tone of an observer. When he talked about something new, the wild witches would be surprised together, and when he talked about something thrilling, they would exclaim together. The expressions on their faces were very relaxed, and the fatigue on their bodies seemed to be swept away. As he told the story, Horn discovered that the demands of these wild witches were actually very simple. They just wanted a place where they could live without fear, just wanted to sleep without having to put weapons by their pillows, just wanted to concentrate on enjoying the food when eating, just wanted to talk to the neighbors without wearing a false mask on their faces. But even with such simple demands, this world could not satisfy them. So Horn wanted to completely destroy this abnormal world, drive the gods off the altar, and let the proud priests also taste the taste of being a street rat. After Horn finished speaking, they discussed excitedly. They felt extremely happy even if they just thought about the paradise described by Horn. Watching them discuss the parliament, Horn clapped his hands and interrupted their reverie. I will not stay here for too long, only one day at most. If you have any questions about magic training, please ask me now. If you miss this opportunity, you may have to wait for a long time. The wild witches recovered. Yes, compared with those fantasies, seizing this opportunity to improve their strength is the most important thing. When I transfer magic power to the staff, I always feel a strong sense of stagnation. This stagnation has a great impact on my casting speed and power. How can I solve this problem, Master Edward? Phoebe asked first. Horn raised his lips, and the color block on the mask turned into a cheerful pattern. I have encountered this problem before. In fact, it is very simple to solve. You just need to be on the magic channel. So, under the leadership of Phoebe, magicians and wild witches asked questions about the problems they encountered, hoping to get solutions to difficult problems from Horn. Their questions were all obstacles that they might encounter in the primary stage. In the Magic Council, this kind of problem can be easily solved, but here it has become a bottleneck that hinders their strength improvement. Realizing that their problems are very simple, Horn asked Franks to join the teaching. Originally, Horn said that Franks was not stable and might hurt them, and Phoebe thought Horn was making a fuss. But when they really came into contact with Franks, they found that Franks's magic attainments were actually much deeper than theirs. With such magic attainments, his strength must be no worse than theirs, and he was just a child in his teens who looked stupid, which made them more awed by the Magic Council. In fact, Frank's stupidity was completely different from what they thought. His stupid appearance was just because he had not yet adapted to how to control human expressions. His intelligence was not lower than that of humans, and even exceeded that of normal humans. The knowledge of the wild witches in the fishing village was not only the basic magic manual originally distributed by Horn, but also books such as Magic Weekly that were only published in Spark City and obtained from unknown channels. They could not understand most of the magic knowledge recorded in these books, but the limited part that they could understand was enough to bring great help to them. Time passed in the teaching, and the time for learning and progress was short. Many wild witches and magicians even felt that Horn's teaching had just begun, but they didn't expect it to end like this. Before leaving the small fishing village, Horn took out a book from his space ring. This book was revised a year ago, and was the latest version of the basic magic manual. It recorded the promotion methods of magicians from 1 to 5 rings, as well as the basic elemental magic at each level, and some very useful basic knowledge about magic. This book can be of great help to the magicians in this settlement. Everything written in the basic manual is not afraid of being leaked. Even if it is given to the church, it will not affect the parliament. This book is a bargaining chip for him to trade with the Elf King, in exchange for what Horn in the Elf Clan needs. Many people in the Elf Clan can get such a book as long as they want to learn magic. The irony is that the wild witches and magicians in the outside world, who really need these books, can't get this knowledge. The goal of the Magic Council in the next stage is to make every wild witch who wants to learn magic obtain a complete magical inheritance. In a few months, at the latest in a year, 1 or more envoys from the Magic Council will come to you. They will give you help, and I hope you will also give some support to their work. After that, Horn told the village chief and Phoebe the secret code for the meeting separately, and then left the small village. When Horn left, hundreds of villagers bowed deeply to his back, and they stood up only when Horn disappeared. Under Horn's mask was a warm smile. After seeing the living conditions of the wild witches in this fishing village, Horn's heart was warm. After leaving the fishing village, Horn returned to Maman City to check the situation. He saw that strict inspections were being carried out at the city gate, and all kinds of measures against wizards were deployed. In addition, a bounty notice was posted at the city gate. It was for a great wizard with fire power who was active nearby. It seemed that the blame for what Horn did was taken by this wizard. Just keep it like this, so that no one will associate it with the wild witch. After confirming that the wild witches in the fishing village were safe, Horn took Franks away from Mammon City. What should be done has been done, and there is no place worth Horn's nostalgia. Sitting on the magic flying boat, Franks looked at Mammon City reluctantly. This was the first large human settlement he had lived in. He had not had enough fun before he had to leave. If there is a chance in the future, he must find an opportunity to have a good time in the human city. He had never experienced this kind of fun when he was a dragon before. The next place Horn is going to is Lean City, the city where he was born and lived until he was 18 or 19 years old. It is a city that left Horn with many memories. Chapter 574. Horn felt a bit homesick for Leon City. He didn't have a good impression of this place, but when he was at the city gate again, he still felt a strange feeling in his heart. The city wall at the city gate still had traces of being burned by fire. It was here that Horn and his team escaped from the high temperature. When he left here, he thought it was a big city, but when he returned here again 15 years later, he found that this city was actually pitifully small. It was just a small city on the edge of the North Wind God Parish. When we say the city is small, we are not referring to its area, but its strength. No matter how weak it is, the control area of this city is about the same as that of Bigma City, but it is so weak that it is completely worthless to Horn. The chief priest whom he once feared like a tiger is now just a small fry that he can kill with a flick of his hand. Many of the deacons in the city whom he once hated to the core may have been transferred away. For those who have not been transferred away, he is too lazy to even take revenge on them individually. As for this city alone, Horn could completely destroy it if he wanted to. This small city was completely under his control. This city was not even dangerous to Franks. After mastering magic, Frank's strength increased greatly. He could run rampant in this city, not to mention Horn. Horn had two main purposes for returning to this city this time. The first purpose was that he wanted to return to this city to see the original people and things. After all, he had been away for more than 10 years, so he missed it a little. After all, this city was not just dark to him. The second purpose was to find the traces left by old Douglas. There had been no news about his teacher for 16 years. Although Horn knew that his teacher was not dead, he still wanted to know his current situation. The last one was not a purpose. In this city, among the wild witches who surrendered to Horn, there was a wild witch called Smiley Face. He seemed to exist only in Horn's memory. Horn suspected that the spying eyes he had felt all along were related to that guy. He wanted to see if there was any trace of that guy in Lean City. If there was, it would be the best. If not, Horn would not lose anything. He gave Franks a bag of gold coins and let him play in the city by himself, but he was not allowed to leave the city or cause a big mess. Then Horn walked into the city by himself. Lean City was still as depressing and dark as it was 16 years ago. The whole city had not changed much. Horn was still very familiar with it after 16 years of absence. The only people who changed were the people in the city. Horn's first stop in Leon City was Douglas's carpentry shop. Standing at the door of the carpentry shop, Horn's eyes became much gentler. Everything was the same as it was 16 years ago. Even the weeping willow-like trees planted by Douglas in the yard had not changed. He fixed his makeup and entered the small shop at the front door. The shop was still open. When they left, Douglas transferred the carpentry shop to Aunt Metz. The carpenter in the shop is Aunt Metz's son. He was injured in an adventure and could no longer engage in adventure activities, so he became a small shopkeeper in the carpentry shop. Before he became an adventurer, he also learned carpentry skills from Douglas. Although his skills were not good, he could still support a carpentry shop. After all, Douglas's carpentry skills were famous throughout the city. As long as he learned a little, it would be enough to make a living. Walking into the shop, the layout of the shop was still the same as before. The person who was watching the shop was Aunt Metz. She was still as strong as before, but her temples were gray and there were more wrinkles on her face than before. However, she was still as talkative as before. At this moment, she was chatting with a familiar customer. When she saw Horn coming in, Aunt Metz's face flashed with confusion, and then she showed a look of surprise. She walked quickly to Horn, patted his shoulder and said, "Horn, you are finally back. Where have you been for the past 10 years? Let me see if you have changed." After watching for a while, Aunt Metz said in surprise, "You don't seem to have changed much. You are still so young. You must be living a good life now, otherwise you wouldn't be so well maintained," Aunt Metz said with a smile. Horn also laughed, and his smile was as innocent as when he was a child. Aunt Metz was the second best person to him in Leon City. She watched him grow up. He hadn't felt this kind of family-like feeling for a long time. He talked to Aunt Metz for a long time, only saying that he had been out for the past 15 years, but he didn't say what he was doing. Aunt Metz didn't know that Horn and Douglas were wild witches from the beginning to the end, and he didn't want her to worry about his own affairs. Time passed quickly as Aunt Metz talked about the people and things that happened in the shop in the past 15 years, and learned about the changes that had taken place in the city in the past 15 years. Afterwards, Horn walked into the backyard of the carpenter's shop and stayed in his room and Douglas's room for a while. Most of the layout had changed, but Horn could still find a sense of familiarity in it. He had already scanned it with his mental power. There was no trace of magic left in the carpenter's shop. It seemed that old Douglas had not left anything here. Horn had spent nearly 10 years here. In a sense, this was his first home, and the Magic Council in the God-forsaken land was his second home. Before being adopted by Douglas, he seemed to have had a good memory, but that memory was only painful when he thought about it now. He took a deep breath and deleted the memory of this yard from his mind. Douglas was no longer here. This was just his former residence. His home was where there were people. After bidding farewell to Aunt Metz, Horn left the carpenter's shop and came to the Black Street alone. The Black Street is the poorest place in the entire city of Leon. It is a place where filth and dirt are hidden. Gangs, places, casinos, and all the dark sides of Leon can be found here. The church usually doesn't care about this place, but once something happens, this place will be swept up immediately. The underground forces who are lucky enough to survive for a few years are lucky, but since they have done such despicable things, they are naturally prepared to bear the price. When he was in the carpenter's shop, Horn thought of home, and then suddenly wanted to come here to take a look. Chapter 575. He put on a white robe and walked into the Black Street with ease. The power here often changes, but the general pattern remains unchanged. He found a dilapidated house deep in the Black Street. Compared with more than 20 years ago, it was even more dilapidated. Looking through the window, an old couple was arguing with a strong young man. The young man was already married and had children. With his own efforts, he walked out of the Black Street and started a new life. However, his parents, the old couple, were not going to let him go, and were sparing no effort to squeeze out the remaining value of the young man. Their words were so harsh that Horn could not even bear to listen. However, the young man had a very good temper. Even when he was very angry, he did not think of beating or scolding the old man. After he could not bear it any longer, he left the room angrily. The old couple cursed behind him, but he just pretended not to hear. Horn floated in the air and watched coldly. The old couple were his biological parents, and the young man should be the son they gave birth to in these years, his biological brother. The two of them had received a reward from the church for handing their son over to the church to be burned to death, but they soon squandered the reward, so they still live in this sun-like Black Street. Even in such a family, Horn had a warm family. Although the man was a gambler who lost a lot of money in the family, he never beat Horn. Most of the children in the Black Street grew up being beaten and scolded, so Horn was envied by the children nearby at that time. As for her mother, she was a well-known gossip in the neighborhood who liked to stir up conflicts between neighbors, but she always took good care of Horn and was considered a very good mother. Before that incident, neither of them had ever treated Horn badly, but after that incident, everything changed. Regardless of whether they had struggled in their hearts, or whether they had any unspeakable secrets, they chose to send their children to the stake and endure the most horrible punishment in the world. From then on, Horn and them were already strangers. When he lived in Leon City, he could not regard these two people as ordinary people. After all, there was a special feeling between them. But now, he has no special feelings for these two people. The only one who can be called his father is Douglas. As for the others, they are not qualified. He did not dare to come here before because he was afraid to face these two people. He did not want to see their faces, and did not want them to know that he was still alive. He did not know what attitude he should have towards them. But when he had 16 years of experience living in the God-forsaken land, his strength and status were different. When he saw these two people again, he felt nothing in his heart. This time, he came to see them for the last time and then officially bid farewell to them. He controlled the magician's hand and took out a bag of gold coins from the space ring. There were at least 1,000 coins, which was a huge sum of money for them. Horn scattered the bag of gold coins in their room. When the old couple was complaining about their son, the room was suddenly covered with gold coins. The ugly expressions on their faces immediately turned into ecstasy, and they began to pick up these gold coins frantically. Watching their actions, Horn outside the window shook his head and turned away. From this moment on, he had no contact with the two men anymore, so let it all go with the wind. Later, Horn found the young man who left, who should be his brother. Before officially contacting him, Horn found the neighbors nearby and learned about his situation. His name is Connor, and he is 20 years old this year. He is indeed the son of the couple born after Horn. He is completely different from the couple. He treats people sincerely, honestly, and has obtained a fairly good job and an enviable love in Lean City through his own efforts. After investigating, Horn found that the younger brother's personality was quite to his liking, so when Connor went out and walked to an intersection, Horn quietly appeared in front of Connor. Connor was at a loss when faced with the sudden appearance of the white-robed man. He was just an ordinary person, but this white-robed man was not an ordinary person from any point of view. His clothes were more exquisite than those of the rich businessmen, and his demeanor was more luxurious than those of the butlers. Such a person should have nothing to do with his life, so why did he suddenly block his way? You? Who are you, and why are you looking for me? Connor stared at Horn very closely. As long as Horn made the slightest move, he would turn around and run away. He had his own family, and could not take risks anywhere. Did your parents tell you that they had a son before you? Horn said in a low voice. What do you mean? Connor said puzzledly. I heard that I once had a brother, but he is dead. So did they tell you how that son died? Horn's voice became a little strange. I just went out to play, and accidentally encountered an accident. Just as Connor was about to continue, he was interrupted by Horn. Your brother is a wild witch. Your parents were afraid that he would bring disaster, so they took the initiative to hand him over to the church and received a large bonus for it. Horn said expressionlessly. Connor's expression was very strange. He felt that this person was problematic. He came to his family affairs for no reason. Didn't he know his family affairs well? Why did he need this person who came out of nowhere to point fingers at him? But he couldn't get angry with Horn. Horn's attire showed that he couldn't afford to offend him. Looking at Connor's expression, Horn shook his head. He knew that Connor didn't believe him, so he took off the mask on his face, revealing a face that was somewhat similar to Connor's. You? Why are you so similar to me, could it be? Connor showed a look of shock on his face. This man in white robes looked very similar to him, and told such a story. The answer was obvious. Could it be? Are you my brother's child? Horn almost spit out saliva. How did he come to this conclusion? It was no wonder that Connor speculated that under the infiltration of huge magic power, Horn was getting younger and younger. Judging from his face alone, he looked like a teenager of 16 or 17 years old, and Connor speculated that Horn was just mature, and his real age might not be 16 or 17 years old. No, I'm your brother. Horn corrected very seriously. He couldn't be a generation lower for no reason. Connor's face was extremely complicated. When you graduate from college, a junior high school student suddenly pops up and says he is your brother, you will also have such an expression. Chapter 576. Are you really my brother? Connor said again and again, with a confused look on his face. Yes, I just look younger, Horn said to Connor kindly. He didn't show Connor a bad look because the people who disappointed him the most were his parents, not his brothers. Connor was silent for a while, and said, "Leave here quickly. Since you are a wild witch, don't show up in such a crowded place. I won't report you, but don't show up in front of me again. It's very dangerous." Connor was obviously not very used to Horn's sudden appearance. He had his own life, and didn't want it to be disrupted by his brother's sudden appearance. Horn nodded secretly. His persuasion was sincere. He was not afraid of his identity as a wild witch, nor did he want to report him. He just had some very simple thoughts. There is nothing dangerous. Except for you, they can't even find my existence. In front of Connor, Horn shouted at the bustling pedestrians outside the alley, but they seemed not to hear him. This magical scene shocked Connor. Was his brother really a superhuman? After confirming each other's identities, Horn didn't say much, but directly approached Connor and whispered, "Do you have any dreams?" Horn's question was full of magic, and Connor would answer Horn's questions according to his most essential thoughts. I want to be a warrior." Connor spoke out his dream buried in his heart without thinking, and covered his mouth after he finished speaking. This has always been his dream, but he has no chance to realize it. Since he was a child, his family was poor, and he could not receive any training before becoming a warrior. He even didn't know if he had the talent to become a warrior. He had always kept this dream in his heart. No one would believe that someone like him would have the opportunity to become a warrior, so speaking out this dream would only make people laugh. He had always kept this idea in his heart, but he didn't expect that he would actually say it out loud in front of his brother whom he met for the first time. "Why are you blushing? Dreams are not shameful, but it is shameful to admit your dreams. Realizing your dreams is a meeting and farewell gift from me, your brother." After saying this, Horn's eyes shone with a halo, and Connor fainted. Then, he carried Connor's body to a deserted place, cast magic around, and made many preparations. In Horn's space ring, there are several space rings, which were given by Roland to the Magic Council. Most of the high-level members of the council have used them, but there are still some left. When Horn first got the space ring, he put all the most valuable things in his magic tower into the space ring, including the dragon blood fruit. The Magic Council has a mature process for taking dragon blood fruit. After Horn worked for a while, he made all the necessary preparations, and stuffed the dragon blood fruit into Connor's mouth. After a series of changes, Connor passed the transition period of dragon blood fruit painlessly in a coma, but he was afraid that he would be in pain for a while after waking up. In addition, because he had no other power to protect his body, his hair disappeared like most ordinary people who took dragon blood fruit, but it should grow back in the future. Horn sent the unconscious Connor home, and left him some gold coins and things that were helpful for warrior training. Of course, nothing was too expensive. Things that were too targeted would be a disaster for Connor. This was his last gift to Connor. He and his brother were from two different worlds after all. Although they had the same blood flowing in their bodies, they were completely different. Perhaps for Connor, the sudden appearance of his brother brought him a major change in his life. He might miss Horn for the rest of his life, but for Horn, Connor was just an unexpected episode. He had already cut off his relationship with that family, including Connor. After leaving Connor, Horn walked around the city of Leon for a while, and then suddenly found that he didn't know what to do. Douglas didn't leave any traces, and he had met everyone he should have met. There was no way to investigate the matter of Smiley. He should have left the city, but he was unwilling to leave like this. Walking, Horn came to the central square of Leon City. Looking at the dozens of wooden stakes, the light in his eyes gradually became cold. Once, he cut down all the stakes, but now the stakes here are standing again. Looking at the charred marks on them, I am afraid that many people have been burned again. All the traces he left in this city have disappeared. Then Horn found a slender middle-aged woman next to the square. The woman looked at the stake with complicated eyes, with deep sadness in her heart, but a smile on her face. This woman looked like just an ordinary person in this city, but Horn was somewhat familiar with her, and she was a magician. If Horn is not mistaken, the code name of this woman should be Marshmallow. She was one of the 3 wild witches, who did not leave with Horn when he left Leon City. Judging from Ian Daniel and others, the talents of the wild witches who followed him at that time were all top-notch. So Marshmallow and another wild witch sure too should also have high talents. If they followed Horn at that time, the Parliament should have 2 more 5-ring magicians now. Looking at Marshmallow's current appearance, she is probably only 3 rings strong, at the same level as Phoebe in Mammon City, and her face looks very old. It turns out that she is the same age as Shirley, and Shirley is still like an 18-year-old girl. How have you been these years? Horn stood side by side with her and whispered. Marshmallow looked at the man who suddenly stood beside her in surprise. She didn't know him. Suddenly she covered her mouth and looked at Horn in shock. You are? Yes, I am the person you think. Horn nodded without waiting for him to say it. After confirming that it was Horn, her tears flowed down all of a sudden. Over the years, Horn and his reputation has become bigger and bigger before the wild witches, and she regretted it more and more. She thought about finding an opportunity to go to the godforsaken land, but once she left the remaining wild witches in Lean City, they would be even more helpless. Why are you alone? Where is Shirtu? Horn asked. Shirtu was another wild witch who stayed behind. Her eyes became even sadder. She looked at Horn for a long time before spitting out a few words. Shirtu was caught by the chief priest Edgar a few years ago and burned to death personally. Chapter 577. Burned to death. Horn fell silent. He regretted that he should have taken Stone and Marshmallow away. Marshmallow then told Horn in detail about the situation of the wild witches in Leon City in the past 16 years. After Horn and his team left, there were only a few wild witches left in Spark City. The church knew that all the criminals who had caused trouble in the city had fled the city, so they did not make a big fuss. But when Horn and his team's behavior in Maman City spread to the entire continent of gods, the life of the wild witches in Leon City became completely difficult. Priest Edgar had suffered a lot from wild witches and magicians, so he followed the church's instructions very seriously and hunted all wild witches strictly. In the past 10 years, the wild witches in the city had a hard time every day. Shirtu, the leader of the wild witch group in Lin City, was captured by Priest Edgar himself during a church siege and burned to death in front of everyone in the city to show his determination to kill the wild witches. After listening to Marshmallow's story, Horn's eyes showed a cold light. Edgar, I will deal with it, but I still suggest that you leave the city as soon as possible. Going to the godforsaken land is not as difficult as you think, and the environment there is really suitable for your development. After saying that, Horn left Marshmallow, with murderous intent towards Priest Edgar in his heart. In fact, even if there was no Marshmallow incident, Horn would have taken action against Edgar before leaving Lean City. Edgar could be regarded as Horn's childhood shadow, and they had fled from Edgar's hands 16 years ago, so it was natural for him to retaliate now. He tied the puppet doll around his waist again, and his aura suddenly changed, and then he walked towards Priest Edgar's residence in a dignified manner. During this journey, Horn planned to conduct all actions against the church as a wizard, because he could leave after killing everyone, but those wild wizards, who lived in hardship under the tyranny of the church, could not escape the revenge of the church. Although the strength of Leon City is weak, it is not so easy to take it down easily. In the Blackstone Ring, there are all kinds of information against the church, which should be information that every novice has. For example, when he was acting in Maman City before, the knowledge about the advent of the gods came from there. From there, Horn learned that the central churches of all cities within the scope of the church had some arrangements made by the church. They were usually inconspicuous, but once attacked by a master beyond the limit, they would burst out with incredible power. Therefore, each city of the church had only one 5th level priest guarding it. Under normal circumstances, even if Horn wanted to force his way into the center of a church with his own tyrannical strength, he would have to pay a great price. Normal priests lived in the church, so it was very difficult to kill them by force, but Edgar's situation was different. The chief priest of Leon City was greedy for pleasure, or he was self-confident about his strength. He did not live in the central church, but built a luxurious manor in the opposite direction of the church, where he usually lived. So he did not have any means to check and balance Horn and prevent him from taking action. Horn walked into the manor as if he was in an empty space. No one knew that a powerful enemy had entered the manor. At this moment, Master Edgar was only wearing a large bathrobe and lying on a fine rocking chair produced by Douglas Carpenter's shop. Behind him were 2 maids, one serving tea and water, and the other massaging his shoulders. In front of him was an artificial swimming pool, in which several gorgeous women in cool clothes were playing, while he was enjoying the beautiful scenery while drinking high-end fruit wine imported from the godforsaken land by the Walker family. This kind of life can be considered very extravagant, but it is not uncommon among the church's high-ranking officials. They hold the power of life and death over the entire city, but no one restricts their power. As long as they can meet the requirements of the church, they can do whatever they want. Some of the women in the pool were already trembling, but they still stretched their bodies continuously, because Priest Edgar liked to see this kind of scenery. In Edgar's eyes, people were divided into several levels from top to bottom. The first was the church's high-ranking officials, The second was the city's high priests like him, the third was his deacons, the fourth was the ordinary people, and the fifth was the lowly creatures who were born guilty like wild witches. The high-ranking people could arbitrarily kill the low-ranking people, which was the principle followed by most people in the church, so even if he raped the beauties of civilian origin in the pool to death, no one dared to blame him for it. At this moment, Horn was standing on a high place, watching Edgar, the chief priest, enjoying his privileges there. He would not blame Edgar for this, because blaming was too gentle and too cowardly. He was ready to kill Edgar directly. After watching for a while, Horn left without disturbing anyone. He suddenly changed his mind, and did not intend to kill Edgar here. There were many poor people in this manor who had no choice. If Horn killed Edgar here, all the ordinary people in this manor would probably be buried with him. So Horn planned to lure Edgar out and then kill him. It wouldn't take him much effort anyway, and letting Edgar die quietly and dying in public would have completely different impacts on the church. Horn flew to the central square with a swagger, and burned all the stakes with fire. Then he began to shoot fire at the surrounding church buildings. The violent, evil and destructive aura of the wizard spread here. While setting the fire, Horn laughed wildly, looking like a crazy wizard. It must be said that it is really comfortable to disguise, as a wizard to carry out destruction. It is much easier to destroy. No wonder those wizards like this posture. However, Horn has been controlling the power of his spells. While trying not to hurt innocent people, he also controls his strength to more than 4 rings, very close to 5 rings. If the strength is too low, Edgar may not go out in person, but if the strength is too high, Edgar may be afraid and dare not come out. Now everything is just right. Sure enough, after Horn repelled wave after wave of deacons, the dressed high priest Edgar finally appeared. His expression was extremely solemn, not at all as wretched as it was in his own manner. Evil wizard, you dare to attack me in Leon City. Let Edgar follow the will of the North Wind God and purify you. I am an evil wizard, so what are you? An evil wizard like me will not harm civilians unless necessary, and I believe that everyone in Leon City should know how many innocent civilians die in your hands every year. Horn's words were amplified by magic, and most of the city could hear them. He seized every opportunity to lower the reputation of the church in the hearts of ordinary people. Chapter 578. The veins on Edgar's bald head bulged, and his sinister triangular eyes flashed with anger. He was furious at Horn's words. Damn you, your birth is a sin. You'd better go and reunite with your demon master as soon as possible. There are some things Edgar can do, but others can't say them. Once they say them, it's a provocation to his authority, and they should be killed by him. Looking at Edgar, Horn narrowed his eyes. It was this expression and this look. When Douglas saved Horn, Edgar looked like this. He had always been Horn's childhood shadow. The person who impressed Horn the most was this bald and ferocious chief priest. Keep your expression and don't move. I want to see more. Only by facing fear can I grow. Edgar was furious. This abominable wizard was too arrogant. He was obviously not as strong as him, but he was so arrogant. He didn't even have a trace of fear when he came. He raised his hands, and a huge wind ball hovered in his hands. Then he threw the wind ball at Horn. It was a 5th level magic, the fury of the North Wind. Go cry to your master, damn wizard, the one who killed you is the servant of the North Wind, Priest Edgar. The wind force in the center of the blue wind group is enough to split rocks and break metal, and the countless wind blades on the periphery can easily cut off the human body. When this attack falls, the area within a few meters will become a bloody killing field. This is his strongest attack. He wants to completely wipe out the existence of this unruly wizard to relieve his hatred for being despised. Horn's eyes widened, and a pair of huge flaming wings appeared behind him. Flame rings appeared one after another on the ground. Huge heat condensed around Horn, and the rising air currents caused by the heat prevented the blue wind group from falling. Edgar's expression changed drastically, and he turned around to run away. The information was wrong. This was definitely not a wizard close to the 5th level, but an unfathomable great wizard. Don't go, I want to see you more, and you are too far away from me, I can't see clearly. Horn stretched out a hand towards Edgar, and then grabbed Edgar in the air, and was held by an invisible force. Then Horn pulled Edgar fiercely, and he was pulled in front of Horn. Edgar's fierce expression immediately collapsed and turned into an extremely terrified expression. This power was definitely not a wizard of the 4th level or less than the 5th level. The one who could grab him in front of him without any resistance must be at least a great wizard of the 7th level. Moreover, his grab didn't seem to be a wizard's trick. Edgar, who was caught in front of Horn, looked at the style of Horn's robe and suddenly felt familiar. After thinking carefully, he showed a look of horror. Although the color and some accessories are all different, The style of this robe is exactly the same as that of the guy who called himself a magician, who caused a big mess here 16 years ago. Priest Edgar, I have been thinking about this day for a long time, since I was tied to the stake as a child and watched the people in front of me being burned to death by you one by one, and since we fled this city in a panic 16 years ago, I have been looking forward to this day. Edgar felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Few people knew better than him that the magician, who was now a hidden danger in the entire God's continent, actually first appeared in his city. From what he said, he was the wild witch who caused a big disturbance in Leon City 16 years ago, and it was very likely that he was the source of the wild witch wave that was sweeping the entire continent now. He wanted to shout out what he guessed, but he couldn't speak in front of Horn. The strange power made him unable to speak. Once, at the lowest point in my life, every time I wanted to cry, I thought of you, the big bald head, and I couldn't cry at that time. Horn patted Edgar's head like a watermelon, and his voice was very soft, so no one could hear except Edgar. The deacons from the outside didn't even dare to approach, because the huge heat was still radiating. With their strength, they might be roasted if they approached, and the strongest Edgar the high priest was easily captured alive, so how could they dare to come forward? The conversation between the two was more like Horn's one-man show, because Horn didn't want Edgar to speak at all, he just wanted to confide in Edgar unilaterally. In Horn's heart, Edgar has always been a representative of the clergy he hates. It can be said that he represents a psychological shadow of Horn. Today, this psychological shadow will be completely removed. Do you see this staff? Horn showed his staff in front of Edgar. The whole staff was a dry branch as thick as a normal walking stick, and the top of the staff was a huge and hard 9th-level monster crystal core. I have always imagined using this staff to smash your head. I never had the opportunity or the ability to do so before. Today, I will take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime day to experience it. Edgar shook his head in fear. He didn't want to die here. He had too many things to enjoy. He hadn't touched the true meaning of the North Wind's teachings. He couldn't die so easily. But Horn didn't care about his mood. The more frightened Edgar was, the happier Horn was. He pinned Edgar to the ground and swung his staff to hit Edgar's bald head. He didn't use any magic, but just bound Edgar with the magician's hand, and then hit Edgar's bald head with pure physical strength. The first time, Edgar used his divine power to defend himself, but he was dizzy and dazed. The second time, he also defended himself, but a trace of blood flowed from his nose. But Horn did not hit him once or twice, but like a hard-working worker hammering nails, he hit him countless times. In just a few hits, he was hit half a meter deep into the ground. After all, his strength was exhausted, and he was hit by the thick staff. His scalp was broken and scarlet blood splashed out. This blood was like a signal to start. Inspired by this signal, Horn became more excited. In the center of the square, in full view of everyone, he hit Edgar's head again and again. When he stopped, Edgar's upper body was no longer in human form, and Horn's staff and wizard robes were all stained with blood. Horn, covered in blood, looked at the deacons around him with anger in his eyes. Wherever he looked, the priests trembled and avoided him. They were all scared by Horn. No one knew what kind of hatred there was between Horn and Edgar. They only knew that Horn's behavior was as horrible as the most brutal wizard. But it was good this way. At least no one would associate Horn with magicians anymore. Chapter 579. When Horn left, he flew towards the South City in a swagger, but no one dared to chase him. That kind of power, at least in Leon City, no one could stop it. When the news of the change in Leon City reached the church, it would take at least half a day for someone to come to help. During this half day, they could only choose not to provoke Horn. After flying a short distance, Horn landed on the ground, looking in one direction with a mocking look. "Come out. How long do you plan to follow me?" After Horn finished speaking, there was no response, as if Horn was bluffing like Phoebe before. "If I force you out, your end may not be very good." Horn's tone became a little harsher. He was not Phoebe, and few people could follow him without being discovered, so he must have said this if someone was really following him. As soon as Horn finished speaking, this deserted alley was boiling, and countless insects of various kinds crawled out from the corners and piled up in front of Horn. Amid the chilling sound, the bugs gradually condensed into a human form, turning into an old man in a tattered robe. The old man bowed deeply to Horn, opened his leaky mouth, and smiled at Horn. "Are you willing to come out now?" Horn glanced at the old man with disdain, but there was a hint of strangeness in his eyes. He knew this old man. "Before, I was frightened by the monstrous demonic power of the Master, and I didn't dare to come out to see the Master for a while. Please forgive me," the old man said respectfully, but his heart was beating fast. This wizard who suddenly appeared was too strong. Facing such a strong wizard, even if he was also a wizard, he did not feel safe at all. Hee. Horn did not respond to his words. My lord, I am Alank, the servant of the insect demon god of Bernard. May I ask who you are? After a moment of silence between the two, the old man said tentatively. Humph, do you think you know who I am? Horn snorted and refuted, and Alank lowered his head and took 2 steps back. Looking at the timid old man, Horn sighed. This guy used to not even bother to attack him, but now he became like this after he just scolded him. Alank also had a hard time saying anything. Since he was defeated in this city 16 years ago, he did not leave the city but stayed here. He wanted to take revenge on those guys one day, but unfortunately, except for the chief priest, all the people who made him suffer never appeared again. So he regarded Edgar as his nemesis. Over the past decade, the two had fought many times, and each time he was seriously injured by Edgar, but with his powerful escape skills, Edgar could not really do anything to him. He had planned countless evil plans to kill Edgar, but he did not expect that Edgar would die so easily at the hands of a powerful wizard who came out of nowhere. Of course, he had no intention of avenging Edgar, nor did he have the obsession that only he could kill this person. He just wanted to see where this great wizard came from. He originally thought that he would not be easily discovered with his insects, but he did not expect that he would be discovered so easily by this great wizard. As a wizard, Alank knew that this was a world of the strong, so he was respectful to Horn and did not dare to be disrespectful. You know, if the mood is not good, it is common for high-level wizards to kill low-level ones at will. Actually, I didn't think we would meet in such a situation. I thought you had left this city a long time ago. After scolding Alank, Horn looked at Alank with a playful look. Sir, do you know me? Alank was shocked. How could he not know that he knew such a great wizard, and his words seemed unfriendly. Horn took a step forward, leaning forward, with his mask almost touching Alank's face. Of course I know you, your face hasn't changed in 16 years. You left a deep impression on me at the beginning, but it seems that you don't remember me. Alank laughed dryly and said, My lord, you are joking. Not to mention 16 years, I haven't seen a great wizard like you in the past 20 years. The city of Leon is on the edge of the church of the god of the North Wind. It is a place where few strong people like to come here. Alank has been active here for 20 years, and has never seen a wizard stronger than him. You really forgot me. This feeling is not good. Horn is a very vengeful person. Even when he came to the god-forsaken land, where wild witches can live in peace, he did not forget the pain the church inflicted on them, and his ultimate goal was to destroy the church. Horn, who was so vengeful, felt very unhappy when he found out that the enemy he had remembered for more than 10 years did not know his existence. Alank was a little at a loss. What was going on? Horn put his paw on the mask and pulled it down, revealing his eyes. When he and Alank were chasing each other, only a pair of eyes were exposed. Do you remember now? You are the wild witch who caused a big disturbance in Leon City 16 years ago. Alank was shocked. If they had only fought each other 16 years ago, Alank would never remember Horn's eyes. But after that battle, Horn did something that shocked even him as a wizard. Only then did he have a deeper impression of Horn. Horn put his mask back on, and looked at Alank with cold eyes. If this old guy hadn't shown up himself, he would have been too lazy to look for this guy, but he was asking for death by following him, so he couldn't think of getting away this time. Instead of being frightened by recognizing Horn, Alank laughed. You finally fell into the arms of the demon god. You have become so powerful in less than 16 years of being a wizard. If you had not resisted and let me offer you to the demon god, your strength would have become even more amazing. For the wizards themselves, they do not think that being a slave of the demon god is a humiliating thing. On the contrary, they regard it as an honor. They think that turning normal people into wizards is a gift to them. It is a rare goodwill between wizards to turn them from ordinary creatures into powerful and noble wizards. So, if Horn really becomes a wizard, he should understand what has been done to him and be grateful to Alank for trying to turn him into a wizard. You seem to have misunderstood something. I am not the same as you, so don't treat me as your kind. Horn pulled off the doll from his waist, and said with sarcasm. Chapter 580. The moment the mask was taken off, the sinister and evil aura of the wizard completely disappeared, replaced by a pure and powerful aura of magic. The difference between the two is so obvious that even wizards, who are not very sensitive to aura, can sense the difference, just like the difference between mud and clear water. Among all the powers possessed by extraordinary people, the magic power of magicians and the fighting spirit of warriors are the purest. Other powers are mixed with too many other things, so the difference between magic and other powers can be detected without much sensitivity. You are not a wizard, How do you have our aura if you are not a wizard? Alank was so scared that his soul was scared out of his wits. If Horn was not transformed into a wizard by the devil, then there was actually a grudge between them. It was too dangerous to be with such a powerful, extraordinary person who had a grudge against him. Horn held a little doll and shook it in front of Alank. This is the trophy I found from a 6th level wizard I killed. With this thing, I can simulate your aura. I told you guys the specific principle, but you guys didn't understand it. Now that we have finished chatting, we should settle the matter between us. Horn talked a lot today. Seeing the mountain that had once defeated him fall in front of him, it was hard for him not to feel touched. Villains die because they talk too much, but Horn never thought of himself as a villain, so it didn't matter if he talked more. Alank's face changed. He heard that Horn meant that he was going to attack him, so he couldn't wait for Horn to attack him, but had to strike first. His face, which was very close to Horn, suddenly collapsed and turned into countless small flies, rushing towards Horn's mask, opening and closing its hideous mouthparts, trying to get into his body. Even if you are not a wizard, you shouldn't be so close to me. Alank laughed wildly. No matter how powerful he was, how powerful could he be when his flesh and blood were being eaten by insects? But his laughter soon stopped, because Horn's mask suddenly emitted countless lightning, and those small insects fell to the ground helplessly. Horn always wore a mask because he liked this feeling, but in fact, this mask was also the most powerful magic prop on Horn besides the Origin Ring and other powerful items. In the past 15 years, Horn would modify this mask whenever he had the chance. The function of this mask is no longer the original silver mask that simply enhances the 5 senses. With the superiority of its raw materials, the function of Horn's mask is becoming more and more perfect. In the battle between low-level magicians, it is not impossible to kill a higher-level magician with just this mask. After failing to hit him, Alank stopped fighting. Horn could easily kill Edgar, so he could easily kill him. He would not be stupid enough to fight Horn. His skin began to wriggle constantly, as if countless small flies were constantly moving under his skin. Witchcraft. Insect hideaway. Goodbye, powerful wild witch. I will definitely seek revenge on you when I have the chance. His body suddenly turned into countless small flying insects, flying in all directions. This was his unique magic. As long as more than 100 small insects escaped, he could be resurrected. He had escaped from Ilya's palm with this ability. This magic had saved him countless times, and it should be able to do so this time. Horn's expression was calm. He raised his arm, with a thick electric snake wrapped around his hand. Then he suddenly dropped it. More than a dozen thick lightning bolts flew out, at a speed countless times faster than those flying insects. With the place where Alank disintegrated as the center, they formed a huge hexahedron, covering all the small flying insects. Then countless tiny lightning bolts were released between each prism to shatter the small flying insects. There were many small flying insects, but their quality was not very good. They were all annihilated in the lightning, and even the batch hiding underground did not escape. This is a 6-ring magic lightning cage, just an attack released by Horn at will. Relying on this method, Alank can escape from many people, but facing Horn who has countless methods, he has absolutely no way to escape from the moment he starts tracking. At this point, Alank, who had survived for countless years with strange witchcraft, completely perished in Horn's hands. After killing Alank, Horn did not rush to leave, but stretched out his hand in one direction, and the magician's hand was activated. In just a short while, a purple snake was caught in Horn's hand. He stared into the eyes of the little snake and said, "You and I have no hatred or grudges. I have no interest in killing you. But if you dare to follow me again, you will die much more miserably than that old ghost." Then Horn exerted a little force, and the purple snake dissipated into purple spots all over the sky. In an underground gambling house on the Black Street, a beautiful woman with a very good figure let out a long sigh. When did such a terrifying guy appear in Leon City? The dead man Alank was killed instantly. She wanted to see what Alank was doing, but she happened to witness Alank's death. Fortunately, that person didn't seem to be prepared to deal with her, otherwise she would probably die. However, in this way, the chief priest Edgar died, and the insect wizard Alank also died. Doesn't this mean that after the mysterious strongman left, she will be the strongest person in this city? Thinking of this, she chuckled. As a wizard, she also wanted to go out and make a scene. She laughed for a long time, and then her smile froze. She found that there was an extremely terrifying force floating above her head, which could fall at any time. She was stunned for a moment, and then screamed, "Didn't you say you would let me go? You can't break your promise." "Of course I lied to you before, otherwise I would have spent a lot of effort to run around looking for you. What kind of promise should I keep to a wizard like you?" Horn stood on the roof of the gambling house and said calmly, "I can do anything for you. I can work for you, kill for you, be your slave." As she spoke, she took off her clothes, but just halfway through, the entire basement was engulfed by a strong flame, and she was burned to ashes with just a little futile resistance. "It's a very tempting condition, but unfortunately I don't need you to do anything, and I can't afford a femme fatale like you." After saying that, Horn flew away from the black street. Killing the witch was just an episode. She saw that Horn was not a wizard. In order to prevent her from spreading any news that should not be spread, Horn had no choice but to kill her. Chapter 581. After killing all the people who should be killed, Horn will really leave Leon City. He has also wasted a lot of time in this city. It is time to leave. After a while, the church's support will come. By then, even if Horn can leave smoothly, he will probably get into some trouble. Before leaving, Horn must first find Edward, and the two will leave together. Even though Horn made such a big fuss in Leon City, Frank's play in Leon City was not disturbed. Compared with Mauman City, Leon City is too simple, but Leon City can make Franks relax. Except for Horn, who makes trouble everywhere, there is no one else in this city that makes him afraid. Moreover, he was doing it alone this time, so he didn't need to look at Horn's face, and he could play however he wanted. The money Horn gave him was enough for him to have fun. At this moment, he was playing in a large official brothel in Leon City. Of course, he was too young to show his age, so he didn't do anything inappropriate for children. The poor women there treated Franks as a cute little brother, and chatted with him to relieve boredom. Just as Franks was planning how to use the identity of a child to do something that only adults could do, a subtle wave came from outside. It was Horn calling him. Franks hurriedly ran out of the door, and saw Horn waiting for him outside. Seeing Franks coming out, Horn's face was dark. The saying that dragons are naturally lustful was indeed true. He was allowed to play by himself for 2 days. He stayed in this place. Who knows what strange things he would do in a few more days. "Let's go! We should go to the next place." After Horn left, Marshmallow looked at the central square that had become a ruin from a distance, showing a bright smile, as if he had suddenly become 10 years younger, and tears silently fell from the corners of his eyes. The devilish chief priest Edgar finally died, and the city of Leon was no longer a dangerous hell for ordinary wild witches. The wild witches in the city should no longer need her protection, and she should find a chance to go to the god-forsaken land. She wanted to go to the place where Horn said wild witches could live freely, and by the way, meet her former companions again. In Douglas Carpenter's shop, Aunt Metz excitedly told her son everything about Horn, repeating words like Horn had become rich and had a promising future countless times. His son was tired of hearing it, but his mother liked to talk, so he could only listen. At Connor's home, Connor, who was lying at home, slowly opened his eyes. His wife happily threw herself on him, but he screamed in pain. His brain gradually became clear, and he recalled what happened before he fell into a coma. He seemed to have seen a man who claimed to be his brother, and then that man said he would help him become a warrior, and then he fell into a coma. Now that he woke up at home, was it really all just a dream? What brother would help him become a warrior? It's just a ridiculous dream. But why did I feel so much pain when I woke up? What happened to me before I fell asleep yesterday? Suddenly, Connor's face showed an unbelievable look. He could feel that there was a strange power in his body. He could easily command this power. Under the comfort of this power, his body gradually got better. He knew that this power should be the legendary fighting spirit. His brother really helped him realize his dream of becoming a warrior. Everything that happened yesterday was not a dream. After leaving Leon City, Horn and Franks headed south, and finally reached the southernmost tip of the continent after spending more than 10 days. They also stopped in several cities along the way, but the time they stayed was not very long. They just simply looked at the living conditions of the local wild witches and left. The investigation of the current situation of the wild witches in Mauman City and Leon City is almost complete, and the other cities are just to enrich the data. Besides, Horn was not in the mood to explore every city. He wanted to reach the place called Free Federation as soon as possible because and was there. Although there were still more than 20 days before and woke up, Horn still wanted to wait there. As for everything else, it was just a small episode for him. However, although he did not look closely, Horn still gained a lot of knowledge along the way. Douglas once said that reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Talents can grow with broad enough knowledge. Although Horn has accumulated a lot of knowledge and has strength that exceeds most creatures in this world, his knowledge is still not deep enough. At least for his status, it is a little shallow. He has been to too few places, only everything on that short road, and those few cities. Although his journey across half of the continent was very hurried, it allowed him to gain a lot of knowledge and a deeper understanding of the situation on the continent. Each parish of the church has different customs and habits. The further south you go, the greater the difference. After a certain distance, the atmosphere of the city is even completely different from the original, as if you are in two different worlds. The south is generally richer than the north. The churches in the north seem to be extremely poor and cannot be compared with the south. However, the richest church of the God of Wealth in the entire continent is in the north, which can be regarded as saving some face for the north. The north also has advantages, that is, the churches in the north are relatively strong, such as the God of Fire, the God of War, the God of Space, etc. Each one is more powerful than the other. Compared with them, the gods of the south, such as the God of Spring Breeze, the Goddess of Flowers, the God of Poets, and the God of Strategy, are all weaklings, but the most powerful church in the entire continent is in the south, that is, the God of Thunder. If we must classify the gods of Ceylon into one pantheon, then the God of Thunder is the God King, and the God of Wealth is the Minister of the Interior. In addition to the differences between the rich and the poor and the gods, there are also great differences in local customs, festivals, and even accents. Some churches are very friendly. In their territories, all intelligent races, regardless of their status, enjoy the same treatment, and even church personnel themselves can communicate with believers on an equal footing. Some churches believe that strength is everything. As long as you are strong, you can get a very high treatment even if you don't believe in their gods. Some churches, like the Church of the God of the North Wind, kill all non-human races immediately. In short, because of the different gods, the attitude of the church towards the lives in their parishes is also different. Just like the heretics in the Church of the God of Wealth, as long as they have money, they can be forgiven. However, the attitude of all churches towards wild witches is not much better than that of wizards, otherwise they may be influenced by the good deeds of some gods, and become grateful to them. Chapter 582. In Horn's perspective, all gods should not exist. When gods are happy, there will be peace and prosperity. When gods are angry, there will be corpses everywhere. No matter what their attitude towards ordinary people is, they are all the same in Horn's eyes. In their eyes, all races in Ceylon are sheep kept in captivity. If they like to raise them as pets, then the people under their rule will live well. If they like to raise them as livestock, then the people under their rule will live in dire straits. To them, wizards are sheep carrying the plague, and wild wizards are sheep that may be infected with the plague, so they want to kill both wizards and wild wizards. And rebels like Horn and Ceylon are like wolves attacking their flocks. If they catch them, they will be killed. If they can't catch them, they will only lose a few sheep. And the sheep they raise are endless, but they don't know that these wolves' target is not their sheep, but themselves. There are also differences between magicians in the south and the north. The further south you go, the more organizations of magicians and wild witches there are, and the stronger the resistance. Many magicians and wild witches in the north have all gone to the God-forsaken land, so most of the wild witch groups in the folk are not very influential. But the south is different. It is too far away from the God-forsaken land. Most wild witches don't want to cross most of the continent to find a place that they don't know whether it exists or not. Therefore, there are many wild witches left here, forming various organizations to compete with the church. Compared with the wild witches in the north, the wild witches and magicians here can clearly see that they are more combative and cause more trouble to the church. Although there are few masters among them, the magician's strange abilities are enough to cause great trouble to the people in the church. Horn does not need to worry too much about them. When the time comes, as long as the envoys of the parliament come and give them proper guidance, they will be able to exert great power at that time. The Free Federation is not on land, but on several large islands near the south coast. Ordinary people have to take a boat to go there, but for Horn and the others, it doesn't matter whether it is by water or land, they fly anyway. Horn was not interested in other cities. His goal was the largest island on the south coast, the central city of the Federation, Free City. He flew directly into the island without taking a detour, and arrived outside the city. From a simple look outside the city, Horn could see that the city was very wealthy, even more prosperous than Spark City. Of course, it could not be compared with Mammon City. After all, Mammon City was the economic center of the entire continent. Compared with people in other places, the people in the city had something more, and their expressions were more relaxed. Perhaps this was what the city called freedom. However, Horn sneered at the word freedom. In this world, even gods cannot be called free, so how can a mere city be free? The so-called freedom is just a gimmick used by some people who desire freedom. Walking into the city, Horn found that the atmosphere of this city is really different from other cities. First of all, he could see many non-human races. They lived in harmony with humans, and there was no clear distinction like in other places. Moreover, Horn also found people who believed in different gods on the street, and even occasionally saw deacons from different churches. Churches belonging to different gods could be seen on the roadside. This is basically impossible in other cities, but here they can live in harmony. Moreover, there are many wild witches here, and they may even catch up with Mammon City. There are at least thousands of wild witches in this city. It may be the largest gathering place of wild witches besides Mammon City and Spark City. Most of the wild witches are doing business that requires them to show their faces. They also need to hide their identities, but their nerves are not as tense as in other cities, and the priests here will not look for heretics everywhere on the streets and punish them with God. Looking at this scene, Horn felt deeply. If there is no deep hatred between the wild witches and the church, then it is not unacceptable for the church to exist in this form. The Free Federation is really the most comfortable place for wild witches to live that Horn has seen except for the God-forsaken land. Not only the wild witches, Horn found out after careful observation that there were many races in this city that were considered heretics in the outside world, and he even found traces of wizards and dark creatures. Such a hodgepodge of a city could actually exist, which was really beyond Horn's imagination. If a distribution of the Magic Council could be established here, it would be good. After walking around for a while, Horn became a little impatient. It was really boring to go shopping with Franks, so he decided to go to the base of Salonville first. So he sent a message through the Black Stone Ring, asking someone to come find him. After all, he didn't know where the headquarters of Salonville was. The two waited for a long time at the door of a big hotel. When the hotel concierge looked at the two with a strange look, a brown-haired priest in a black butler's uniform came to Horn and the others. "Hello, are you Lord Horn? I am Nora, the butler of the god of frozen earth. I am here to pick you up," the brown-haired butler said respectfully to Horn. Horn's face was very strange. He thought that the person who came to pick him up might be a weirdo, but he didn't expect that the person who came to pick him up was actually a deacon of a church, and this deacon was not authentic. The clergy of a normal church are usually humans, and the one opposite Horn was a barbarian. Barbarian deacon. According to Horn, the gods believed in by the barbarians are guys with no reputation among the gods, and they don't even have their own church. And the frozen earth god Ladisti is the best among these poor and stupid guys. His territory is in the north of the god-forsaken land, the west and north are the unfrozen sea, and the east is the twilight forest. It can be said that his territory is completely separated from other gods and is isolated from civilization. And in his territory, the most intelligent tribe is actually the barbarians. Such a frozen earth god actually has a church in the Free Federation? Horn found that his knowledge was indeed limited, and there were still many things he didn't know. But the brown-haired butler Nora nearby was not surprised, so he shouldn't be strange in this city. "Yes, I am Horn." There were thousands of thoughts in his mind, but in fact, only a moment passed, and Horn nodded and agreed. "Then please follow me, Lord Agent," Nora said to Horn with a smile. Chapter 583. Agent is the exclusive name for members of the Salonville by the outside world. Since Nora can call him by this name, he should be one of them. However, Horn brought Franks behind him, and was ready to run away at any time. Although Nora came to him after he sent the message and looked like a member of the organization, it was really absurd to ask a deacon of the church to lead him. If he could not say Horn's name, Horn would even have the urge to strangle him directly. Following Nora, Horn and the others came to a solemn and exquisite cathedral. This cathedral was expensive and much more beautiful than the churches in ordinary cities. When Horn saw this church, he basically believed that Nora was a member of the Will of Salon. This kind of church could not be built by the poor believers of the god of frozen earth, so this should be the headquarters of the Will of Salon. Having lived in the forsaken land of God for 15 years, Horn knew very well what the territory of the Church of the God of Frozen Earth looked like. Every year, the forsaken land of God would even provide some humanitarian aid there. After a little exploration with his mental power, Horn found that there were not many people in this church. They were all barbarian deacons. In addition to the guide in front of him, he could only send 17 or 18 people, and there was no believer at all. Such a large church is managed by only 17 or 18 people. You can imagine how dilapidated the church is. But this empty church is still so magnificent. There is indeed a problem, a big problem. After Nora sent Horn into the church, she turned around and left, leaving Horn and Franks in the empty cathedral. "Hey, isn't this Franks? How dare you walk out of your doghouse?" A crisp voice came from above. Horn looked up and saw little Arya sitting on a high railing, swinging her short legs and tilting her head to look at Franks in confusion. Franks is the most embarrassing guy among the young generation of the entire dragon clan. It was beyond Arya's expectation that he could walk out of that small and humble mountain. Unexpectedly, he came to the Free Federation. Franks looked at Arya with grief and anger, his lips trembling with anger. He absolutely could not tolerate her humiliation. So he hid behind Horn and chose not to look at little Arya. Horn was speechless. After all, you are the first dragon who can use magic. Don't lose face like this. But after seeing little Arya, Horn finally breathed a sigh of relief. This at least showed that this was indeed the base of Salon's will, and not that barbarian deacon who led him here to plot against him. Little Arya jumped down from the upstairs, looked at Franks with disdain, then jumped in front of Horn, looked at Horn strangely and said, "Why are you here so early? Isn't there still more than 20 days?" Horn touched his nose and said nothing, while Arya showed an expression as if she had discovered something, opened her mouth in surprise, and Horn quickly began to change the subject. "This is the headquarters of Salon's will. Where are the others? Everyone is busy. Who has time to stay here all the time? I don't know where the bad guy Elijah went to play without me. I have nothing to do, so I have to stay here." Little Arya first pretended to be drooling, then put her hands on her waist and said to Horn, "Did you bring me a gift this time?" Horn scratched his head, put his right hand behind his back, and then took out a large bottle of juice from the space ring. "Dang dang dang, this is a gift for you." Little Arya smiled happily while holding the juice. "Why did you choose this place as your headquarters? Isn't the main enemy of the Salon will the church? Why did you choose the church as your base? And why did the church allow the Salon will to cheat under its name?" After giving the benefits, Horn asked little Arya. Little Arya grabbed the hem of her skirt and swayed with her head down. "How would I know? I'm just a little girl." Horn sighed. "Well, the bottle of good juice just now seemed to be given away for nothing. This guy knows nothing. Then tell me, what can you do to help me?" Arya pouted and thought for a while, and said, "I can take you upstairs to have a look." "Upstairs?" Horn's face was full of question marks. "Is there anything good upstairs?" "Just follow me." Arya ran upstairs like a butterfly. Horn shook his head, and followed her upstairs helplessly. After thinking about it, Frank stayed downstairs and didn't go up. He was beaten up by Arya many times. It's better to stay as far away from that violent woman as possible. Arya brought Horn to the top floor of the cathedral, pushed open the heavy door, and came to a gorgeous room. The sunlight shone into the room through the colored glass, dyeing the solemn room with colorful colors. There were exquisite and complex reliefs on the walls. The content of the reliefs had nothing to do with the god of frozen earth, but was praising the greatness of the world's will. Horn didn't care about any of these. What attracted him most was a huge black stone round table in the center of the room. This round table, and the black stone chairs beside it were all made of the same material as the black stone ring. Ancient and complex words and patterns were engraved on them. Even with Horn's knowledge, he couldn't recognize what kind of words they were. But Horn could recognize what material they were made of. The black stone that made up the table and chairs was exactly the material that Horn had intentionally searched for before, and he had always wanted to study the characteristics of the black stone ring. Unfortunately, he failed. This was not a material known to the Magic Council at all. He didn't expect to see so many black stone artifacts in the headquarters of Salon Will. The fact that black stone can be used to make tables and chairs shows that it should not be a very rare and extremely expensive material, but the existence of this material in the Magic Council is unclear. Then, there is only one explanation, that is, this material is very common somewhere outside of Salon, but it does not exist in Salon, which means that this material is at least not within the 3 known continents. "Why did you bring me here? What is the meaning of this room?" Little Arya smiled and said, "This is the most important place in the entire Salon will. Uncle Ilona once said that this place is very good for improving strength. I think it should be useful to you too." After that, Arya skipped downstairs. She went to find trouble with Franks. The door of the room was closed, leaving Horn alone here. Horn walked to the center of the room, stroking the huge black stone round table and the 12 black stone chairs, a little absent-minded. Chapter 584. It helps with strength. How can such an empty room help? If it really helps with strength, then this room is a treasure and should be strictly guarded. Then why can little Arya bring him in directly? After all, this room looks completely defenseless. But I don't know if it's an illusion. After little Arya said this, Horn actually felt that there was indeed a different charm in this room. But Horn didn't know where this difference came from. Horn explored the black stone table and chair for a long time, but could not observe anything. Suddenly, he sat on a black stone chair. Then he felt a trance. His consciousness seemed to drift away, and came to an indescribable place. This place gave him an inexplicable sense of intimacy. He wanted to stay here forever. It hurts. Horn felt a sharp pain in his mind. It was his strong mental power that warned him that he had entered a dangerous state. Horn woke up immediately. This place is a little weird. Horn has a strong resistance to this kind of psychedelic state. If it weren't for the positive effect of this set of tables and chairs on him, Horn wouldn't even have a trance. He frowned as he looked at the set of tables and chairs that exuded a strange charm. There was no reason for Arya and the people of Ceylon's will to harm him, but the feeling just now did put his body in danger. But in just that short moment, Horn felt that his magic power was running more smoothly. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but his physical condition seemed to have improved. This place is indeed unusual. If the state of being unable to control oneself is the secret of this room's power enhancement, then should Horn risk entering that state? After thinking for a while, he took off the black stone ring in his hand, and the strange feeling Horn had about this room immediately disappeared. Horn nodded. It seemed that this room was indeed only effective for people with Ceylon's will, which also explained why they did not guard it strictly, because to others, this room was just an ordinary room. There were still more than 20 days before the agreed time, and Horn didn't mind using this time to try and see if his strength could be improved. But before trying, Horn had to be prepared. He cast a spell on every entrance to the room, and as long as someone entered, Horn would be awakened. Then he placed a portable maze near the black stone round table. The maze was defensive, which could provide some help to Horn. Although it was a bit risky, Horn was still ready to give it a try. For Horn, he didn't want to miss any opportunity to improve his strength. After all, in such a world, only strength was the most reliable. And although Horn didn't know much about the Ceylonville organization, he could still count them among his own people, so they shouldn't harm him. Eilonir and his people claimed to be the orthodox agents of the world's will, and this title should not be self-proclaimed in vain. Combined with the various mysteries of this organization, Horn speculated that the people in this organization should have some connection with the world's will. This is the most important place of Ceylon's will, and it will allow consciousness to transcend to another place. So can Horn see Ceylon's world will here? He wanted to see what the white man who had been staring at his things and saw when the origin ring was successfully upgraded had to do with the world will, or were they the world will itself, after making all the necessary preparations. Horn let go of his mental defense, and sat down on the black stone chair. Almost instantly, he felt a trance. His mind instinctively rejected this feeling, but Horn suppressed it himself. Then his consciousness drifted away. This feeling was extremely strange, but Horn had had similar experiences before, so he easily adapted to it. When the drifting of consciousness stopped, Horn came to a pure white world. Everything was pure white, and no signs could be seen. Even if Horn kept flying up and down, left and right, he couldn't tell which direction he was facing. This was Horn's second time in this space. When he came to this space again, he was no longer as confused as before. He knew that he would come to a big door in a while. In this space that he entered at the center of the organization Ceylon will, this time he should be facing Ceylon's world will. So the little man he saw last time is the body of the world will. I didn't expect Ceylon to be so cute. Suddenly, a black spot became bigger and bigger. Seeing this, Horn quickly spread his magic power all over his body and stabilized his body. When he stopped, he still rushed forward a little. This feeling was not really good, but it was much better than before. Standing in front of the door again, Horn felt completely different, because his current strength was completely different from the last time he came here. At that time, he had to rely on the power of magicians to deal with a level 7 warrior, but now, he can easily crush ordinary level 7 transcendents. This door is extremely huge, so huge that even the giant of power, Uglinol, looks like a tiny insect in front of this door, and Horn is like a tiny dust here. It seemed to have stood in this pure white space for countless years, and had never been opened. The cracks in the door were filled with dust, and a pure white breath was faintly emitted from the cracks. The material of the door was the strange black stone, with a conspicuous huge crack on it. There was a place on the crack where some debris fell. Horn estimated the volume of the debris, which was about the same as the black stone ring and chair outside. It seemed that those things were made of some debris from this black door. This gate should have countless mysteries, but Horn couldn't see them now. What he cared about most was the abstract little man sitting cross-legged in front of the black gate, who seemed to be made of black lines. That should be the will of the world. Seeing Horn looking at him, the black lines on the face of the white little man changed, showing a somewhat simple smile. He said to Horn, "I have been waiting for you for a long time, and you are finally here. Can you hear my voice this time?" Horn nodded in confusion. "I am not deaf, of course I can hear you talking." He didn't know that the last time he came, the white little man tried to talk to Horn, but Horn couldn't hear it at all at that time. Chapter 585. You said you were waiting for me. How long have you been waiting? Horn stood in front of the white man and asked curiously. If he were a normal person, knowing that they were facing the will of the world, he might have bowed his head and prayed for the protection of the will of the world. But Horn was not a normal person. Perhaps because it was not the first time he had seen it, or because he had always suspected that the will of the world was arranging everything for him. He was not very restrained in front of the will of the world, and even deep in his heart, he had a bit of resentment towards the white man. I've been waiting for you since the beginning. Now you're finally here with me. I'm very happy. The voice of the little white man was a mixture of many voices, men, women, alien races, beasts, all kinds of voices mixed together, with Horn's voice as the main body, supplemented by an inexplicable force, forming a very strange tone. This tone made his words a little difficult to understand. To ordinary people, it should be a messy chatter. Just listening to this voice may drive them crazy. The level difference is too big, and just listening to the sound will cause harm to them. Horn couldn't hear the voice of the world because it was too harmful to those with weak strength. Therefore, in order to protect those who came to see the world will, those with weak strength could not hear his voice at all. At the beginning, when was that? Horn frowned and said, he hated this unclear way of speaking. He didn't come here to play tricks with the world will. Of course, since you were born. The white man nodded. Horn sneered, I was just a kid from a poor family at that time. What value could I have? Say something reliable, okay? No, you are very valuable. I have been watching you since you were born. Every time you escape death, every opportunity you have, my shadow is in it. You should have noticed this. The white man said, as a matter of course. Horn looked up at the sky, and it was hard to tell what his expression was. The white man's words basically told him that his life was all under his control. He was sent to the stake, rescued by the teacher, met Enoch and others, and even the entire process of establishing the Magic Council, all of which were influenced by him. However, unexpectedly, when Horn heard the news, his reaction was not as intense as expected. Although he was very uncomfortable, he could easily control his emotions. He had thought that when he found out the truth, he might be furious, give up on himself, and kill the culprit at all costs, but he himself did not expect his reaction to be so calm. Perhaps it was because he had already anticipated this before the white man said this to him, and he already knew what the result would be, so he was so calm. What is your purpose in doing this? What kind of value do I have in your eyes? Horn said with a slightly dry mouth. You are my hope to break the situation. For thousands of years, I have been in a stalemate with those traitors. I have been looking for a breakthrough to break this situation. Only you have the ability to break this situation for me. The white man explained, and he didn't seem to be prepared to hide anything from Horn. What ability do I have that is worthy of you choosing me? Isn't it too hasty to choose someone from birth? I may die many times along the way. If I die, won't all your preparations be wasted? Horn was silent for a while and asked. You still don't understand. It's not that I chose you, but that only you can accomplish this because... The white man paused and continued, you are the baby I created specifically to break the deadlock. I was created by you? I don't think I'm special. Horn felt that this guy was a little unreasonable. The more he talked, the more outrageous it became. Now he was not a normal person. Seeing Horn's expression was not right, the white man explained, you have all the qualities to accomplish this task, because you have the best magic talent, so I deliberately arranged Douglas to be by your side, so that you can become the first Celanese to learn magic. It seems that the reason why old Douglas could not spread magic was because he was interfering and wanted Horn to be the first Celanese to learn magic. Thinking of this, Horn's impression of the white man became even worse. Haha, just because I am the first Celanese to learn magic, can I definitely accomplish what you said? You have to know that those gods and us are completely different worlds. Horn was forcibly controlling his emotions. No one would be too happy if they knew that their life, which they thought was brilliant, was just a puppet of others, and that the person standing in front of them was the culprit who caused the tragedy of their most beloved person. Of course it's not because of magic, or it's not just because of magic. The fact that magic has developed to this point is beyond my expectation, but my original purpose was to use magic to impact the order of the gods. You have done better than I thought, but the best thing I prepared for you is not magic. The white man tapped Horn's chest lightly, and an invisible energy spread to Horn's whole body. He instantly noticed the change, as if there was something in his chest. Horn looked down at his chest, and found that his body seemed to have become transparent. Only the thing in his chest was real, which was a small cluster of colorful flames burning quietly. This is... Horn looked at the flame in shock. He didn't need the white man to explain. Horn knew that this flame was different from everything he had obtained before, and it was something of a higher level. The first time he noticed the existence of this thing was when the energy man left. Since then, Horn knew that there was something extraordinary in his body, but it was not until today that Horn saw the true appearance of this thing. Divine fire, godhood, source of legend, world seed, whatever you want to call it, in the entire world vortex, except for a few rare legendary races, everyone who wants to be promoted to that level needs this thing. In the normal world, as long as the strength reaches the critical point of breaking through the legend, the world will provide power to help it condense this thing, and allow it to be promoted to legend smoothly. But even in a world like Ceylon, there is a limit to the number of world seeds that can exist at the same time. In order to suppress those traitors, I have used up all my strength, and can no longer condense world seeds normally. There is only this one world seed left over from the past, and I left it in your body. As long as you grow to the level that meets the requirements for promotion to legend, you can naturally be promoted to legend. Chapter 586. What if I become a legend? If Horn had heard that he could become a legend, he would have been very happy, but now facing the white man, he couldn't be happy. Under such conditions, even if he became a legendary strongman, he would still be controlled by the white man's applause, which was no different from the tragedy determined by the gods before. After becoming a legend, I need you to do something. What's the matter? Horn scratched his ears. The previous part was all one-sided efforts of this guy. The next part should be what he asked Horn to do. On the face of the white man, the thread representing the eyes turned into angry triangular eyes. Kill a god. I would do it even if you didn't say it, Horn said calmly. After Eilonir asked him to kill the gods, Horn's desire to kill gods was reduced a little, but he still had to kill. This is good. You only need to kill a god, and my power can be released. At that time, Ceylon will have a new legendary strongman, and Ceylon will become a normal world again. The little white man said absent-mindedly that he had been waiting for that day for a long time. Horn looked at the little white man with a complicated expression. He hated the gods, but now he found that the little white man, or the will of the world, was actually worse to him, but he was just on his side. I know you are a little disgusted with my behavior, but you have to believe that everything I do will do you more good than harm. The little white man walked to the black stone door, touched the door from a distance and said, What I told you before were all details. The real precious thing is this. If one day, you can reach the limit of the legendary realm, then you come here and open this door, you will become a completely different existence from the legend. A true god completely different from those traitors, and the patron saint of Ceylon. True god? Gods are divided into true and false? What is the difference between true and false gods? Horn frowned, as if he had come into contact with something new. Well, the time you can stay here has reached the limit, and we will talk about the rest next time we meet. I hope that when we meet next time, you will already be a legend. The white man did not answer Horn's question, but ordered him to leave. Horn wanted to ask something, but he found that the distance between him, the door, and the white man was getting farther and farther, and finally returned to his body. In the end, I still don't know anything. Horn sighed. How does it feel to see the will of the world? Do you feel that your strength has been strengthened, and do you have a special feeling? An old voice sounded in Horn's ears, and Horn was startled. He had clearly made full protection, so how could someone come in silently? He looked up quickly, and saw a man in black sitting opposite him. Judging from his attire, he should be a thief. He should be the leader of the thieves that Ilya once mentioned. I was still wondering who could come in silently. After seeing you, I understood. What should I call you? Horn was stunned for a moment, and said to the man in black, Just call me Shadow. You haven't answered my question yet. Shadow stared at Horn and asked. From his voice, it can be heard that he is an elderly man. I don't know how to put it, Horn said with a wry smile. Could he say that he was chosen by the world's will and destined to complete the great cause of killing gods in the future? Shadow nodded and said, It's right that I don't know how to put it. The greatness of the world's will is not something that we mortals can describe. Congratulations on passing the test, and becoming a formal member of the Ceylon will. What? Horn's brain was a little confused. How did he suddenly become a formal member of the Ceylon will? Wasn't there a ceremony? What you just experienced is the test of officially joining the organization. Otherwise, do you think this room will let you in so easily? Shadow said expressionlessly. Although he was wearing a mask, Horn knew that he was expressionless. Can you explain it to me? Since the assessment of joining this organization has been inexplicable. Even Horn found it difficult to understand their behavior. Many churches also know about the existence of our organization and the standards for accepting personnel, but they don't know where we are and who we are, so they can't attack us. But there may be some people with bad intentions pretending to be members of the organization. Those who are not sincere in joining this organization, as well as those from other worlds and those who believe in gods and demons, will be punished by heaven as long as they start to communicate with the will of the world, and those who are truly suitable will definitely gain some benefits as long as they communicate with the will of the world. Judging by these black stone chairs is the best way to conduct membership review. The person who explained was not the Shadow, but Eilonir. He forcibly broke through Horn's arrangement at the door and walked in. Behind him, Ilya also walked in, with a smirk on Horn's face. Horn's mask released a barely perceptible heat that evaporated the sweat on his forehead. It seemed that he had just walked through the gates of hell without realizing it. If he hadn't been able to resist fighting the white villains in the white world, even if he could return by chance, he would probably have been killed by them. Congratulations on officially becoming the 6th agent of Salon's Will, Elijah said with a grin. The code name of an agent is not a ranking, and even number 1 will not completely surpass number 12. After becoming the number 6 agent, Horn's authority in the Salon Will was much greater than before, but in fact, it was not much more than before. Before, he could only passively receive some information and communicate with Eilonir, but now, he can communicate with everyone. In the Salon Will, each member is using his own method to oppose the church. They do not interfere with each other, but most actions are open to all members, and everyone will choose to help or not according to their own situation. At the same time, everyone's information about the church will be made public here, which can better enhance the understanding of the church. Although the organization seems to be very loose, it can play a huge role, because everyone in the organization is powerful and is at the top of Salon. 2 tough management systems cannot apply to them. They only need to help the organization in their own way. Chapter 587. After truly integrating into this organization, Horn discovered that this organization was more like a group striving for a common goal, rather than an organization with strict hierarchy. Such a group was actually quite to Horn's liking. Horn had learned almost everything he should know. He had just joined the organization, and many things could be discussed later. The results of the meeting with the white man should not be viewed in front of so many outsiders. Ilya once said that Eilonir dreamed of becoming a legend. If he knew that he had the seed of the world in his body, he might even tear Horn apart. So Horn was silent for a while, and then asked Eilonir, "I want to see Annie. Where is she now?" "Of course you can see her, but she won't wake up until more than 20 days later. Are you sure you want to go now?" Horn nodded. He was sure that the reason he came to the Free Federation so early was largely to see Annie earlier, otherwise he could have traveled all the way. Eilonir didn't say much and took Horn out of the Church of the God of Frozen Earth. When they left, Franks was playing happily with Arya, so Horn didn't disturb them, and followed Eilonir to his territory. Eilonir's territory is not in the city, but in a deep forest far outside the city. This forest occupies half of the entire island. Horn doesn't need to sense it to know that there are many dark creatures hidden here. This forest is called the Demon Forest by the locals. It is as dangerous as the Twilight Forest, but because of its small area, it is not ranked as one of the 4 dangerous places on the continent. The 4 dangerous places in Salon are the Twilight Forest in the northeast of the God-forsaken land, the Ice Continent in the north of the Gods Continent, the 10,000 Poison Swamp next to the Thunder God Parish in the southwest of the Gods Continent, and the Judgment Mountains in the western Holy Light Kingdom. Everyone in Salon knows about these 4 dangerous places. They all cover a large area. Even a level 9 expert has to be careful in the core area. In addition to these 4 famous dangerous places, there are also dangerous places, such as the Demon Forest that he is going to now. Along the way, Horn sensed several powerful creatures that were threatening enough to him and hostile to him. Horn is already a strong man, not a cabbage on the street, which shows how terrible this place is. If it weren't for Eilonir leading the way, even if Horn wanted to enter the core area, he would have to go through several battles. After these powerful beings found that it was Eilonir who led the way, they became silent one by one, and even had a hint of flattery. It seemed that Eilonir was the king here. The 2 flew at high speed for a while, and came to the center of the deep forest. They saw hundreds of castles scattered in the forest. This was the largest gathering place of Blood Clan on the continent. The activities of vampires are based on families. There is only one family in one place, and Eilonir is the head of the largest Blood Clan family. He is the ultimate boss of this demon forest. Walking into the castle area, Horn always felt that there was a bloody smell here, as if there were many wild beasts watching him in the dark. After all, the people here were monsters that fed on blood. However, Horn would not put himself on the level of food. In this vampire settlement, except for Eilonir, no one should be qualified to treat Horn as food. Horn's mental power did not explore randomly. He was afraid that it would be embarrassing to see something cruel and inhumane, but he could not do anything about it. So he simply controlled his mental power, and did not look around. After walking for a while, Eilonir led Horn to a small castle. He pointed at the castle, and said to Horn, "Your woman is here. She will not wake up until 21 days later. I have always assigned someone to manage this castle to ensure that everything is safe. Only and lives in it." Before entering the door, Horn looked around and pointed to the largest castle in the center and said, "That castle is. That's my residence." "What's wrong?" Eilonir asked doubtfully. No problem. Horn scratched his head. The style of the castle looked like Daisy's. Could this old man also like Daisy? He had to keep a close eye on her. It was enough for Annie to become a vampire. He didn't want too many vampires in the parliament. Eilonir was very enthusiastic about Horn along the way. This might be because Horn had given them space rings as a meeting gift. The agents at the headquarters, and those not at the headquarters, were all full of goodwill towards Horn. It must be said that giving gifts is a good way of communication, at least in Ceylon. After sending Horn to the castle, Eilonir left. He still had a lot of things to do. After all, he was the patriarch of a huge tribe. Now there were only Horn and Annie in the castle, as well as some human maids arranged by Eilonir. These maids were extremely respectful to Horn, but if you look closely, they were actually trembling slightly. Except for a few, most of the races living here except the vampires were blood slaves of scholars. The blood of the blood slaves of the vampires was generally to meet their needs, so few people died. However, people who were sucked for a long time would become half human and half ghost, and then their memories would be cleared and driven out. If the blood slaves met vampires with more violent personalities, they might be sucked dry and die. Because they serve, and these human maids have rarely been disturbed by the nearby vampires in the past 5 years, and have lived a relatively stable life. But now a strange man they don't know has suddenly moved in, and of course they are scared. "Don't be nervous, I'm a human." After Horn finished speaking, the girls became even more scared. This is the nest of the vampires. What kind of normal human can come in? Maybe it's a murderer who is more terrifying than a vampire. Looking at their expressions, Horn smiled bitterly, and was too lazy to explain to them. Horn actually had some sympathy for these human maids. After all, they existed as food, not humans, but Horn had no intention of changing their fate for the time being. He couldn't tell Eilonir that you should stop drinking human blood and release all these humans. You will all starve to death in the future. If Horn did that, the relationship between him and Eilonir would be ruined. The conflict between humans and vampires is indeed irreconcilable, but with the church and gods as the enemy, Horn can also accept the vampires as allies. But speaking of it, do vampires really have to suck blood to survive? Should we let the mages research some food or drinks that can replace human blood, and then sell them to Eilonir to make some money? Chapter 588. Putting all the chores aside, Horn asked the maids to lead him to Anne's room, and then told him not to get close to this room. What he wanted most now was to see in, and the rest could be discussed later. Pushing open the door of the room, Horn stood at the door, and was a little afraid to go in, but what should be faced must be faced, and avoiding can't solve any problems. He had figured it out 5 years ago. He walked into the room, walked to Anne's bedside, found a chair to sit down, and the chaotic thoughts in his mind completely disappeared, and his heart suddenly calmed down. Anne's bed was like a big coffin, with a layer of scarlet blood underneath the coffin, but there was no bloody smell, only a faint fragrance. After not seeing her for 5 years, her appearance was still the same as 5 years ago, with a ruddy complexion, just like when I first saw her, not like she had been fatally injured. But the aura in her body was completely different from before, becoming somewhat similar to Eilonir. After a while, she could no longer be considered a human being when she woke up, and I wondered if she could still be considered a magician. But even if she is not a magician or a human, as long as she has not lost her basic thinking ability as a human being, as long as she is still, and Horn is not going to give up on her. As for how to treat, and he had made a decision 5 years ago. Unless and is no longer, and no one can change his decision. Sitting by Anne's bed makes Horn feel at ease. God, the church, the world's will, the magic council and other trivial matters can be put aside. He can think of nothing in his heart. This is a rare peace for Horn in these years. Although this feeling was good, Horn could not enjoy it any longer. He stood up and used magic to completely seal the room, isolating it from the outside world. No one except the agent holding the black stone ring could stand outside the room silently. Among the agents, Except the thief's shadow, no one could enter the room without Horn's perception. What he was going to do next was not convenient for others to see. When Horn talked with Ilonir and Ilya before, he got the words out of them. They saw that the world will was just a vague message to them, and they did not have the treatment of face-to-face conversation like Horn. So Horn was indeed different in front of the world will, which made his heart heavier. Moreover, Horn did not enjoy the benefits of improving their strength. During this meeting, he did feel that his strength was purified a little, but it was not yet to the extent of improving his strength. Only with strength can one have the ability to make rules. Whether he wants to strengthen the Magic Council, destroy the church and kill the gods, or even get rid of the control of the world will, he needs strength. Now, he is just a chess piece on someone else's chessboard, but when the chess piece becomes strong enough, it will also be valued by the chess player, and even become a new chess player. Although Horn's realm has reached the 7th ring, with the Origin Magic Ring, he is at most similar to an ordinary 9th level strongman. The previous instant kill of the Leopard Tribe Chief was just a fluke, and it is actually very difficult to replicate that kind of battle. And the easiest way to make him stronger is the World Seed, whose existence he just knew. Horn didn't know the specific definition of this thing. He only knew that this thing was the key to becoming a legend, so this thing should have a power beyond Horn's current level. As long as Horn gained a little benefit from it, it would be enough to greatly increase his strength. Originally, although this thing had always existed in Horn's chest, Horn didn't know it existed. However, after the white man tapped his chest, he found that he could feel the existence of the flame at any time. Horn first probed his mental power into the flame, but found that his mental power went straight through it. In the world of mental power, this flame did not exist at all. This made Horn feel troubled. Usually, he mainly used mental power to study new things. For such illusory things, mental power was the best. Now that mental power could not be used, how could he study this flame? The same situation occurred when he probed his magic power into it. This flame did not exist at the energy level. As a transcendent, Horn's two most important abilities could not react to this flame. In fact, this is the necessary protection that the white man gives to Horn. The World Seed is coveted by the top powerhouses in the entire world, and everyone who needs this thing is not Horn's match. If it could be discovered simply by mental power or some other power, then Horn would have been eaten alive by all kinds of powerful people, and how could he still be alive today? Moreover, the World Seed is a higher level thing after all. With Horn's strength, if he really came into full contact with it, it would only hurt him, and would not do him any good. Although his mental power and magic power were useless, Horn was not discouraged. The means of the extraordinary people were useless, and there was no way to take the flame out of Horn's chest, so he could only use the most primitive means of observation. First of all, there was no sound or smell when the flame burned, and Horn could not touch it inside his body, so all Horn could do was watch. After watching for a while, Horn found that the burning of the flame seemed very messy, but there seemed to be some wonderful rules inside it, and it always burned within a fixed range. There was no external force disturbing the flame, but the flame was still changing constantly, and every change could bring a wonderful touch to Horn. This change should contain some higher-level mysteries. Regardless of whether this was Horn's illusion, he had to give it a try. After all, this was the only breakthrough he could find now. The Magician's Sea of Consciousness was a very wonderful place. The magician could simulate and create magic models in it, no matter how complex the model was. Now Horn tried to construct the model of the flame in the Sea of Consciousness. The changes of the flame seemed to be countless, but there were rules among them. Horn spent 10 days to construct thousands of extremely similar flame models, with only a little difference. These models have already included most of the changes of the World Seed. 10 consecutive days of high-intensity research made Horn a little dizzy. He took out some food from the space ring, and ate it before he felt better. Then he took out a quilt, put it on the ground beside Anne's bed, and slept soundly. Maybe because he was too tired, or maybe because he was next to Anne, Horn slept very comfortably. He didn't think about anything when he fell asleep, and just slept perfectly. Chapter 589. After waking up, Horn found himself lying on Anne's coffin bed, sleeping in an extremely indecent posture. He stood up awkwardly, put on his clothes, and looked at the time. He found that more than 10 hours had passed. He slept for a long time this time. For wild witches, long sleep is a very luxurious enjoyment. Most wild witches find it very difficult to sleep more even if they haven't slept for 5 or 6 days. Horn himself rarely experienced more than 10 hours of sleep. This comfortable experience made him feel very good. Now that he was awake, he should continue. He had already completed most of the models when he fell asleep yesterday. The remaining models should be insignificant. If they were really important, he could add them later. In the sea of consciousness, Horn merged the models one by one. This was a very complicated project. Horn didn't know if it would work, but now he could only try his best. Who made Horn stand in the only way to study the seed of the world? Each fusion of a new model requires a lot of calculations. Even with Horn's ability, it takes a lot of time. The first few hundred most common changes did not cause any abnormal changes, but Horn's face did not show any expression. This was the strong psychological quality he had developed during his years of magic experiments. When it came to the last quarter, the situation changed. A mysterious breath came out of this model. It didn't look like the breath of the seed of the world, but it was somewhat similar to the breath in the white space. As new models were added, the combined model became more dynamic, and it already had some of the charm of the colorful flame. The later it got, the more Horn felt that the model he had finally created was a bit like an extremely complex magic circle. Although it had nothing to do with a normal magic circle, Horn still felt that way. This was the intuition of a powerful magician. When the last model was integrated, from the outside, except for the color, the flame model was no different from the world seed. However, although it was completed, it did not bring any improvement to Horn, and not even a trace of change appeared. This thing is completely useless to Horn now. Horn sighed. It took him another 5 days to integrate these models. A total of 15 days of effort were wasted. However, Horn is not going to discard this model. When he is strong enough in the future, he can use it as a reference to study the world seed. Just as he was about to seal the model, Horn suddenly remembered that he thought this thing was like a magic circle before. So is it possible to release it by magic? Every magician cherishes his inspiration, so Horn immediately took action after thinking of it. He first added a few circles and auxiliary lines around the model, which are common in all magic circles, and then used the flame model as the core of the magic circle and carefully inputted magic power into it. At first, Horn carefully inputted magic power, but found that it was not full, and then he began to input magic power wildly, but it was still not full, so Horn and the magic circle competed. But later, Horn found that he had input most of his magic power into it, but there was still no sign of satisfaction, and even a small part was not filled, so Horn began to stop. But at this time, he was shocked to find that he could not stop. This magic circle seemed to have a strange power. Once the magic power started to be input, it could not be stopped. Gradually, the magic power in Horn's body was sucked dry, and then this magic circle began to snatch magic power from the origin ring. Seeing that this magic circle began to extract magic power from the origin ring, Horn relaxed a little. This way, he didn't have to worry about being sucked dry by this magic. But how did this magic absorb magic power from the origin ring? After all, in addition to directly releasing power from the origin ring, Horn had never used other methods to extract the power of the origin ring. After absorbing the magic power reserve accumulated by Horn for nearly a year from the origin magic ring, the magic circle was finally fed. Horn was temporarily relieved, but the power has not been lifted yet. After the magic circle is fed, its power will explode. The fire he released to kill the 9th level strongman in a second is only about a month's magic power, and no one knows how amazing the magic power will release in this year. However, Horn knew that if this power exploded nearby, neither he nor Annie would survive. So he quickly ran to the top of the castle, and released the attack as far as possible in the direction of the demon forest. He didn't know what the consequences would be, but he hoped that the feedback of the power would not be too much for him to bear. Horn released a stream of colorful light. The light stream was very thin, like a slightly thicker arrow. The light stream rushed to the sky, then suddenly fell down, and exploded in a very far place, blooming a halo like a rainbow, which looked extremely beautiful. However, beauty often represents danger. After the power exploded, the forest in that direction began to tremble, and a large number of birds and beasts became restless. The faint cries of the monsters showed the tragic situation. After Horn cast an eagle-eye spell on himself, he could vaguely see some colorful crystal-like protrusions in that direction. He couldn't see what damage was caused, but judging from the strong and strange power fluctuations transmitted, it might not be beautiful there. Fortunately, this strange magic did not cause a huge reaction force on Horn's body, like the origin ring. Otherwise, with the huge magic power and his magic power being drained and unable to defend, Horn would definitely be seriously injured, and might even die directly. It's really powerful. Did you feel it too? I don't know what kind of existence can cause such a powerful attack. Is it a clone of a god who has descended to Ceylon or a new legend? Eilonir flew to Horn and stopped, staring at that direction, his body trembling slightly. He thought Horn had sensed the movement and came out to see, but he had no idea that this terrifying formation was created by Horn. The vampires have many unique talents, but their ability to sense energy is not outstanding, so he did not notice the abnormal power around Horn. Horn had no intention of exposing himself, so he responded vaguely to Eilinir's question, pretending that it had nothing to do with him. At the same time, he took the time to recover his strength. He could not extract the power of the origin ring like that strange magic, so he was now an empty shell. He was very dangerous without power in such a place. Even if Eilonir was an ally, he could not entrust his safety to him. Chapter 590. The two of them watched from the top of the castle for a few seconds. After confirming that there was no movement over there, Eilonir said to Horn, "Let's go over and take a look. I want to see who can make such a big scene." Horn was stunned for a moment, and said, "Let's wait. You said that the power is far beyond that of a 9th level strongman. If that person is hostile, it will not be very dangerous for us to go over. It is better to wait for a while before going over. It is better to be cautious." Eilonir nodded and agreed with Horn's statement. He was also quite afraid of that place. Horn naturally knew that there was no danger there, because he was the one who caused the attack, but if he went there with Eilonir to take a look, he would definitely not be able to catch up with Eilonir. In order not to expose his weakness, Horn needed to delay for a while. Fortunately, Eilonir did not find Horn's little trick. Gradually, Horn's magic power recovered a little. At least, he would not show weakness in front of Eilonir. At his current level, the speed of magic power recovery is extremely amazing, so only a short while is enough. After recovering and waiting for a suitable time, Horn said to Eilonir, "It should be safe there now. I used magic to roughly explore it. There should be nothing there that threatens us." Eilonir nodded, and the two of them went to the place where the magic exploded. After approaching here, Horn took a breath of cold air. He couldn't believe that this attack was caused by him. The land within a radius of several hundred meters was all crystallized. The center of the powerful explosion was piled into a small crystal mountain. Outside the crystallization range, countless flowers, plants and trees died and withered, and the corpses of small animals could be seen everywhere. The power of this attack was very terrifying. Eilonir's face was also solemn. Just from the scope of the destruction, he could tell how terrible the attack was. If the attack landed on his territory, he would suffer a great loss after working hard to gather strength. This is really amazing. I wonder how this power compares to yours. Horn asked Eilonir pretentiously. This is not at the same level as mine. It's like the attack of those gods, but I have never heard of any gods attack in this way. Could it be a new legendary strongman? Eilonir took a deep breath and said, "So, the power released by the strange flame model is enough to rival the attack of the gods. This new magic circle that Horn accidentally created will replace the origin ring and become his biggest trump card. I am really curious about which god will attack here, and what is the meaning of this attack?" Horn continued to ask. He wanted to completely disconnect this attack from him, so that he can play the greatest role next time he casts it. How can I know about the gods? Even though I am one of the strongest people under the gods, even if I join forces with a few other guys, we can't deal with a god. Their real bodies are not on the continent. I have never seen the true bodies of gods, so I have no way of guessing their behavior, Eilonir said with a little melancholy. Unless he advances to the legendary level, even a strong man like him can only flee and hide in front of the gods. However, in order to advance to the legendary level, Salon must have a god fall, so he fell into a vicious circle. This kind of attack is considered powerful among gods. If every god can release this kind of attack, then they are indeed powerful enough to make people despair. Horn said tentatively. He wanted to know how powerful his magic was. Powerful. It is indeed powerful for us. Unless I advance to the legendary level, I will never be able to reach this kind of power. But it is just a casual attack in front of those gods. The little power they casually give can create a 9th level strongman. This kind of power is nothing compared to them. Eilonir sneered. He was one of the few people in Salon who had seen the shocking scene when the gods really took action. When he was still a little vampire, he witnessed the battle between the legendary masters of Salon and hundreds of gods. It was a real scene of heaven and earth collapsing. Compared with that, the current fights on the continent are as childish and ridiculous as playing house. A sword can avoid mountains, and a punch can create a lake. At that time, any place in Salon could be wiped off the map by an attack from nowhere. Salon was originally a whole continent, but because of the fight between them, it was broken into 3 pieces. After listening to Eilonir's description, Horn was shocked. The complacency he had just felt for making a powerful attack completely disappeared. The so-called gods were completely different creatures from them. If he wanted to kill a god, it would not be enough to rely on just one or two powerful tricks. He still had to advance to the legendary level. Fortunately, he had the world seed given by the world will. As long as his strength reached the critical point, he could naturally advance to the legendary level. However, Horn instinctively resisted following the arrangement of the world will. He had a feeling that the more he followed the guy's arrangement, the deeper he would sink into his quagmire, and in the end, he would be unable to extricate himself. But in the end, could he really resist the temptation of becoming the kind of god described by Eilonir? All extraordinary people have a thirst for power. Even Horn is no exception, so Horn is not sure what choice he will make in the end. The two walked into the center of the crystal mountain, and saw a huge crystallized silt more than 20 meters high, and the facial features could be vaguely seen from the silt. This is the king of the swamp, one of the top 9 level monsters in the demon forest besides me. It is also quite difficult to deal with among the 9 level monsters. With its strange body structure, even I find it difficult to kill it. I didn't expect it to die in this unknown attack. Eilonir touched the crystal stone, and the expression on his face was a little elusive. All the 9 level masters in the demon forest were related to him, and one of them died like this. He felt a little complicated. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on Horn's temples. Did he accidentally kill Eilonir's powerful subordinate? This made it even more difficult for him to know that it was his own attack. He was killed. This is really great. Just when Horn was feeling a little uncomfortable, Eilonir showed his signature sneer of the vampires and said, "Great, you seem very happy that your general was killed." Horn asked in confusion, "Why shouldn't I be happy? This guy relied on the fact that I couldn't do anything to him and refused to submit to me. He challenged me publicly many times. I wanted to kill him a long time ago." Chapter 591. Well, it seems that Horn did a good thing. At least he helped Eilonir, his ally, kill a big trouble. The two of them walked around here for a few times, and found no trace of other people. Eilonir was a little disappointed. He wanted to know who the mysterious strongman was. Horn also pretended to be disappointed. In fact, he didn't feel anything in his heart. Anyway, he was just acting with Eilonir. In the end, there was nothing to explore here. Horn collected some different crystal samples, and put them in the space ring. These crystals seemed to have no use value, but they might be useful. After Horn finished collecting, the two of them went back. After they went back, a person with a smiling mask on his face quietly appeared, stroking the crystal mountain and whispering. In the white space, the irrelevant things outlined by black lines on the white man's face were crowded together, looking very confused and irritated. Magic. Is the thing created by the alien creature so amazing? It seems that I took this kind of thing too lightly before. I have to pay more attention to it in the future. The white man hugged his legs with his hands, and sat against the door. He was the only moving being in the whole space, looking extremely lonely. This strange magic is beyond my control. He can actually analyze the power of the world seed in that way. I hope that it will not go against the plan in the end. Also, grow up quickly, come here earlier to untie my shackles. Let me get rid of those parasites, and then open this door. After returning to Annie's room, Horn let out a long sigh. He didn't expect that such a casual attempt would cause so many problems. It seems that the world seed is indeed an extraordinary thing. It can release such a powerful power just by analyzing it in this way. I really don't know how much surprise it will bring to him when its power is fully developed. However, there are still many details that have not been filled in the previous model. Since it has been proven that this thing is indeed useful, Horn does not mind spending more time to make this new magic circle more perfect. This magic is too powerful. If nothing unexpected happens, Horn may not even have the opportunity to use this magic before becoming a legend, but this does not prevent him from wanting to enhance his understanding of this magic. This magic can exert such a powerful power. There must be a mystery that Horn does not understand. More research will definitely help Horn's overall magic level improve. The magic power required for this new magic is too terrifying. Normal magicians are absolutely unable to perform it. Even if Horn has reached the 9th ring, he will not be able to meet the requirements without relying on the origin magic ring. Moreover, it cannot be stopped in the middle of the release. It is absolutely dangerous for a normal magician to perform this magic. He plans to build a separate book deep in the magic library to store this magic, and make this magic the first magic in the book. Only magicians who meet all the conditions for learning this magic, and have made great contributions to the Parliament can read it. All wizards who consult and learn this magic must sign a contract to guarantee that they will not abuse this magic, and will not pass it on to others. Horn did not know whether similar magic would appear in the future, but since it had been classified separately, it had to have a name. In the Magic Council, There was a list of forbidden magic, which recorded magic that was dangerous and difficult to control, such as magic that extracted the vitality of living people to improve themselves, magic that completely turned normal people into puppets, and magic that created plagues and violent biological transformation, etc. These magics are not difficult to learn, but they can cause disastrous consequences, so the Parliament sealed them up and prohibited ordinary magicians from learning them. They will not be released until the risks can be controlled. These magics are called forbidden spells within the Parliament. Since this new magic is very dangerous for ordinary magicians to perform, it is better to call this type of magic forbidden spells to distinguish it from those forbidden spells. Horn placed it in the library, not expecting other magicians to use this magic, but to pass it on as a legacy, hoping that a talented magician can perform this magic in the future. As long as it keeps accumulating and passing on, the development of magic will not stop. There are still 7 days before Anne wakes up. During these 7 days, Horn is not going to do anything weird. He sits beside the bed and concentrates on perfecting this magic, waiting for Anne to wake up. 7 days passed quickly in Horn's research. On this morning, Horn did not practice, but dressed himself up neatly and waited for Anne to wake up. At noon, Anne's fingers moved slightly, and Horn's eyes suddenly widened and stared at Anne tightly. It was time to wake up. The blood in the coffin bed gradually dried up, and all of it was absorbed into Anne's body. Anne blinked her eyes, but did not open them. Eilonir walked in, with all the human maids in the castle behind him. With a light stroke of his finger, a small cut was made on the necks of the maids in the first row, and a large amount of blood flew out of their necks and into Anne's mouth. Anne's lips moved slightly, her throat rolled up and down, swallowing the fresh blood in big mouthfuls. Horn's eyelids trembled a few times. Although he knew that Anne would definitely suck blood, he still had some difficulty accepting it when he actually saw it. She just woke up, and needs a lot of blood. She will wake up after her body is full of blood. Eilonir explained to Horn, and with a wave of his hand, the necks of the maids in the second row were also cut open. The maids in the first row were all pale, but they were not seriously injured. They were just a little lacking in blood. They would return to normal after a period of recuperation. This was their normal life as blood slaves. Horn raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "I thought you would just drain their blood until it was dry." "Why drain them all?" Eilonir asked. "That's what folk legends say," Horn said awkwardly. "Folk legends are bullshit. They also say we are afraid of garlic. I have a descendant who eats it every day, and nothing happened. We can use them in the future if we keep them alive. If they all die after sucking blood once, where can we find so many people to use?" Eilonir disdainfully refuted Horn's words. This was the first time Horn had seen Eilonir swear. It seemed that the vampires were still very concerned about this aspect. Chapter 592. After refuting Horn, Eilonir continued, "Will you humans cut down trees to eat fruits? Will you catch all the small fish when fishing? Wait, it seems that some humans do. But we vampires are different from you. Most of those who suck people to death are wild species, who come from nowhere. There will never be those who exhaust the resources of the pond to catch fish in a regular vampire clan. Those who can't control their desires are also dangerous to us, so we either exile those vampires or execute them directly." Horn nodded. It seems that the real vampires are very different from the vampires described in the story. Folk rumors cannot be fully believed. With the infusion of a large amount of blood, the bloody smell on Anne's body became stronger and stronger. It seemed that she was about to wake up. Here, Horn was staring at Anne nervously. Over there, Horn's clone in the Magic Council came to the Tower of Wisdom and found the Council's chief potion master, Nicholas Showers, who was studying a new potion. "Have you heard of vampires?" Horn asked. "Of course I've heard of it. Do you want to make a potion to expel vampires? Go buy the holy water sold in the Holy Light Kingdom. That stuff is the best for vampires," Nicholas said to Horn while preparing a bottle of strange potion. "That's not what I meant." Horn wiped his sweat. What did he want holy water for? To expel Annie? I mean, can you make something to replace blood so that vampires can survive without sucking blood? Why are you researching this, speaker? Were you bitten by a vampire and turned into a vampire? Nicholas said teasingly that the legend of vampires has always been circulating on the mainland, but vampires are actually rare, and it is not difficult for ordinary vampire supernatural beings to deal with them. I tell you secretly, don't tell anyone else. Horn sat beside Nicholas and said mysteriously. Nicholas became interested, put down his work, and listened attentively. I have contact with the largest vampire tribe in Ceylon. If you can make something that can replace blood and suppress their bloodthirsty desire, then we can sell it to them, which can increase a lot of income for the Parliament. Horn whispered to Nicholas. Will this really work? I always feel that this has no future. Even if it can be researched, it will be a waste of effort. Nicholas scratched his bald head with few hairs left. For vampires, human blood is everywhere. They don't need to buy substitutes from the parliament. It can work, it will definitely work. Believe me, it definitely has a future. Horn continued to persuade. If it weren't for him becoming a vampire, he actually thought this thing was dispensable, but now, and has become a vampire. In order to let, and get rid of bloodthirsty desires, as soon as possible, Horn decided to promote this research. Nicholas thought for a while, and said, we can do research, but I can't guarantee that we will succeed. Besides, I need vampires to cooperate with me in my research. Without vampires, there is no hope at all. Don't worry, I will bring you vampires later. Horn patted his chest and promised. On the other side, Anne's awakening has reached a critical moment, and almost all the maids in the castle have had their blood sucked. The process of transforming into a vampire has reached the last step. Next, we need to drip the blood of a strong man into her mouth. This blood does not affect her bloodline, but it has a certain impact on her strength when she wakes up. If I come, she will establish a parental relationship with me, unable to resist my orders, and her bloodline will be purified, becoming more powerful. If you come, she will establish a connection with you, and then the bloodline will maintain its current status. It is hard to say how powerful it will be, but it should be the best choice for you. In the final step, Islander explained all the twists and turns to Horn. This was a basic respect for Horn. If it was someone else, he would of course come directly, but he chose to explain everything to Horn, otherwise it might cause conflicts in the future. After listening to Islander's explanation, Horn cut open his skin at the heart without saying anything, drew a stream of blood from it, and slowly dripped it into Anne's lips. There was a seed of the world near his heart, and perhaps the blood near there would have other hidden powers. The blood seeped into Anne's lips, blooming with colorful light, which gradually seeped into Anne's body, and Anne's heart began to beat. Islander looked at Horn strangely, and he didn't expect Horn's blood to be quite special. After a while, Annie suddenly opened her eyes, and sat up straight. She felt around her waist, but didn't feel any wounds. Then she patted her chest and said with some fear, Great, I thought I was dead. You did die once, but you are alive again now. Iloniel said with a smile. Who are you? Where is this place? Annie looked at Iloniel vigilantly, feeling around for the staff, but didn't feel anything. She hadn't figured out the situation yet, and her memory was still stuck at the time when she was almost killed by the leopard tribe chief. Horn stretched out his hands, straightened Anne's little head, and asked her to look at him. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong here. Seeing Horn, Anne relaxed, and her face turned red. Horn had never put his hands next to her face like this. Chief Iloniel. Horn looked at Iloniel and winked at him. Iloniel understood, smiled and took all the maids away, then closed the door, leaving only Horn and Anne. 5 years have passed since then. You slept for 5 years, and I waited for 5 years. After everyone left, Horn said to Annie gently. 5 years have passed? Then I didn't practice for 5 years, so I was left behind by everyone. Annie covered her forehead and exclaimed in annoyance. It doesn't matter. You can catch up with the things you left behind. I believe you. Horn looked into Annie's eyes and said, and Annie lowered her head shyly. She didn't know what happened to Horn. His attitude changed completely after waking up. If Horn had this attitude, she would have fallen long ago. For some reason, when Anne woke up again, Horn was very natural in front of her. He felt a strange connection between him and her, which made the gap between him and Anne smaller. He thought he would be as cold-faced as before, or hesitant and unable to speak. Can you move your hand away first? Anne lowered her head and whispered, her voice like a mosquito. Oh, okay, I forgot. Horn awkwardly took his hand away. He had been putting his hand on Anne's shoulder since just now, and his posture had not changed. Chapter 593. The two of them fell into silence. Sometimes Annie stole a glance at Horn, and sometimes Horn stole a glance at Annie. They had never had such an atmosphere between them, so neither of them knew how to deal with it. After a while, their eyes met for more than 10 seconds, and then they smiled at each other, and the awkward atmosphere completely disappeared. After all, the two of them had been together for more than 10 years, and they were no longer teenagers, so they quickly adapted to the current situation. Next, Horn explained to Annie what had happened in the past 5 years. When she talked about Horn becoming the Grand Duke of Spark and his promotion to a 7-ring magician, she was really happy for him. When she talked about Horn's parents, she felt sad for him. Afterwards, Horn gave Annie a brand new space ring, and put all the things that Annie might need in it. During these 5 years, the space ring was the greatest invention of the Parliament. Looking at the space ring and the things in it, Annie could hardly imagine how much precious time she had lost. These are all the things that happened in the past 5 years. I have something very important to tell you. After talking about trivial matters, Horn adjusted his sitting posture and sat upright. Go ahead. Annie was stunned for a moment when she saw Horn seemed very serious. What was he going to do? Horn coughed twice, then took a deep breath, as if he had made a great decision. After we return to Spark City. Horn spoke hesitantly. What will happen after we return to Spark City? And stared at Horn with watery eyes. Curiously, what exactly did he want to say so seriously? After returning to Spark City, let's get married. After Horn finished speaking, he let out a long breath, straightened his back and looked at him motionlessly. Get married? Annie's eyes widened, her mouth opened and closed, but she couldn't speak. A minute ago, they were still talking about what happened in the past 5 years. How come they suddenly said they were going to get married now? This turn was too big, and she almost fainted at once. But after the shock, she bent her knees, and hugged her legs and sobbed softly, and then her crying became louder and louder, and finally turned into a loud cry. Tears kept pouring out, soaking her clothes. She had been waiting for this day for more than 10 years. She had been actively building a relationship with Horn, but Horn had always turned a blind eye, so she did not dare to ask Horn for further requests. She once thought that she would maintain a close and distant relationship with Horn for the rest of her life. Although there was no hope between the two, she was satisfied to work together all the time. She had thought about the scene of Horn saying he wanted to marry her countless times, but she had never expected that one day, Horn would really want to sit in front of her and say he wanted to marry her like he did now. As a magician, she knew what was a dream and what was reality, so she couldn't control herself. Looking at the crying, and Horn rubbed his face in distress. He realized at this moment what kind of stupid things he had done in the past. Don't just cry, do you agree? After waiting for a while, Horn couldn't help asking. And didn't answer, but threw herself beside Horn and continued to cry. Horn could only pat her back and comfort Anne. Proposing or asking for marriage was something Horn had decided 5 years ago. The words Giant said to him in the illusion opened his heart like a revelation. Escape cannot solve the problem, and pretending not to see is even more cowardly. All his worries are just stupid self-hypnosis. All his excuses are hurting Anne and torturing himself. So after seeing things clearly, he will directly propose this time. At noon, the sun shines warmly on the castle. The entire vampire settlement is quiet. No vampires come out to walk around, only blood slaves work in it. All the trees in the castle were cleared, and the sun was very dazzling. Sitting on a lounge chair and basking in the sun in this environment was a great enjoyment, but vampires did not like this feeling. Although they were not afraid of the sun, it made them uncomfortable. Pushing open the door of the castle, Horn came out and stood in front of the door, waving at the inside. Come out and try, don't be afraid. In folklore, vampires will be burned to ashes when they come into contact with the sun. And is also a vampire now. Although Horn promised her that nothing would happen, she was still a little scared. She first stretched out her slender white fingers and lightly touched the sunlight at the door, then quickly retracted her hand, like a frightened little rabbit, and then stretched out her whole hand again. Her frightened look was extremely cute, which made Horn smile. After testing that the sunlight did not harm her, she walked out of it with confidence and stood in front of Horn. How do you feel? Horn asked with concern. My skin feels slightly burned, just like touching quicklime. It's not very comfortable, but it's not a big deal. And described her feelings. After listening, Horn stretched out his hand and arranged some magic power on her head, like an umbrella to block all the sunlight on her body. And looked at his arrangement with a sweet smile on her face. When you go back, you can design a wizard robe that suits you. You are an expert in this area. And nodded gently. Her eyes were still a little red and swollen, but the look she gave Horn at this moment was completely different. It was not the kind of strong love that melted everything, but the kind of emotion facing family. There was no love at first sight between her and Horn, nor was there any grand experience of life and death, let alone a vow of eternal love. At first, Anne's feelings for Horn began with admiration and gratitude for her lifesaver, but later, as they spent more time together, her feelings for Horn changed and became sincere and pure. Horn also had a good impression of, and at the beginning. As a teenager and adolescence, he would naturally have some thoughts when seeing a nearly perfect girl, but when faced with this feeling, Horn chose to escape. He believed that to achieve great things, he could not be tied down by love affairs, so he kept distance between him and Annie, thinking that distance would make the feelings indifferent and eventually disappear completely. But distance made longing beautiful, and his feelings for Annie deepened unconsciously, and the deeper they deepened, the more he avoided them. If Annie had not been seriously injured and dying suddenly before, he didn't know how long it would take to get out of this vicious circle. Now all the awkwardness between the two has disappeared, and their relationship is on the right track. Now they are the most perfect way to get along for them. Chapter 594. This time, Horn brought Annie out to see what changes Annie had made compared to before. In Horn's perception, Annie was actually much stronger than before. She had been growing all the time during the 5 years asleep. Maybe she herself didn't even realize that she was completely different from before. The two came to the crystal stone land created by Horn's forbidden spell. This place was relatively hidden, and the residual energy aura made ordinary monsters dare not approach here. Although it certainly couldn't be hidden from the old ghost Ilonair, at least it could prevent those ordinary blood clans from seeing it. I have never seen such a powerful attack. Annie sensed it carefully, and showed a shocked expression. The battle between the 9th level strongmen was the most top-level battle she had ever seen. Horn coughed twice and said, "I will tell you about this in detail later. Let's see what kind of changes you have first." Horn was not going to tell anyone about his random creation of a super limit magic. Even if he wanted to tell Annie, he would not tell her here. He had to be careful that there were ears on the other side of the wall. There are indeed changes. I do feel that it is very different from before. Let me try magic first. Horn had given Anne's original staff and space ring to her, so she could cast spells as much as she wanted. He first cast a few common small spells, all of which could be released normally. The effect was a little more violent than normal magic, but it was still usable. Then she began to try to cast summoning. After casting, the summoned beasts were still the same as before, and there was no change. It seemed that Anne's magic was basically the same as 5 years ago, which made Horn very relieved. What he was most worried about was that Anne's magic could not be cast after becoming a vampire. Then let's start other tests. After writing down Anne's performance in a small notebook, Horn said to Anne, "Wait," and paused. "I think my magic has changed in other ways." Horn nodded to show his understanding. Anne had performed all the magic she knew before. If there was any new magic, it was a new product influenced by the bloodline of the vampires. Anne's face became serious, and she began to perform the summoning spell. She didn't know what she would summon. The spell was still a summoning spell, but it was slightly different from the previous spell. From Horn's perspective, a hexagram magic circle appeared in front of Anne, but unlike the previous summoning magic circle, this magic circle was bright red and had several strange runes at key positions. This should still be a summoning spell, but it should be very different from the previous summoning spell. Sure enough, after the summoning spell was completed, a bloody hand stretched out from the magic circle, and then a humanoid creature crawled out of the magic circle and stood in front of Anne in a daze. This humanoid creature had no clothes, not even skin, and bright red muscles and yellow fat were exposed to the air. Its nails were 10 centimeters long, and its mouth had sharp and irregular teeth. Its body was covered with a thick layer of plasma, and the whole person exuded a very bloody smell. Horn frowned. This monster was really ugly. Even ordinary undead were much better looking than him, and had no special expression on her face. After becoming a vampire, her aesthetics also changed. For others, the terrifying monsters were actually just the same thing to her. Although she did not notice this change, it did exist in her. "I haven't seen you use this summon before. Is it because of the new changes in the bloodline?" Horn asked Annie after blocking his sense of smell. Annie nodded. Although she didn't dislike the appearance of this monster, she also knew that this guy was extremely ugly. "This is a blood corpse, my new summon. The magic power spent on summoning this thing is roughly equivalent to that of a second-level summon. However, as long as there is a lot of blood around me, I can summon a large number of this creature at a very low cost. After completing the spell, information about this magic will automatically appear in Annie's mind. It is still useful to be able to summon a large number of them. Let them attack me, and see what strength they have." Horn looked at the blood corpse again and said. After Horn finished speaking, the blood corpse roared and rushed towards Horn frantically, and then was blocked by the magic shield in front of Horn. It could only wave its claws randomly, but could not move forward. Its strength is about level 3, but it has no combat wisdom. Compared with normal level 2 creatures, it is hard to say which one is more useful, but this guy has a strong desire for blood and destruction, a strong frontal combat ability, and is not afraid of sacrifice, suitable for frontal charge. Horn commented on the blood corpse while recording it. If it could be summoned in large numbers, This blood corpse would be very useful, but it didn't look very good. In terms of evilness, it was almost comparable to Daisy's undead. Your new summoned beast won't only have this one, right? There are others. By consuming the magic power of a level 5 summoned beast, you should be able to summon a blood creature close to level 6. And nodded. Then a wizard's hand flew out and pressed the blood corpse to the ground, with increasing force, and it seemed that it was about to crush the blood corpse. In this case, then this guy is useless. Stop. This creature is very strange. I have never seen it before. Can you let me take a closer look? Eilonir suddenly appeared, broke through Horn's magician's hand, and held the blood corpse in his hand. Horn rolled his eyes. He knew that Eilonir, a peeping Tom, might be following them, so he didn't tell Annie about the crystal ruins just now. Here you go. Horn casually threw the blood corpse in front of Eilonir. Eilonir played with the poor blood corpse with great interest. As a vampire, he rarely saw creatures related to blood in Ceylon. Even if there were any, they were blood wizards, who believed in the blood demon god, and they were completely different from the vampires. The blood corpse had no power to resist Eilonir. Eilonir didn't need to do anything. The blood suppression alone made the blood corpse unable to move. Let Eilonir torture the poor little blood corpse over there. Horn and Annie continued to test. You don't have anything new to show in terms of magic. Now we need to see what kind of ability you have gained in the blood clan. Judging from your aura, you should be a 6th level blood clan now, which is higher than your magic level, so be careful when you cast it. Chapter 595. Level 6 Vampire? Eilonir, who was dismantling the body of a blood corpse, put down his work and looked at Annie in surprise. He realized that the vampire aura on Annie was a little different from what he had expected. Yes, level 6 vampire, is there any problem? Horn asked curiously. Eilonir touched his chin with his bloody hand. I thought that using your blood would only make you level 5 at most, but I didn't expect you to reach level 6, and you were still strong among the level 6. Even when she used my blood, she was only level 6 at most when she first awakened. It seems that your blood is very special. Are you really human? Horn was silent for a moment. The white man once told him that he was created to kill gods. His talent met all the conditions for promotion to legend or even above legend, so the secrets contained in his blood might not even be known to him. After all, he is the one who got the origin holy weapon, so it is reasonable that his blood is stronger. Eilonir thought about it for a while, and then came to his senses, and continued to deal with the blood corpse that kept wailing. I thought you would ask me for blood because you knew my blood was strong. Horn said jokingly. Vampires have a way to absorb power from blood. The stronger the blood, the stronger the power in their hands. Although they cannot obtain the strength of anyone by sucking their blood, the blood of strong people is also very useful to them. Your blood is very useful. Ordinary vampires may even regard it as a treasure, but for me. Eilonir rarely showed a little complacency on his face. In my thousands of years of life, I have collected countless bloods of strong people, including the blood of gods, the blood of demons, the blood of dragons, the blood of elves, and even the blood of creatures from other worlds. I have them all, and your share is not missing. Horn touched his nose. That's right. In front of him was an old monster, who had accumulated thousands of years of experience. He might have already collected everything he could use. His private treasure house might be richer than the warehouse of the Magic Council. It seemed that the council was not rich enough. He should hurry up to make money, and deepen the business relationship with the outside of the godforsaken land. After that, Horn continued to test Annie's strength. The power of the 6th level blood clan was fully reflected in her. First of all, in terms of strength and speed, Annie was much weaker than a normal 6th level warrior in terms of strength, but her speed was much faster. As long as she was systematically trained, she could pick up a long sword and pretend to be a warrior. In other words, although Anne looks weak, her body is much stronger than Horn's now, and their married life may be very exciting in the future. After strength and speed, there are the unique talents of the vampires. The first is super fast healing. Except for the heart and brain, and will no longer have fatal injuries, and as long as there is enough blood, even if the heart and brain are damaged, they can recover, and her safety is greatly guaranteed. Then she can dodge attacks or fly by turning into a bat. This ability is quite useless for magicians like Horn, but it is very useful for magicians like, and who are good at standing and casting spells. Next, Annie can control some small creatures such as bats, mice, and snakes. This ability is perfectly restrained by Edward's control of cats. After all, Edward is the sacred beast of the cat people, so his ability is still quite good. Finally, there is the ability of human control inherited from Eilonir. This is a kind of hypnosis ability. As long as humanoid creatures with a huge difference in rank look into her eyes, their ability to move will be taken away and they will obey her command. As for some of the unique abilities of the blood race, such as blood perception, I will not go into details here. Of course, after she became a vampire, she naturally had the vampire's weaknesses. The damage to her from positive energy would be amplified. She had already made preparations for this Horn clone, who was far away in the Magic Council. After returning to the council, this weakness would be alleviated. Overall, Annie's current strength should be completely superior to most level 6 warriors. In a large-scale battlefield, the role she can play is much greater than that of an ordinary level 7 warrior. After the two of them finished the test, they found that Iloniel was standing in the corner. The body of the blood corpse had disappeared. The expression on his face was a little innocent, as if he was saying that the blood corpse was not destroyed by him. Summoned creatures will disappear after suffering great pain or dying. There is nothing to be learned from studying them. After all, the world they come from is completely different from ours. I am really interested in this kind of creature. How can I find it? Iloniel asked. Horn explained to him, those creatures are all summoned by magic. They basically do not exist in Ceylon, so I am sorry to disappoint you. Iloniel waved his hand. Since they did not exist in Ceylon, he had no intention of looking for them. After the test, Horn and Annie returned to the castle. After a while of intimacy, they began to practice separately. The feelings between magicians are more inclined to spiritual feelings, and physical desires are very weak. After all, magicians who simply seek pleasure have many fascinating enjoyments. No one talked that night. The next morning, Horn found Iloniel alone. Are you here to say goodbye to me? After all, your girlfriend has woken up. Iloniel joked that after Horn officially joined, his attitude towards Horn was not so cold, but like a kind elder. It's both a farewell and a deal. Horn sat down opposite him and said, Deal? If there was a deal, why didn't you tell me at the gathering a while ago? Iloniel asked in surprise. Because I decided on this deal today. What deal? Tell me. Are you interested in something that can help the vampires get rid of blood or reduce their dependence on blood? Horn asked with a smile. Is there really such a thing? How come I don't know about it? Iloniel was a little unconvinced. The history of the vampires was much longer than Horn could imagine. If such a thing really existed, they would not have never even heard of it. That kind of thing doesn't exist yet, but it may exist soon. It depends on your attitude. If Iloniel is not interested, then Horn will not let the Parliament spend manpower and material resources on research for the time being. Horn can still afford to provide Anne's blood. Iloniel thought for a long time, then nodded. If you really have that kind of thing in the future, as long as the price is not too outrageous, our blood clan will buy it. Horn breathed a sigh of relief. It was worthwhile for this transaction to continue. Then he asked tentatively, to conduct research in this area, we need the cooperation of the Blood Clan. I don't know. In the God-forsaken land, there is a small Blood Clan. If you want to find test subjects, just go there. Iloniel sold his teammates without blinking an eye. For him, except for his own clan, everything else can be abandoned. Chapter 596. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. A man in a black cloak and a woman with a transparent black veil on her head walked into the city hand in hand. These two people were Horn and Anne. Since Anne had woken up, it would be inconvenient for them to disturb Ilonir's territory. Well, mainly because there were vampires everywhere, and there was also Ilonir, the old peeping Tom. Horn felt a little depressed, so he took Anne out early. The two of them planned to go see Franks first, and then conduct some investigations in the city. Because he was anxious to see Anne, Horn had no mood to do many things. Now that Anne was by his side, he could deal with those things. The two came to the door of the Church of the God of Frozen Earth. Before they entered, they heard a shrill scream. It was Franks' scream, which made Horn feel a little guilty. He should have left him somewhere else. Following the scream, the two came to the small garden behind the church and saw Franks and Arya, two older boys, taking classes seriously next to the small artificial lake. It turned out that Franks was teaching Arya magic, but Arya was not smart in magic and always made various mistakes. So Franks found a sense of superiority in Arya. The more he taught, the more proud his expression became, and the more frivolous his tone became. He kept scolding Arya from a superior position. When he was most proud of himself, Arya could not stand it, and would beat Francois to make him put himself in his proper place. Then Francois, who knew his position, would be filled with a sense of superiority after teaching for a while, and the two of them kept repeating the cycle of Arya being scolded and Francois being beaten up. They fell into a strange state of harmony. During his observation, Horn found that Arya could actually learn magic, but she seemed to be only compatible with fire magic, and other magic had no effect no matter how she practiced it. Moreover, Arya could only study seriously when she was practicing magic related to fire. She would feel sleepy after watching other kinds of magic for a while. Just like when Horn explained magic to Daisy, she would fall asleep after eavesdropping for a while. After peeping enough, Horn took Annie out. When Frank saw Horn, a smile appeared on his face. He was finally leaving this hellish place. But Horn said to him seriously, "It seems that you and Arya are getting along quite well. Then I won't bother you. Continue to teach her magic here. Remember to report to me if you have any results. I will come to find you when you leave here." Franks, who was scolding Aaliyah, suddenly froze. "You've been gone for more than 20 days, and you still want to leave me here?" Just when he was about to express his desire to go with Horn, Horn had already left with Annie. Listening to Frank's sad call behind her, Annie covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Horn was really too bad. Horn certainly didn't plan to take Franks with him. Not to mention that Guy's clumsy behavior might do something bad. It was rare for Horn to be alone with Annie now, and he wouldn't want Franks to come and be a light bulb. Coming to this temple was just a side trip. What Annie and Horn really wanted to do was to find a magician organization here, and see if they could set up a branch of the Magic Council nearby. As mentioned before, the more south you go, the more and stronger the Wild Witch organizations are. The number of Wild Witches in the Free Federation, which is in the southernmost part of the continent, and where the church has little influence, is naturally the largest. In such a city, there must be a large enough Wild Witch organization, and Horn is looking for them. The members of the Magic Council, including Horn, all knew how to distinguish Wild Witches from ordinary people. They could easily pick Wild Witches out from ordinary people. But what surprised Horn was that although there were many Wild Witches here, he did not find any decent Wild Witch organizations. The Wild Witches here were mixed in with ordinary people like civilians. Even if he occasionally found a few small Wild Witch organizations, they were not worthy of Horn's attention. The scale was too small, and they were not even considered Wild Witch organizations slightly further north. The two of them spent an afternoon strolling around the free city, but they didn't get anything when it got dark. In fact, they could have just found a small Wild Witch organization to capture someone and question them. But firstly, this would not be good for the Wild Witches, and secondly, they were also visiting the city by the way, which was considered a trip. The sun went down and the night came, but the free city was not completely dark. The light green fluorescence filled the entire city, occasionally mixed with a few wisps of fire, and the white light of magic lamps, rendering the city exceptionally beautiful. The green fluorescence is a kind of luminous stone. It absorbs sunlight during the day and emits a light green fluorescence when it gets dark. It can last for about an hour. It's so beautiful here, just like what is described in a fairy tale. Annie looked at the free city with a fascinated look in her eyes. She had never seen such a beautiful night, and being able to share this dreamlike scene with Horn was something she had dreamed of for many years. It is very beautiful, but the Spark City in the future will be more beautiful than this. Horn also saw this kind of scenery for the first time, but since he saw it, there will be similar scenery in the night of Xinglo City in the future. Hey, that woman over there, why is she wearing a veil to cover her face? Take it off, and let me see it. I don't know where the woman just now went. If you are pretty, you can make do with it. Two drunks staggered towards Horn and the others. One of them carried a long sword, and the other wore a black deacon's uniform. It was unknown which family the priest was from. The two of them came over aggressively, but there was still a trace of clarity in their eyes. It was obvious that they wanted to do something bad under the influence of alcohol. The combination of a warrior and a priest was not something that most people could afford to offend. If they had gone to someone else, they might have succeeded, but they went to Annie and Horn. Annie's smile froze, and she turned to stare at the two men with a sullen look. Her pupils instantly turned scarlet, and strange power emanated from Annie's eyes. The expressions on the faces of the two men suddenly became dull as they looked into Annie's eyes. This is the blood race's innate ability inherited from Ilonir, human control. With this ability, Annie can easily control humanoid creatures that are much weaker than her. Obviously, these two little characters, who have not even reached level 3, cannot escape Annie's control. Follow me. Annie turned into the alley on the street, and the two people followed Annie in. Horn showed a meaningful expression in one direction, shrugged his shoulders, and followed Annie into the alley. Chapter 597. When Horn came in, the priest was already kneeling on the ground, exposing his neck. Anne's eyes glowed red, and she wiped it with a clean towel with a little disgust. She wanted to suck the man's blood. You'd better not suck his blood. Horn put his hand on the priest's neck to block Anne's sight. The red light in Anne's eyes faded, and she looked at Horn with a little grievance. I'm already a vampire. Don't you let me suck blood? If you don't like it, I can tolerate it. She has become a vampire, so she naturally has a bloodthirsty desire. Blood is a necessary item for vampires to maintain their lives. Not drinking blood for a long time will cause great harm to vampires. Since it is my decision to turn you into a vampire, I will naturally not object to you drinking blood. Horn pushed the butler aside and said to Annie seriously, but I object to you drinking men's blood. If you want to drink blood, you must drink women's blood. This? Annie looked at Horn in amazement. Horn nodded again. You heard it right. If you want to drink blood, you must drink women's blood. Drinking men? No! And burst out laughing. Horn must be jealous. He is inexplicably cute. Horn felt uncomfortable with Anne's laughter, but he still insisted on his own ideas. He felt uncomfortable when he thought of his future wife lying on another man's neck and sucking blood. What should we do with these two guys? We are so unlucky that we were disturbed by them by accident. Annie pointed at the priest and the warrior and said, it has nothing to do with luck. Horn took out a small bottle from the space ring. Since I saw the will of the world, I don't believe in coincidences in this world. Coincidences are just more sophisticated arrangements. Everything has its cause. There were many women on the street before, but these two did not harass us but came to us. This shows that they saw something different in us, so they must have a reason for targeting us. What reason? Annie asked curiously. I don't really care about the reason. They probably just regarded us as ordinary outsiders. If they knew our strength, they wouldn't have sent these two guys over. I would like to use them as an experiment. Horn first cast a magic barrier in the alley, so that people outside could not detect the abnormality here, then squatted in front of the two people, stared, and a magic wave hit them. The priest and the warrior were shocked, and then blood flowed from their eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and tongue, which looked a little scary. Then Horn opened the small bottle. Annie stood aside and watched Horn's operation, and did not feel that Horn was bloody and violent at all. An illusory white light spot floated out of the small bottle and floated in front of the two of them. The white power ripples faintly spread to the two people, and their eyes gradually became confused. This white light spot was the residual power of Nair that they had harvested in Mammon City before. Horn and Annie also felt a little hallucinatory, but this level of mental influence could not work on them. In fact, even these two people were not easily affected. If Horn had not weakened them with magic fluctuations, this white light spot might not have worked on them. After waiting for a while, the expressions of the two began to become clear. They actually broke through Annie's control unknowingly, but after getting out of control, they did not run away, but knelt in front of the dead and wounded and shed tears. This is... and looked at the light spot in amazement. Such a tiny amount of power that could dissipate at any time could actually cause such a strange effect. Remember Colin's mother? This is the power I extracted from the room where she died tragically. In terms of power level alone, it is higher than those gods. After listening to the words of the world will, Horn could roughly infer that Nile was the true god he mentioned, an existence above the legend, so studying Nile's quantity would definitely help Horn. They cried for more than 10 minutes, then stood up, and became like zombies. One of them took out a weapon and attacked himself, while the other kept casting low-level magic on himself, beating himself to a bloody pulp. As they continued to abuse themselves, the white light spots solidified a little. It seemed that this kind of punishment for the extraordinary was very beneficial to their accumulation of power. The two made a lot of noise, but this alley was blocked by Horn's magic, and the outsiders had no way of knowing what happened here. The two of them died quickly, bringing Horn some useful data. For Horn, they died for what they deserved. After Horn removed the barrier, he saw a man in a black robe and a black pointed hat standing awkwardly at the entrance of the alley. He shuddered when he saw the two bodies that were no longer human. See, I said coincidence was just a clever arrangement. Horn pointed at the man in black robe and said to Annie with a smile. And nodded. After Horn put up the barrier, the man had been standing outside. No one would believe that the two guys who had beaten themselves to pieces had nothing to do with him. I am Ryan Patrick, the executive wizard of the Black Magic Cult. Our Black Magic Cult is the largest magician organization in the Free Federation. For idle magicians like you, joining us is the best choice. I guess you heard about our legend from somewhere and came here. The man named Ryan, who claimed to be a magician, said unconfidently. Black Magic Cult? It sounds quite powerful. Horn and Annie looked at each other. Could this Black Magic Cult be the larger magician organization in the Free Federation that they were looking for these days? Horn's purpose in looking for a large Wild Witch organization was to develop a branch of the Magic Council in the Free Federation based on this organization, but the behavior of this pointed hat wizard made Horn a little unhappy. In fact, Ryan also had a hard time. Their black magic cult had many spies in this city, and most of the Wild Witches had connections with them. Horn and Annie often stayed in front of the Wild Witches that day. Although they did not do anything, they also attracted the attention of the black magic cult. Even in the Free City, it is very dangerous to expose the identity of the Wild Witches. Horn and the two who do not know the details are a threat to the Wild Witches in the city. These two threats were handed over to the executioner Ryan to deal with. Chapter 598. One Horn and the others are not priests or warriors, so Ryan speculated that Horn and Annie might be magicians, or something else. So in order to find out the identities of Horn and the others, Ryan lured two guys who often did evil in the vicinity, and made a plan to let them deal with Horn. He could take this opportunity to see where Horn and the others came from. If Horn and the others were not magicians, then they would be a huge threat to the black magic cult, and they could be eliminated by using those two people. If they were magicians, Ryan would rescue Horn and Annie at the critical moment, so that he could establish a good relationship with Horn and the others. Their black magic cult was in need of people, so it would be great if they could absorb Horn and the others into the organization. But he didn't expect that the priest and the warrior were easily solved by the two men just after they started to provoke them, and they were tortured beyond recognition. From this, Ryan could infer that the two men were much stronger than him, and their personalities were not very good. If Ryan had not deduced from the fluctuations of magic power on the barrier that blocked him that the two were magicians, he would have even thought about running away, because these two magicians really scared him. However, since they were magicians, he could only wait here. First, he believed that as magicians, these two would not attack him for no reason, and second, if he just let it go, he might be punished. The black magic cult only accepted magicians as formal members. Their organization was quite friendly to all the Wild Witches within their sphere of influence, and often provided some help. However, the management of magicians who join the organization is particularly strict. Every magician has his own duties. Magicians who fail to fulfill their duties will be punished. This punishment will not hurt the bones, but it is not pleasant. You are right. We joined the black magic cult because we heard about its reputation. The two of us have been wandering around without anyone to rely on. We want to find a strong organization to provide us with shelter. Although he looked down on Ryan's style of doing things, Horn still followed his words. He wanted to see how powerful this black magic cult with a very domineering name was. That's right. We magicians may seem free and unrestrained when we are alone, but we may be caught and burned to death one day. Having an organization to rely on is the long-term solution. Ryan's expression relaxed, and he said kindly to Horn and the others. He was secretly happy that if he could recruit these two people into the organization, the strength of their organization would be even stronger, and a strong organization could give them an extra guarantee of survival in this world. Although these two people were stronger than him, and he didn't know their background, Ryan believed that if they met the leader of the cult, the black magician Johnny, he would definitely make them surrender with his powerful black magic. After the deal was done, Horn and the other men followed Ryan out of the city. On the way, they learned from Ryan that the black magic cult could be considered the largest magician organization in the entire Free Federation. Even in the entire southern part of the Gods continent, it was difficult to find a magician organization stronger than them. They only recruited magicians as formal members and protected most of the Wild Witches in the Free City. Although the strength of the organization was not as strong as other major forces in the Federation, it was not a cat or dog that could be manipulated by anyone. After all, the number and quality of magicians in their organization were the strongest among all similar organizations. I can tell you that it is your blessing to join the black magic cult. The members of other organizations are mixed, and only magicians are eligible to join us. Ryan explained to Horn with a smile on his face that he was in a good mood. He could get rich rewards by recruiting two powerful magicians to join the organization. Only accepting magicians to join the organization is somewhat similar to the Magic Council. This is the first organization Horn has encountered that only accepts magicians. Generally, similar organizations are good enough to find a group of people to unite, so they don't have the ability to pick and choose. Now that you say that, I'm really looking forward to it. Annie chuckled a few times. Although he hadn't done a very decent job of causing trouble for them before, Ryan seemed to be very honest. Perhaps because few people listened to Ryan, he became more and more addicted to talking. I'm telling you, I'm a second-ring magician, not far from the third ring. I can be the leader of those small Wild Witch organizations, but I'm just an ordinary middle-level executive magician in the cult. The management is at least three-ring magician, and the strength of the leader is even more unfathomable. With your strength, you two may become my superiors once you join. You must help me a lot at that time. That's for sure. After all, you are our guide. Horn agreed, but he was secretly excited in his heart. He knew he had picked up a treasure. Annie had been sleeping all the time, so she didn't know, but Horn knew very well that outside the Magic Council, magicians with 3-ring strength were already considered gifted. Even Marshmallow, who received Horn's enlightenment education at the same time, was only a 3-ring magician. In this organization, the 3rd-ring magicians are just ordinary management. Doesn't this mean that there are at least 4th-ring magicians in the center of this black magic cult? Ryan was still boasting about the black magic cult, while Horn had already probed his mind into his body and started to study his magic. Even though there are many more magicians here than elsewhere, their strength should not be that much stronger, so there must be a reason in the black magic cult that makes them so much stronger. After observing for a while, Horn found that Ryan's magic power was much more aggressive than that of a normal 2nd-ring magician, and its nature was very manic, which was completely different from ordinary magic power. It would be more difficult to control magic with such magic power, and the magic might go wrong, but it would be stronger than normal magic in terms of power, and some special magic that required more delicate magic power should not be able to be cast. The specific nature of this magic power still needs Horn to study carefully before a conclusion can be drawn, but Horn has already judged that this kind of magic power is definitely not cultivated by the method in the basic magic manual, but a new magic cultivation method. After extracting the mental power from Ryan's body, Horn found that Ryan and Annie were talking very familiarly, so he coughed lightly. And Annie smiled and stuck out her tongue at Horn and made a face. Chapter 599. After walking for a long time after leaving the city, they came to a hunter's cabin. Ryan brought them here and said, "You wait here first. Although you are magicians, you are new here, so we can't take you directly to the headquarters. We also have to consider the safety of other magicians." Ryan looked at the sky, estimated the time and said, "I will come to you again around midnight, and I will come with the high-level members of the church to assess you. Don't worry, as long as you are not spies of the church, you can definitely join us. This is a necessary process." Horn nodded slightly. It was right to pay attention to safety. The living conditions of wild witches were very bad. Careless organizations had long been strangled by the church. After saying that, Ryan left, probably going back to the headquarters to discuss with the high-level leaders of the church. Why don't we chase him? He shouldn't be able to find us. After Ryan walked a distance, Annie found a clean place in the hut and sat down. Since we are in their territory, let's follow their rules. Horn sat beside and put his arm around her shoulders and said, "I have left a mark on him. Even if he doesn't come back, we can still find him. I also sent a summoned beast to follow him. Even if he encounters an accident on the way, the summoned beast can protect him." Being hugged by Horn, Anne's face turned red. "What do you think of this black magic cult?" Horn asked, and that when he was conducting a mental investigation on Ryan, it was, and who was communicating with Ryan the whole time, so Anne should know more about the situation. "I don't have any opinion, but I think their atmosphere seems to be a little different from the Parliament, and I don't like their style of doing things. According to what he said, they seem to be too strict internally. That's okay, as long as they don't oppress magicians at will, then it doesn't matter if they are a little strict. I'm just curious about the name of their organization, the Black Magic Cult. The word cult should be related to the church. Does this mean that they also believe in something, or that their organizational structure is similar to the church? What is black magic, and what is the difference between it and magic? These are the answers I want to get in a while." While chatting with Annie, Horn became more and more curious about this black magic cult. This was the first time that magic developed in the outside world caught his attention. The magic in the Parliament has always respected him. Most of the magicians followed the path he opened up. The few different development directions were also transformed based on Horn. And if Horn's prediction is correct, this black magic cult should allow him to see another possibility for the development of magic, another possibility that is different from all the magicians in the Parliament, and this possibility is very likely to have a great impact on the Parliament. After the two chatted for a while, Annie frowned and rubbed her stomach in distress. "Hungry?" After noticing Annie's movements, Horn asked with concern, and Annie nodded timidly. The vampires do not need to suck blood every day. They also need to eat normal food to fill their stomachs. Blood is more of a thirst to satisfy them. Once they do not suck blood for a long time, their various abilities will be greatly reduced, and they may even die. The interval between sucking blood depends on the amount of blood sucked at a time. If you only suck 2 mouthfuls at a time, you have to suck blood every day. If you suck a person's blood dry at a time, you may not need to suck blood for more than 20 days, or even a month. and had just woken up, and had not sucked blood. Her blood reserve was almost empty. She had felt thirsty during the day, but now she felt almost hungry. Horn scratched his head in embarrassment. If he had not stopped in just now, and would not be hungry now. So he took out a dagger from the space ring, cut a hole on his wrist, and laid it in front of Anne. He planned to let and suck his blood. If Horn did not cut it himself, and would be counterattacked by the magic in his body when she bit his body. Here, just don't suck me to death, Horn said with a smile. That's not good, I can bear it. And looked at Horn's bleeding wrist, swallowed her saliva, and then turned her head away from the wound. Just suck it when I tell you to, a little blood won't kill you. Horn put his wrist next to Anne's mouth, motioning her to speak. Suck it quickly, it hurts to keep controlling the wound from healing. After hesitating for a while, Anne still lay on Horn's wrist, and sucked it in small sips. Horn's blood had a strong energy, and she couldn't suck it anymore after just 2 sips, and then embarrassedly took out a towel to wipe her mouth. Looking at Anne's satisfied expression, Horn felt extremely satisfied, just like the feeling of feeding a domestic cat or dog. Suddenly, Horn pinched Anne's chin. Show me your fangs. I haven't seen this thing before. Anne obediently flicked out her sharp fangs as white as jade, and looked at Horn with a red face as he curiously fiddled with her teeth. Although the fangs of vampires are hard, they are also very sensitive, just like the ears of elves. After enjoying it, Horn took his hand out, wiped the saliva off his fingers, and nodded gently. These fangs are quite cute. The territory of the black magic cult is in a small town at the foot of the mountain, outside the demon forest. The name of the town is Rhino Horn Town. The main source of income is raising a small animal called Rhino Horn Beast, whose horns can be used for carving. The entire management of the town is made up of members of the black magic cult. The density of wild witches living there is even higher than that of the Free City. The mayor of this town is the leader of the black magic cult. The management of the town is usually handed over to his subordinates, while he is responsible for concentrating on cultivation. The town has few external contacts, and because it is not rich, there are only a few small churches here. These churches are usually closely watched by the black magic cult. The few first and second level priests in them have no idea that this is the lair of wild witches. Ryan excitedly came to the mayor's office in the center of the town. He informed the guard at the door and came in. He met the mayor, who is also the leader of the black magic cult. Johnny, you should be in the city now. What's the matter with coming back at this time? Johnny glanced at Ryan, then continued to work on his own things, arranging the things in the flower pot in front of him. There were no flowers or plants in the flower pot, but a strange thing similar to shellfish with moss growing on it. This was his magic creation. Yes, Lord Johnny, I found 2 magicians in the city that I had never seen before, and they also expressed their willingness to join our black magic cult, Ryan said respectfully. Chapter 600. You can just find a key wizard to check this kind of thing. Don't come to me. My time is very valuable. Johnny looked at Ryan impatiently and said, the black magic cult has cleared levels from top to bottom. There are 5 levels: leader, deputy leader, secretary wizard, executive wizard, and ordinary wizard. Generally speaking, even if the executive wizard has something to do, he will at most find the deputy leader. It is considered an act of skipping levels to find the leader. If Ryan does not have something important enough, he will be punished for it, and fined some silver money, etc. This is to establish rules in the cult. Those 2 magicians, 1 male and 1 female, are stronger than me. They are at least 3-ring magicians, and may even be 4-ring magicians. I dare not bring them to the headquarters rashly. Magicians of this level should be handled by you personally, Ryan said respectfully. At least 3-ring. Johnny nodded. You did a good job. I will reward you after they officially join us. I took them to the wooden house where we recruit new members, and agreed to pick them up at midnight, Ryan said to Johnny excitedly. Okay, you go out. I will go there in person when the time comes. Such talents must be treated well. Johnny touched his chin. With at least 3 rings of strength, he should be a leader of a large wild witch organization. They should come here to join the black magic cult because their organization was destroyed. And he can reach the 3rd ring of strength by ordinary magic training methods. After learning his black magic, he should be able to easily reach the 4th ring of strength. In this way, their black magic cult will have 2 more generals, so he can't help but pay attention to it. He would use all his efforts to develop the cult. Only when the cult was strong enough could he find a way to cure her. At midnight, the crescent moon cast a cold light, covering the night with a mysterious veil. It was almost time to meet Ryan, so Horn and Annie finished their practice and walked out of the cabin. It feels so comfortable. Annie opened her arms, and enjoyed the moonlight as if she was enjoying the sun. The moonlight also had a blessing effect on the vampires, so Annie felt very comfortable under the moonlight. Under the moonlight at midnight, Anne's ruby-like eyes became translucent. She jumped to the open space in front of the cabin and couldn't help dancing in the moonlight. Horn sat on the steps in front of the cabin, holding his chin with both hands, smiling at Anne's graceful figure under the moonlight. This was the first time she saw Anne dancing. As Anne danced, the moonlight near the cabin became more intense, and Anne was covered with a layer of silver light, which changed with the dance steps, and Horn was a little intoxicated by her beauty. Johnny led more than 20 magicians to the outside of the wooden house, and saw Annie dancing in the moonlight from afar. Her graceful dancing was like an elf under the moon, and all the magicians who saw it were deeply moved. Then, they saw Horn sitting on the steps, looking at Annie with a perverted smile on his face. The good mood brought by Annie's dance suddenly changed, and he felt like he was fed a big mouthful of dog food. Then Johnny noticed the abnormality of the moonlight here, and looked at Annie in surprise. Is this magic related to moonlight? It was the first time he knew there was such a special magic. Horn naturally noticed that a large group of people were coming, but he didn't have the heart to interrupt Anne's dance. After Johnny and the others approached, Anne stopped, walked to Horn's side, and took his arm. You two are the magicians who want to join the cult that Ryan mentioned. You are indeed very talented. I am Johnny, the leader of the black magic cult. Johnny looked at the two of them for a few times, and said to Horn and the others with a smile. Yes, we do have the intention to join, but I want to ask a few questions before joining. Horn took a step forward and looked at Johnny's face. When they first appeared, Horn had already scanned them with his mental power. Their strength satisfied Horn, and his weight was not in vain. This Johnny is indeed extraordinary. He is actually a 5-ring magician. He can be entrusted with important tasks within the Parliament. There are less than 10 6-ring magicians in the Parliament now, and the 5-ring magicians can be regarded as the backbone. And including Johnny, among the 20 or so magicians who came this time, there are 2 4-ring magicians, 5 3-ring magicians, and the rest are 2-ring magicians, not even 1 1st-ring magician. Being able to reach this point can only mean one thing, that they are different from other Wild Witch organizations. They have the means to practice magic, and this means is different from the practice method in the Parliament. I believe our black magic cult is the best choice for you. Johnny said confidently. He was not afraid of others asking. You are called the black magic cult. How do you explain black magic? How do you explain the cult? Are you related to the church? Horn asked 3 questions in a row. Johnny smiled proudly. First question, black magic is a modification of the magic circulated in the continent. It has a pure destructive power stronger than magic, and it can be cultivated to a higher level more easily. In order to distinguish it from traditional magic, I call it black magic. Then, does the word black have any special meaning? Johnny is indeed a talent, who can walk a different path on his own. Horn admires him very much. Don't you think that black magic sounds more powerful than magic? Johnny asked back. That's why. Okay. Horn was speechless. What he said made sense, and was laughing on the side. The second question is why it is called a cult. There are 2 reasons. The first is that our opponent is the church. In order to gain an equal status with them, we call it a cult. The second is that we also have things we believe in. When talking about things we believe in, Johnny's eyes seemed to shine. Horn often saw this look in the eyes of believers of the gods. You also believe in gods? Horn's heart sank. If they believed in gods, then Horn would abandon them, and he might even personally eradicate their heritage. He couldn't allow a magician organization that believed in gods to develop. Once they grew stronger, they might even lead other normal magicians astray. Johnny raised his head, looking even more arrogant. The gods see us as enemies and want to kill us all. Why should I believe in gods? Chapter 601. What do you believe in? Horn asked. I believe in magic itself. I believe that magic will grow and replace the gods one day. One day, magic will become the mainstream of the world, Johnny said with high spirits. Horn relaxed all of a sudden. This was good. When he said he had faith just now, his heart was in his throat. He really couldn't bear to destroy such an excellent magic organization. As for the third question, after I asked the first 2 questions, do you think I still need to answer it? Johnny looked at Horn and said, No problem, I'm satisfied. Horn smiled and nodded. Several magicians behind Johnny showed dissatisfaction. The black magic cult has clear levels. Horn's expression seemed like Johnny's elder, which made them very unhappy. Now you two should introduce yourselves. Johnny didn't have any special expression. It's normal for capable people to be proud. My name is Edward, and hers is Only. If you want us to join, you must have corresponding strength. Are you really worthy of our joining? Horn said calmly, and knew that Horn was called Edward outside, and Enli was Anne's alias. Our black magic cult is the strongest magician organization. Even the legendary Magic Council may not be stronger than us. Is that enough for you to join? Johnny snorted in his heart. He was already a little unhappy because this magician named Edward had always been very proud. Even when facing him, the leader of the black magic cult, he was not humble at all. Puff, haha. And he couldn't help laughing. Where did these people get their confidence from? Even the parliament 10 years ago was not comparable to them. Moreover, they said this in front of the speaker of the magic parliament, which made Anne even more unable to hold back. Johnny and his men glared at Anne. What's so funny about this? Is this a provocation to them? Don't be offended. Horn stood in front of, and with a faint smile on his lips. You said that even the legendary magic parliament is not as powerful as you. What is the basis for this? After all, magic comes from the Magic Council. Horn was not angry when he was told that the council might not be as powerful as the black magic cult. Instead, he felt a little amused. Beside Johnny, a fourth-ring magician stood up and said, You know what the magic outside is like. It is very slow to practice, and it is difficult to break through. There is also a lack of high-level practice methods. Compared with the magic outside, our black magic is simple to practice, easy to advance, and there are ways to reach a higher level. Our leader is almost the first group of people to come into contact with magic. We have been developing for no less time than the so-called Magic Council. The Magic Council focuses all its energy on those toys, so how can it compare to us, who have been studying how to fight? So I think there is nothing wrong with us being stronger than them? The first group of people to accept magic? Horn glanced at Johnny, and found a not very conspicuous scar on his forehead. So that's it. He should be one of the slaves that Horn and his team rescued in Mammon City. It's not easy for him to come to the Free Federation so far away, to establish a new force. Then he squinted his eyes, and said calmly, Fast cultivation may lead to insufficient foundation, and easy advancement may leave hidden dangers. Moreover, you live in a remote area, how can you know what the Magic Council, which is half a continent away from you, is like now? You can all create new cultivation methods. So why can't the Magic Council continue to develop on the basis of the original cultivation methods? You can only see a small piece of sky if you sit in a well and look at the sky. Don't be too arrogant. Horn can tolerate their self-boasting, but he can't tolerate them belittling the Magic Council, so his tone became unfriendly. Johnny took a step forward. He heard the provocation in Horn's words, so he lowered his voice with a threatening tone and said, Friend, do you still want to join the Black Magic Cult? Our Black Magic Cult has very strict management. If you offend too many people now, your future life may not be easy. I thought about it carefully. Horn took 2 more steps forward. His face and Johnny's were less than 1 meter apart. I think I still have to join, but with my strength, I am not willing to be an ordinary member. Then what do you want to be? Johnny sneered, and was a little angry in his heart. This guy is too arrogant. He needs to smooth out his edges after joining. The position of leader is quite suitable for me. Horn pretended to think about it, then pointed at Anne and said, She is the leader's wife, which is exactly what I want. Arrogant! Looking for death, who do you think you are? Leader, I want to teach them a lesson. We don't need such people. The magicians behind Johnny suddenly became excited, pointing at Horn and cursing. Ryan, who was hiding at the end, had a bitter smile on his face. This was the end. He had invited these 2 people. He could forget about the reward after such a big mess. Johnny raised his right hand, and all the accusations stopped abruptly. He leaned forward and looked Horn in the eyes and said, You want my position? Sure, beat me. In that case, you decide the time and place, I'm always there. Horn dug his ears, as if he didn't take Johnny seriously. Right now, here, nearly half of the senior members of my cult are here, enough to witness our battle, but if you win, you can take my position, but if you lose, you don't have to pay anything. How can it be so good? You should at least give something of equal value. Johnny looked at Horn with frost in his eyes, and said, Horn agreed so straightforwardly, which shows that he came for the black magic cult. Horn put his hands behind his back, and took out a delicate small box from the space ring. He opened the box, and found a piece of earth-colored crystal stone inside. The crystal core of a level 9 magic beast. It's more than enough as a bet. This is the crystal core of the level 9 magic beast, the king of the swamp, who was accidentally killed by Horn. Most of his body was crystallized, but the crystal core was still preserved. Ilono was not interested in this thing, so Horn took it, Johnny's eyes widened. He had never seen such a high-level magic beast crystal core. Each level 9 magic beast is a walking disaster. Only forces like Free City have the ability to kill level 9 magic beasts, and the crystal core is impossible to fall into the hands of outsiders. He looked at Horn with a deep look. This guy is definitely not an ordinary magician. There is definitely a huge force behind him. Chapter 602. Of course, it's okay to use this as a bet. Johnny was silent for a long time before speaking. He knew he was in trouble. The magicians behind him stopped shouting. At this time, they could not see that Horn had any problems, so they didn't need to learn magic anymore. The other magicians retreated far away, leaving the middle field to Horn and Johnny. Ryan almost cried. Johnny would never let him have a good time after he returned. Wait for me over there. The opponent is very strong. If something happens to me, don't avenge me. Horn, who had just challenged the duel with full confidence, suddenly said to and with a tragic look. Johnny and his magicians felt relieved. He was worried that something might happen in the duel. It seemed that his strength might not be that strong. And rolled her eyes and said, "You are acting, keep acting. You can still lose against a magician outside the parliament. You should just give your position as the speaker to Yan." However, she did not expose Horn. Instead, she held Horn's hand and said affectionately, "Be careful, don't be stubborn. I will dance for you again when you come back." Then she also left the battlefield, looking back every few steps as she walked. Her worry was beyond words. Horn secretly laughed in his heart. She was better at acting than himself. Now the field was cleared, and next it belonged to Horn and Johnny. No matter what your purpose is, you are a magician after all. For the sake of our compatriots, I have to remind you a few words before the battle. Johnny lowered his voice, and a few murderous auras flashed on his face. My black magic is different from normal magic. It is mainly for killing, and is not easy to control. If you can't stand it, give up quickly, otherwise you will die. Don't worry about that. I take care of my safety. Horn took the end of his staff and swung it twice like a baseball bat, not taking Johnny's words to heart. In that case, I won't show mercy. Johnny took out a staff from his back and pointed it at Horn. Looking at the staff, Horn's eyes flickered slightly. The staff was pure white, and several magic beast crystal cores were inlaid at the top with special craftsmanship. It seems that the black magic cult has made breakthroughs not only in magic, but also in the staff. Looking at the material of the staff, it should be made of monster bones, and there should be special materials in the center of the bones. Originally, Horn thought that they could only perform 3-ring magic at most without the staff inside the parliament. With this staff, they might be able to exert the ability of a 5-ring magician. This black magic cult is really full of talents. They only need to send a few more magicians from the headquarters to perfectly transform this place into a branch of the Magic Council in the outside world. Although the black magic cult has a new staff that is amazing, the Magic Council has not made no progress in the field of staffs over the years. Originally, magicians had little knowledge, so they only knew that what could be used to make staffs, but as the study of magic materials becomes more and more in-depth, more and more materials can carry the magic power of magicians. Now every 2 or 3 years, magicians claim that they have invented a new staff, some of which have made technical improvements, some have simply changed the material, and some have made technical improvements that can add various functions to the staff. The materials that were changed were bizarre. Some were made entirely of mithril, and some were carved from a large piece of expensive magic crystal. The magicians of the Warcraft Skeleton Council should have tried it, but they should not be able to perform it. It seems that the black magic cult should have made new improvements. But now within the council, the most mainstream staff is still wooden staff. First, it is easy to manufacture with mature technology and decent functions. Second, it is low cost and can be manufactured on a large scale. Horn's thoughts were very fast. It seemed that he had been thinking for a long time, but in just a blink of an eye, the battle between the two had already begun. Johnny's lips trembled rapidly, and a group of strange things gathered at the front of his staff. Looking at this magic, Horn nodded. He was very skilled in casting, but because he lacked some skills, his casting speed was much slower than that of the magicians in the parliament. After Johnny finished casting the spell, 2 dark blue tentacles quickly sprang out from the staff. They were densely covered with sharp scales, like broken shells covered with moss. Just rubbing against the skin could remove large pieces of flesh and blood. It looked very lethal. The tentacles were slightly thicker than normal human arms, and had good ductility. They spanned the distance of more than 10 meters between the 2 people in an instant, like 2 big whips. Several imperceptible flashes of lightning flashed under Horn's feet, and he dodged the 2 tentacles with ease. The 2 tentacles hit the ground, and left 2 deep marks. When the 2 tentacles retracted, Horn had a shell-like object in his hand, which he had just torn off the tentacle. This kind of magic is the first time I've seen it. To be honest, I don't know how your magic should be classified. While studying the shell, Horn said to Johnny, "Your speed is too fast. Are you really a magician?" Johnny ignored Horn's words and asked Horn, "Of course I am a magician. Magic is not only for killing enemies, but also for oneself. I said before that your knowledge is a bit short-sighted." A burst of ashes appeared in Horn's hand, burning the strange thing into ashes. Nothing can be found from it. Who do you think you are to judge us? Johnny's face became violent and ferocious. He has always been at the top, and can't stand Horn's mocking instructions. He cast a 5-ring magic, and more than 10 tentacles spread from the top of the staff and wrapped around his body. His whole body was covered with that weird and ugly thing, and 4 tentacles swayed behind him, which was very aggressive. But you are right, magic can also work on yourself. Just now it was just a test. Can you dodge it next time? He stepped hard and stepped out a big pit. His speed suddenly increased to the level of a 5th-level warrior. He suddenly approached Horn, and several tentacles were like poisonous snakes, looking for opportunities to attack. The electric light under Horn's feet became more intense, and he used his staff to block Johnny's tentacles from time to time. Well, not bad, the attack strength is stronger than the average 5-ring magic, the speed is okay, but the flexibility is insufficient. In terms of attack ability alone, it is about the same as the ordinary 5-ring magicians in the current parliament, but it is only at the level of ordinary 5-ring magicians. Chapter 603. While dodging, Horn was testing Johnny. In Horn's mind, Johnny was already very good, so he was testing him. Moreover, it was already very remarkable that he could achieve this level alone. Even if it was 15 years ago, if Horn, who had just been promoted to a 5-ring magician, did not have the ability to blend lightning and fire, it would be very difficult to deal with Johnny. The attack mode is similar to that of a warrior, but it is too brainless and direct. Although the tentacles are powerful, the control is too rough and cannot play its due ability. What are you talking about? Fight me seriously. Johnny was completely enraged by Horn's condescending comments. His 4 tentacles and fists and feet all swung out after images, but he still couldn't touch Horn's hair. You are a little more irritable than before. It seems that your magic has some effect on your mood. After making the last comment, Horn stood still and stopped dodging. Johnny was overjoyed. His 4 tentacles poked Horn's limbs at the same time. If he poked hard, he would not die, but would be disabled. However, these 4 attacks did not touch Horn's body, but stopped in midair, as if poking on a transparent cover. This was Horn's magic shield. After more than 10 years of improvement by Horn, the magic shield was now easily broken by ordinary level 7 masters, let alone Johnny. Johnny was stunned when the attack was blocked. He was a 5-ring magician. It was normal that other people could not block the strength of his attack. It was understandable to dodge or block it with a staff, but to block the attack directly without moving? How could an ordinary magician do that? But he was only stunned for a moment, and his attack became more violent. This battle was about his position as the leader of the cult. Even if the opponent was stronger than expected, he couldn't lose. Johnny's consecutive attacks all hit the magic barrier. The ground under his feet had been sunken by the huge force, but Horn didn't move at all, and even the magic shield in front of him didn't ripple. Impossible, impossible. Johnny muttered as he attacked. He really couldn't understand why the difference in fighting power between him and Horn was so big after the real battle began. Those magicians who applauded Johnny at the beginning were all stunned. Everything in front of them was completely beyond their cognition. In their minds, magicians who practiced black magic were stronger than ordinary magicians, and Johnny, who created black magic, should be at the top of all magicians. But why did this magician named Edward show overwhelming power in front of them now? Horn had been hiding his aura and not exposing it, so they had always thought that Horn's strength was not strong. At most he was just a 3-ring magician, but he was just hiding it better. Now it seems that he is not a 3-ring magician at all, but a powerful magician they have never seen before. I have basically collected your information, and this battle can be over. If you continue to fight, your body may not be able to support it. Looking at the tentacles that kept hitting the magic shield, Horn said calmly. Johnny did not stop but increased his strength. After seeing the difference in strength between the two, he still wanted to beat Horn, because he could not lose this battle. If he lost this battle, he would lose everything. And who was watching the battle from a distance, twitched her nose slightly. There was a hint of blood in the air. She was very sensitive to the smell of blood now. Under Johnny's body wrapped by the tentacles, a trace of blood began to seep out. The blood was absorbed by the tentacles, and then the tentacles became thicker, with faint red magic patterns on them. The current attack strength was close to level 6. Horn frowned. If this continued, Johnny would die of exhaustion without his help. He didn't want that to happen. So he removed the magic shield, stretched out his hand like lightning, and tapped Johnny's forehead with one finger. The blinding electric current spread from Horn's fingertips to Johnny's whole body. Johnny's body twitched, and the tentacles fell off his body, fell to the ground and disappeared. Horn used the magician's hand to hold Johnny's body, preventing him from lying on the ground, and then sent him to his men. Now, I am the leader of the black magic cult, right? Horn's eyes swept over the magicians, and a flash of lightning flashed in his eyes. Horn had just demonstrated his powerful strength, and none of the magicians who had mocked him dared to look at Horn. Ryan hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, "Lord Edward, we don't have the power to make this decision. We need to wait until the leader wakes up in person, and more than half of the deputy leaders must agree." He was trembling as he spoke, fearing that Horn would be dissatisfied with his words and retaliate against him. "In this case, I will follow the local customs and follow your rules. However, your leader may not wake up for nearly a day. You won't let us wait here forever." Horn pointed to the dilapidated cabin and said, No, please come with us to the headquarters and wait for the leader to wake up," Ryan said flatteringly. So under Ryan's guidance, Horn and Annie came to the headquarters of the black magic cult, a small town called Rhino Town. They took a detour from the back of the town. There were several small churches in front. Although they were not afraid of those priests, it was better not to attract their attention. Walking in the town, Horn nodded secretly. Although the town was small and poor, it was a stable place to live. It was a rare place for magicians from the outside world. Ryan led everyone to a large house, which was the place where the town received foreign guests. He asked Horn and his friends to stay there first and wait until Johnny woke up before deciding on the handover of the leader. Along the way, Johnny, who had the lowest strength, became the center of those magicians because only he could negotiate better with Horn and Annie. After everyone left, Annie asked Horn, "Why don't you just reveal your identity? With your reputation, you should be able to easily win them over, instead of hiding your identity and competing with Johnny for the position of leader?" She felt that Horn was bullying. Horn smiled and rubbed Annie's hair, explaining to her that ordinary Wild Witch organizations struggle to survive under the high pressure of the church. Most of them are very inferior and insecure. As long as you tell them that you are from the Magic Council, you can quickly gain their trust. But we can't do that to the black magic cult. They are very powerful, and can survive independently without relying on the Parliament. They are also very proud of their organization. In their hearts, the Magic Parliament is not as important as the black magic cult, so they can only be suppressed by force, and then the negotiation can proceed. Annie took away Horn's hand that was messing up her hair, and angrily arranged her hair and said, "If we want to show force, we can easily defeat them all with our strength. Why do we have to make it so complicated?" Horn pondered for a moment, then tentatively said, "Maybe. Because it's fun?" Chapter 604. Horn knew that Johnny would not wake up for at least a whole day, and this day was enough for Horn and his friends to learn a lot of things here. First, the two of them walked around this small town and counted the number of wild witches and magicians in the town. There were 2 5-ring magicians including Johnny, and the other 5-ring magician was in Johnny's home. His magic power was stronger than Johnny's. I don't know why Johnny was the leader instead of this magician. There are 4 4th-ring magicians, who should be the 4 vice-chairmen of the black magic cult. There are 15 3rd-ring magicians, who should be the executive magicians of the black magic cult. As for the 2nd-ring and 1st-ring magicians, the total number is probably about 200. This number of magicians is already quite amazing, and their strength is not weak, which is similar to the power of the Magic Council when they just occupied the Boulder City. Horn is very satisfied with the power of the black magic cult. Establishing the distribution of the Magic Council here can save a lot of resources for the council, and the headquarters of the Salon Will is also here. If something happens, the agent at the headquarters can help. Then Horn called Ryan to the house where they lived. Although Ryan was only a 2nd-ring magician, he was considered an old member of the black magic cult, and knew all the big and small things in the cult. Through him, Horn and his team got a better understanding of the current situation of the black magic cult. Before, he talked more about how powerful the cult was, but now what he said was closer to the truth. The black magic cult was established 13 years ago. Johnny and her sister Jennifer, who were rescued from slave traders by Horn and his team, spent more than a year crossing half the continent to the Free Federation. The 2 of them had originally fled from the Free Federation, but were captured on the way and became slaves. They had originally avoided the Free Federation because the people who had wiped out their family were still hunting them down. But after learning magic, they had power, and were no longer as afraid of the Free Federation that had caused them to flee. Instead, they returned to the Free Federation because they knew that the Free Federation was a very suitable place for magicians and wild witches to develop and live. At first, like all the magicians who had received the Magic Basic Manual from Horn, they worked hard to spread magic in the Free Federation, and gathered a group of like-minded wild witch companions to establish a small magician organization called the Magic Mutual Aid Association. There were many wild witches in the Free Federation, and they developed very smoothly, but at this time, Johnny and his sister were discovered by their former enemies. Johnny, who was much stronger than before, led the magicians to destroy their enemies, but this action involved another big force behind the enemy. The bigger force attacked the Magic Mutual Aid Association, and the Mutual Aid Association suffered heavy losses. Jennifer was seriously injured and became disabled. After that, the Mutual Aid Society kept a low profile, but Johnny was unwilling to give up, and wanted to avenge his sister. However, he lacked the power to do so. If he continued to practice magic in the old way, he might not be able to complete the revenge in another 10 years. So he studied hard for 2 years, and finally created a black magic that was very different from traditional magic. With the quick success and powerful destructive power of black magic, the power of the Magic Mutual Aid Society grew rapidly, and the originally unattainable power was easily eliminated by them. But even after revenge, Jennifer was still disabled and could not recover. Since then, perhaps because of self-blame for his sister's body, or perhaps because of the erosion of black magic, Johnny's character has become more irritable than before. Later, he changed the name of the Magic Mutual Aid Association to the Black Magic Cult, and the rules within the cult were much stricter than before. With strong strength and strict management, the power of the Black Magic Cult has grown day by day, and has gained a firm foothold in the Free City. Now, if magicians in the entire Free Federation have a choice, they all want to join the Black Magic Cult. After listening to Ryan's narration, Horn had a thorough understanding of the Black Magic Cult. The other 5-ring magician with more powerful magic in Johnny's house should be Johnny's sister. Unexpectedly, her strength is even stronger than her brother. In the middle of the night, with the bright moon hanging high, Horn and Annie came to the center of the town, the headquarters of the Black Magic Cult, waiting for Johnny to wake up. He had already made up his mind about how to deal with the Black Magic Cult. Johnny was lying on the bed, and a woman in a wheelchair was sitting beside his bed. This woman had wheat-colored skin and flaxen hair. Her face was very delicate, but her eyebrows were frowned with a hint of sadness. From time to time, she looked at Horn with a hint of hatred in her eyes. This should be his sister Jennifer. Her legs cannot move, so she can only sit in a wheelchair. Maybe because she doesn't need to worry about other things and can concentrate on practicing, her magic power is much stronger than Johnny's. But if they really fight, her legs will become a fatal weakness, and she can't exert her full strength at all. Horn looked at the time. It was almost time to wake up. Johnny's body shook suddenly, then he opened his eyes and sat up, panting, with cold sweat all over his face. It took him a long time to recover. He looked up and saw Horn. A gloomy look flashed in his eyes. "I lost. I will abide by the agreement, and give you the position of leader of the Black Magic Cult." He actually regretted it now, but there is no regret medicine in the world. Since he did not think it through at the time, he could not deny it now. Besides, even if he wanted to deny it, he could not beat the man opposite. Yesterday, under the influence of his magic, his rationality was affected to a certain extent, but after waking up today and thinking carefully, he knew that Horn was not on the same level as him. Maybe he was on the same level as the top figures in the Free City. "I am very satisfied that you can keep your promise. Now I am the leader of the Black Magic Cult. They are all under my command. Whatever I say in the cult is what matters, right?" Horn asked Johnny with a smile. "Yes, that's it." Johnny smiled bitterly. Jennifer opened her mouth to say something to Horn, but Johnny held her hand and prevented her from moving. The other magicians watching also lowered their heads, not knowing what they were thinking. "Then I will hand over the position of the leader of the cult to Johnny now. Do you have any objections?" Horn walked up, grabbed Johnny's hand, and raised it high. Chapter 605. Everyone present except Annie nodded habitually, then suddenly stared at Horn with eyes wide open, with an incredible look in their eyes. "Are you serious?" Johnny couldn't believe what Horn said, and his voice trembled. He had run the Black Magic Cult for more than 10 years, so he naturally didn't want to give the cult to others. Horn nodded gently. "But if I want to give it back to you, you need to agree to some conditions." "What conditions?" The smile on Johnny's face faded a little, and he knew that there is no free lunch in the world. Please leave first. I want Johnny and this lady to talk alone, Horn said to the other magicians around him. After everyone left, there were only 4 people left in the room, Horn, and Yohani, and Jennifer. You can tell me what your conditions are now. First of all, I want to say sorry, because we lied before. The 2 of us are not idle magicians who want to find an organization to join, but magicians from the Magic Council. Johnny nodded. He had guessed that, except for the Magic Council, other magician organizations could not possibly cultivate a magician as powerful as Horn. We came here this time to find a relatively powerful magician organization and develop it into a branch of the Magic Council. After my considerations, your black magic cult is very suitable. So you want to make the cult yours? Johnny frowned. I established the black magic cult myself. I don't want it to become a vassal, even of the Magic Council. You don't want to? Of course I don't want to, but now you are the leader, and you are stronger than me, so naturally what you say is what it means. Johnny turned his head away and said to Horn reluctantly. Horn had expected this situation, so he tried to take his position as the leader first, otherwise what Horn wanted to do would encounter great resistance. Of course, I can force this place to become a branch of the Parliament, but before doing that, I want you to accept it willingly, Horn said to Johnny with a smile. Johnny sneered. The black magic cult he founded was about to become a branch of the Magic Council. It turned out that he, the leader who had the power to control everything, would become someone else's subordinate. How could you be willing? The black magic you created doesn't seem to have the ability to heal injuries. Horn looked at Jennifer's legs and said, except for combat ability, everything else is a burden. Only strong strength can protect what you want to protect. Johnny said to Horn with disdain. He had always sneered at the various magic items that the Magic Council exported to the entire continent. Due to the policy of the Council, all magic props that can enhance combat power are not allowed to be sold outside the God-forsaken land, so the magic props that the black magic cult can access here are all some daily items. In their minds, the Magic Council's magic props are completely a waste of time, and it is better to use that energy to improve strength. No wonder the people of the black magic cult look down on the Magic Council. Magic that only has combat capabilities is not sound. That's why your sister has been sitting in a wheelchair for so many years, and has been a disabled person for so many years. After Horn finished speaking, Jennifer lowered her head. She felt uncomfortable being called a disabled person in front of her. Johnny's breathing suddenly became heavier, and he looked at Horn with a bad look. His sister's injury was a taboo topic for him, and Horn's mention of Jennifer was already a bit unbearable for him. Anger has no effect. Solving the problem is the key. I can heal your sister's leg, but the condition is that you cooperate with me to transform the black magic cult into a branch of the Magic Council, Horn said lightly, not realizing that what he said just now was excessive. Can you heal her injury? Johnny's anger quickly subsided. If Horn could heal his sister, he would not frown even if he worked for Horn, not to mention the black magic cult, which was actually in their hands. I can't, but someone in the Magic Council can. You black magic cult only focus on the violent side of magic, but don't know that magic also has its delicate side. As long as I bring your sister back to the Magic Council, her leg can be healed. If my sister can really be cured, then I can agree to whatever your conditions are, but I need a proof that the Magic Council is indeed capable of curing her, otherwise I won't let you take her away. Johnny quickly calmed down after the initial shock and said to Horn, we should know whether we have this ability. You were a slave at first, right? Do you remember that when we rescued you, someone cured your damaged slave Mark? Horn looked at the scar on Johnny's forehead and reminded him. How did you know? Jennifer touched the scar on her forehead and was a little absent-minded, then looked at Horn and Annie in shock and said, could it be that? Annie nodded, her face slightly raised. I was the one who released the fireball that scared you back then. That magician does have the ability to heal, but his healing ability should not be enough to heal Jennifer's injury, Johnny said to Horn. After so many years, you have been able to transform from an ordinary slave into a 5-ring magician. He is naturally not the same as before. Now he is a 6-ring magician and the vice president of the Magic Council. As long as he takes action, he will definitely be able to cure your sister. Johnny had no choice but to believe Horn after hearing this. Now the Magic Council was the only hope for Jennifer's treatment, so Johnny had decided to follow Horn's orders. I will listen to you in all aspects of the transformation of the black magic cult. I will do whatever you say. Johnny stood up, patted his chest, and assured Horn that as a sister-con, his sister was the first in his heart. Don't worry. Horn waved to Johnny. We will take your sister back to the Magic Council. When her leg is healed, she will come back with other magicians. When the time comes, you can cooperate with the magicians who come to work. As for now, you don't need to make any changes. After discussing with him, when Horn was about to take Annie out of the room, Johnny knelt on one knee and bowed his head to Horn. As long as you can cure Jennifer, my life is yours. I am willing to sacrifice my life for the Magic Council, the great magic mentor Horn. Lord Memhalin. Well, you guessed it, don't tell anyone, I'm keeping it a secret. Horn smiled at Johnny, and the others twice again, leaving the room to Jennifer and Johnny. The same smile seemed provocative and arrogant to Johnny before, but now it impressed him from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 606. Brother, is he really Lord Horn? After Horn and Annie left, Jennifer grabbed Johnny's arm and said in shock, Yes, he is Lord Horn who saved us from hell. Johnny looked at Horn, who was leaving, and his mind was full of thoughts. The reason why he could judge Horn's identity was because he could judge from Horn's words that Horn was one of the people who rescued them. In the previous battle with Horn, he knew that Horn was a lightning mage, and Horn was the only lightning mage among those people. The reason why he bowed down was not only because Horn gave him hope of curing Jennifer, but also because Horn had saved them from slave traders, which was equivalent to giving them a new life. Horn and Annie did not leave Rhino Town immediately. They planned to stay here for 2 days. Horn, who had gained Johnny's trust, had higher authority than Johnny in the black magic cult. Everything in the black magic cult was open to Horn. He spent half a day recording all the knowledge in the black magic cult that the council did not have, and prepared to take it back to the council to fill the database. Knowledge is power for magicians. The more knowledge a magician has, the more possibilities he can achieve. Therefore, the knowledge of the black magic cult is extremely valuable to Horn. Then Horn and Annie spent another day answering questions and solving puzzles for all the members of the black magic cult. After all, the black magic they practiced was developed on the basis of magic. With Horn and Annie's magic attainments, it was very easy for them to explain it to them after they remembered the knowledge about black magic. At the same time, during the explanation, Horn's understanding of black magic deepened, and he was even more amazed at Johnny's talent. After a real in-depth understanding, Horn truly understood the value of black magic, which was not just a superficial increase in attack power and abandonment of magic in other aspects. The so-called black magic is different in the magic circle. Normally, no matter what kind of magic, it all needs to be connected with a ring outside the magic circle, so that the magic will become easier to control and more stable. Black magic abandoned this ring. They used a special method to release magic without the basic structure of the ring, and found a strange balance in it. Magicians who practice black magic are completely different from traditional magicians in terms of magic power. Magic power itself has strong destructive power. Even if they don't use any magic, they can cause powerful damage by attaching magic power to their bodies. According to Horn's observation, due to Johnny's insufficient magic level, black magic has not yet developed to a suitable stage. If Horn is allowed to do it, he can increase the destructive power to the extreme under the same magic power. Roughly speaking, it can at least raise an ordinary 5-ring magic to the level of the 6th ring. Although it abandons other functions of magic, it greatly improves the combat effectiveness. No one knows better than Horn how much advantage one can gain in a battle of the same level by having an attack power that exceeds one's own level. However, this also has a price. Excessive pursuit of destructive power makes black magic lose its proper balance, so black magic will cause a great burden on the body. The lifespan of a black magician should be greatly shortened compared to a normal magician. So after careful study, Horn does not recommend normal magicians to practice black magic, but he will not stop it, because black magic does have its unique features. In fact, Horn feels that the name of black magic is a bit inappropriate. This name is more suitable for strange spells such as necromancy magic. It may be better to call it destruction magic, but since its founder Johnny is willing to call it black magic, Horn has nothing to say. Every magician has the right to name his own magic. The magic names invented by Horn himself are generally quite standard, but there are also people in the parliament who like to give their magic strange names. For example, Daniel, the show-off, invented shameful names for magic such as Daniel's Hand of Fire and Daniel's Exploding Fireball. Horn couldn't come up with such names. He didn't know that when there were too many magics in the future, and it was difficult to name them, Daniel's naming method became the mainstream. In addition to black magic, Horn also got the manufacturing method of bone staff and other things. What's interesting is that Daniel actually used magic crystals as a means of punishment and reward. They also discovered the role of magic crystals for magicians. In the remaining half day, Horn first tutored Johnny alone, and then told him all the training methods from the current Magic Council to the 7th Ring Magician. Although the paths were different, it could provide him with some guidance. Finally, Horn checked Jennifer's injuries. She was eroded by a strange energy. She had no feeling from the waist down, and many parts of the tissues were necrotic. Ordinary healing magic really couldn't heal her, but in Yan's hands, there should be no problem. Yan and some wizards in the council, who are good at healing magic and biological magic, jointly established a strange organization called the Biological Research Laboratory. The Biological Research Institute has been committed to studying the bodies of various creatures. It is too simple to just let Jennifer walk. Just like Sammy's arm completely disappeared. He originally had no hope of having an arm, but one day he was called to the Biological Research Institute, and when he came out, he had a new arm. That was the arm of a 7th level ape-like monster, with amazing arm strength, much stronger than his original arm. Now that arm has become a hidden killer move for Sammy. So if it really doesn't work, Horn can even ask the magician of the Institute to replace Jennifer's lower body with a new one. Anyway, there is a precedent. I just hope they won't complain about the ugly appearance at that time. After dealing with all the things in Shijiao Town, Horn took out a flying carpet, put Jennifer, who couldn't walk, on it, and then went to the Free City to pick up Franks, who was very exhausted. When he saw Horn and the others, Franks immediately put down everything he was doing, cried and threw himself on Horn, and refused to let go, for he was afraid that Horn would find another reason to keep him here. During these 2 days, Eilander also became interested in magic, and came to listen to Frank's lectures with Alia. Although he couldn't learn Franks' improved version of dragon magic, he came to join in the fun. Then, whenever Franks was too immersed in the role of a teacher, he would get carried away, and then be beaten by the 2 people. Chapter 607. After picking up Franks, the 4 of them began their journey back to the Forsaken Land of God. Horn originally planned to go to the Dragon Clan to see if he could use the magic that Franks had modified to be suitable for the Dragon Clan to exchange for some benefits from the Dragon Clan. But firstly, Franks was unwilling to take them to Dragon Island, and secondly, it was inconvenient to bring Jennifer with him. The third reason was the key. He told Elijah about this idea and was ridiculed by Elijah. With a dragon lowly, he knew that except for a few dragons, the rest of the dragons, no matter what camp they were from, had the same character as robbers. The kind ones would rob you and leave you alive, and the bad ones would eat you or hack you after robbing you. From top to bottom, all dragons were like this. If Horn relied on his good things to rush to the Dragon Clan to trade, he would most likely be robbed by the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan is not like those forces on the continent that are struggling to survive under the tyranny of the church. They are too strong and very greedy. Except for the oddballs like Franks and a few normal dragons, the other dragon clans are actually no different from rogues. If Horn wants to negotiate with them on an equal footing, he must at least have equal strength to them. The Dragon Clan is now the only force on the continent that has a god level, that is, a legendary strongman, except for the Diocese of the Gods. Therefore, before he is promoted to a legend, Horn is not going to go to the Dragon Clan to cause bad luck. Horn's magic flying boat can accommodate 3 people, so Horn and Jennifer all sat on the flying boat, and Franks could only fly with him. Unlike when they came here, when there were only him and Franks, the composition of the members was too complicated now. It would be too conspicuous to go from city to city like when they came here. In addition, it has been a long time since they left Spark City, so Horn and his group plan to not stop except for necessary rest, and rush back to Spark City as soon as possible. The first 2 days were very smooth. On the 3rd day of departure, when they passed by the parish of the god of spring wind, Horn, who was controlling the magic flying boat, suddenly changed his face. He felt a strange energy impacting his brain, which made him have a splitting headache. He quickly stopped the magic flying boat and checked his condition. "What's wrong with you?" and gently pressed Horn's temple and asked with concern. Horn had just said that he wanted to marry her, so nothing could go wrong at this time. "I don't know. I had a severe headache just now, but it's much better now." Horn took Annie's hand away, his face full of doubts. A strong man of his level is different from ordinary people, and it is impossible for him to have a headache for no reason. Horn looked ahead and saw a delicate town a few kilometers away. The parish of the god of spring wind is in the south, and the temperature does not change much throughout the year, which is very suitable for living. In addition, under the influence of the power of the god of spring wind, it is spring all year round. This place is not very wealthy, but the scenery is second to none in the whole of Ceylon, and the small town in front is a famous flower capital. Many newly married couples choose to come here for their honeymoon. "Is it related to the city?" Horn murmured. He had just scanned his body inside and out, but did not find any cause of headache. After thinking for a while, Horn floated up and flew rapidly into the sky. When he flew to a height of several dozen meters, the severe headache appeared again. Then he tried to fly in other directions. Finally, he found that except flying to this small town, the headache would be very severe no matter where he went, and the farther he flew, the more headache he had. Finally, the pain became unbearable, and he didn't even know the cause of the headache. Now it is basically proved that the crux of Horn's headache lies in this small town. Someone or something wants Horn to go here. At first, Horn thought that it was the will of the world, that is, the white man, who wanted Horn to go to this small town, because among all the things Horn was involved in, he was probably the only one who had this ability. But this idea was quickly denied by Horn himself, because this was not the style of the will of the world, and after experiencing headaches more and more times, Horn gradually found a familiar feeling in this headache. 16 years ago, in the canyon ruins, Horn had seen a black-haired young man. The young man had read Horn's memory, and said some inexplicable words to Horn. When he read Horn's memory, Horn also had a slight headache, which was very similar to the headache now. So Horn deduced that the one who wanted Horn to pass through this small town was the black-haired young man. In fact, Horn has never been very clear about the strength of the black-haired young man. At that time, Horn had no power to fight back against him, but Horn at that time was too weak, and the current Horn was also unfathomable in front of the original Horn. So Horn didn't know what kind of strength the black-haired young man had. After thinking for a while, Horn took out a pitch-black axe from the space ring. This axe was connected to the demon king of another world. Every time he killed a person with this axe, a little power would flow into the hands of the demon king of another world through an unknown channel. Horn had always kept this axe, and was quite afraid of it. He kept this axe so that he could have a chance to study it, but after a long time, he forgot this axe in the corner of his memory. When he used the space ring to store things, Horn put this axe into the space ring by the way. Now he directly grasped the axe that he had not dared to touch before, and a slight sense of bewitching came from the axe. This strength could only confuse the extraordinary people of level 1 and level 2 at most, and was slightly stronger than the white light spot at most. It had no effect on Horn at all. However, Horn was not trying to experience the influence of the axe, but to test how big the gap was between his strength and that of the young man in black. Being able to cause Horn a headache remotely basically proved that his strength was stronger than Horn, but now Horn wanted to know how much stronger he was. The only thing Horn knew about the black-clothed youth's strength was that he had easily destroyed a similar axe before, and now Horn wanted to try whether he could do it. Powerful magic power surged out of Horn's body, all gathered on his palm, and began to try to destroy the black axe. The magic power formed a substantial brilliance in his hand, and the surrounding air was faintly vibrating. Frank subconsciously shrank his tail. Annie looked at Horn in a daze. Compared with before she fell asleep, Horn was now more powerful. Chapter 608. The magic power of the 7 rings had no effect on the axe. A flash of lightning shot out from Horn's eyes. Lightning and flames covered the axe at the same time. All kinds of magic amplification methods were fully activated. Several people around Horn were pushed away by the tyrannical force. There was a faint sound of explosion in the air. Jennifer, who was pushed away, looked at Horn, who looked like a god or demon, in shock. The shock in her eyes could not be concealed. Is this the true strength of the president of the Magic Council? What kind of talent does a magician need to have such a powerful strength? The power now applied to the axe is close to that of a 9th level warrior. Without using the origin ring, Horn has already given it his all, but the axe is still intact, and there is no sign of it being unable to withstand it. Horn stopped inputting magic power into the axe, and his expression became gloomy. Now it seems that except for the forbidden spell he accidentally created, even if the origin ring is fully released, it may not be able to destroy the axe. So what is the strength of the black-haired young man who smashed the axe into ashes so casually? Gods. Or, legendary masters. Eilonir once said that apart from gods, and the 3 legendary dragon gods of Dragon Island, there were no legendary masters in Ceylon. Now it seems that his information is not accurate enough. After confirming the identity and strength of the person who gave Horn a headache, Horn had no choice but to go to this small town. Are you sure you want to go by yourself? I should be able to provide you with some help if I follow you. Annie pulled Horn's clothes, not wanting him to go alone. No need, there shouldn't be any danger. Horn took Annie's hand and comforted her. The person in this city should be an old acquaintance of mine. He has no ill will towards me, and even if there is ill will, it doesn't matter if there is one more person or one less person, because even in front of him, I am just a small character like an ant, so you can wait outside the city with peace of mind. Walking into this famous tourist city alone, Horn smelled a strong fragrance of flowers as soon as he stepped into the city gate and saw a colorful sea of flowers. Every household in the city grows flowers at the door, making this small city that is always in spring as beautiful as a fairy tale. The whole city has a very relaxing atmosphere. People walk slowly on the streets with happy smiles on their faces. Living here must be a very enjoyable thing. But Horn is not in any mood to enjoy it here. If only he and Annie are here to play together, then Horn will feel very happy. But the current situation is that he has to face a strong man who is not sure whether he is an enemy or a friend, and whose strength is so strong that he cannot resist. So Horn's mood is not good at all. After walking a few steps in the city, Horn felt a strange breath, which was beating smartly, as if guiding Horn. Horn shook his head helplessly. As expected, he was a legendary strongman with a big air. If he wanted to see him, he could just come over, or just tell Horn an address. What's the point of doing these vain things? Following the guidance of the breath, Horn came to a small and elegant courtyard. Unlike other courtyards, this courtyard did not have so many flowers, but only some ordinary green plants. There is a large water tank in the corner of the yard, and some white lotuses are raised in the water tank. This is the only flower in the yard. Compared with other yards, this yard is extremely simple, but it has a charm that other yards do not have. Entering this small yard, Horn felt an inexplicable sense of relief from top to bottom, as if his mind was purified. Many churches of gods also have similar effects, so they can make so many believers believe without doubt. As expected of a legendary strongman, even the yard where he lives gives Horn a different feeling. You are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. In a small shed in the yard, there are 2 lounge chairs, and in the middle of the lounge chairs there is a small table with tea. The black-haired young man that Horn had seen in the canyon ruins was sitting lazily on a lounge chair near the inside. He held a book produced by the Magic Council in his hand, and greeted Horn as if he had met an old friend. Horn was speechless. Although the cover of the book was very serious, as the well-read speaker of the Magic Council, Horn knew that the book was actually a pornographic book with very exciting content. He would never make a mistake. Don't ask why. You are already so elegant and graceful, and everything I see is so mysterious. But what's the matter with you holding a pornographic book now? You think this book ruins the atmosphere, right? The black-haired young man smiled kindly at Horn. In fact, I made these scenes you see in the yard casually, and I didn't deliberately make them mysterious. The reason why you have a special feeling is that at my level, my every move will cause a certain feedback to the surrounding environment, so you think everything about me is mysterious. Horn looked at the black-haired young man with a more serious look. How did he know that he was entangled in the book? Don't be so serious. I can roughly know what you are thinking. This is not what I want to do deliberately, but I am born like this. Facing this black-haired young man, it is like facing an ultimate enhanced version of Yin. No secrets can be hidden, which makes Horn feel bad. Let's talk about the place where I live now. I am happy that the plants nearby will grow better, the people in the city will be healthier, their lives will be happier, and things will go more smoothly. If I get angry, most of the plants in the city will wither, many people in the city will get sick, and those who are not sick will have bad luck. But I don't intend to influence them to show my strength. This is just a natural phenomenon, when the power level reaches a certain level. You should also experience this stage in the future, so don't be too surprised when the time comes. Then he waved the pornographic book at Horn. By the way, your Magic Council's books are really good, I like them very much, and it would be better if there were more similar books. How do you know that I will also go through this stage in the future? Are you sure that I will become as strong as you? Horn's brows were knitted together. The conversation with the black-haired young man made Horn confused. Of course, after all, you have the seed of the world in your body, so you can at least become a legendary strongman, and you have the favor of the world's will, so it is not difficult to further become a strongman at the same level as me. Chapter 609. The black-haired young man casually told the secret that Horn had been hiding, as if the one in Horn's body was not the world seed that could make people become gods, but a big carrot on the roadside. What is your purpose? And I don't know what the world seed you are talking about is. Horn's face suddenly changed, and a strange flame ignited in his hands behind his back. It was the forbidden spell that he had accidentally created, and had not yet been officially named. Horn knew that the world seed was probably the most precious thing in the whole of Ceylon. With the world seed, a legendary strongman could be created. The guy opposite knew that he had the world seed in his body. Did he call him over to take the world seed in his body? As long as the black-haired young man made the slightest movement, he would input magic power into the magic model, and then release it towards his face. The forbidden spell was his most powerful means, But Horn was not sure whether he could deal with the black-haired young man, because the opponent was too powerful, so powerful that Horn could not do anything. This is the second time I'm telling you, relax and don't be so serious, don't prepare that move, it's a waste and can't hurt me, but it's not good to hurt flowers and plants. The black-haired young man waved his hand, and Horn's hand behind his back involuntarily stretched forward. The magic light slowly dissipated. He had no way to resist the whole process. Horn showed a bitter smile on his face. He had just relied on his tyrannical strength to pretend to be a strong man in front of Johnny, and now he was being slaughtered here. This feeling was really bad, very bad. When we first met, I knew that you had the seed of the world in your body. If I wanted to rob you, I would have robbed you a long time ago. Why wait until now? In a sense, you and I are on the same side. The black-haired young man said something that shocked Horn again. Did you know it at that time? Horn looked at the black-haired young man in shock, and suddenly felt that this guy had become more unfathomable. Of course, do you remember what I said to you at the beginning? The black-haired young man sat up straight, his face became cold, and an ancient and cold breath emanated from him. He said to Horn with a cold face, "You are a growing seed. I am looking forward to what you will look like in the final stage of your growth. Also, observe everything you can observe, and then think." Horn was speechless now. The growing seed was obviously hinting at the world seed in Horn's body. It seemed that the black-haired young man already knew that there was a world seed in Horn's body at that time. But then again, the black-haired young man was not as cold as before. The ancient aura and the vague evil feeling on his body disappeared. If Horn hadn't seen these kinds of wonders, the black-haired young man now looked more like a normal human being. It seems that you have understood the current situation. For possible cooperation in the future, let me introduce myself. I am the Devil Lord from Hell, Marquis of Hell Moshe Theodore. The black-haired young man, Moshe, stood up and took 2 steps in front of Horn. A burst of black and purple smoke flashed, and a creature completely different from humans appeared in front of Horn. His body was as tall as a human, his skin was dry and wrinkled, his fingers were slender, and had sharp claws, and there were more than a dozen horns of different sizes on his head, and under the horns were more than a dozen dark purple eyes. This is the true form of Moshe. He is wearing an old-fashioned aristocratic outfit, and exudes a cold and evil aura. Horn couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Just for lying on this exuding aura, he was actually trembling. This was a pure feeling of fear. Horn had never heard of the devil in hell. He had only heard of demons and the abyss. But judging from the feeling that the aura gave Horn, Moshe might be a similar existence to the devil. The devil's aura is a burning and destructive force, while his power seems very cold and calm, but deep in the power of both, there is a touch of hysterical evil. Moshe withdrew his breath and turned back into the gentle black-haired young man, but in just a few breaths, Horn's body was covered with cold sweat. Are you a devil? Devil? Heh, don't compare me with that kind of vulgar thing. We devils are not the kind of lunatics who want to destroy everything. All we need is a soul full of sin and despair. Moshe said disdainfully, and then his face was a little gloomy, and he said to himself in his heart, but maybe I should have nothing to do with the devil now. What is your purpose in looking for me? Horn ignored the dimness in Motia's eyes. Even though Motia was not a demon, the aura he revealed was enough to make Horn wary of him. Aren't you curious why I called you here in this way? Motia did not answer Horn's question, but asked Horn in return. How to call me here is your business. Anyway, you are much stronger than me, you can do whatever you want. Horn did not understand why Motia asked this. Moshe shook his finger in front of Horn. No, this question is actually very important, because only by letting you come here like this, you won't be discovered by others. If I go to you directly, then our meeting will definitely be known by others, so I made it so complicated. Others? Who? Horn frowned and asked, now it seems that more and more things are involved. I don't want anyone except you and me to know what happened here today, including the 13 holy spirits of the Holy Light Kingdom, and the will of the world. You should know that the world will is always watching you. Moria said slowly. The world will is the world itself. How can you avoid the world will? Horn didn't believe him. He didn't know what the 13 holy spirits were like, but how could he avoid the world will's gaze? Why not? Don't think the world will is too powerful. If it is really irresistible, how can it be deadlocked with those weak gods? Moshe walked forward and whispered in Horn's ear, the will of the world has been controlling everything about you. You must have been feeling very distressed. If you don't want to be like a puppet, at the mercy of the will of the world, and your final outcome depends entirely on its mood, then now, in this place where no one can see, is your chance. Chapter 6:10. Bewitching people is the devil's talent. Motia can even make an ordinary person willingly contribute his soul with just 1 copper coin. Although Motia did not intend to deceive Horn, it was not difficult to add some power to his words, to make his words more credible. Why do you want to help me? The fire in Horn's heart was suddenly ignited by Moria, and a desire rose in his heart inexplicably. Yes, he was unwilling to be controlled by others all his life, but he could not resist, and he did not know how to resist, because he knew that all his actions were in the eyes of the world's will, and he had no secrets in front of the world's will. Everything about him was arranged by others. He didn't even know which of his achievements were the result of his own efforts, which were arranged by the will of the world, and even the means he wanted to resist were arranged by the will of the world. I know it's not easy to gain trust with my identity, but I still told you, which shows that I have no intention of deceiving you. The opportunity one can provide you to escape from control is the bargaining chip I want to exchange for your trust. Moria smiled and took 2 steps back, opening his arms, wanting Horn to trust him completely. I didn't do anything to you, and all your decisions are made by you. Now tell me, are you ready to accept my kindness, and then we can both get what we want, or do you turn around and leave, not get involved with me, and pretend that nothing here has been discovered? Don't try to lie to me, you know. I can see through your heart. Horn didn't want to trust Motia, and didn't want to get involved in this troublesome matter, but he knew very well that this might be his only chance to get rid of the control of the world's will. So after hesitating for a moment, he still reached out to Motia. The opportunity that Motia proposed to let him get rid of the control of the world's will was what he wanted most. Motia smiled. He knew that this transaction was successful, and he also held Horn's hand. That's right, because this is the best choice, no matter who is it for both of us. After reaching an agreement, Moshe sat back in his chair and poured a glass of water into the small cup on Horn's side. There were some tiny green spots in the water. Horn sat opposite and looked at the water in a trance. Drink it. You are not wrong. This water contains pure soul energy. This glass of water can bring you a lot of benefits. After hesitating for a while, Horn took a sip like drinking tea. All the pores on his body seemed to open up, and he could feel that his soul had become more solid than before. How is it? It's a good thing, isn't it? Then Moshe sat up straight. The conversation between him and Horn was about to begin. His attitude was very correct. This was the attitude of the devils when they talked about things. They valued contracts the most, so they were very serious when doing things related to transactions. Let's talk about your problem first. Whether you want to develop the magic council, destroy the church and the gods, or get rid of the control of the world's will, you have to remember that you only have about 280 years. There are only about 280 years left. Why? What will happen in 280 years? Horn asked puzzledly. Horn had to destroy the church and the gods, but he was never in a hurry because he knew it was not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time, or even in 1 generation. Because in 280 years, there will be a huge change in Ceylon. How big? The world will be turned upside down, and the sun and the moon will turn upside down. It will be a huge change not only for you, the Magic Council, but for any race in this world. Motia tried his best to describe the magnitude of this change. Looking at Motia's expression, Horn also realized that he was not joking. Something unexpected would really happen in 280 years. Horn himself rarely thought about things that far in the future, because it had only been 16 years since he left Leon City, and his entire life was less than 40 years. Motia suddenly talked about more than 280 years later, which made Horn a little at a loss. Then let me tell you what the change is. What I'm going to say next is not a secret among some top forces, but you probably have never heard of it. Moshe lowered his voice, and said to Horn in a mysterious tone, "Go ahead, I'm listening." Horn felt inexplicably nervous before Moshe started talking. First, in more than 280 years, the barrier of the God-forsaken land will disappear. At that time, the defense that protects you from invasion and the pride of the God-forsaken land will no longer exist. Any church can march straight in, and you will have nowhere to hide. How is this possible? The barrier has existed for countless years. How could it disappear in more than 200 years? Horn couldn't believe what he said. He lived in the Forsaken Land, and was a high-ranking official, but he had never heard of such a thing. If this was true, the Forsaken Land would face catastrophic consequences. That's not all. This is just one of the changes. Moshe didn't finish. In addition to your Forsaken Land, the World Tree of the Elves will also be dormant, and the Elves will face the same situation as you. Horn nodded slightly. No wonder the Elves have been seeking expansion, and trying to increase their power. It turns out that they know the catastrophic future they are about to face. It is conceivable that the few places on the continent that do not obey the rule of the gods will be attacked by the major churches after their protection disappears. Of course, these are not too big a problem for you. I have studied it. Your magic council is developing very fast. There are more than 200 years, which is enough for you to hold on in front of the church. Moshe continued. Hearing this, Horn felt relieved. Their magic council is developing very fast. It has only been more than 10 years, and it is already very strong. If there were more than 200 years, at least Yayan and the others could all be promoted to become 9-ring magicians. By then, even if the church targeted the magic council, the council would be able to resist to some extent. But relying on your magic council alone is not enough, because after 280 years, the world will of Ceylon will have the lowest constraint on the gods. By that time, the true body of the gods will descend on Ceylon, and can act freely in Ceylon. Chapter 6:11. Moshe's words hit Horn's mind like a bolt from the blue. Before, when those barriers disappeared, Horn could still find a way to deal with it. After all, even if they were enemies of the church, they would only face a 9th-level strongman at best. But now, while losing their protection, their opponents are countless times stronger than before. It's like going from easy to hell in an instant. From your expression, you should understand the seriousness of the matter. If you didn't have the strength of a legendary level at that time, your forces would definitely die. Even if you have the strength of a legendary level, you can't face hundreds of gods at the same time if you are not strong enough. Horn sat there, his brain working at high speed, but he couldn't figure out how to avoid the impending disaster. He originally thought that this would be a protracted war, but now it seems that it is not. Let's talk about you. Don't you want to get rid of the control of the world? Your chance will be in more than 280 years. Moshe gave Horn some time to think, and then continued. Why is this? Horn now felt that his brain was not enough. Everything Moshe said was a matter of life and death for the Magic Council. Normally, he would take it seriously. But after 280 years, so many things happened at the same time. Even an Iron Man could not stand it. Guess first, do you know why such a big change happened after 280 years? Moshe did not answer Horn directly, but let Horn guess first. I really can't think of the reason. Just tell me the reason directly. Horn said with a wry smile that he had now completely become a listener. He was like an ignorant fool in front of Moshe, so he was not in the mood to guess. Originally, he thought that after joining the Will of Ceylon and receiving the attention of the World Will, he had already stood on the turbulent stage of Ceylon, but now it seems that there are still too many things he doesn't know, so many that he can't understand. You are so boring. Use your imagination. What problems do you think will lead to those changes? Moshe leaned forward and reminded Horn. What are the connections between them? It's nothing more than. Horn stood up suddenly and said in shock, Wait, you mean that in 280 years, the world will have problems? You finally got it. Moshe nodded with satisfaction. It would be interesting if there was interaction between the two of them. It would be too boring for him to narrate alone. In about 280 years, the world will undergo a transformation. How long will the transformation take? No one knows what it will become, but there is no doubt that during the period of transformation, the influence of the world on the world will be extremely fragile. At that time, Ceylon will be equivalent to having no world will. The land forsaken by gods is the last place where the world will can maintain its normal power. The world tree is an important manifestation of the power of the world will. It is the place where life first appeared in this world. It is also the world will that prevents the gods from coming to Ceylon in person. So as long as the world will loses its power, everything I said will be gone. Moshe opened his hands and pouted his mouth to make an explosive expression. So what do you think is my chance of getting rid of the control of the world will? Horn asked tentatively. Before he fell into a deep sleep, you had no chance at all. Moshe shrugged and said, during your growth, he made too many arrangements, each of which closely link you to him, including the most important world seed that made you a legendary powerhouse. I am sure that if you use that world seed to become a legendary powerhouse, you will be his loyal lackey in the future, and you will not be able to resist any of his orders. Motia's words made Horn shudder. Although what he said was outrageous, Horn could feel that what he said was true, because if he was the will of the world, he would not let himself, a carefully arranged chess piece, have the opportunity to escape control. Then, what do you think I should do? Horn was silent for a long time, and then asked Motia. It's very simple. When he is awake, you should follow the path he arranged for you. If you should be promoted to a legend, you should be promoted to a legend. If you should go to war with the church, you should go to war. Then when he is undergoing transformation, Find an opportunity to cut off all ties between him and you. As long as it is on you, and you think it is something he arranged for you, you must discard it all without leaving anything, including the strength gained by using the world seed. Moshe said cruelly. Is it the only way? According to you, when the world will transforms, it is the most dangerous time for the parliament. At that time, if I abandon things like the world seed, won't it put the entire parliament in danger? Horn could not accept Moshe's plan. Compared with getting rid of the control of the world will, it is more important to let the magician rise. You don't have to do this. You just need to find a place where the world will can't see you at all, and cut off the connection with him. Of course, this place won't work. This place only temporarily blocks the eyes of the world will. He can still feel your presence. If you want him to be completely invisible, you have to go somewhere other than Ceylon. Of course, I don't think you can find such a place. Even I can't leave this world. Except for the true gods, and a few special creatures, no one can easily travel through planes. Motia shrugged and said, Do you think the people around me are arranged by the world will to deal with me? Horn suddenly thought of something, and then asked Motia with a gloomy look. I should have told you before that you should not think that the world will is too powerful. How powerful do you think it needs to have so many gods to condense a world seed for you? In my opinion, all the arrangements he made for you are done by squeezing out his strength. The world will can only guide some people to your side at most. As for controlling them, you are really overthinking it. You don't know how difficult it is for the world will that has not yet transformed to completely control a person. If he can use the people around you to control you, why don't you just control yourself and not resist him? If you are still worried, when you have legendary power and get rid of the control of the world will, you will be able to see whether the people around you are controlled by the world will. Chapter 6:12. Hearing Moshe's words, Horn obviously relaxed a lot. What he was most worried about was not the arrangement of the world will on him, but the worry that Annie, Enoch, Yayan and other people around him would become enemies, which was the situation Horn did not want to see the most. The last few questions, why did the world will transform? Why do you even know the exact time? Why do you know so much? And what do you want me to believe you with? In fact, after Moshe said so much, Horn already believed him a little, but he still needed some more proof. I won't answer you for now, because you will get the answers when I talk about my questions later. Moshe kept the secret. Then tell me your question. Why do you want to help a nobody like me, and what do you want to get from me? If everything Moshe told Horn was true, it would be a great help to Horn. There is no free lunch in the world, so he must have something to ask of Horn. It's a long story about me, but there are some things that can't be explained in detail, so I keep it short. Moshe stood up from the chair, walked to the wall, picked a flower from the next door, put it next to his nose and sniffed it deeply. I am a devil with a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. Hell is different from Ceylon. Most of the sinful souls, in the vortex of the world, will eventually enter hell. So as a lord of hell who likes knowledge, I have a huge amount of knowledge that you can't imagine. This is why I know so much. For example, a world will like Ceylon, which has its own independent consciousness, will generally undergo a transformation 10,000 years after the formation of consciousness. By then, he may become a powerful and strange existence like the Abyss will, or he may become the supreme creator god of this world. In short, as long as he successfully transforms, all the problems facing Ceylon will be solved. But at that time, your life and death will depend entirely on him, because at that time he will be irresistibly powerful, and more than 280 years later, it will be the time when the world will's independent consciousness is born 10,000 years ago. More than 5,000 years ago, the demons of the Abyss invaded this world. I took advantage of the Abyss, and came to this world as the vanguard of hell. Then I was defeated and sealed for 5,000 years. A few decades ago, the people of the Church of the God of Light found me, and said that as long as I helped them do something, they would let me escape from the seal. What conditions? Horn felt that this condition was the key to why Moshe asked him for help. I can't tell you what the conditions are now. Anyway, if those things are not handled well, they will destroy this world, and I have to do it. What you have to do is to stop the evil plans of me, and the other guys when you have enough strength. It's that simple. You are a devil. Although I don't know the exact definition of a devil, you shouldn't be too disgusted by what they are going to do. Horn squinted his eyes, and looked at Moshe. Would Moshe be so kind? Yes, I was such a guy before, so I easily agreed to their conditions, but after I walked out of the seal, I regretted it. Moshe pierced his eyes, and said innocently, Regretted it, why? Horn asked curiously. He had a strong curiosity about everything about a strong man like Moshe. Because the original me was not me, but just a puppet under the influence of the rules of hell. Everything about me existed to make hell grow stronger, but for some reason, after being sealed for such a long time, the influence of the rules of hell on me disappeared. When Moshe spoke, he pointed to his brain, which meant that his mind had become clear. So what you mean is that you were a good person before, and after you became yourself, you suddenly don't like to destroy the world anymore? Horn didn't believe it. Usually, people who believe this kind of thing will be used by bad people and then make bigger mistakes. It's not true that I was a good person before. The souls of good people will not go to hell. Moshe laughed at himself. I just don't want to change back to the way I was before. The feeling of not being in control of everything is too terrible. So I suggest you get rid of the control of the world as soon as possible. Although the influence of Salon's world is not as strong as the rules of hell, it only targets you. If you don't get rid of it, you will sooner or later become a puppet under its control. Don't believe any of his promises. Those promises will indeed come true, but you will no longer be yourself. What's the point of giving you those things he promised to give you? Moshe said to Horn, sharing his own experience. Okay, that's all you need to know about me. If I say more, I will violate the contract with the Holy Light Kingdom. Moshe ended his topic. The devil cannot violate the contract he has signed, so there are some things he cannot tell Horn. Horn also stood up. It seems that he has said everything he should say, and he should leave. Before you leave, I have a gift and a warning. Before Horn left, Moshe stopped him. Please go ahead. Horn rubbed his forehead and agreed. He felt that what he had received had reached the limit. He didn't know what Moshe would say. The gift is this thing. Moshe handed Horn a book. The cover of the book was blank. The contents inside seemed to be handwritten. It seemed that Moshe prepared it specifically for Horn. The things inside can allow you to better control the power of the world seed. Although the world seed cannot be fully used, you'd better not waste the rules and power contained in it. As for the advice, there are 4 more people like me. 2 of them have escaped the seal like me, and the other 2 are still in the seal, but they will gradually escape the seal in the next 200 years. Horn's head hurts a little. Just Motia, a legendary strongman, is enough to give him a headache. There are 4 more. Due to the agreement with the Church of the God of Light, they will not come out before the time comes, but you have to be careful, they are different from me. Don't get close to anyone before you become a legend, because they can only bring killing and destruction, and their minds are not as clear as mine. Chapter 6:13. What are they? If you told me not to get close, at least tell me their characteristics. Horn asked with a headache. 2 were released. One is the 1,000-eyed cursed dragon Sagator, and the other is a terrifying beast from the deep sea. As for the other sealed one is sealed in the northern ice continent, and is an ice demon from the abyss. The other one is sealed underground, and is a green indescribable thing. As for what it is, I don't know. That guy may not be very strong, but he is very dangerous. What Moshe said was just like the scary stories Horn had heard when he was a child, that there were evil monsters in certain places, and he couldn't go there, but now Horn knew that they were all real. The big devil was standing in front of him. How could Horn deny the existence of the other 4? After saying everything he needed to say, Moshe continued to sit in the rocking chair and continue to read pornographic books. I have said everything I need to say. When you advance to legend, you will naturally know how to contact me, but don't come to me again before you advance. I don't want to be discovered by others. He ordered Horn to leave, so naturally he should not stay here any longer. In fact, he did not want to stay here any longer. He had been chatting here for a long time, and Annie and others outside should be waiting anxiously. After Horn left, an old voice sounded from the water tank containing plants. Master, do you really think this human will go to that step in the end? Otherwise, the world will think that it can turn the tables by controlling him. But this human's magic is the most amazing thing I have ever seen. His future is limitless. At least it is not something that a world that is about to fall into a deep sleep can control. Moshe said to the water tank while flipping through the book. But Master, will he really do what you told him to do? And will he really come to help you in the end? With his character, he will definitely do it. After all, I didn't lie about this matter, and he will make the right choice. Moshe injected a ball of energy into the water tank. You'd better stay in your water tank. Don't think about getting out again without 100 years. Horn did not choose to go to Annie and the others immediately, but gave Annie a safe signal first, and then walked towards them on foot. Moshe gave him too much information, and he needed some time to sort it out and make the most basic plans for the future. Should I believe him? Horn shook his head with a bitter smile. His conversation with Motia had messed up all his plans. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. The world will show Horn an extremely smooth road. Following this road, Horn could become a legendary warrior very smoothly, and even become a being above the legend. However, that road was not what Horn wanted to take, and it always gave Horn a sense of unreality. Motia turned the road that the world will gave Horn into a sea of fire and swords. Although this road was not easy to walk, it made Horn see the truth. But Moshe is a devil. Just based on his evil aura, Horn shouldn't trust him. But the 280-year deadline is like a time bomb, forcing Horn to make a choice within this period of time. Various things are mixed together, like a mess, and various contradictory choices are placed in front of him. He really hopes that Douglas is by his side now, and can guide him. Now he really doesn't know which direction to go. Originally, the only thing in front of him was to develop the Magic Council. It was simple. He only needed to become strong enough to kill all the gods and destroy the church. But now the situation has become complicated. "Sir, do you want to buy flowers?" A teenage girl with pigtails stood in front of Horn, holding a large basket of strange flowers and looking up at him. "There are flowers everywhere in this city. I can see them everywhere. Why should I buy yours?" Horn laughed and put his worries aside for the time being. The little girl was cute and pretty. She didn't look like a poor girl selling flowers on the street. Instead, she looked like a rich lady. "But my flowers only bloom these few days every year. If you don't buy them these 2 days, you won't see them this year," the little girl said seriously, as if the flowers in her hand were some kind of hot commodity. "If you don't buy them now, you won't see them this year." The little girl's words stunned Horn. He realized that there was no need for him to be so entangled now. It would take more than 200 years for what Moshe said to happen, and he was only in his 30s. Instead of worrying about the future, it is better to do the present things well first. What he needs to do most now is to take Annie and the others back to the God-forsaken land and complete the wedding with Annie. Then he needs to improve his strength and develop the parliament. In short, he has to do the present things well first before he can consider those big things. Horn took out a few gold coins and put them in the little girl's hand, took her flowers, but was grabbed by the little girl. "You don't need so much, right? It doesn't matter. The rest of the money is a thank you for letting me think it through," Horn said with a gentle smile. The little girl shook her head and pointed at the words on the flower frame and said, "No, you didn't pay enough. This kind of flower only blooms in these few days, so it's very expensive." Horn glanced at the words. 5 silver coins per flower, and this basket must have at least 50 or 60 flowers, which means at least more than 20 gold coins. "You are really a clever little ghost." Horn rolled his eyes. There were several powerful guards around the girl, following her in the dark. It seemed that she was a rich family out for fun. But the flowers were still beautiful, and Horn was too lazy to care about the little money, so he threw the small purse on his waist to the girl, and then left with the basket of flowers. After he left, he could faintly hear the girl cheering, saying something like, "I finally made money." Everyone has their own life. Horn was thinking about the life and death of the entire Wild Witch group, and the little girl might be happiest that she sold her flowers. After thinking it through, Horn did not stay on the street, but flew up for a moment and flew to Annie and the others. "What happened after you went there?" and asked with concern. "Nothing happened, I just met an old friend." Horn didn't want to tell anyone what Moshe said, at least not now. Telling them now would only add to their troubles. He would choose a suitable time to tell everyone in the parliament about these things, and then face the upcoming crisis together, but not now. Chapter 6:14. "It's good that nothing happened. I was really scared by your headache before." Annie let out a long sigh. Looking at Horn's current appearance, she knew that he had not suffered any bad things in there. "By the way, why did you buy so many flowers?" Annie asked curiously, looking at the large basket of gorgeous flowers held by Horn. "Well, this kind of flower is very precious, and it blooms in the next few days, so I bought it for you," Horn said to and with affection, and Franks and Jennifer beside him felt their teeth ache. "This flower is very beautiful. I'm glad you bought it for me, but why did you buy so many?" It was the first time that Annie saw someone buy a frame with flowers. It was a whim. Horn casually smoothed over the matter of the flower, and then the group hurried back, and nothing disturbed them along the way. When flying to the tidal mist swamp, Horn suddenly turned the direction of the magic flying boat and stopped beside a small lake as calm as a mirror. The lake water is clear, and the fish in the lake are clearly visible. Combined with the surrounding environment, this place is like a paradise, but Franks is shivering behind the magic flying boat. He has a psychological shadow on this lake. "What are you doing here?" and asked Horn curiously. They have been here before. When they were still very weak, they had fled from this lake in a panic. There is a very scary monster in this calm little lake, and this monster almost killed Franks, So he is shivering. You know, I'm a very vengeful person. Since I happened to pass by, I try to see how powerful this guy is. Such a beautiful scenery cannot be occupied by such a monster. Horn looked at the calm lake, played with his staff as a stick, and was eager to try. You guys stay away, the battle between me and it might be a bit big. Looking at Horn, who wanted to rush into the lake immediately, and covered her head helplessly, and then she took Franks and Jennifer to find a safe place in the distance to watch the upcoming battle. Floating directly above the lake, Horn's eyes were fixed on the ground, with a bit of solemnity in his excitement. He wanted to fight this monster, whose identity he still didn't know, because he had a sudden impulse after sensing its aura. Of course, he wanted to take revenge, but more importantly, he wanted to find an opponent to fight with. After he became a six-ring magician, he hadn't had a serious fight for many years. His opponents were either too strong and needed to use the origin ring to win, like the chief of the leopard tribe, or too weak and could be defeated easily, like Johnny before. The monster in the lake has a breath strength that is just right. It should allow Horn to fight to his heart's content. In the past, Horn could not even detect the existence of this monster, but now Horn can easily feel that the monster in the lake is very close to his strength without using the origin ring, that is, close to level 8 or 9. Maybe in a few years, this monster can successfully upgrade to a level 9 monster, but it is estimated that he will not have this opportunity because he met Horn. Horn didn't know what was inside. Although it used tentacles to attack, it was not something like an octopus or a squid. There were countless tentacles inside, but the biological reaction inside was only one. This monster had been sleeping. Once there was a living thing nearby, it would awaken part of its body to hunt. The stronger the enemy, the more parts it would awaken. After observing for a long time above the lake, Horn took a deep breath, and lightning and fire emerged from his body at the same time. He was now fully powerful. When he showed his full aura, it was no longer the same as before. Flames and lightning were mixed together, attached to the surface of his body, like a super scion. His skin became slightly transparent, and blue and red energy faintly appeared through his skin. His eyes flashed with dazzling lightning and burned with blazing flames. And cast an eagle eye spell on herself and watched from a distance, with a perverted smile on her face. Now when Horn showed his full power, it was not as dazzling as before, but he was still as handsome. As Horn's breath burst out, the entire lake surface was boiling, and the tentacles that made people's scalps tingle kept stirring in the lake water. All the small fish that had lived peacefully in the lake for a long time died tragically. This time it did not wake up part by part, but the whole body woke up, because Horn gave it a threat it had never felt before. Thick tentacles stretched out from the lake one by one, dancing wildly in front of Horn, as if to demonstrate to Horn. It did not want to fight with Horn. The reason why it was asleep most of the time was to accumulate strength to complete the promotion. But Horn didn't care about its thoughts. He came here to fight. With a cold expression, Horn pointed at the lake. A lightning bolt thicker than his arm struck the lake. The tentacles nearby twitched for a while, and then sank into the water. Horn's move was like a fuse. A strange cry sounded from the lake. Annie and others who were already far away actually felt a slight pain in their ears. If they were right next to the lake, this sound would be enough to hurt them. Very good, that's it. The angrier you are, the better. Only when you exert all your strength can I fight to my heart's content. As he spoke, Horn threw another thick lightning bolt into the lake. Two huge tentacles that were much thicker than Horn broke out of the water, wrapped around Horn's body like two giant pythons, and suddenly threw him out. After smashing countless trees, Horn's figure stopped. At this time, the protective shield on the outside of his body had some cracks, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Horn's mouth. He hadn't been injured for a long time. Strong enough, come and fight me, don't show mercy, because I can't do it either. Horn pointed his staff towards the lake, and a 10-meter-long slender flame dragon appeared behind him. Then, dazzling blue lightning gradually covered the flame dragon's body. This is the 8-ring lightning and fire fusion magic. Thunder Flame Dragon. Horn waved his hand, and the dragon, which was completely composed of lightning and fire, flew towards the small lake, flexibly dealing with the countless tentacles, and then suddenly dived into the lake and began a violent explosion, blowing the two huge tentacles to pieces. Chapter 6:15. 2 hours later, Annie canceled the eagle eye spell. Her eyes were a little sore from watching the battle. Horn and the monster were evenly matched and fought for more than 2 hours. Annie's heart was also tangled for more than 2 hours. At this moment, Horn was leaning against a tree. This tree was one of the few lucky survivors nearby. His white wizard robe had turned into pieces, with only a few pieces of rags covering the key parts. His body was covered with blood, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured, but there was a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth. Annie flew over, looked at Horn with some complaints, and quickly took out a towel from the space ring to clean Horn's wound. A few dozen meters in front of them, a huge corpse like a hill was lying on the ground. It was the tentacle monster. Its body structure was probably a huge sphere with dense tentacles of different lengths. Its body was extremely huge, and the corpse piled on the ground was like a hill. It was the largest creature Horn had ever seen. This guy had amazing vitality. Even with Horn's powerful magic attainments, it took a lot of effort to kill it completely. If some strong men who are not good at destruction were to come, it would be difficult for a level 9 strongman to kill this monster. The monster's vitality is too strong. Why are you trying so hard? You don't have to work so hard to kill him. What should I do if something really happens to you? Annie complained while treating Horn's wound. You know, I actually couldn't understand why those warriors were so crazy about fighting, why they pursued a life and death battle with equal strength, or even a huge difference in strength even if they might die. But now I understand, because it's really cool. Horn shouted a little excitedly, and his movements were a little big, and the wounds on his body burst open, and he shouted in pain. Don't move, even with healing medicine, it's not so easy to heal. And held Horn down, and tapped Horn's head lightly with her staff. Between life and death, fighting for life, trying my best to exert all my strength to defeat the opponent, that subtle feeling is really hard to describe. Just this one battle, I have gained a lot. After I recover, my strength will become stronger than before, and I can better control my own strength. Without experiencing such a battle, I don't know how far I can go by myself, and I don't know that I still have a lot of potential that has not been developed. Horn narrowed his eyes, and said intoxicatedly that he was strong in the past, but he never had an opponent worthy of his fighting, so he rarely fought with all his strength. So will you continue to do this in the future? And glared at Horn. If you get hurt too much, I won't treat your wounds. Don't worry, I won't be like those crazy warriors who often pursue death battles. I can do this kind of thing once in a while. The data I collect is enough to strengthen myself. That's right, for Horn, the gains from a battle of equal strength can be harvested in one go, and he doesn't need to go through many trials like a warrior to make progress. It took everyone half a day to heal Horn. As a 7-ring magician, Horn himself has a strong self-healing ability. It will take at least a month to fully heal the injuries he suffered this time, but it won't take too much time to recover part of his strength and be able to move freely. Annie, did you notice it? Horn asked after he spent a lot of effort to take out the crystal core from the center of the monster's body. Of course I noticed it. There are some ignorant little things staring at us. I thought you wouldn't care about those low-level monsters. And said to Horn while commanding 2 humanoid summoned beasts to cut the body of the huge monster. Every part of the body of a monster close to level 9 is a treasure, but it is unrealistic to take away all of this monster's huge body. So Horn and Annie could only choose to take away the part of the monster with the most energy and some special parts. As for the other parts, they could only be given to the monsters in the swamp. Oh, and Frank's, who turned into his real body at this moment and kept devouring the flesh and blood of the monster. The dragon that was more than 10 meters long was as inconspicuous as a small lizard in front of the monster. It would be a waste to throw away the flesh and blood anyway, so it would be better to let Franks eat more. The flesh and blood of powerful creatures are good for any extraordinary creature. Those ogres have been staring at us for a long time. They are probably staring at the corpse of this monster. However, they have the courage to observe us from outside. I feel that these ogres are a little bit unusual, Horn said, looking in one direction. What's unusual about them? Ogres are creatures with no brains, no strength, and they are not delicious. How unusual can they be? Franks, who was just in a big mood, interrupted and said, completely forgetting that he almost scared the shit out of a level 5 ogre chieftain when he was injured. No, I mean there should be strict discipline among these ogres. They were already trembling with fear, but they didn't run away. According to the normal management method of the ogre tribe, they should have run away long ago, but they didn't. Horn corrected Franks' thoughts. It's really strange what you said. Knowing our strength and Frank's true body has not escaped, this is indeed not something that ordinary ogres can do. They seem to be sure that we will leave a lot of flesh and blood for them, so they didn't run away. There should be a powerful leader behind them to order these ogres to go against their nature, and this leader should be very smart, but the ogre's brain. Annie is the monster master of the parliament, and she knows the habits of these extraordinary creatures very well, so these ogres are indeed problematic. I do know an ogre with a very smart mind, and he is very special, so... Horn stretched out his hand in the direction of the ogre, who was watching from a distance, and a moment later, a wailing ogre was pulled over by Horn's magician hand. Horn's magic hand can now work at a long distance, hundreds of meters away, but the power will be reduced if the distance is too far, but it is obviously no problem to catch a level 1 ogre. This ogre is different from normal ogres. It is covered with monster fur, and there are patterns painted with white lime on its face and exposed body. It is a great thing for a normal ogre to put a piece of rag in the crotch, let alone wear clothes. Chapter 616. Horn asked Franks to try to communicate with the ogre, but Franks with a mouth full of blood and flesh looked too scary. After just a few questions, the ogre fainted. Boss Horn, this ogre is just like other ogres, all stupid, and you can't get anything out of him. Franks took the ogre and threw him far away in disgust. Franks thought this kind of guy was unpalatable. It's just like an ordinary ogre. That is to say, the fact that it is dressed like this is not because the overall IQ of the ogre group has increased, but because there is an intelligent leader behind them. Horn touched his chin and came to a conclusion in his mind. Annie, can you help me with something? Don't just say one thing, 10 or 100 things are fine, just tell me. After hearing Horn's words, and stopped and walked to Horn to listen to his request. I am very interested in that ogre tribe. I want to meet their leader. In addition, if possible, I want to subdue them, but I am not in a good condition to use force, so this time it depends on you. And patted her chest and assured Horn, you will see me this time. Okay, my queen. Horn pretended to salute, and then coughed twice. On a throne made of rough boulders, sat a huge blue ogre, with 2 heads on its body, one with a passionate and resolute expression, and the other a little cold. The resolute head was the ogre boss, Figo of Fire, and the cold head was the second boss, Ace of Ice. Each of the 2 heads had a consciousness, and they controlled this body together. 15 years ago, they had studied magic with Horn for a while, and then when Horn wanted to take them back to the Magic Council for training, they chose to escape, thus losing the opportunity to learn more advanced magic. But there are gains and losses. The 2 of them fought hard in the Tidal Mist Swamp, and finally united more than half of the ogre tribes in the Tidal Mist Swamp, and became the ogre king of the Tidal Mist Swamp. He had nearly 2,000 ogre soldiers of at least level 1 strength, and many advanced ogres, such as the 4 level 5 ogre chieftains killed by Randall. He was a tyrant in the Tidal Mist Swamp. But even with such a strong force, there are too many existences in this swamp that he cannot afford to offend. There are too many dangers in this swamp, such as some priests and wizards who go deep into the Tidal Mist Swamp, some powerful solitary monsters, and in the past 15 years, some low-level monsters called it the Road of Death, which connects the elves and the Forsaken Land. The so-called Road of Death is actually the road that Horn opened up between the Forsaken Land and the Black Forest for wild witches to pass. All monsters who dare to touch that road will be dealt with by the Parliament, so it is called the Road of Death by the intelligent races in the Tidal Mist Swamp. Figo and Ace avoided all these dangerous existences, but apart from these taboo existences, their ogre tribe was simply rampant, and any small monster race living in the swamp did not dare to offend Figo's cannibal tribe. They, and the Lizardman tribe, that had recently emerged on the edge of the swamp were called the 2 major races in the Tidal Mist Swamp. If other races united together, they would not necessarily be weaker than these 2 races, but if they did not unite together, they would just be a pile of scattered sand. Today, Ace got good news. A strong outsider fought with the monster in the lake. It looked like the end was at least a loss for both sides. The monster in the lake ranked high among the beings they couldn't afford to offend. Sometimes Figo even worried that the monster would wake up and slaughter the entire ogre tribe. Moreover, the place where it was sleeping was within the ogre's sphere of influence. It would be a good thing if the mysterious outsider killed the monster today. Even if he couldn't kill it, as long as he made the monster seriously injured, then at least he would fall into a longer sleep, so that their ogre tribe would be safer. In the afternoon, the ogre sent to keep watch came back and said that the monster had been killed, but the human warriors who killed the monster were still there and had not left. So Ace asked his men to continue watching there, and as soon as those warriors left, they would transport the monster's body to the tribe. It was impossible for those warriors to take away all the huge monster's body. If his ogre tribe completely digested the monster's body, its strength would definitely become stronger, and it might be able to expand its power range. Figo and Ace, who were waiting for good news on the throne, suddenly stood up. They were both magicians, so their perception range was very wide. They noticed something was wrong the moment the change happened. After he stood up, a blue ogre stumbled in and said to them incoherently, "Your Majesty, the human warrior who killed a monster before is attacking our tribe. We can't hold on any longer. Please go out and take a look." In the ogre tribe, all blue ogres are descendants of Ace and Figo. They are stronger and smarter than normal ogres, but it is not easy for blue ogres to be born. During these years, the two of them had sex with countless female ogres and gave birth to hundreds of offspring, but there were only less than 10 blue ogres, and no two-headed ogres at all. When Figo and Ace arrived at the wall of their tribe, the battle was already very fierce. The ogre's opponents were not the strong humans he had expected, but dozens of bloody monsters. These monsters were at least level 3 in strength. Under their attack, the elite ogre warriors were vulnerable. However, these bloody monsters were not killed completely. Although they were very ferocious, the masters who controlled them did not seem to want to cause large-scale killings. These bloody monsters were naturally the blood corpses summoned by Annie. The blood of the huge tentacle monster flowed like a stream. With the blood, Annie only consumed a small part of her energy to summon dozens of blood corpses. She had not yet used her full strength. If she had done her best, I am afraid that one person would be enough to destroy this powerful ogre tribe. If she fought alone, Annie, who specialized in summoning magic, might not be strong, but if she was given enough time and summoning conditions, she would be a legion of monsters. Chapter 6:17. Brother, what should we do? Figo looked at the bloody corpses that were slaughtering his people with his eyes blazing. Now they have come to our door. If we don't want all our efforts in the past 15 years to go to waste, we can only try our best to stop these monsters, Ace said in a cold tone, and then he took out a huge wooden staff with various monster teeth hanging on it. The decorative function of these teeth is greater than their practical value. The two-headed ogre stood on a platform made of broken wood and began to release magic at the rampaging blood corpses. Ice and fire were released at the same time, and each magic could dissipate a blood corpse. The magic they released was genuine three-ring magic, but the way they used it was a little clumsy. Their staffs were not so much the medium for casting spells, as they were props to share the pressure of casting spells. The body of an ogre is naturally stronger than that of a magician. Figo and Ace are now 5-ring magicians, but he is also a 5th-level ogre, which is equivalent to practicing magic and martial arts. His strong body can withstand more magic bursts than normal magicians, so they only need to share some insignificant pressure on the simple wooden staff to cast magic normally. Their magic did ease the tense situation, but Figo and Ace soon discovered that although they killed a lot of blood corpses, the number of blood corpses did not decrease. Every time they killed one, a new blood corpse would appear. The new blood corpses were of course summoned by Annie. In this battlefield, there was blood everywhere, and she didn't need to spend much magic power to summon blood corpses. Seeing those magic attacks, Horn laughed. It turned out that the ones who controlled this huge ogre tribe were Xiongda and Xiong'er, who he had taught magic. These two guys have become very capable. Ace was much smarter than Figo. He immediately realized that if they didn't solve the source of these blood corpse monsters, then even if they released all their magic power, they would not be able to quell the war. So he called the 4 ogre chieftains, who had been watching the battle, and asked 2 of them to support the ordinary ogres to deal with the blood corpses that were more violent and brainless than the ogres. As for him and the other 2 ogre chieftains, they flew in one direction. Although Figo didn't sense the breath of humans in that direction, all the blood corpses appeared from there. He wanted to implement the decapitation tactic to eliminate the leader of these blood corpses. According to the little ogres who were watching the battle, the human who killed the monster and the monster were both injured, and the humans who came to attack his tribe had been unwilling to show up themselves, so maybe they were not very strong. He had no choice. He couldn't just surrender and let this suddenly appearing monster destroy his forces. With 3 loud noises, 3 level 5 ogres that were 4 or 5 meters tall and looked like small meat mountains fell in front of Horn and others, and took 2 steps forward, attracting the attention of the 3 ogres. Human warrior, I think we didn't provoke you, so can you stop attacking our tribe? We promise not to pursue any previous attacks, Ace said tentatively. He didn't want to rashly fight this mysterious human warrior, because he didn't know how strong it was. Annie looked back, and Horn lip-synced to her. Then Anne's little face was instantly covered with frost, her eyes turned red, and the whole person exuded a strong murderous aura. You are not qualified to make peace with me. Now there are only 2 choices before you, surrender or die. The smile on Horn's face, who was watching the show from behind, suddenly froze. Annie was so domineering. In fact, except for the little girl in front of Horn, she was a strong woman in front of anyone anywhere. Then, there is no room for negotiation. You smell a lot of blood, so you are probably not human. Although your aura is strong, I am not as weak as you think. You can't beat the 3 of us by yourself. Ace released his aura and spoke to Annie in a slightly threatening tone. Annie's expression did not change. She waved her staff, and 3 summoning circles appeared. 3 powerful auras emerged from the circles. A moment later, 3 monsters appeared behind Annie. One was a falcon-sized strange bird, a level 5 speed monster, the Sting Harrier. The other was a level 5 monster with fiery red skin, more than 5 meters long, and a red rock-like carapace on its back, the lava giant lizard. As for the last one, it was a thing similar to a blood corpse. It was a circle larger than a normal human, with a pair of blood-red wings dripping like bat wings on its back, 2 sharp horns like horns on its head, and a mouth that took up half of its head. It had 4 long fangs like vampires, and between the big fangs there were densely packed small teeth like spikes. This thing had almost the strength of a level 6, but Annie only needed the consumption of a level 5 magic beast to summon it, but she could only summon one at a time. The name of this thing was the Flying Blood Corpse. I may not be a match for the 3 of you, so I don't plan to fight you by myself. Your opponents are them. And said coldly. The blue skin on Figo and Ace's faces immediately became red and slightly purple. The auras of these 3 monsters were not concealed at all. They could easily defeat them with just the aura they exuded, especially the monster in the middle, which exuded an ominous aura. Even the wizards who occasionally passed by the tidal mist swamp looked kinder than this guy. Annie didn't say anything. The Flying Blood Corpse rushed towards the 3 ogres. Figo and Ace immediately rushed forward with a thick iron mace in one hand and a magic staff in the other hand. The other 2 monsters also fought with the other 2 ogre chieftains. After a short while, the 2 ogre chieftains fell into a disadvantage. Although Figo and Ace suppressed the Flying Blood Corpse for a short time with the realm of the 5th ring, they would inevitably fail if the time went on. Figo used a magic to separate the Flying Blood Corpses, and then Ace quickly said to Annie, "We choose to surrender, please give us a chance." Through a short battle, Ace analyzed that even if they could defeat these 3 monsters, Annie, the big boss, had not taken action, so they could not win. If it were an ordinary ogre, they might just rush forward without caring about anything, but the 2-headed ogre had intelligence similar to that of humans, so it did not want to fight a fight that it could not win. Chapter 6:18. And there are not only these 3 monsters, there are 3 people behind Annie. One is pale like a tuberculosis ghost, one is a child whose hair has not grown out, and the other is a disabled woman. Although these 3 do not look like they have the ability to fight, no one knows their specific strength. However, since these people are sure to attack their camp, they are definitely not coming with a few cannon fodder. That's right, a man who knows the times is a hero. If you don't choose to surrender, none of the ogres in your tribe will survive. Ahem, stop your pet, Annie. The battle stopped, and the 3 monsters retreated to Annie's side. Horn staggered to the front of the ogre, coughing with a white handkerchief as he walked. Seeing Horn's weak appearance, Ace suddenly thought of catching Horn to threaten Annie, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Anything they did would only anger Annie, and make their future life more difficult. His choice was wise, because although Horn looked like he was about to die, he could easily kill the 3 ogres if they made a slight move. He didn't do it because it would not help him recover from his injuries, not because he didn't have the ability to do it. It's amazing. After 15 years, you 2 have grown up to this point, Big Bear and Little Bear. Horn said, looking up at the tall man. My name is not Big Bear, my name is Figo, Figo of Fire. Figo emphasized seriously. You can call it this name, are you the same person 15 years ago? Compared to Figo, who was struggling with the name, Ace was much smarter. Now he looked at Horn with a hint of fear in his eyes. It seems that you still remember me. I was really distressed when you 2 suddenly disappeared. I had prepared a lot of teaching plans for you. Horn said with a smile. The reason why he recognized Horn only now was, firstly, because in the eyes of the ogres, humans actually looked the same, and secondly, because Horn was mysterious, powerful, and a madman. The transformation between Horn and Edward was like a madman in the eyes of the ogres. And now Horn's face is pale, and he walks unsteadily, as if a gust of wind could blow Horn away. Figo and Ace fell to their knees with a plop, and lowered their heads to dare not look at Horn. After leaving Horn, they certainly thrived in the tidal mist swamp, but they were always worried that Horn would come back. Horn's image was like a nightmare, circling back and forth in their hearts. Don't kneel down, take me to see your tribe. Horn took 2 steps and felt that a small man like him had no power in front of the ogre, so he waved to Franks, Franks, come here. Franks immediately understood, and came to Horn helplessly to transform into his true form. A 17-18 meter long gray dragon appeared on the spot, and then roared to the sky. Hey Franks, you seem to be a little bigger than before. Horn took Annie to fly on Frank's back, and found 2 chairs to fix on them. These chairs were randomly installed by Horn, because there was still space left in his space ring. There were even bedding and cooking utensils in his space ring. Now that you mention it, I seem to have become a little bigger than before, and I have become stronger. Franks looked at his body. His body was slightly different from before he turned into a human form. His body became stronger and stronger, and the scales on his body were much thicker. When Franks devoured the flesh and blood just now, Horn was concerned about his wounds, so he didn't notice it, but now it seems that Frank's changes are actually very obvious. Your strength seems to be much stronger than before. It seems that bringing you out this time has given you the opportunity to become stronger. After carefully looking at Franks, Horn came to the conclusion that Franks seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation. The original Franks was probably at level 6, but he could only perform at level 5 at most, and the dragon's advantages were completely unplayable. However, the aura exuded by Franks now is that of a normal adult dragon, which means he has level 7 strength, and the strength he can exert, even without counting his strange dragon language magic, is at least top-notch among level 6. We talk about these things when we get back. Now let's deal with these ogres first. As long as we subdue them, our control over the tidal mist swamp will be even stronger. Horn had high hopes for these ogres. The forces near the tidal mist swamp looked down on this difficult-to-develop place. They had no shortage of land for development, but the Magic Council needed it. If the council wanted to expand, it could only consider the tidal mist swamp. Moreover, there were many mineral deposits in the swamp that were extremely important to magicians, such as the magic crystals that every magician liked. The three ogres leading the way were frightened by the sudden appearance of the giant dragon. The giant dragon has always been a creature at the top of the food chain, and it is more intimidating to the subhuman races such as ogres than humans. You must know that in ancient times, many of these races were the followers of the giant dragon. When hearing the name of Franks, Ace turned around in shock and looked at Horn, who was riding on Franks, and asked, "Is this the Grey-Winged Lord Franks who is feared by the tidal mist swamp?" "Yes, I am Franks." Franks raised his head proudly and answered, shaking his head to Horn to show off, "See, these stupid guys know my reputation." After seeing Franks agreed, Figo and Ace did not continue to talk, but were more in awe of Horn. In the tidal mist swamp, Franks is a very famous person, and he is even more famous among the ogre tribe. In addition to the ogres, the other two major forces in the tidal mist swamp are the lizardmen under the protection of Franks. The strength of the lizardmen is not much different from that of the ogre tribe. Figo and Ace have always been very ambitious, but they dare not take action against those lizardmen, because they know that those lizardmen worship an adult dragon named Grey Wing. Adult dragons are a natural disaster for low-end subhuman races like ogres, so they have been living in peace with the lizardmen for these years, and have given in everywhere, just because they are afraid of attracting the wrath of the dragon. There were rumors that Franks was a guy with a strong appearance but a weak heart. However, after seeing it with his own eyes today, Figo wanted to twist off the head of the guy who lied. Franks was obviously a normal adult dragon. How could he be a weak heart? Well, if Franks hadn't had some opportunities during this journey, he would definitely think that Franks was a show-off. Chapter 6:19. And such a terrifying adult dragon was willing to be ridden by these two humans. What strength do these two humans have? Ace put away some of his little thoughts. Facing such a terrifying guy, he did not dare to have a single thought of resistance. In a sense, Horn's purpose of riding Franks was achieved. Riding a ferocious beast is indeed more convincing than a few humans. It has nothing to do with strength but momentum. When everyone arrived at the center of the battlefield, the blood corpses had already dissipated, and the ogres looked at Horn and others who were riding slowly behind the dragon. Because Annie could control them, although the blood corpses were powerful and fought fiercely, the ogres did not die too many people, but only suffered injuries. Figo and Ace led everyone to the center of the ogre tribe, and invited Horn to sit on the highest stone throne. The ogre tribe was very dirty everywhere, but the area around the throne was very clean. However, Horn still had some resistance, and finally sat on Frank's back. "Since you have submitted to me, I have some requirements for you. First, I require you to cooperate with the lizardmen, listen to the requirements of the lizardmen Chief Savara, and develop the tidal mist swamp with them. Second, I require you to mine minerals for me. You ogres are not good at mining, so you can capture some races such as goblins to mine. Third, I require you to vigorously develop the population and try to make yourself stronger. All your wishes will be executed." Figo said bitterly that now they are under someone else's command, so naturally what they say is what they do. "Don't cry with a face. If you help me do things, I will naturally give you benefits. As long as you do it according to my requirements, then the reward I give you will definitely satisfy you. In the future, you will find that surrendering to me is the wisest choice you have ever made. At least it is much wiser than you escaping from my hands in the first place." After Horn explained his requirements for the ogre tribe, Horn learned more about the ogre tribe, and was more interested in the blue ogres among them. The blue ogres have higher IQs than normal ogres, and at least half of the blue individuals have the talent to learn magic. Pick the smartest blue ogre with magical talent. I want to take him away. Do you have any objection? After understanding the situation, Horn said to Figo and Ace. No problem, no problem. Figo and Ace agreed, as long as they didn't take him away. Ogres have very weak family ties. For Figo and Ace, these descendants of his are just his ordinary subordinates, and there is no difference from other ogres. Then I have a question. Since those ordinary ogres have not become smarter, why do you spend the effort to dress them and draw patterns on their bodies? I think even if they are born stupid, they should be able to change after a long period of subtle influence. As long as they can become smarter, it will be a great progress for our tribe. Figo said honestly. Horn nodded. Figo's words gave Horn a little hint. He might be able to make some insignificant changes to the people under his rule. Thinking about it, Horn's mouth curled up, and he thought of something interesting. Almost all the things in the ogre tribe were settled. Horn personally selected the thinnest guy from all the blue ogres and took him away, and then left the ogre tribe with everyone else. In a few days, Figo and Ace will set off for the Lizardman tribe to negotiate with Shaman Sabara and others to make the title Miss Swamp develop better and more in the hands of the Magic Council. Then everyone went back to the Magic Council directly. Horn brought Franks back with him. He wanted to understand what happened to Franks' change, and Franks himself wanted to play in Spark City. Originally, he could only look at Spark City from a distance, but he couldn't go in to see it himself. Now he can transform into a human form by himself, and he must have a good time in Spark City. During this long journey, Franks only played in Leon City for 2 days, and was interrupted by Horn halfway through. The rest of the time, he was either running around with Horn or being locked up by Horn in the Church of the God of the Frozen Earth, together with that crazy woman Arya. He didn't like this feeling very much. When he came back, Horn and his team didn't alarm anyone and flew directly to the gate of Spark City. Horn had been away from Spark City for many days, and missed it very much, so he wanted to walk around and see what changes had taken place in Spark City. Franks' legs moved very fast, like a bumpkin entering a city. He would come up to see everything he saw. Compared with Leon City, Spark City was much more prosperous. Moreover, as a dragon that could learn magic, Franks had a good impression of Spark City, a city full of magic atmosphere. Jennifer, who was sitting on the flying carpet, looked at Spark City, and could not hide the surprise in her eyes. It was her first time to come to such a city full of wild witches. In her original cognition, a small town like Rhino Town with many wild witches was already very remarkable. Now that she really saw Spark City, she realized that compared with this city, all the achievements of the black magic cult were insignificant. It turned out that they really looked at the world from a narrow perspective, and tightly grasped Horn's arm. In her memory, she had been away from Spark City much less than Horn, but the current Spark City had changed a lot compared to before, and there was a feeling that things and people had changed. As for the blue ogre at the end of the team, he lowered his head, and dared not look at anything. This ogre was not yet an adult, and was considered thin among ogres of the same age, but he was still a monster in the eyes of humans. He caused a panic as soon as he entered the city. If it was not Horn who brought him in, the guards at the city gate would not even let him in. The news of Horn's return to the city spread quickly to the Congress Center. When they arrived at the entrance of the inner city of Xingho City, Yan was already at the door, with a dozen magicians to greet them. After saying hello to Yan, Horn waved and sent Jennifer's flying carpet to Yan's side. This magician's legs have been disabled for more than 10 years. You should find a way to make her recover. There should be no problem. Horn asked Yan. After studying for a while, Yan nodded and said confidently, no problem at all. You don't know how far we can go. That's right. I really don't know what you can do. Don't make her too weird. Just make her look like a normal person. Horn felt a little nauseous when he thought of Jennifer being replaced with 2 long hairy legs like Sammy. Don't worry, I know my limits. Yan agreed very half-heartedly. For some reason, Jennifer had a bad feeling watching their discussion. Chapter 620. Mr. Speaker, is that an ogre? This is the first time I've seen a blue-skinned species. Can you let me study it? A thin magician with 2 strange mustaches behind Yan looked at the little ogre and said, the magician's name is Beifeng. He is a key member of the biological research laboratory led by Yan. His role in the laboratory is much greater than that of Yan. The violent monster incident that caused a mess in the parliament was caused by this guy. It is said that his main research direction now is monster hybridization. You can, but you are not allowed to hurt him or do anything strange to him. Be nice to him. He can learn magic. I still have a use for him. Horn looked at Beifong staring at the little ogre's slender eyes, and warned him. He didn't want the blue ogre he brought back to turn into a plate of mincemeat when he needed it. Don't worry, I promise to send him back to you intact. Beifong hurriedly walked to the little ogre and led him away. The little ogre wanted to cry, but had no tears. Although he was a minor, he knew that this ugly magician had bad intentions towards him. After selling Jennifer and the little ogre, Horn said goodbye to Ian, and then asked Franks to play in Spark City for 2 days, and then come to find him, and then took Annie back to his own magic tower. In the magic tower, Horn's clone, that is, Edward, who had turned into Horn, was playing a game with several cat maids. It was a card game that had recently become popular in Spark City. During the time when Horn was away, he only controlled this body for a very short time, and the rest of the time was controlled by Edward. But Edward was very sensible, and rarely used the same appearance as Horn to cause trouble. Seeing Horn coming back, Edward coughed twice, and a puff of white smoke fell to the ground, turning into his own appearance. Edward was now much fatter than before. If it weren't for the strong power in his body, Horn even doubted whether he could fly with those tiny wings. You have worked hard these days, go do what you like. Edward didn't greet Horn and disappeared in an instant. He didn't like to use the human body, and he was still uncomfortable with the half-eagle, half-cat appearance. Finally, we're back. Let's take a break. We've been traveling these days, and we're a little tired. Horn turned to Annie and said, but saw Annie holding her hands on her chest, looking at Horn with a sneer on her face. Well, what's wrong with you? Looking at Annie's expression, Horn didn't know why he felt a little flustered. What's wrong with those beautiful girls? Annie pointed at the cat maids who were cleaning the wizard tower. Oh, you mean them. During the years when you were injured, the cat people came to our Spark City. Many cat people were out of work, so our council hired some cat maids. Horn said with a smile. You have so many beauties in your house, and your favorite cat girl, don't you have any ideas at all? Annie said expressionlessly. No, Horn said without confidence. Although he really didn't have any other ideas, these cat girl maids were indeed very pleasing to the eye. I don't believe it. Don't make trouble, be good. 2 days later, Franks, who had played a lot in Spark City, came to Horn's wizard tower drunk, with Edward, who was also drunk, lying on his shoulder. The two guys met on the street of Spark City, and then found that their personalities were very compatible, so they played together. Franks wanted to play for 2 more days, but Horn told him to come to him in the next 2 days, so he didn't dare to delay. How did you two get together? Horn looked at the 2 funny guys who were basically not sober, and said with a headache, This kid, good brother. Edward turned on the ground twice, pointing his wings at something unknown. Little brother, good stuff. Frank said incoherently. Horn rolled his eyes, stretched out his hand to pull Franks up, and then poured a dozen servings of strong sobering medicine into his mouth to sober him up. Horn really didn't know how much alcohol it took to make Franks, a guy with a body length of 17 or 18 meters, so drunk. Of course, he didn't know that all the wine that Franks drank was high-end wine, and the money for these wines was charged to Horn's account by Edward, who drank with him. Ignoring Edward on the ground, Horn dragged Franks to an open place. Now let's discuss why you have become stronger strangely. Horn took out a chair from the space ring, sat on it, and said to Franks, I don't know either. I just broke through inexplicably when I was teaching Alia and the others magic. Franks said aggrievedly that because he was too timid, he had never paid much attention to his own strength. In addition, he was being bullied by Arya when he broke through, so he himself didn't know how he broke through. Show me your magic. Franks obediently cast a dragon version of the fireball spell, and spit it into the lake in front of Horn's wizard tower. Several colorful freshwater fish floated up, where the fireball exploded. This is the ornamental fish raised by Enoch. It seems to be very expensive. Horn looked at the floating fish and smiled bitterly, saying, Yes, your magic level is indeed stronger than before. Your change may be due to magic. Tell me how you felt when you were promoted. When I was teaching Arya magic, I became stronger unconsciously. I can't tell you the specific feeling. Frank said a little confused. It seems that I can't count on you. I'd better figure it out myself. Then Horn conducted a series of tests on Franks, and finally concluded that Frank's changes were indeed caused by magic. For dragons, the improvement brought by magic is greater than imagined. In the past, dragons had few energy attack methods except breathing. The huge power in the dragon's body can only be released by breathing, and the rest depends on physical combat, which is a waste of their huge power. However, after magic, the dragon's attack method can be changed. The power of magic released in dragon language is even stronger than breathing, and after the dragon converts the power in the body into magic power, their own body strength will be broken through. Just like Frank's, he was originally a stunted dragon, so he only had the strength of level 6 after he became an adult, but after his magic practice reached a certain level, his innate defects were unconsciously supplemented by magic, which brought such amazing growth. Chapter 621. Today's Rage Tower was as lively as ever. Half of the loud mages in the entire council were here. In just a short journey, Horn heard all kinds of magicians shouting, magic explosions, and all kinds of weird sounds. Putting all these sounds together was a noise that was enough to make people crazy. In addition to the noise, the air was also filled with chaotic and mixed magic fluctuations, which were all the magic remnants after releasing magic. The Rage Tower had the most magic practice rooms in Spark City. Many magicians would come here to conduct experiments when they were developing new magic or planning to practice magic. Franks, who followed Horn, was like an ostrich with his neck shrunk. Most of the energy levels here were not enough to kill him, but there was still a small part that could pose a threat to him. Mr. Horn, why did you bring me here? Franks asked timidly. It's a good thing. It will be of great benefit to you. Just look forward to it. Horn didn't even look at Franks, and said perfunctorily, It's good if it's a good thing. I look forward to it. Franks showed Horn a smile that was uglier than crying. When Horn took Franks to see Terry, the boss of the Fury Tower, he was bare-chested and lifting a barbell to exercise his strength. That's right, he was a magician exercising his strength, and sweat flowed down his well-defined muscles, full of hormones. Seeing Horn's arrival, Terry threw the barbell to the ground, making a dull thud, and the ground shook. Horn's eyelids couldn't help but twitch twice. Terry's strength was much weaker than Horn's. It stands to reason that his physical strength should not be comparable to Horn's. But why did Horn feel that he couldn't lift such a huge barbell like him? Terry's face is now covered with a curly black beard, and with his muscular body, he looks like a dwarf. The cold magician with some scars on his face is no longer visible. What are you doing? Horn said speechlessly, pointing at the huge barbell. Exercise. I think you should also exercise more. Physical strength is the weak point of magicians. In order to reduce the weakness in battle, you should still exercise diligently. Terry said, as a matter of course. Horn rolled his eyes. What this guy said made sense. He had no way to refute it. However, Horn would rather develop a new magic to enhance physical strength than lift barbells like him. How is Megan now? Horn changed the subject and asked Terry. 2 years ago, Megan married Cyril. Since then, she has not been running to the Fury Tower as often as before. Since then, Terry has seemed a little empty. She is now running a thieves' association in Unto City. She is so busy all day that she has no time to come to see me. Terry took a big sip of the wine, and said with some melancholy. Horn's nose twitched. The wine was distilled and had a very high alcohol content, but Terry drank it as if it were water, which made Horn look sideways. Distilled wine is also one of the new products developed by the Magic Council in recent years. This makes the Magic Council's wine industry also the leader in Ceylon, but what is sold are some blended low-alcohol wines. Pure distilled wine has too high an alcohol content. Except for a few places where it is popular, it is not very popular in most places. You wouldn't come here for no reason. Tell me, why did you bring this little guy here? Terry put on a large wizard robe and pointed at Franks. Only at this moment did he look like a magician. It's like this. His name is Franks, the dragon. I think you should know what kind of person he is. I sent him here so that you can train him and stop him from being so cowardly. Horn pushed Franks forward and said, What? Mr. Horn, don't do this to me. Franks's face suddenly changed. He didn't want this muscular brother to teach him. He hadn't enjoyed himself enough in Spark City. Okay, isn't it just to train a coward into a qualified soldier? It's easy. Terry ignored Franks's opinion and assured Horn. You pay more attention. He is not an ordinary coward. I just need you to train him into an ordinary person. Don't force him to become a qualified soldier. Horn looked at Franks, who was scared of the painful life in the future and had snot bubbles coming out. He really couldn't imagine what this guy looked like when he rushed to the front in the war. Just like it's hard to imagine a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes being a traitor. No, if you want him not to be a coward, you must train him in a strict way, just like training a qualified soldier must be based on the standards of a soldier. If the standards are too low, he will be easily satisfied, and then his achievements will not be high in the end. Terry retorted. No problem, you have the final say on how to train him. I just want a dragon that is not so cowardly in the end. Horn shrugged and said, Then he patted Franks on the shoulder and said, "Cherish the life here, it will make you a real transformation." Then Horn pulled away Frank's hand that was tightly holding his clothes, turned around and left, and mourned for Frank's future life. "No, Mr. Horn, don't leave me here. Young man, you are a dragon, not a caterpillar on the ground. Get up and fight with me," Terry roared loudly. "No, please don't hit me, it hurts." After walking a short distance away, Horn's expression on his face could no longer be suppressed, and he laughed, bending over with laughter. After the relationship with, and was settled, Horn's personality became much more cheerful than before. After leaving the Tower of Rage, Horn found Enoch, who was walking towards the huge artificial lake behind the Parliament with his apprentice Vivian. "What are you doing?" Horn stopped Enoch and said, "Feed the fish, and then go fishing." Enoch showed Horn the fishing rod in his hand, and the things in the space ring that were prepared to feed the fish. Raising and feeding fish was Enoch's recent hobby, and he had basically perfected it in his book-selling industry. Since he didn't need to do everything himself there, he liked to beautify the environment of Spark City, such as planting some flowers, plants and trees on the road, and adding labels with magical effects to various places in the Parliament. He has always liked to improve the image of the Magic Parliament. Probably because he often designs illusions, he likes to make things more beautiful and improve the quality of life. Many people who engage in art are like this. Frequently designing illusions may be considered art. Chapter 622. Fishing. Feeding the fish. It seems that Franks killed a lot of the fish just now. Although the artificial lake is quite large, Horn did a lot of damage to the lake when he was researching Franks. "Well, go back later. I have something to discuss with you," Horn said to Enoch after hesitating for a while. He didn't know how Enoch would react when he saw the dead fish, so it would be better not to let him see it for the time being, at least wait until he left. "Wait for me by the lake. I have something to say to the speaker," Enoch said to Vivian, who bowed to Horn and went to the lake to wait for Yian. It turned out that Yian was a teacher, and Vivian was an innocent girl. After 15 years, the age difference between them was not much. The long-term daily life and similar abilities made the master and apprentice gradually develop feelings. "I know you brought Annie back this time. I also talked with her about the past. She seemed very happy in her heart, and her breath was very wrong. She must have become a vampire. You have to keep an eye on her. I don't want the legend of vampires to appear in the Parliament, which will make the image of the Parliament look bad." Before Horn spoke, Yian said a lot of words. "Ahem, don't worry, there will be no rumors of vampires in the Parliament. I can guarantee you this. I came here to discuss another matter with you." Horn stopped Enoch from talking endlessly. "Tell me, why did you come to me specifically? The Parliament has been quite quiet in the past few months since you left. If there is any change, it seems that there has been new progress in the research on the Yarrow people. I am still quite concerned about this aspect. After all, things like magic flying boats are indeed very practical, and Carp is also my apprentice." Enoch briefly introduced the situation to Horn. "There has been progress in the research on the Yarrow people, so I should go and take a look, but what I want to say is related to Annie." "Related to Annie? What happened to her after you brought her back? From what I have observed, you two have a good relationship after you came back. Maybe you can take it a step further after a while. Don't make a fool of yourself and make the relationship awkward," Enoch said in surprise. "You are right, so I plan to marry her. Please help arrange the wedding." Horn hesitated for a while before speaking to Yian. It was not easy for him, who was a little shy, to speak about such things. "Of course you have to prepare for the wedding. Leave it to me. I will handle it well." Enoch agreed familiarly, then suddenly coughed, staring at Horn with wide eyes in shock. "What did you say? You are getting married?" "Yes, we have already discussed it. How to hold the wedding is up to you. First of all, I want to make it clear that we don't want to make a big fuss for our wedding," Horn said. We're getting married. It took Enoch a while to accept the news, then he let out a sigh and said, "I'm glad you can get to this point. You really should marry, but you're so decisive, and so sudden, I thought you were still awkward." 5 years ago, he had persuaded Horn once, wanting Horn to face up to the relationship between him and Anne. He knew Horn would change after that, but he didn't expect the change to be so big. "What you said before makes sense. Everything else is just an excuse. After eliminating all the excuses, I realized that we should get married, so I told her, and she agreed. If it weren't for Enoch, Horn might still be avoiding Anne. I thought you would be the last one to get married among us, but I didn't expect you to be the first." Enoch looked at Vivian, who was sitting by the lake in the distance and watching the scenery, with a smile on his face and a gentle look in his eyes. How is things going between you and your little apprentice? Horn bumped Enoch's shoulder and asked mischievously. It will be fine. Enoch smiled. What kind of answer is that? Horn rolled his eyes. Let's talk about your wedding first. Enoch changed the subject. If you are not in a hurry, I suggest waiting a few months and holding it on the day of the Magic Festival on November 11th. It will be easier to prepare for the wedding. The wedding of the Speaker of the Magic Council, Grand Duke Spark, cannot be rushed. Annie said she didn't want a big ceremony. You should listen to her words the other way around. Which woman doesn't want her wedding to be as big as possible? She said that to you because she's worried that you don't want a big ceremony. Don't worry, I do it for you. Enoch glanced in Vivian's direction again. Maybe he and Vivian should also consider getting married. Enoch patted Horn's shoulder, then walked towards Vivian, naturally put his arm around her shoulders, and the two walked to the lake together to prepare for fishing. Horn stood there without looking in that direction. After a while, Enoch roared from the lake. Damn it! Who killed my fish? Horn shrank his neck and flew back to his own magic tower stealthily. Although he didn't kill the fish, he felt guilty. Annie only stayed in Horn's magic tower for 2 nights, and then returned to her own magic tower. And was a traditional woman. She didn't want to have sex with Horn before they were officially married, nor did she want to live with Horn forever. Horn certainly understood this decision. After all, magicians are different from ordinary people. They have their own research, and it is more convenient for them not to live together. After Annie left, Horn was rarely calm. It was time to think about the issues that Moshe had talked to him about on the way back. Regarding the great catastrophe that will occur in more than 280 years, how to get rid of the control of the world will, and what the Holy Light Church wants Moshe to do. Although Horn is not ready to prepare for these things now, he also needs to have the most basic understanding. First, Horn wanted to verify the truth of what Moshe said. The devil's words carried incredible power. At that time, Horn believed in Moshe's words, but after so many days back, he felt that he couldn't believe all his words so rashly. Although he felt that Moshe didn't lie and didn't need to lie, Horn was not stupid enough to completely believe a person with such an evil aura. He at least had to verify it. In order to verify Moshe's words, Horn needed to detect a lot of information, so he came alone to the place where the Magic Council stored books, the Magic Library. Chapter 623. The Magic Library is a huge building in the city of Spark City, second only to the council headquarters, and is used to collect all books related to magic. At first, the Magic Library was just in a small study room, and later it occupied a separate floor, and later a small building was built specifically for the library. Then, as the power of the Magic Council grew stronger, the more knowledge it collected, the smaller building could no longer accommodate it. This was not going to work, so Yan later made a big move and allocated a large sum of money to build a giant library, solving the problem once and for all. The library has 3 areas. The books in the first area are basic books that all magicians can borrow. For example, the knowledge left by Douglas that Horn translated has now become basic knowledge and is available for free reading by all magicians. The second area is the paid viewing area. To obtain all the knowledge here, you must pay magic coins. Forcible viewing will cause the books to self-ignite. There is basically a huge majority of normal magic knowledge in it. The third area is the taboo area, which is full of taboo knowledge that is not allowed to be viewed by people. If you want to take books from here, you must get permission from the parliament, otherwise no one can view the content. Now this huge library is still empty, but Horn believes that one day it will be filled with magical knowledge. The hall of the library is spacious and bright, with warm sunlight shining in from the windows, and the soft light of the magic lamp, so that no corner here is dark. Magicians in black robes come and go in the library. Some are looking for books in the bookshelves, and some are studying hard with a pile of materials. The Magic Library is one of the favorite places for magicians. Many magicians can sit here for a month without going out. The thirst for knowledge is one of the qualities shared by all magicians. Horn did not look for books in these areas, but found the manager of the library, Roger Yoam. Roger sat in his director's office, wearing a beige robe and a pair of gold-framed glasses, full of bookish air, the sun shining on him, making him look very warm. He was flipping through a magic book in his hand. The name of the book was How to Use 5 Ordinary Fireballs to Exert the Strongest Destructive Power. Horn knew about this book. For a period of time, there was a group of fire magicians in the parliament who were obsessed with studying the power limit of fireballs. They believed that up to 5 fireballs, fired with special techniques, and let them collide at a certain point, the power that would burst out would be able to destroy everything, which could be called the strongest magic. This group of magicians was once jokingly called the 5 Fireballs Cult. Of course, now they are all studying advanced fire magic. The legend of the 5 Fireballs cult has gradually disappeared in the Parliament. I didn't expect Roger to still study this. Compared with his cousin Garp, Roger is not good at innovation or fighting, but he is also a talented magician. His talent is first class among all magicians. After all, except for Horn and others, he is the first wild wizard to become a magician. He has never had a sense of presence in the council, because he has always been in the magic library, and rarely interferes with the affairs of the magic council. However, he can be regarded as the most knowledgeable magician in the magic council. Few people are like him, who have spent 15 years studying magic books and various materials. 5 ordinary fireballs can't beat my sunfire even if they are played with fancy tricks. There is no use for you to read such books. Horn watched for a while, and interrupted Roger. Chairman Mimhalen, although the 5 fireballs are a bit ridiculous, there is still a lot of knowledge in this book that is worth learning. Don't underestimate this book. Roger refuted Horn. What is worth learning? Tell me. Horn sat down opposite Roger, and asked with interest. They are obsessed with using 5 fireballs to exert the greatest power, so they have studied the nature of fireball very thoroughly. At least among all the books in the Parliament, this book is the most profound book on fireball, and even all spherical flame magic. If I understand this book thoroughly, my flame magic will be greatly improved. Roger pushed his glasses, and explained to Horn. Well, even if you are right, send the book to my magic tower after you finish reading it, and I want to take a look at it too. Horn could never win over Roger when it came to books in the library. I came here to find some information, but I don't know how to start, so it would be most convenient to ask you. Tell me the characteristics of what you are looking for, and I see if I can help you find it. Roger has a unique magic. With that magic, he can easily find what he wants to find within the range of his mental power. Some magicians can also learn this magic, but they can't use it as freely as he does. I'm looking for information about 4 monsters. A giant sea monster in the deep sea, a huge black dragon with many eyes, a demon god in the northern ice continent, and an unknown thing. Horn briefly described to Roger the characteristics of the 4 monsters he got from Moshe. Are you serious about the unknown thing? How can you ask me to find it? Roger rubbed his forehead. This was too abstract. Horn laughed awkwardly and said, the original words are an indescribable thing. How can I describe it to you? The information that the Parliament has received from the outside world in the past 10 years should all be stored in the library. Can you help me see if there is any trace of these 4 monsters in it? Your words sound like a horror story to scare children. Why are you looking for them? Roger asked curiously. To be honest, I don't know the meaning of the existence of these 4 monsters. I just want to prove whether they really exist. Horn shrugged and said that Moshe only told him not to get close to the 4 monsters. As for what the 4 monsters were doing, he didn't tell Horn. Well, I help you find it. It's not easy to find information from the entire library. Roger's body exuded a strong magical aura, and his mental power spread out. A layer of almost imperceptible subtle fluctuations spread out from him as the center. Horn raised his eyebrows, and looked at Roger in surprise. This kid is good? He became a 6-ring magician without making any noise. You know, there are still several members of the Parliament who have not been promoted to 6-ring magicians. Chapter 624. The invisible and immaterial wave swept across the entire library, leaving a faint magic mark when it swept over certain books. After a while, Roger, who was sitting opposite Horn, opened his eyes. Found it. It's really strange. The things you said really exist? I find them for you. Roger left the director's office and went to find the books Horn needed. Horn waited here. After a while, Roger returned to the office with a bag of information. This is all the information about what you said. Take a look. I'm also quite interested. The information about these 4 monsters is scattered. Maybe there is a little bit of information in a book. If Horn finds it himself, it won't take long, but it will be much easier for Roger to find it. The pages related to what Horn wants to know have light green magic marks on them, so Horn can easily find what he wants from this pile of books. First, in the current affairs data of the outside world, there is a record about the Church of the North Wind God. An island with ancient ruins in the north of the North Wind God parish was destroyed by an unknown force. There are reports that a battle of the level of gods took place there. A large number of clergy from 5 nearby churches disappeared, including level 9 strong men. The terrain of the destroyed place has changed. There is still a terrible curse lingering in the vicinity until now. All those who set foot there have no good end. After the disaster, many people saw a huge black dragon as big as a hill flying southward. There were countless witnesses along that route. This should be the thousand-eyed cursed dragon Sagator that Moshe mentioned. However, what attracted Horn's attention the most was the list of missing clergy. Horn didn't care about the others. The more they died, the happier Horn felt. But among them was Saint Grady of the Church of the North Wind. Horn remembered that old Douglas seemed to be very concerned about this saint. So could the disappearance of this saint be related to Douglas? Horn put down the information and opened a collection of sea legends circulated among sailors. One of the legends said that in the depths of the endless sea, there was a moving island. This island often appeared with storms and tsunamis. All ships approaching the island would encounter misfortune. Some survivors even said that the island was actually an extremely huge creature. Of course, the survivors' words did not attract much attention. There were countless horror legends about the sea, and there was nothing shocking about an island that could cause tsunamis. In Horn's eyes, that should be the second monster, a terrifying beast lurking in the depths of the sea. As for the third book, it is an adventure record written by a down-and-out adventurer in the northern ice continent. The adventure record records that there is an eternal iceberg in the center of the ice continent. In the iceberg, there is a terrifying demon from the abyss. The demon has been staring at Ceylon and wants to destroy this beautiful world of Ceylon. Of course, this adventure record has always been regarded as a joke by people. Everyone knows that the northern ice continent is a more dangerous place than the Twilight Forest. The environment there alone is enough to kill most ordinary people. The adventurer who wrote this adventure record is only a third-level warrior. No one believed that he had ever gone to the center of the ice continent alone, or even returned to the continent of gods. But Horn believed that he knew about the existence of the demon god, so maybe the news about the ice continent was true, and this book should have some value. Horn read through a whole pile of information and books. Many descriptions were just a few words, but if you look at them together, you can find that there are an astonishing number of rumors about those monsters. A few sentences may just be someone's nonsense, but since so many books have similar descriptions, maybe it really exists. There is still no news about the indescribable creature, but Horn has a feeling that the barbarian tribe that attacked them 5 years ago may be related to the indescribable thing, but Horn has nothing to confirm his guess. This is enough to prove that Moshe's last advice was not a lie. There are really 4 monsters of the same level as Moshe in Ceylon. If Moshe and Horn hadn't told him, he might not have noticed it. Horn stroked his chin, thinking about why the Church of the God of Light released these 5 legendary monsters from the evil camp. What did they want to do with these 5 monsters? The Church of the God of Light has always advertised itself as extremely sacred, as if it would not be involved in corruption with any other church. Moreover, according to Moshe, what the 5 of them did together might even destroy Ceylon. This didn't make sense. After checking the information, Horn stood up and left Roger's curator's office, while Roger excitedly studied the information Horn had left behind. Horn first came to the headquarters of the Parliament and issued an order to closely monitor all matters related to the 4 monsters, but no magician was allowed to approach the location of the 4 monsters unless necessary. After confirming the location of the monsters, what Horn wanted to verify most about Moshe's words was the catastrophe in 280 years. After thinking about it, Horn could only start with the elves. In his memory, the elves seemed to be very eager to improve their strength, so the elves should know something. But it was impossible for Horn to ask the Elf King directly, so Horn found the old craftsman Reynard, who worked in the casting tower. Through the attitude of the elves towards him, Horn knew that his status in the elves was not low, and he should know some inside information about the elves. The casting tower had already changed its appearance at this time. There were all kinds of magic props in it, all of which were much more complex and powerful than the original simple magic props. Some of them had obvious Yarrow style. It must be said that the DT technology of the Yarrow people has been of great help to the Magic Council. It can be seen from the fact that the Forge Tower has almost changed its style. It only took 5 years for the Magic Council to make great progress in the production of magic props. For example, the flying props of the Magic Council were originally only simple flying carpets and magic brooms, but now the magic flying boat has become the favorite flying vehicle of the mages. But the cost of construction and maintenance is too high, and most magicians can't afford it. When Horn walked into the center of the Forge Tower, he heard a fierce quarrel coming from inside. Chapter 625. Damn kid, carving patterns on the barrel has no effect, and it will cause uneven heating and explode. Hampton spitted. Shut up, stupid baby, don't call me kid, I'm older than your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather, those are not patterns, they are magic arrays, which can make the magic crystal cannon shoot magic bullets with greater power and farther distance. Reynard slammed the table and yelled at Hampton. Even if it's a magic array, it won't work. If the barrel is heated unevenly, you can't even set off magic fireworks. Even if it's powerful, it's useless to blow up your own people, old-fashioned old thing. Hampton was not to be outdone, and fought back even more violently. The two quarreled like this, and the nearby magicians and craftsmen all avoided them. They were both elders of the Forge Tower, and few people wanted to provoke them because of their bad tempers. It was not surprising that Hampton had a bad temper. He was a powder keg and felt comfortable if he didn't teach his apprentice a lesson for a day. But although Reynard was also a stubborn donkey, he was quite gentlemanly. He didn't drink, smoke, or swear. But it was obvious that he had been assimilated by the old dwarf Hampton. "It seems I came at the wrong time." Horn asked a passing magician, "What are they arguing about?" "It's about the magic crystal cannon. It's still unknown how long it will take to complete the magic crystal cannon, but they are arguing about the barrel. The magic crystal cannon is also a magic weapon that the Parliament started to research after being inspired by the Yarrow human field cannon. The powerful power still makes Horn feel scared. After more than 5 years of research, the basic framework has been formed, but it is only a framework. It will take a lot of time to produce a finished product. Magic crystal cannons are different from ordinary joint spells. Although they also require powerful magic power, ordinary people can also operate them. They only need a large amount of magic crystals as energy to release them. Therefore, the magic cannot be too complicated. It must be simple enough, so that even if there is no magician, a wild witch can use it to exert powerful power. Therefore, in order to meet these requirements, the final choice is magic missiles. Magic missiles alone are simple, but it is difficult to reach the power of the Yarrow people's force field cannon. After all, if you just make a simple magic missile release device, it is better to arrange 2 more archers on the city wall. Therefore, in the past 5 years, research has not stopped, but it still cannot be made. Horn did not interrupt the conversation between the 2 old men. For technicians like them, every discussion may produce unexpected sparks, and inspiration may not be found after being interrupted. Maybe this discussion can make the magic crystal cannon appear a few days earlier, so Horn can wait. They discussed for half an hour before reaching a conclusion. Then Horn walked to Leonard and said, "Craftsman Leonard, do you have time? I have something to discuss with you." "Hey, Mr. Mimhalen, when did you come here?" Reynard was startled. He was so engrossed in the discussion that he didn't notice Horn's presence at all. "I have been waiting for you for a long time. Please come with me. I have 2 questions for you." Horn and Reynard found a secluded place in the Forge Tower. Horn asked Reynard, "Mr. Reynard, the next question I want to ask is about the elves. If you feel it is inconvenient to tell me, you don't have to force yourself to answer. Go ahead and ask, hurry up and finish. I still have things to do," Reynard said impatiently. He had a lot of things to study. Horn was very tolerant of Reynard because that was how craftsmen like them worked. Horn himself was also like that when the research reached a critical point. "May I ask if there have been any changes in the elves in recent years, such as becoming more urgent, or are there any rumors about what will happen in a few hundred years?" Horn carefully chose his words to ask Reynard. He wanted to ensure that he could ask what he wanted to ask without touching on the secrets of the elves. Leonard put the cigarette holder in his mouth. After so many years in the Magic Council, he has completely become an old smoker. "I don't know much about these things. I don't pay much attention to these things, but the elves have become more urgent in recent years. For example, the promotion of magic within the elves would take at least 10 or 8 years for the elders to discuss before making a decision. But the Elf King made the decision directly, and the elders rarely interfered. Moreover, as a human being, even if you were very talented, His Majesty would not pay attention to you before you really grew up, let alone make a deal with you and let us work for you." "Thank you, Mr. Reynard." After sending Reynard away, Horn fell into deep thought. The news he got from Reynard told him that the elves should also know what they will face in more than 200 years, so it is very likely that Moshe did not lie. Of course, even after confirming so much, Horn only selectively believed Moshe's words, because lying is 7 parts true and 3 parts false is the most confusing. Horn only believes what he has confirmed, and as for the others, he will talk about it according to the situation. In this case, Horn should find an opportunity to see the method of extracting the world seed provided by Moshe, because Horn wants to get rid of the control of the world will, and wants to be strong enough. However, since he came to the Forge Tower, Horn did not plan to go back directly. Enoch said that Cap had some interesting inventions, and he wanted to see what they were. As a magician who is good at making magic props, Cap's status in the Forge Tower has risen year by year. Cap is at the forefront of the research on the technology of the Yarrow people. For example, the success of the previous magic flying boat is largely due to his contribution. He has a separate large laboratory, which is much larger than the magic tower of ordinary magicians. When Horn came here, he saw many low-level magicians and craftsmen running around here, and no one was resting. It looked very busy here. It seemed that Cap's research workload was not small. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Horn's eyes lit up because he saw two interesting things. At the door of the laboratory, there were two human-shaped steel puppets. The two steel puppets were all rivets. They sat and swung sledgehammers, doing simple and repetitive work. Horn even found that they could respond to some changes. Haha, it's interesting, Horn said, touching his chin. Chapter 626. This thing is interesting. If it can be mass-produced, it can solve many labor problems. Horn could easily see that under the metal appearance, the two puppets were purely mechanical structures, unlike the force field armor of the Yarrow people, which was controlled by someone. But the two puppets could complete some tasks independently, just like two people, working tirelessly, which attracted Horn's attention. The cost of making these two things is enough to hire hundreds of ordinary workers. What they can do is at most equivalent to two mentally retarded people with stronger strength. It is not worth further research at all. Carp walked over and bowed slightly to Horn. Welcome to inspect my research results, Speaker Mimolin. In fact, I just came to take a look. I didn't expect to see a surprise as soon as I came in. Since you criticized these two puppets as worthless, I think you can bring me other surprises. Horn used his mental power to scan the structure of the two steel puppets many times, and found that their structures had many similarities with the force field armor of the Yarrow people, but the key positions were completely different. It seems that Cap not only has experience in the research of Yarrow technology, but also has some of his own achievements in it. Cap stretched out his hand to Horn and motioned Horn to go inside. The two things placed at the door are actually failed products. I let them work here because I don't want them to be wasted. Come with me, the things inside will definitely surprise you. In fact, I don't think those two puppets are failures. It's already amazing that they can be made like this. If they continue to develop in the future, the cost will definitely be reduced. Horn was still talking to Carp about his thoughts on the two puppets. He still felt that the two puppets should not be abandoned like this. You will understand when you see this. Carp opened a door and led Horn in. The things on the most conspicuous booth in the door made Horn speechless. It was a 2-meter-tall giant puppet wearing heavy armor. The mechanical structure of the puppet was much simpler than the previous two puppets. Ordinary people would even think it was just an empty shell. However, the appearance alone was far better than the previous two. There was no comparison between the two. One was an ugly duckling, and the other was a white swan. This was the Armored Combat Puppet Type 2. Its body was made of top-grade steel material. It was not easy for even a warrior above level 3 to break it. It would not stop fighting until the energy in its body was completely consumed. At the same time, even if any part of the body is injured, as long as the energy core is not damaged, it can still function normally, not afraid of water or fire, and will not lose its combat effectiveness even if it is preserved for decades. With its powerful defense and tireless characteristics in fighting, this puppet can at least not lose to a third-level warrior. Carp stood around the puppet and showed Horn the superior performance of the puppet one by one. I can understand the energy problem and the structural problem, but how do you make him obey your instructions to fight? You know that you can't know what kind of battle he will face, so you can't make this puppet fight normally in most environments unless it has its own intelligence. Horn raised a question. The Parliament's technology in the automation of magic props is very advanced. It can indeed make magic props operate according to preset behavior patterns, but it cannot design too many or too complicated. For example, the two clumsy puppets before were beyond Horn's expectations, but unless there is a breakthrough in technology, that is already the limit. Indeed, how to fight is a problem. Even if I can design his behavior pattern in advance, I can't face the ever-changing battle scenes, so I chose to make him smarter so that he can fight according to the master's orders according to the situation. In other words, I gave him intelligence. Carp said with a smile. Become smarter? How do you make him smarter? Can you turn him into a human? Horn asked puzzledly. It was the first time he saw an intelligent magical product. Undead. Carp uttered two words slowly from his mouth. Undead are also tireless and have basic combat wisdom. The most important thing is that undead have no human rights, so I tried to put the soul fire of the undead on my combat puppet, and at the same time restrict the soul fire on the combat puppet, so that the nature of the undead will not erupt and hurt people at will. If it's the undead, then what you said is indeed possible, but are you sure you can control it? Horn confirmed again. He didn't sympathize with the undead, but the undead themselves meant danger. They hated the living, and were very aggressive. If the combat puppets made by the Parliament were controlled by the undead and turned into killing machines, it would not be their original purpose. Of course, the soul fire of the undead is just a prop to make this puppet smarter. It has no control over the puppet. All instructions are only effective after the operator speaks. The first puppet of this kind has been completed for a year, and there have been no problems so far. As the creator of this thing, Carp had already thought of what Horn could think of, and had already solved it. Well, not bad, not bad. The two before were indeed failed products. It is better to destroy them, or throw them in the magic museum. Our Parliament is not short of that little money. After listening to Carp's explanation, Horn took back his words directly. Now looking at it again, the two broken puppets can be thrown away directly. After receiving Horn's praise, Carp smiled with satisfaction. Making puppets was his dream when he just started learning magic. It was very satisfying for him to be praised by the chairman of the Magic Parliament for the puppets he made. I have also studied some other puppets, but they are all very simple in function and not as valuable as combat puppets. After all, the undead will only be useful in combat. I can't let the undead serve tea and water. Well, Daisy can, but I can't copy her method. Kapu continued to add. Horn nodded. Even if only combat puppets can achieve it, it is enough to satisfy him. Next, let me show you my second achievement. Kapu took Horn to a separate room, which contained a huge steel creation. I call it a magic guide machine. Chapter 627. This iron creation almost fills up a room. It has gears and other transmission devices, but very few magic circles. As a magic prop, it is too huge. What is this for? And what do you mean by magic machinery? Horn stroked the huge iron box in confusion. Actually, this is not a new invention. The Parliament already has mature technology. Kapu shrugged and said, to put it simply, this is a tool with magic effects. This thing can provide power, and the power is transmitted through gears. It can basically be used in many jobs. This is not a new invention. There are still many similar things in the Parliament. If it is just this, it is indeed not new. Many magic props in the Parliament can achieve similar effects. Yes, the Parliament does have many similar ones, and they are much smaller than mine, but my magic machine does not need a magician to operate it, which means that even ordinary people can use this machine to work. The role of magic in this machine is only auxiliary, and the power that makes it move is not magic materials. Cap got more and more excited as he spoke. If it's not magic material, then what is it? The more he listened to Cap's explanation, the brighter Horn's eyes became. Almost all the magic props in the Parliament were powered by magic beast crystal cores, or magic crystal stones, or simply all driven by magicians' magic power. No magicians or magic materials are needed to make this big thing move. This is definitely a breakthrough. Flame. Any flame is fine. Wood, coal, kerosene, as long as it is burning inside, the heat of the flame can keep this big thing moving. Its power may not be as strong as an ordinary low-level magic prop, but it is better because it can be completely separated from the magic system, so that all ordinary people in the entire Parliament can use it. Compared to various battle puppets, Carp felt that this was his greatest invention, because it could change the entire Magic Council. How did you get this idea? Horn asked in amazement. He had never thought that the little magician would have such achievements today. I got the inspiration from the Yarrow people. In order to make battle puppets, I talked to the Yarrow people more than once, and then I found that there were many things like magic props that ordinary people could use, and the energy consumed was not precious, and everyone could afford it, so I came up with this idea. After listening to Garp's words, Horn fell into deep thought. He had been pursuing the popularization of magic props, but the so-called popularization of the Parliament was actually just aristocratization. After all, magic crystals were still used as energy sources, and people with lower wealth had no ability to use them. Garp's magic machinery completely changed this situation. You did a good job. How long will it take for this thing to be put into use? Horn asked expectantly. It will take a long time, because I still need to improve my combat puppet, but no matter what, as long as this thing continues to be improved, it will definitely be possible to reach the level of the Yarrow world, and everyone can enjoy the benefits brought by the development of magic. Garp was full of longing for the magic machinery. Horn thought about it, and said to Garp, okay, you concentrate on studying your battle puppet. As for this thing you named the magic machinery, I will find someone to help you study it. I have a hunch that once the magic machinery is successful, we will usher in a brand new situation. Horn then had a comprehensive understanding of the magic machinery, and left after giving Garp a few more words of advice. At the same time, he He paid attention to Garp's research and dispatched many magicians to invest in the research of the magic machinery. He couldn't wait to see the magic machinery take shape. In Horn's mind, magic machines are much more important than combat puppets. Popularizing magic can improve the quality of life of civilians and gain their support, which is especially important in the future war with the church. Even though this world is not ruled by ordinary humans, the number of ordinary humans far exceeds that of extraordinary people, and who knows how many geniuses will stand out from the civilians in the future. Whoever wins the hearts of all ordinary people will win the future. From the beginning to the end, ordinary people who were brainwashed by the church were a major obstacle for the Magic Council to destroy the church. For example, Enoch's magic book and many civilian magic props of the council were spread outside the God-forsaken land in order to improve the impression of the Magic Council in the hearts of ordinary people. Although Horn did not intend to bring magic machinery outside the God-forsaken land, it would also become a major bargaining chip that was not inferior to magic books to win over ordinary people. Soon, more than 10 days passed. During these days, Horn had been using the method provided by Moshe to strengthen himself with the power of the world seed. Although Horn did not make any breakthrough progress, Horn at least proved that the method provided by Moshe was feasible. Early this morning, Horn looked at the weather outside. There were a few white clouds floating lazily in the sky, and the blue sky made people feel very comfortable. Horn changed into a black and red wizard robe. This was the one that was broken 5 years ago. After Annie came back, she repaired this wizard robe. Compared with the wizard robe that was broken when fighting the tentacle monster, Horn still liked this one, perhaps because it was made by Annie herself. He came to the conference room of the Spark City government. At this moment, all the senior officials of the 3 cities were here. It has been 5 years since the 3 cities were under the management of Spark City. The substantive work has been done, and the cities have been completely taken over by Spark City. But there are still some nominal things to do. Although the 3 cities are under the management of Shingho City, they still do not look like a whole. Bigma City and Unta City still have the marks of their original owners, which can be seen from their names. Now Horn feels that the names of these 2 cities are very eye-catching, as if these 2 cities do not belong to him. So he wants to rename the 2 cities, and completely twist the 3 cities together to completely erase the marks left by the original city owners. After everyone was present, Horn, as the Speaker of the Magic Council, walked to the main seat, propped up the table with his hands, and said to everyone, "After this meeting, the situation may be slightly different. In the future, these 3 cities will be collectively called Spark County. Official selection and assessment will no longer be done separately, but will be managed by the 3 cities in a unified manner. In addition, all officials in towns and villages must be replaced by our own people. Local big families are not allowed to hold power. All local small families with this tendency should be warned. If they do not listen to the warning, they will be dealt with. After this meeting, I hope that in the administration of Spark County, apart from the decrees issued by the Magic Council and you Archons, no other voices will be heard. This is what I have decided, and no one is allowed to change it. Do you all understand?" Chapter 628. After Horn finished speaking, the officials quickly made assurances to Horn that there were some things they had wanted to do for a long time, but without the approval of the Parliament, they did not dare to make such a big move. In principle, the Magic Parliament represented by Horn would not interfere too much in the administrative affairs within its sphere of influence, but in fact, letting the Council handle government affairs was to make the lives of ordinary people better, and to reduce the burden of the Parliament, rather than to let them make changes. So, officials of all sizes can handle some small matters, but for major matters that may change the city's structure, no one has the right to handle them except the Parliament. What I just said is what has been decided. Now let's talk about some things that have not been decided. I want to ask for your opinions. Seeing that everyone agreed, Horn softened his tone. "Lord Horn, if you need us to do anything, just tell us. We will try our best to help you." Garfield, the Grand Governor of Shingho County, patted Horn's chest and said he never missed the opportunity to pick up Horn's words. "Unta City and Bigma City, I don't like these 2 cities very much." Horn spoke slowly, and the governors of the 2 cities suddenly became nervous, and their faces turned pale. Did Horn dislike them and wanted to dismiss them? You know, Horn has a veto over the selection of governors. Without waiting for the 2 governors to catch their breath, Horn continued, "When I saw the names of the 2 cities, I thought of the old man Osmer and the shrew Bigma, so I want to change the names of the 2 cities. Please give me some suggestions on what to call them." The 2 consuls relaxed at once. It didn't matter whether they changed the names or not, as long as they were not dismissed. Moreover, changing the names would help solve some historical problems. "I heard that you are going to marry Lady Anne." Why don't you change the names of these two cities to Memhalen City and Walker City? Garfield, whose temples were already a little gray, suggested. This suggestion is not bad, but I don't like to use people's names as city names. Horn rejected Garfield's proposal and felt a little headache. How many people did Enoch tell about his wedding? It would be a big scene. Lord Horn, these two cities are now the largest trade center and the gathering place of bounty hunters in the God-forsaken land. Why not call them the City of Trade and the City of Hunting? A clerk under Unto City suggested. Horn nodded first, then shook his head. This is a good idea, but the name you gave is more like a title than the name of the city. Inspired by the previous clerk, the officials began to talk about it and use their imagination, and finally drafted the names of the two cities. Unto City will be renamed Jinhui City, because the city shines with the glory of gold coins and huge transactions are carried out here every day. Bigma City will be renamed Demon Hunter City, because many people here hunt monsters as a profession. These two names may not be appropriate, but they make Horn more comfortable than the previous names. After the meeting, Horn planned to personally inspect the two cities before officially changing the names to understand the situation of the two cities. It happened that he hadn't visited his territory for a long time, so he planned to take a look at all the important places. After all, these should be the basics for him to deal with the catastrophe more than 200 years later. Horn was not prepared to go alone for such an inspection, and seemed to be catching up on the knowledge she had missed in the past 5 years, and had no time to accompany Horn. Horn also did not want to ask Franks or Edward to accompany him. It would be embarrassing enough to ask them to accompany him. So Horn found Harrington, who was training a group of orphans as warriors, and Searle, who was on vacation at home. Well, Searle was bumped into by Horn when he went to challenge Harrington, so he brought him along. After all, it was cool to have a fully armed level 6 warrior following behind. Harrington, who practices both magic and martial arts, has not made very fast progress. He has been stuck at the level of a 5th level warrior for many years, and his progress in magic is not high either. When he catches up with the strength of a warrior, there is no big progress. I don't know whether it is because his original warrior talent is limited to this level, or because he practices magic and fighting spirit at the same time, which makes his level stuck at the 5th level and unable to improve. In Horn's opinion, it is most likely the latter. However, although the progress is slow, Harrington's strength is still very fierce. When Sire, who took the first place in the 4th level warrior, was promoted to the 5th level warrior, he once challenged Harrington, but he lost miserably. So after successfully advancing to the 6th level warrior, Sire came to Harrington again. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat Harrington. Of course, according to Horn's observation, it seemed that Sire might not be able to beat him. With 2 tall and fully armed warriors, Horn's first stop was Unto City. Seeing the big words Unto City on the city gate, Horn felt a little uncomfortable, but fortunately, this was Jinhui City soon. Unto City Governor Woods had been waiting at the city gate for a long time. He was a scholar attracted by the first Spark Cup competition, and was recruited by the Parliament. With his outstanding ability, he was successfully elected as the governor of Unto City. Looking at the murderous Harrington and Searle behind Horn, his calves felt weak. He knew both of them. One was the general of Starfire County, and the other was the first level 5 warrior champion of the Starfire Cup competition. They usually had a good relationship, and Woods had even had a drink with them. Why did these two look so scary today? In fact, it was not Searle and Harrington's fault, because Horn told them to be more imposing and not to embarrass Horn, so they both tried their best to improve their aura. The level 5 and 6 warriors, who were trying their best to increase their aura, were very scary. It was already amazing for ordinary people to stand in front of them steadily. Now if a normal child was too close to them, he would be scared and cry. If a crying child was too close to them, he would stop crying. At the city gate, Horn said to Wood straight away, "I came here to see how you govern this city. After all, in terms of area alone, this city is several times larger than Bigma City. As the governor of a city, your power is a bit too great. If you satisfy me today, I will return the jurisdiction of these 6 acropolises to you. If you do not satisfy me, each of these 6 towns will elect a new governor, who will be at the same level as you." Horn said it lightly, but it made Woods tremble. He decided to serve Horn today, even if he had to use all his strength. Chapter 629. Unto City is surrounded by 6 towns as acropolises. Each town is only slightly smaller than Bigma City, and Unto City itself is twice as large as Bigma City. If the jurisdiction of those 6 towns is taken away, it is equivalent to taking away more than half of Wood's power. Controlling the entire Unto City will give him some confidence in running for the Grand Archon in the future, but if those 6 towns are taken away, he will only be an ordinary Archon. Moreover, most officials do not want their power to be reduced. On the way, Woods couldn't wait to introduce the current Undercity to Horn. Mr. Speaker, the Spark Cup competition a few months ago was successfully held in Undercity. The scene was much more popular than the last time, and this time we also attracted more talents. You will be satisfied with the results. Horn nodded. The Spark Cup competition is held every 5 years. It has been more than 5 years since the last time. This time, the Spark Cup competition attracted talents from the entire godforsaken land, and the scene was very popular. In fact, Roland, the king of Keen Kingdom, had also imitated Spark City to hold a similar competition, but the effect was not satisfactory, because people generally only recognized the first organizer. Even though the scene of Roland's competition was much larger than that of Spark City, the gold content was still not as high as that of Spark City. With the reputation of the last Spark City competition for minting, the second time, the contestants were better in both quality and quantity than the last time. It took more than a month for the competition to end successfully. Unfortunately, Horn was on the top of the mountain preparing to break through to become a 7th ring magician, so he did not see the game with his own eyes. Although I didn't see the game, I heard about the situation. You did a good job. Horn praised that this time, the game was no longer dominated by Starfire City, because many elites of Starfire City had participated last time, and would not participate this time. The talents of the entire godforsaken land shone brightly in that competition, and Starfire City also took the opportunity to gather a large number of talents. Horn found that his idea of holding a competition every 5 years was really a genius idea. Every 5 years, it could bring a large number of useful talents to Starfire City, making the foundation of the Magic Council stronger. I know everything about the competition. Let's talk about something else. Let me see the results of your work. You own the largest city in Xingho County, so your achievements should be better than others. Horn said to Governor Woods while looking at the prosperous scene in Undercity. Many businesses in Xingho City have been successfully transferred to Undercity. All procedures were prepared 2 months ago. Undercity is now equivalent to the trade center of the entire godforsaken land. I think you will be satisfied in this regard. Woods took a thick account book from a recorder beside him. The account book recorded all the transactions of Undercity in the past 5 years. He handed the account book to Horn respectfully for him to review. It would take several days to read all the contents. Horn was too lazy to read it. He only looked at the content, he summarized and nodded with satisfaction. It looks good, but you need to send the account book to the Parliament for regular inspection in the future to ensure that there are no omissions. Now most of the business in Xingho City has been transferred to Undercity. This is Horn's idea. The original territory was not large, so he could only develop on the small land of Xingho City. But now that there is enough territory, Horn does not want to place too many things in Xingho City. It is better for Spark City to develop as a pure magic city. The industries left are enough for the residents of Spark City to live well. As for the surplus, it is more reasonable to put it in Undercity. In terms of doing business, Undercity is much more convenient than Spark City. It has convenient transportation, good geographical location, and a large area for development. Otherwise, it would not have become the richest city nearby. Moreover, it can accommodate a large number of foreign populations. Horn does not want his headquarters to have too many idle people, so all the industries that may attract too many outsiders are allocated. In general, Woods has done a good job in this regard, and Horn feels very satisfied. Mr. Speaker, there are 5 organizations in the city that deserve your attention. After talking about business, Woods began to introduce the organizations in the city. Which 5 organizations? Tell me about them. Woods spoke skillfully, and easily made Horn interested. The first one is the Thieves Guild. I heard that the Thieves Guild has a good relationship with the Parliament, so I granted them a piece of land, and gave them some convenience in many places. They take tasks in Undercity, and train new thieves. They have a good reputation, and are very good for the city. Hearing about the Thieves Guild, Horn thought for a moment, and touched his chin and said, the Thieves Guild. They should pay the taxes they should pay, and don't give them special treatment. When I asked them to train people, they paid the tuition and asked me for food expenses, and the price is not low. They are all a bunch of liars. Don't let them get away with it. After training Megan's group of thieves, when the final statistics were taken, the miscellaneous expenses were many times more expensive than the initial 500,000 gold coins. Horn is very vindictive. When talking about the Thieves Guild, Sayer's expression was a bit strange, because the current president of the Thieves Guild in Xingho County is his wife, the thief Megan. Horn said that the Thieves Guild should not be allowed to take advantage, just like Sayer should not be allowed to take advantage. After taking note of Horn's instructions, Woods began to talk about the second one. The second one is the Artisan Association, a mutual aid organization composed of most of the artisans in Xingho County. I know you value talents, so I help them solve many problems, and they are indeed very beneficial to the development of Unta City. Well, that's good. You can consider assigning them a separate area and letting them live nearby. This will help create a good atmosphere, Horn said casually after listening. Okay, Mr. Speaker, the next is the Third Scholars Association, which is also an organization similar to the Craftsmen Association. They are very supportive of Xingho County, and there are indeed many talents in it. In recent years, many newly elected officials are scholars, and they have done a good job. Horn thought about it, and thought that this should be taken seriously, because it was equivalent to the reserve army of officials in the future Xingho County. Scholars with good cultural literacy were indeed more suitable to be officials than ordinary people. You must be good to them, and you can treat them like the Craftsmen Association, but I need you to pay attention and not let them form cliques. I have no objection to normal gatherings and exchanges, but I don't want all my future officials to be members of the same organization. Chapter 630. Yes, I will definitely pay attention to this issue. Woods quickly agreed. He was a little scared when he thought about it now. He came from that organization, so he had a good impression of that organization. Now that he thought about it, some of those scholars did want to make all the scholars into a group, and they secretly wanted to tie Woods firmly to their chariot as their leader. Woods hadn't paid attention to it at first, but now he thought that it might indeed cause a disaster. After Horn left, he would clean up the place properly. Another thing is the alien settlement. You once said that Xingho County is willing to accept any intelligent race that has not committed any crime, so many aliens want to settle in Xingho City. Although they have no criminal record, they still make many residents panic, so I asked them to live in South City as much as possible, which can make the situation better. You did a good job on this. Do more publicity about these aliens in normal times, which should make people have a better attitude towards them. As the party that has always been discriminated against, the wild witches are more likely to accept other unwelcome races, so Xingho County is relatively friendly to various alien races. Next is the last one, the Fighting Soul Monastery. When talking about the Fighting Soul Monastery, Wood's tone was a little heavier, which shows its importance. Fighting Soul Monastery? The one of the Abraham family? Horn thought for a while, and said to Woods. 5 years ago, Horn promised Luther to help him spread the fighting method practiced by their family, but there were many things in Xingho City at that time, and Horn was not in the mood to deal with many things personally because of the influence of Annie's accident. So Horn gave Ivan full responsibility for this matter, and slowly put it behind his mind. He didn't know how this matter was finally handled. Now Horn remembered this matter after Woods reminded him, so he wanted to see what the current Fighting Soul Monastery was like. Member Ivan arranged them in the largest acropolis in Unta City, and funded them to build a large-scale monastery. The name of the monastery is Fighting Soul Monastery, where people teach hand-to-hand combat. People generally call the people in the Fighting Soul Monastery warrior monks. They have strong strength. Frankly speaking, the guards I put in that town are not as strong as them. However, they are very disciplined, and do not do whatever they want with their strength. Instead, they help us maintain the order of this city, so they have a good reputation in the neighborhood. Horn nodded gently. It seems that Abraham and his son are still disciplined, and the Magic Council has helped them. Then Woods explained all the major and minor matters of Unta City to Horn one by one, such as municipal facilities, such as orphanages and nursing homes, and shared facilities on the streets. Without exception, Woods handled them very well. The city government staff managed the city in an orderly manner, and everything was moving in a good direction. Horn also followed him around the city, and confirmed that what he said was true. Councilman Woods was quite capable, and he handled many things much better than the current Grand Consul Garfield. Garfield's advantage was that he was the first consul, had many groundbreaking policies, and was loved by the people of Spark City, so he could be in the position of Grand Consul. As long as he was still in his position would be unshakable. In fact, Garfield's success is also the reason why most scholars support Xingho County. The power that Garfield holds and the forces that he can mobilize far exceed those of a normal city lord, but he is just an ordinary person. Elsewhere, it is almost impossible for officials, who are not extraordinary, to hold such great power. Only in Xingho County can they have the possibility of rising. However, Garfield is not young anymore. He has been working hard for Xingho City for more than 10 years. He ages much faster than normal people, so it is estimated that he will not be suitable to stay in that position in a few years. At that time, the position of the Grand Archon may fall into the hands of Woods. Well, you did a good job. I am very satisfied. Just keep doing it like this. Horn patted Woods on the shoulder and said to him with a smile. Woods' joy was beyond words. Being praised by Horn would make his future life much better, and he might have the opportunity to serve as the Grand Archon. I will ask the Fighting Soul Monastery to take a look. You don't have to follow me. Okay, sir. After sending Woods away, Horn took Searle and Harrington to Luamu Town, the largest acropolis in Unta City, and the Fighting Soul Monastery was in this town. This town, which is nominally a town, is actually only slightly smaller than Bigma City, and is slightly richer than Bigma City. It can already be called a city. It has a completely different atmosphere from Unta City. There are many short-haired men wearing short gowns in the city. These men have strong blood and energy, but they are slightly different from warriors. Small arenas can be seen everywhere in the town, and people are practicing hand-to-hand combat on them. This martial atmosphere makes Searle and Harrington behind Horn very excited, and even Horn is a little agitated. He has always believed that hitting people with a staff is more exciting than burning them with a fireball. However, the people on the street should be amateurs. Although there are some strong and skilled guys, most of them are amateurs. Even so, if we recruit soldiers from Luamu Town, the quality of soldiers here will be much higher than other places. This kind of atmosphere is definitely not something that can be created by a few powerful warriors in the town. If this atmosphere can be maintained near the Fighting Soul Monastery, then the rise of the Fighting Soul Monastery is almost inevitable. Horn looked around and came behind a man who was punching a tree stump with all his strength, and gently patted his shoulder. Sir, I have something to ask you. The man was interrupted from training, and was very unhappy. He turned around angrily and wanted to yell, but when he saw Harrington and Searle, who were more ferocious than each other behind Horn, he held back his words and smiled like a chrysanthemum. Sir, feel free to ask whatever you want to ask. There's nothing I don't know about this place, hee. We are new here, so we don't know a lot of things. I want to ask why so many people in Luamu Town are doing hand-to-hand combat training. I have been to many places, but this is the first time I have seen such a city. Please answer me, sir. Horn didn't care about the man's rudeness just now, but asked very politely. The man saw that Horn seemed very kind, so he said to Horn, Hey, you are talking about this, I tell you. It's all because of the Fighting Soul Monastery. Chapter 631. I think so, but how did they do it? Horn certainly knew that the changes were brought about by the Fighting Soul Monastery, but he didn't know how the Fighting Soul Monastery made almost everyone in Luamu Town practice their training methods. The abbot of the monastery, Lord Northern, is a good man. He distributes the secrets of basic boxing for free. No matter adults or children, men or women, ordinary people or warriors, as long as they can practice the basic boxing to the 5th level, they can obtain the qualification to enter the Fighting Soul Monastery for further study. After entering the monastery, not only are food and lodging free, but there is also a great chance of becoming a supernatural being. No one wants to miss this good thing, so people in the whole city are training and trying to reach the 5th level of basic boxing. The man said to Horn excitedly. Horn touched his chin. Is this method used to select talented people? This Fighting Soul Monastery is interesting. It is much smarter than those warriors. It turned out that the Parliament also considered this method, but it was eventually abandoned. Although this method is very good, the Magic Parliament cannot use it because most of the talented magic practitioners are wild witches. Even if ordinary people are given the secret manual of magic practice, it will not be of any use. But Horn thought he could find an opportunity to try it out in the future. A few years ago, the Magic Council proved that ordinary people could become magicians as long as their mental strength was strong enough, and they had similar magical affinity. However, at that time, the council felt that it was too laborious to find talented people among ordinary people, so it was better to directly cultivate wild witches, so the method of magic cultivation had not been spread among ordinary people. But now Horn's thoughts have changed, because the Great Cataclysm will be on his head in 280 years, and ordinary people who can practice magic will also be very useful in improving the strength of the Magic Council. Can you show me the boxing secret book? I'm also interested in the Fighting Soul Monastery. I can pay you some money. Horn said to the man. Hey, why do you want to pay for this? It's free. Although everyone has the opportunity to practice, not many people can really practice to the 5th level. For example, I have been fighting since I was a child. I am still stuck at the 3rd level, and can't reach the 4th level. The man picked up a tattered book next to him, and handed it to Horn. The material and printing quality of the book were not very good. It seemed that it was indeed not very valuable. Horn simply flipped through it, and found that it was all about hand-to-hand combat skills, which could greatly improve the ability of ordinary people to fight with their hands, but in the end, it was still an ordinary combat method. There was no training method with any extraordinary power, and even if it was practiced to the extreme, it would not be able to defeat the warrior. There were 9 levels in total. If you practiced to the 5th level, you could enter the Fighting Soul Monastery. However, if you really practiced this book to the 9th stage, you would be invincible among ordinary people. Horn was also very interested in the fighting skills above, because although his physical fitness was already very strong, he had no fighting skills, so this strong physical fitness was largely wasted. Horn also tried to learn the martial arts of warriors, but warriors mostly use swords, and Horn was not interested in carrying a long sword on his back, so he did not practice hard, so his fighting skills could not keep up with his physical fitness. However, he could practice the fighting skills of the monks when he was free, which should allow him to have more self-protection ability when he could not use magic. After returning the broken book to the man, Horn and the other 2 came to the Fighting Soul Monastery. The architectural style of the entire monastery is very strange. The tall walls painted red surround the entire monastery. There are many tall wooden structures inside the monastery. This is the first time Horn has seen this style. At the gate of the monastery, there are 2 short-haired men wearing red clothes with half of their arms exposed. The half of their arms exposed have strong muscles. Their spirit is completely different from those outside. Horn can sense the power in their bodies that is very similar to fighting spirit, but much softer. They should be like Luther, warriors who don't use fighting spirit, and are called monks by the people of Luamu town. Just 2 gatekeepers made Horn very emotional. He really didn't know what was inside. When Horn walked in, he was blocked by the 2 gatekeepers, because the monastery only allowed registered internal personnel to enter, and no one else could enter. "We are here to visit Mr. Northern, please inform him," Harrington said to the 2 with a smile. "No one who has not passed the test is allowed to enter the monastery, so you just wait outside the door," a gatekeeper said to Horn and others, and then he was very impatient to go in and report. He thought Horn and others wanted to use connections to join the monastery. A sneer flashed across Sire's face. The speaker of the Magic Council dared to stop them. These 2 guys really don't know how high the sky is. The warriors of Xingho City rarely come to Luamu town, because the Fighting Soul Monastery claims that they are a different profession from warriors, which makes the warriors very uncomfortable. If the establishment of the monastery was not supported by the parliament, then someone would have gone to the monastery to challenge it long ago. As the general of the entire Spark County, Sire was in a high position and had great power. Except for the Magic Council, he would not be stopped anywhere. If only he was stopped, it would be fine, but even Horn dared to stop him, which was too much. So he took a step forward, showing his fierce aura, wanting to teach the 2 gatekeepers a lesson. Horn stretched out his hand to stop him, and smiled and shook his head at him. An obscure aura entered the monastery. After a while, the door opened, and a middle-aged man walked out of the door, walked in front of Horn, and stretched out his hand to Horn. "You must be Speaker Horn, right? This is the first time we meet. I am Northon, the abbot of the Fighting Soul Monastery. Northon Abraham, and Nord is my son." The man wore an unbuttoned vest, with his muscular body exposed. His amazing blood and energy enveloped his body, making him look full of strength. Horn shook hands with him, and took the opportunity to scan his body with his mental power, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. This Northon's blood and energy were extremely thick, forming a layer of something like a defensive membrane on the surface of his body. It was extremely difficult for mental power to enter, but in the end Horn still saw his strength clearly. Level 9. Chapter 632. He actually has the strength of the 9th level. Horn had long known from Ivan that this Norden was amazingly powerful, but he did not expect that he was actually a 9th level strongman. Horn knew very well how powerful a monk with more sophisticated skills than Nord could exert. He was definitely not an ordinary 9th level strongman. He should be considered a leader among the 9th level strongmen. "Your strength really shocked me. In this case, it seems that I was rude to ask you to come out to greet me." After Horn was stunned for a while, he bowed slightly to Nosan and said, "What's so rude about this? You have helped the monastery so much, and I haven't had time to thank you yet." Nosan responded with a smile, and then took Horn and the others into the reception room of the monastery. "With your strength as a 9th level great monk, you can accomplish everything you want even without our help, so our help is actually insignificant," Horn said modestly. Sire and Harrington looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This middle-aged man, with an unremarkable appearance, turned out to be a 9th level monk. Sire was somewhat glad that he didn't go wild in this monastery just now. Warrior monk. Actually, I don't like the name of warrior monk, But since everyone calls us that, I accept it. Actually, I prefer to call us fighters. Nozan said with a wry smile that the name of warrior monk was imposed on them by others, but for better communication, they did not refute it. But the name is nothing but a passing cloud. Warrior monk is also good. If it weren't for you, we would never have thought of promoting our fighting methods, and people in our family are not suitable for holding power. Even if we can conquer a city, we can't develop it well. Besides, after His Highness Roland came to power, this god-forsaken land has changed a lot, and the previous rules are no longer applicable. Speaking of which, I have never had the opportunity to ask you why you want to help us. You didn't know my strength before, and it is not easy for ordinary people to provide so many resources for our development. While entertaining Horn and others, Northern said to Horn, "Because I want the power of the god-forsaken land to be stronger, or in other words, I want the power outside the church to be stronger. The purpose of our magic council has never been concealed. We want to overthrow the church and kill the gods, so we must unite all the forces that can be united. When I saw Nord, I saw new possibilities in him. The monks could become another major faction different from the warriors, so I supported Nord to establish the power of the monks." Horn answered truthfully, "Your words are interesting. You don't think that with the help you give us, we will help you fight the church to the death in the end?" Nozan folded his hands in front of his chest and looked at Horn. "Of course, I don't think so, but everyone in the god-forsaken land is a heretic in the eyes of the church. All extraordinary people except priests are inferior people in their eyes. With the tyranny of the church, after the monks' power grows, they will inevitably be unable to live in harmony with the church. I don't want to threaten others to join us in fighting against the church. This is very stupid, and who knows if you will turn against me? I want the general trend. I want the church to be discredited. I want the gods to become the enemy of all living things. I want all the extraordinary people in Ceylon to attack the church. I want everyone to make a choice at that time, and this choice can only be to help us." Horn said to Northern in an excited tone. He hoped that Northern would agree with his idea. Nozan showed a non-commentary expression. Obviously, he thought Horn was a little whimsical. The church and other forces were not in the same league. Population, land, resources, strong people, everything the church had was a decisive advantage. In addition, the gods with a hopeless power gap standing behind the church. How could you, a magic council without even a 9th-level strongman, shake it? I'm afraid that even if you clamor to destroy the church, people will only treat you as a joke. You think we are naive, don't you? Many people think so. Horn laughed at Norsen's expression. It was not the first time he was questioned. We, the Magic Council, have just started, just like your Fighting Soul Monastery. We are very weak now, but what about 100 years later, 1,000 years later? As long as we are still growing, we will succeed one day. Norsen just smiled and said nothing. Horn's behavior was no different from an ant trying to shake a tree, which only added to the joke. Well, I won't argue with you, because time will tell, but is what I just said enough for me to help you develop the monk's power? Horn didn't try to convince Northern again, because no one except the magicians would believe that they would succeed in the end. What you said is a bit far-fetched, but I just take it as the truth. Let's change the subject. You finally came to visit me, and it's not good to keep talking about such serious topics. Nozan said with a smile. I came here just to see how you are doing, and if you need my help. I promised to help you develop, but I didn't show up. I feel bad about it. But after I came here, I found that I still have something to ask of you. Horn said after being polite to Nozan. Nozan nodded and said, You can tell me what you want. You have helped us so much, and I should give you something in return. Horn thought for a moment and said to Nozan, We magicians are spellcasters. Our physical fitness is far lower than our spellcasting ability, but it is still stronger than ordinary people. In order not to waste our physical strength, I would like to ask you to help us design a technique suitable for people like us who only have physical fitness but no fighting skills. We don't expect to have the powerful fighting ability of a monk. We just need to have strong physical strength when we are unarmed. This is what Horn thought of on the way. If it is feasible, it will be popularized to all magicians, so that the magicians can become more powerful than before. This is very simple. It does not require fighting spirit. You just need to find some easy-to-learn combinations from the existing moves. But I need a few magicians to cooperate, otherwise I can't know what is suitable for you. Nozan agreed after thinking for a while. If it does not involve extraordinary power, but only moves, he can still contribute generously. Chapter 633. Afterwards, Horn and Northern discussed the future cooperation between the Magic Council and the Fighting Soul Monastery, and ended their visit to the Fighting Soul Monastery. In fact, Horn really wanted to spar with Northern. After all, Fighting with a 9th level warrior monk could effectively improve Horn's strength. However, Horn was injured when fighting the tentacle monster a while ago, and he has not recovered yet. It is not easy to fight with high intensity at this time. After coming out of Luomu town, Horn did not rush to Big Mess City, but asked Searle and Harrington to go back first. He took the magic flying boat alone and flew towards Black Mountain City. Black Mountain City was the territory of the Bald City Lord, who always contradicted Horn. Now the Bald City Lord has gone to another city to be the City Lord. A warrior from the Akuan family manages this place. Horn did not enter the city, but flew to a nearby dense forest with few people. He learned from Ilonir that there was a small vampire family here. Horn wanted to research food or drinks that could replace blood for Annie, so he had to have a vampire as a test subject. Being able to hide in human society for many years without being discovered, this vampire family naturally has some hiding skills, but this hiding skill is not worth mentioning in front of Horn. Soon he found an ancient castle that looked like a horror movie set. After a rough scan with his mental power, Horn found that there were about dozens of vampires in it. So many vampires were all crowded in a castle. This vampire family was really shabby. Then Horn frowned. There were a lot of human corpses outside the castle. Vampires feed on humans. It is normal to have human corpses in the vampire's nest, but it is not normal if there are too many. Even the clan of Ilonir, with such a large number, did not have so many corpses. Most of the people there were alive, because except for a few vampires, who could not control themselves, most of them kept people alive and continued to suck blood. But it was different here. Horn took a simple look and found that there were so many corpses that it was outrageous. There were hundreds of corpses that had not yet completely rotted. It seemed that the vampires here did not advocate sustainable development, but directly sucked blood to death after catching them. Ilonir once said that the vampires in the Blood Clan also hate vampires, who cannot control their desires. They either kill or expel those vampires. According to Horn's observation, most of the vampires here are those who cannot control their desires. Ilonir is the head of the entire Blood Clan. All the Blood Clan members are his subordinates. He easily sold all the vampires here to Horn as experimental subjects. From this, it seems that the vampires here are insignificant in Ilonir's eyes, and it doesn't matter even if they are killed directly. Horn originally wanted to capture only one to do experiments, but after seeing through the true nature of this group of vampires, he decided not to let any of them go and to capture them all. After all, with more people, he would not be restricted in doing experiments, and he could also do some other research on vampires. So Horn activated the invisibility technique and entered the castle. The strongest vampire in the castle was only at level 5, and the realm of that vampire was very unstable, so it was probably very difficult for him to even use his level 5 strength. Compared with the vampires Horn had seen in the Free Federation, the ones here were completely different creatures. They were violent, bloodthirsty, and lacked reason, but they did a good job of hiding themselves, so much so that they didn't know how many years they had been hunting here continuously without anyone noticing. Horn walked around the castle and got a thorough understanding of the place. Even the tunnels in the castle basement were explored clearly. But he didn't personally deal with these vampires. He could easily wipe them out by himself, but what Horn wanted was not to wipe out these vampires, but to capture them as experimental subjects. So he just memorized all the defensive measures of the castle, and then prepared to return to Spark City. He would send a team of magicians to capture these vampires, otherwise he would have to waste a lot of time escorting these vampires back. After writing down all the information in the castle, Horn came to Bighorn City, which has now become the favorite place for bounty hunters and some explorers. The cultural atmosphere here is very suitable for those adventurers. It is very close to the tidal mist swamp and the twilight forest. It is very easy to capture monsters, and their prey can be easily sold in this city. The Magic Council and some merchants have special branches in this city to purchase some precious plants, minerals, and materials from some monsters. As long as the adventurers can bring the materials back from those dangerous places, they can definitely sell them, and then they can buy weapons and equipment produced by the Magic Council suitable for adventurers to make themselves stronger, so this place is very popular with them. Horn inspected here for a day, and gave a high evaluation to the governor here. It is true that this city is not as rich as Unto City, and it is not even as rich as Luomu Town in terms of wealth, but this is insignificant, because this city is originally very poor. What he values is the atmosphere of this city, which is very unique and vibrant. The population of the city is slowly increasing, the economy is recovering, and various industrial chains with the tidal mist swamp and the twilight forest are basically formed. As long as there is time, this city will definitely make Horn take a new look. If Horn is a bounty hunter, He will definitely like this city very much, but he is not. He is the speaker of the Magic Council, so after understanding the basic situation of Bighorn City, Horn left. The next stop was the Yarrow camp. Horn had accepted 100,000 Yarrow people trapped in Ceylon. All of them now lived in the Yarrow camp. It was no longer a huge military camp, but a town full of exotic styles, and the Yarrow people were the residents of this town. A legion from Spark City was stationed nearby, guarding them and protecting them from the invasion of monsters. All their weapons were confiscated, and they had no resistance to monsters. Although there were few monsters coming to this land after it turned into scorched earth, there were still some occasionally. Horn landed in the center of the town. The Yarrow people who saw Horn either knelt down or hid far away. Although the war had been over for 5 years, the cruel memory still remained in the hearts of these Yarrow prisoners. Without the power of arms, they were afraid of any Ceylon people with extraordinary powers. Chapter 634. Am I that scary? I am the most gentle to you guys among all the people who took in Yarrow prisoners. Horn muttered. Wherever he walked, there would be a clearing effect, so Horn simply moved out a chair and sat there waiting for the manager to arrive. These Yarrow people now lived the same as normal Ceylonese people. Horn arranged jobs for them that were not particularly tiring, and also gave them some compensation. He also promised that as long as they worked a certain amount, they would no longer be bound to this town, and would have the same rights as normal Ceylonese people. Horn did this because the Yarrow people did not actually cause any damage to Spark City. Instead, the Magic Council gained a lot of benefits from the Yarrow people. In recent years, there have been too many magical achievements related to the Yarrow people. Second, Horn himself did not want to oppress them too much. The Magic Council itself did not need to rely on exploitation to survive, so as long as they brought enough benefits, they could get freedom. Third, because they were too weak, even if they all got freedom, they would not pose any threat to the council. While sitting on the chair and thinking, Horn was a little bored, and then an interesting idea suddenly came to his mind. The reason why he put the chair in the space ring was because it was comfortable to sit anytime and anywhere, and sitting and talking with people would highlight his status. So, as the Speaker of the Magic Parliament, isn't it a bit too cheap to take out an ordinary chair at will, not to mention sitting on a pure gold throne, or something like that? At least it can't be an ordinary wooden bench. After returning, he must get a very majestic chair that can highlight the identity of the Speaker of the Magic Parliament and match his temperament. Well, it's better to be able to fly. While Horn was daydreaming, an arrow came running over, bowed deeply to Horn and said, I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting, great Speaker Mimhalen. This arrow spoke fluent Ceylonese. He was much taller than the normal arrow, with brighter scales. He wore a set of fine iron armor, and a big sword on his back. If he wore a helmet, it would be hard to recognize him as an arrow. His name is Babata, and he is the leader of the 100,000 Arrow people. He was originally a golden force field warrior, but the space channel was blocked, so he stayed in Ceylon forever and is now just a prisoner. As a top-level force field master, even without the armor, he has the strength of a 6th-level warrior. Horn's management of the Yarrow people is very loose. If he wants to escape, it is easy, but he did not escape because his compatriots here need him. Get up, don't be so serious. I just want to see how you are living. Are you satisfied? Horn patted Babata's shoulder and said, Of course I am satisfied. Your kindness allows us to survive here. If it weren't for you, our lives would probably be the same as slaves. Babata complimented Horn, saying that he knew that Horn's question was just a courtesy, and that even if they were dissatisfied with the situation, nothing would change. But to be honest, Horn had done his best for them. This kind of life was certainly not as good as their life in Yarrow, but it was the best they could get. In a few years, you will be free and no longer be bound here. What are your plans? Horn asked Babata. Will life after we are free be any different from now? Babata smiled bitterly and said, We have nowhere else to go except here, and now you don't have too many restrictions on us except that we can't leave this camp, so we will probably still live like now after that. Except here in Horn, the treatment of the Yarrow people in other places is not much better than that of slaves, so even if they complete their work, they still have to live here in the end. To me, you Yarrow people are already my subjects, or my workers. Only in Xingho County can you live like a human being. I hope that after thousands of years, you can integrate into my territory. Horn said to Babata. I hope so. Anyway, we can't go back. This is the best. Babata sighed as he looked at the Yarrow people who were busy working. There are about 100,000 Yarrow people in Horn, but there are less than 5,000 female Yarrow people. This is what Horn specifically asked for. Otherwise the number would be even smaller. The main job of these female Yarrow people is to breed the next generation, and pass on the blood of Yarrow in Ceylon. Horn wanted these Yarrow people to thrive in his territory and work for the Magic Council for generations. Although they were not strong, the Yarrow people were much better than the Ceylon people in doing some delicate work. For example, in the past 5 years, many things that required high precision were transported here for processing. They were of great value to the Magic Council. After understanding the situation here, Horn ended this inspection of the entire territory. Everything in the Spark County was developing in an orderly manner. As long as it continued to develop at this momentum, Spark City would definitely become stronger and stronger. On the 10th day after Horn returned, the 2 cities were officially renamed Jinhui City and Demon Hunter City, and the 3 cities were officially called Spark County. The branches of the Magic Council moved into the 2 cities, which completely marked the 2 cities with the brand of Spark City. The development of the Magic Council in the godforsaken land entered a new chapter. A month later, Horn's injury was completely healed, and he began to try to use the power of the World Seed according to the method in the book that Moshe gave him. It took Horn a lot of time to verify whether there was a problem with the things in it, so he started to try it formally at this time. The method provided by Moshe is completely different from magic, and is more inclined to the use of soul and mental power. If Horn had not drunk a cup of tea with him, he would not even be qualified to try it. Even so, Horn still has a long way to go to truly use the power of the World Seed. In the final analysis, he is too weak now, so even if he has mastered the method, he still has a long way to go to peek into the power of the World Seed. While Horn was conducting research, a team of magicians returned to the Parliament. They brought back a group of vampires. These were all vampires from Black Mountain City. A total of 77 were captured, which was much more than when Horn went to see it. Chapter 635. According to the description of the magician who went to carry out the capture mission, they did not only capture humans from Black Mountain City, but some vampires were dispersed and used their ability to confuse humans to capture humans in many places at the same time, and then brought them back to the castle to enjoy. Their targets are those who will not attract attention even if they disappear, and when they act, they will pretend to be city robbers or monster attacks, so although they have hurt a lot of humans, they have never been discovered. When the magicians went to capture this group of vampires, they did not rush over and capture them directly, but waited for a while, and figured out their behavior patterns before taking action. So almost all the members of the vampire family were captured by the magicians. These mysterious vampires were not strong. In addition, the magician sent by Horn all new fire or thunder magic, which restrained these vampires, so the vampires had no power to resist. Why did you capture them? Are you researching how to deal with me? Annie, who had just finished cramming her knowledge, finally came out of the mage tower and stood beside Horn with a somewhat unfriendly expression. How could that be possible? Why would I deal with you? I want to research a potion that can suppress the bloodthirstiness of vampires, or a food that can replace blood. Horn patted Anne's hand and said, Horn's blood has a strong energy. A small mouthful of blood is enough for, and to not eat for more than 20 days. In addition, Horn specially found a few female death row prisoners for Anne, so she doesn't need to worry about food for the time being. Are you doing this for me? You're so nice to me. Annie's attitude spread immediately, and she leaned against Horn and said affectionately, not only for you, this is also a deal between me and Ilonir. Horn rubbed Anne's hair. Annie rolled her eyes. If you say it's all for me, no girl will like you if you're so straightforward. Hee, I said I want to find a girlfriend, and the women lining up can line up outside the god-forsaken land. You still want to find another girlfriend? And put one hand on her waist, and pointed at Horn with the other hand, her eyebrows raised. Hey, stop it. November 11th, Magic Festival, early morning. Horn stood on the top of the mage tower, wearing a pure white robe. The strong wind from high above blew Horn's robe rustling. He was waiting here to watch the sunrise. Today was the day he and Anne got married. A few months had passed in the blink of an eye, but he didn't feel that much time had passed, because he had spent these months in the basement of the mage tower. Occasionally, he would come out to deal with some important matters concerning the Magic Council, and occasionally he would arrange a time to go out and play with Annie. In short, his life was very regular and fulfilling. It was like he was going to get married suddenly after bringing Annie back home, which made him feel a little scared, but more of an expectation for a better life in the future. Annie had waited for him for more than 10 years, and he should give Annie a perfect future. It was still early in the morning, and the city was noisy before the sun rose. The annual Magic Festival was the most important festival in the Spark Layer. Many people from other cities would come here to experience the atmosphere of the festival. Today's Magic Festival was different from the past. Today was the wedding day of Horn, the Speaker of the Magic Council, So the people of the Magic Council held many activities today. First, many circuses, orchestras, and theater groups were hired to perform in Spark City for several days. At the same time, a citywide banquet was held. The people had already realized how lively Spark City would be in the next few days, so they started preparing for the festival before dawn. Looking at the lively city, Horn shook his head helplessly. He had said that he didn't want to make a big fuss, but Enoch still made such a big fuss. But this was not bad. He and Anne's wedding would only happen once in their lifetime, so it was good to make it grand, at least leaving a good memory for the two of them. After waiting for 10 minutes, the sun rose. Horn squinted his eyes and looked at the sun, opening his arms and welcoming the sun with both hands. Every day when the sun rose, the power of the world seed would be slightly relaxed at the moment when the first ray of sunlight hit it. For Horn, only at this time every day could he successfully extract a tiny bit of power from the world seed. Although this bit of power was insignificant to the world seed, it far exceeded the sum of the progress Horn could make in a day of full-scale cultivation. So now Horn waited for the sunrise every morning. After digesting this bit of power, Horn found that many people were waiting for him downstairs in the Mage Tower. They were going to go to the wedding with Horn. Outside the Forsaken Land of God, weddings usually have to be held in a church and only after receiving the blessing of the gods, otherwise the marriage will not be happy. In the Forsaken Land of God, there is naturally no such emphasis. The wedding in the Forsaken Land of God is that the couple is in a place where relatives and friends are present. Under the witness of enough important people, the two swear to love each other for life, and then celebrate, and the two are legally married. Enoch arranged a similar wedding for Horn and his friends, but the ceremony was much grander. He sent invitations to all the bigwigs related to the parliament, including King Roland of Aquin, who was far away in Aquin City. The wedding venue was in the huge square in front of the headquarters of the Magic Parliament. Everything had been arranged, and the fireworks stored were enough to light up the entire Spark City tonight. Horn floated down from the top of the tower, and a group of people surrounded him and asked him to dress up. He originally thought that wearing a pure white robe was grand enough, but others obviously didn't think so. He let a group of maids work on him for a long time, and finally put on a dress with dozens of parts, and a thick layer of white powder was also painted on his young face. I feel a little breathless, as if I am a little white mouse. I feel like you are all laughing at me, Horn said with a wry smile to Enoch, who was standing next to him, and wearing a decent dress. Relax, there is only one day in a lifetime, of course you have to be solemn. When I get married, I will ask you to preside over the wedding, and you can laugh at me then. Enoch shrugged his shoulders, and said to Horn, I hope so. Under Enoch's guidance, Horn came to the main venue. On one side of the platform, Anne, wearing a white wedding dress full of ornaments, looked at Horn from a distance. Seeing Anne today, Horn's expression was a little dazed. He had never felt that she was so beautiful. Chapter 636. The two looked at each other for a while, and Enoch patted Horn's shoulder. Horn came to his senses, and he still had to receive guests. Enoch had distributed countless invitations. There were too many guests to count. Only guests with enough weight needed Horn to receive them personally. Even so, Horn was very busy. For example, the mayors of various cities, certain nobles, the presidents of associations and alliances, and the elves' envoys all needed Horn to personally greet them. After receiving them for a while, Horn was stunned and took the invitation from the man. I didn't expect you to come in person. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Horn bowed deeply. The visitor was the current owner of the Aquin Kingdom, King Roland of Aquin. Enoch gave him the invitation just out of courtesy. He didn't expect that such a big man as King Aquin would actually come to the wedding in person. Grand Duke Xingho is a pillar of the kingdom. How can I not come to your wedding? Let's talk about the old times later. You should entertain other guests first. Roland patted Horn's shoulder and said. After Roland and his party entered the scene, the whole venue was boiling. Such a big shot came to attend the wedding in person. Does this mean that Roland and Horn have a good relationship? After receiving all the guests, the ceremony moved on to the next part, accepting the blessings of all the guests, that is, receiving gifts. The gifts from these guests were all valuable enough. Even the wealthy Magic Council could not ignore this huge wealth. Every gift giver was a well-known figure in the God-forsaken land, especially the gifts from the elves and Roland, which made many people breathe heavily. The elves sent a set of jewelry, all made of the best materials. The materials of each piece are worth a fortune, not to mention that this set of jewelry has a history of thousands of years. This is the jewelry of an elf princess in ancient times. Even for the elves, it is extremely valuable. Roland sent a pure white pony, with a spiral horn on its forehead. It is a unicorn cub, Unicorns are magical beasts with light attributes. They are legendary species like dragons. Adult unicorns have at least level 7 or above strength. Both gifts were very valuable. When Anne saw the pony, her eyes lit up. It seemed that they had really put a lot of thought into choosing the gift. After the gift-giving session, the next stage would begin. The host of the wedding was Yan, the vice chairman of the Magic Council. There were not many people in the entire Magic Council who were qualified to host weddings, so Yan was asked to do it. After a complicated question and answer session, Yan asked Horn, Mimhalan, are you willing to marry Anne Walker? Horn nodded without hesitation and said, yes, I do. Whether she is rich or poor in the future, or whether she is healthy or unwell in the future, are you willing to be with her forever? Yes, I do. Then Yan turned to Anne and asked, Annie Walker, are you willing to marry Horn? Anne nodded happily and said, yes, I do. Whether she is rich or poor in the future, or whether she is healthy or unwell in the future, are you willing to be with her forever? Yes, I do. Okay, in the name of the Magic Council, I hereby declare, Mr. Horn Mimhalan and Miss Anne Walker are married. Now, the groom can kiss the bride. Yan smiled and took 2 steps back. Horn walked forward and stared at Anne's face, then kissed her deeply. Outside the venue, countless magic fireworks rose into the sky. The scene at this time was like a dream. After the wedding was completed, a grand banquet was held. The whole city was cheering. This was the best magic festival that the people of Spark City had ever experienced. In the evening, after Horn and Annie entertained the guests at the banquet, they sat on the top of Horn's mage tower, snuggling together and looking at the night view. The sky darkened, but Spark City did not become dim. Various fluorescent lights combined with the warm magic light illuminated the entire city. Annie covered her mouth with one hand and grabbed Horn's arm with the other hand, and asked excitedly, this is the fluorescent stone of the Free Federation. When did there become so many fluorescent stones in Spark City? Horn put his arm around Anne's shoulders and said with a smile, you really enjoyed this scene at the beginning, so I wanted you to see this scene at the wedding. How about it, are you moved by me? Anne kissed Horn's face, buried her body in Horn's arms, and whispered, is everything really true now? It feels like a dream now. The fluorescent stone outside is real, the banquet below is real, I am real, you are real, so everything you experience is real. Horn tightened his arms a little. The wind on the top of the tower was strong, and he didn't want her to feel cold. The two of them hugged each other for a long time, until the noise of the banquet stopped, the moon rose, and the soft silver moonlight sprinkled on the earth, and stood up from Horn's arms, and landed in the center of the lake. The magic in her body allowed her to stand on the lake, as if she were standing on flat ground. Then, wearing a beautiful white wedding dress, and danced again in the moonlight. The lake reflected the sparkling moonlight, and Horn, who was watching from the side, was once again fascinated. I really hope I can stay at this moment forever. The next morning, Horn opened his eyes, and saw Annie lying beside him, looking at him tenderly with her big eyes. He put on his clothes, kissed Annie on the forehead, and came to the top of the tower alone, ready to wait for the sunrise and absorb the power of the world seed. Why didn't I know you had the habit of watching the sunrise before? Annie asked, sitting next to Horn in a bathrobe. This is related to my practice. I come here almost every day to wait for the sunrise. Don't you think the sunrise is beautiful? Horn asked back. Yes, it's beautiful. And stood beside Horn, waiting for the sunrise with Horn. After watching the sunrise with Anne, Horn packed up and walked out of the mage tower. He was going to meet the guests from yesterday's wedding. Many of these guests came simply to attend the wedding, but many also had other purposes. As the president of the Magic Council, Horn had to meet them. For example, the most important one among them was His Royal Highness Roland, the King of Acuin. After attending the wedding, Roland did not leave Spark City, but stayed there first. Obviously, he had something to discuss with Horn. Chapter 637. Your Majesty, there are so many big names attending the wedding of the Grand Duke of Spark. Isn't their influence too great? Beside Roland, a short-haired middle-aged man in aristocratic clothes whispered beside him. His name is Anthony, a cousin of Roland. He has the title of Court Marquis and is Roland's Court Internal Affairs Officer. About half of the wealth of the entire godforsaken land is in Spark City. Almost every city and every force has business dealings with the Magic Council. Their influence is of course huge. Roland said, as a matter of course. Your Majesty, don't you think they are going too far? This city has overshadowed the capital. If this continues, maybe in the Kingdom of Keen, people will only know about Spark City, but not Acuin City, and only know the Speaker of the Magic Council, but not Your Majesty. Anthony said a little excitedly. Marquis Anthony, this is not a problem you should consider. You just need to do your job well, and don't try to influence my thoughts. If you do it again, you won't have to stay in this position. Roland said to Anthony lightly, and Anthony retreated with his head down in cold sweat. After he left, Roland fell into deep thought. He certainly would not change his opinion of Horn because of Anthony's words, but as Anthony said, the Magic Council is now too powerful. 5 years ago, it could quietly annex 10 cities, but at that time, the Magic Council did not have many masters, and only Horn was considered a top-level combat force, so Roland did not regard the Magic Council as a threat. But when he came to the Magic Council this time, he found that the overall strength of the Magic Council was more than one level stronger than 5 years ago, the number of masters was much greater than before, and Horn himself was obviously stronger than before. Now the Magic Council could not pose a threat to his kingship, but at this rate of development, one day the Magic Council would grow to a point where it would be enough to threaten the Acuan family. So should he continue to win over the Magic Council, or take precautions against the Magic Council now? The potential shown by the Magic Council was completely beyond Roland's expectations, which made him a little unsure of how to deal with it. The king should be able to control all forces in the territory, but the development of the Magic Council is obviously beyond his control. While Roland was thinking, Anthony came in again and bowed to Roland and said, "Your Majesty, Grand Duke Xingho wants to see you. Our Grand Duke Xingho is very diligent to come out to handle affairs the day after his wedding." "Let him in," Roland said with a joking tone. Horn came in and bowed to Roland. Then Horn sat opposite Roland. Anthony placed fine wine on the table between the two of them. The two drank and discussed. "Your Majesty, I am flattered that you can come to my wedding in person. If I had known you were coming, I should have asked you to be the witness. You have made great contributions to the kingdom. Thanks to you, the entire kingdom has become much richer than before. Of course, I have to come in person for your lifelong event. How about the unicorn? Is it satisfied?" Roland took a sip of wine and said that he had carefully considered choosing the unicorn cub as a gift, because there were not many gifts that could attract Horn's attention. "I really didn't expect you to give me such a valuable gift. And likes it very much. Thank you, Your Majesty. You must have something else to tell me this time." Horn didn't believe that Roland came here just to give gifts. "Yes, I do have something I want to ask for your opinion on." Roland put the transparent wine glass on the table and said. Horn was stunned for a moment. Roland was now the king of the entire God-forsaken land. What did he do that needed Horn's opinion? "Just tell me what you want to do, and I will fully support you. Over the years, I have seen your magicians turn decay into magic and create miracles. Magicians are indeed very powerful, so I also want some magicians," Roland said slowly, observing Horn's reaction from the corner of his eyes. "What do you mean by wanting some magicians? Do you want me to give you some of the magicians in the Magic Council?" Horn's tone was a little cold. If Roland was here to poach people, then Horn would not be willing to do so. It was absolutely impossible for him to give the magicians, who had already joined the council, to Roland as a gift. "That's why I need to ask for your opinion, but it's slightly different from what you think." Roland still smiled and said, "What I mean is that my Acuan royal family also wants to invest in establishing a magic wizard organization, and the initial name is the Court Wizard Corps. I don't want to ask you directly for people. Forcibly asking for people from the nobles will destroy the prestige of the royal family. Even if you are willing to give it to me, I dare not ask for it. I know that your Magic Council has not gathered all the magicians. You are an authority in this regard. I want you to advise me on how to establish my Court Wizard Corps. Your idea is feasible." Horn heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they were not targeting the mages of the Magic Council, everything would be fine. "Your Majesty, you don't know that the official mages recruited by our Magic Council only account for about 1/3 of all mages. If you want to form a court mage group, you can recruit mages who have not joined the council. I will never stop you. If I want to recruit mages, what do I need to do?" Roland was a little surprised to see Horn agreed so readily. He didn't expect Horn to agree so readily. He thought Horn would firmly refuse, or even give him some obstacles, or make some demands on him. After all magicians were trained by Horn. Even if he didn't look for magicians who joined the Magic Council, recruiting other magicians would be considered poaching from Horn. In fact, Roland didn't know that as long as Horn ensured that a group of excellent magicians joined the Magic Council and kept the Magic Council leading in magic technology, and mastered the magician level assessment and magic coin trading power, he could make the Magic Council's position unshakable. As for the remaining magicians with slightly worse qualifications, Horn did not choose to recruit all of them into the Magic Council. First, it is not valuable and difficult to manage. Second, They do not want all magicians to gather around the Magic Council, but to spread out throughout Ceylon to form a unique magic civilization. Third, the Magic Council alone cannot provide the best development conditions for all magicians. It can only give priority to the best magicians. If other magicians can find other channels to make themselves stronger, that would be the best. Chapter 638. So for other magicians, Horn hopes that they can form their own small organizations and develop independently. If there are people like Roland who want to form their own magician organization, Horn doesn't mind. As long as the Magic Council can occupy an absolute dominant position in the entire magic system, no matter how they develop, Horn will support it. With your consent, I can do it boldly, but I know nothing about magicians, and don't know how to sit up. Seeing that Horn supported him, Roland continued to ask humbly. This is easy to do. I can send a group of magicians to assist your majesty in building the court mage corps. After the basic framework is in place, I will dispatch them back. Horn was easy to talk to in this regard. This is great. Magicians can play a big role in various aspects. With the court mage corps, the Qin dynasty will definitely develop in a better direction, Roland said with a smile on his face. Horn's cooperation made his court mage corps plan almost certain to succeed. Moreover, Horn had no aversion to such things that might weaken himself and make the royal family stronger, which should indicate that they had no rebellious intentions towards the royal family. But before you officially start to form the court mage corps, I would like to make a few small requests to you. After agreeing to Roland's preparation for the Magic Council, Horn said to Roland, You tell me. First, I hope that when you recruit magicians, you will not be too tough, and let them join your court mage corps voluntarily. Second, I hope that you will not treat your magicians as tools. Third, I hope. Horn and Roland had a long negotiation on the matter of the court magician. After some bargaining, the two reached an agreement. Roland returned satisfied, and Horn also successfully found a way out for a large number of idle magicians. This can be said to be the best of both worlds. After seeing Roland off and dealing with all the things that needed to be dealt with, Horn and Annie went on a one-month trip. During this month, the two of them traveled to all the scenic spots and historical sites near the God-forsaken land and ate all the famous delicacies. When they came back, the two of them lived together, and they practiced and studied separately. Ah, 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 the dragon's roar resounded through the sky. A gray-white ferocious dragon roared in the clouds. The huge sound waves in the dragon's roar blew away the clouds near it. This dragon is more than 20 meters long. Clear muscle lines can be seen everywhere on its body. Ferocious bone spurs grow from various joints. Its eyes are red and fierce. It is completely different from the fat lizard with wings of ordinary dragons. This dragon has a 7th level aura, but its body is much larger than that of an ordinary adult dragon. In particular, it has a trace of mysterious magic aura, which makes this dragon have a completely different temperament from ordinary dragons. Hey, bastard, stop flying in the sky, come down and fight with me again. A rough voice came from the ground, and the fierce dragon shuddered, hesitated for a moment, but still flew down with a whirlwind. It was Terry who shouted. Seeing the dragon flying down, Terry condensed a huge flaming fist more than 10 meters long and hit the dragon head. The fierce dragon's face flashed an anthropomorphic look of grievance, but its big mouth opened, and a huge fireball was spit out, which collided with the flaming fist and caused a huge explosion, and then the sharp and powerful claws rushed towards the man below without mercy, grabbing a large piece of land. Don't force me, I don't want to fight, the dragon said sadly, and swung its thick tail towards Terry, knocking him dozens of meters away. It will be perfect if you can stop saying these cowardly words, haha. Terry got up from the ground and laughed wildly, throwing a dozen huge fireballs in the direction of the dragon. Each fireball had a white core in the center, and the core had a high temperature that could easily melt steel. This was also a 6-ring magic, called Yongnu Fire Bomb, which was enhanced by super magic skills, and was enough to hurt this dragon with level 7 strength. But the dragon was not panicking at all. Strange syllables were chanted from the air. A shield composed of countless small hexagonal shields quickly formed in front of him. The Yang nuclear fire bombs hit the shield and exploded violently. The gray-white dragon rushed out of the flames and arrived in front of Terry in an instant. It held him down with its big claws and condensed a mouthful of burning dragon flames in its mouth. I won. Okay, Franks, I admit defeat. I was a little careless this time. Terry pushed the dragon's claws away, stood up and tidied the dust off his body, looking at the huge dragon with a face full of relief. This dragon was Franks, who Horn had put here with Terry for training. His body shrank rapidly and became a white-haired boy in his teens, no longer a fat boy like before. Ha ha ha, I finally beat you, an old man once. See if you still say I'm a waste. Frank said with his hands on his waist, and laughed wildly. Before the battle, he was as cowardly as a dog, but once the battle was won, he was extremely rampant. Okay, since you beat me once, you don't need to train with me anymore, you passed. Terry patted Frank's hair, and said that he had trained Franks for more than a year, and could see Franks grow up little by little. Passed? Franks was stunned, a little bit unbelieving what Terry said. That's right, haven't you always wanted to leave here? Today you've passed, and you can leave from me, Terry said with a long sigh, feeling like he had completed an epic mission. It really took too much of his energy to train this dragon to what it is now. After looking at Terry for a few times, Frank's eyes were a little wet. Every day here was like hell. Except for a few days when Horn got married, he went out to play. The rest of the time he stayed here all the time. He dreamed of leaving here. But when he could really leave, he was reluctant to leave. After being with Terry for so long, he had gotten used to this place. He was completely different from the original Franks and felt a little lost. Old man, I'm really leaving, Frank said to Terry. I've told you many times, I'm not an old man, I just have a thick beard. Terry was furious, and waved his staff to hit Franks on the head. I know, old man, bye, I come to see you when I have time. Franks opened a pair of dragon wings behind him, and flew away. Let's go, brat, now no one will say you're a coward. Terry looked at Frank's back and whispered. Chapter 639. At the headquarters of the Magic Council, Horn was sitting in the Speaker's office, dealing with some of the Magic Council's miscellaneous matters. Matters that needed Horn's personal attention, but were not too urgent, would be sent to this office. Horn would deal with these matters at a specific time every week. If it was particularly urgent, it could be sent directly to Horn's Mage Tower. Today, Horn had a headache when he saw the pile of documents. There were too many of them. But fortunately, although the amount was large, more than half of them had been handled by Horn's assistant magician. Horn only needed to check it briefly, and then sign it. The remaining small amount was enough for Horn to be busy. When he saw a document from Terry, Horn's brows relaxed. It said that Franks had completed his training, and was now a qualified adult dragon. He might be timid in words, but he would never show mercy in a fight. This made Horn very satisfied, and he decided to find time to see Franks. That guy had not come to him for several days after completing his training, so he must teach him a lesson. The news about Franks could make Horn feel more relaxed, but other news would not work, and Horn had to worry more. During this year, Horn first helped Roland establish the framework of the Court Mage. With the support of the entire Acuan royal family, the establishment of the Court Mage group was very smooth, and various materials could attract idle magicians to join the Court Mage group. The selection rules of the Court Mage Corps are not as strict as those of the Magic Council. As long as they are magicians, have the potential to advance, have a skill, or have the ability to benefit the Acuan royal family, they will accept them. And the mages who cannot join the Magic Council are also happy to join the Court Mage Corps, because the Court Mage Corps has enough funds for them to practice and improve themselves. In order to improve on the path of magic, the mages do not mind working for Roland, especially under the premise that the Magic Council does not object to doing so. The success of the Court Mage Corps has greatly inspired those magicians. In the past, they did not want to join other organizations except the Magic Council, but now they found that the Magic Council allowed the existence of other magic organizations, so they spontaneously formed their own magician organizations. Some nobles and major forces also began to support their own magicians, which allowed magicians who did not join the Magic Council to develop better. The establishment of the Court Mage Corps has provided a good example for other forces that support magicians. They provide certain resources for magicians to practice, and magicians can solve some problems for them, but these things cannot be forced to do. The relationship between magicians and sponsors is more like an employment relationship, not a master-servant relationship, and those employed magicians can also have a good development. Taking advantage of this wave, Horn waved his hand, and the Magic Council also provided some resources to establish several mutual aid organizations for magicians, solving the problems of most idle magicians. However, although the problem was solved, it also brought some responsibilities to the council that it did not have before. Now this organization has a lot of things to deal with every day. The establishment of all organizations needs the approval of the Magic Council, and the qualifications of supporting magicians need to be reviewed by the Magic Council. In short, after the start of the Court Mage group, things have become too much. But all of this is worth it. Those idle mages, who originally had few resources, began to develop rapidly, and many idle mages also made a name for themselves outside. Magicians are no longer just a specialty of Xingho County, but a very common profession of extraordinary people in the entire godforsaken land. The living conditions of magicians in the godforsaken land have been greatly improved. Adventurers, mercenary groups, chambers of commerce, and other organizations are trying to attract magicians to join. Magicians who originally only operated near Xingho City have suddenly spread all over the kingdom of Acuan. The development speed of the Magic Council itself has not been curbed, so overall the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. After this period of busy work, this momentum should stop, and then we can enjoy the fruits of our busy work. After approving all the documents, Horn began to try to contact Franks, but the magic props that can communicate freely within a city cannot contact Franks, which means that Franks is not in the city. If he is not in the city, where can Franks go? Horn flew to Franks' lair, the lizard tribe, and stood outside the tribe, feeling the breath that Frank deliberately dispersed, and Horn shook his head helplessly. At this moment, Franks was showing off his huge and strong body, walking around the entire tribe. Compared with more than a year ago, when he and Horn left, his appearance had changed greatly, and he was much stronger. Every lizardman who saw his appearance cast an admiring gaze at him, which made Franks very happy. After coming out of Terry's Tower of Fury, he had been showing off here for many days, and didn't feel tired at all. However, there were still some benefits for him to do this. The envoy of the ogre tribe was in the lizardman tribe. Seeing Frank's heroic figure, he was frightened. When he returned, he would definitely describe Frank's heroic figure to Figo and Ace, so that they would not dare to have second thoughts about the Magic Council. Compared with the beginning, the camp of the lizardman tribe has gone deeper into the swamp for more than 10 kilometers. The swamps have been transformed into habitable land, which took the lizardman tribe more than 10 years. Xingho County is a well-known rich place. Many people in the godforsaken land, and even outside the godforsaken land, all yearn for the life in Xingho County. In addition, Xingho County has a high tolerance for different races, so the population of Xingho County has been growing rapidly in recent years. Towns were built one after another, and the uninhabited marginal areas of the city were already full of people. Because the original Bighorn City, now the Demon Hunting City, has always been in a state of sparse population, a large number of people can be stuffed into the Demon Hunting City, but one day the population there will reach saturation, and then this piece of land will be useful. At the same time, Horn has been arranging people to cut down forests over the years. The 3 cities of Spark County have been integrated into one, and the small tentacles of the Twilight Forest that extend to the godforsaken land are all within the scope of Spark County. Completely eradicating that forest can also develop a large area suitable for farming. Although it will not be used in recent years, with the speed of development of Spark County, it will be used one day. Chapter 640. In Ceylon, population is an extremely important resource. More population means more output, more wealth, and more troops can be trained, so a large increase in population is a good thing for the Magic Council. After thinking for a while, outside the Lizardman tribe, Horn became impatient and released a breath directly. Franks, who was showing off in the tribe, felt Horn's breath and immediately shuddered. Then he flapped his wings and flew out of the Lizardman tribe, landed opposite Horn, and turned into a human form. Why did you come here in person? If you want to see me, just send someone to call me. There's no need for you to come here in person, Frank said flatteringly. Well, judging from the tone of his voice, it seems that there is no change from before, but Horn believes that Terry will not lie to him, and since this guy is no longer a little fat boy, there must be some changes. I heard that you have completed Terry's training. It just so happens that I just finished dealing with a bunch of documents and need to stretch my muscles, so I came to see the results of your training. Come with me. Horn flew up and landed in the swamp, and Franks then fell down in his original form. Seeing the majestic and domineering appearance of Frank's original form, Horn's eyes lit up. It must be more face-saving to ride Franks out now, much more majestic than riding a malnourished dragon before. Lord Horn, can I not fight with you? I can't beat you, and it hurts when I get beaten, Frank said aggressively. If you don't want to fight me, why do you want to turn into your original form? Horn pointed at Frank's hideous body and said, Isn't it that my original body is bigger, so there are fewer places where you can hit me? Frank said obscenely, while rubbing his dragon claws. Horn rolled his eyes. Why did he feel that he was still the same as before? So he pulled out his staff and grinned at Franks and said, Stop talking nonsense and watch me fight. With his flaming wings spread out behind him, Horn flew towards Franks. He controlled most of the power, and wanted to have an evenly matched battle with Franks. Then, Horn was knocked away. Yes, he was knocked away. He controlled his strength to the level of just breaking through level 7 according to Frank's current aura, But he didn't expect that Frank's was now completely different from before, so he was knocked away by a whipped tail. Getting up from the ground, Horn showed a happy smile on his face. Even if Frank's was several times stronger, he couldn't hurt him. He was happy for Frank's transformation. In this way, this stupid dragon would really come in handy in the future. A level 7 dragon that can use magic can be ranked in the top 10 in the Magic Council. With its dragon status, it can be used in many places. Boss Horn, I didn't mean it. I saw you rushing over, and I couldn't control myself, Frank said to Horn in a crying voice. He has been with Horn for a long time, and knows that Horn is a petty person. He is very likely to retaliate against him because of this blow. Don't worry, you are useful to me now. I won't hit you casually like before. It seems that your aura matches your strength now, so there is no need for me to test you again. Hearing that Horn would not retaliate against him, Frank's transformed into a human form with confidence. Just as he was about to say a few words to Horn, he saw Horn's face change. A magician's hand suddenly stretched out to hold Frank's, and then threw him away like a shot put. Huh, I feel much better now. I am not the kind of person who will not fight back when being beaten, Horn said softly. After returning from the Lizardman tribe, Horn started to get busy again. In addition to settling those idle mages, he had another important thing to do recently, which was to formally send magicians to the outside of the God-forsaken land to carry out activities. After all, the church is the biggest enemy of the Magic Council. Now that the power of the council is sufficient, it is time to do something about the church. Outside the God-forsaken land, there are more than 100, or even hundreds of large and small wild witch organizations and magician organizations. The number of wild witches and magicians is not much less than that in the God-forsaken land, but they lack orthodox magic education, so their strength is generally not very strong. Therefore, Horn will send enough magicians this time to guide every magician organization. The magicians who are to be sent out are currently receiving training. If they want to develop the power of the Magic Council under the harsh living conditions of the church-controlled area, some training is necessary. Not every magician comes from outside the God-forsaken land, and they also have to guide the magicians and wild witches outside, which requires them to have a more accurate grasp of some basic magic knowledge, and they must also have the ability to distinguish wild witches from ordinary people, so that they can accurately find the magician organization. The training was conducted by a group of magicians headed by Ivan, who had conducted many magic activities outside. They had sufficient experience in surviving under the high pressure of the church. Today was the day when their training ended. Horn wanted to see them off in person. He hoped that all the magicians could come back alive. At this moment, the magicians were waiting for Horn in a square in the middle city of the Magic Council. There were a total of 400 of them, each of whom was at least a 4th-ring magician, and there were dozens of 5th-ring magicians, all of whom were the backbone of the Magic Council. These forces are very powerful in any city, but the current Magic Council can easily send out so many powerful magicians. Standing in front of them, Horn took a deep breath and said to them, "Today, you will step out of the warm shelter you have always been in. Outside the God-forsaken land, the environment will no longer be so gentle. Your identity is your death warrant. Once you are discovered, countless masters will come to hunt you down. I have a request for you. Your main task outside is to spread magic knowledge and guide the magicians outside to the right path. As for other things that are not your responsibility, such as attacking churches, killing wizards, etc., try not to do them. Everything is based on your own safety. Do you understand?" "I understand. Everything is based on your own safety," the magicians answered in unison. Horn breathed a sigh of relief. He knew his prestige in the parliament. They promised Horn so that they would try their best to do it. Chapter 641. Horn's tone softened a bit, and he continued, "I sent you out, not to let you die. As long as you complete the guidance task, you can return to the Magic Council. If you see good seedlings worth bringing back to the council for further study, you can also bring them back. This is the most helpful to the council. I hope this is a good test for you, not to let you die. You are all pillars of the council, and I don't want anyone to be missing when I come back. Of course, I'm not asking you to be a coward. Don't hesitate when it's worth taking action. As long as you don't die for something that's not worth it." After saying this, Horn thought for a moment and then emphasized, "Another piece of advice, if you are caught, I suggest you blow yourself up. When the church catches you, they will not care whether you have done anything bad to the church. They will only kill you because of your identity. They will hang you on a wooden rack and burn you to death with fire without dignity. You should know that they have never let any wild witch or magician go, so don't expect them to be kind. Just blow yourself up, so that you can at least leave a trace of dignity." After the explanation, Horn sent them all the way to the edge of the tidal mist swamp. Watching them disappear in the swamp, Horn's heart could not calm down for a long time. He knew that some of these magicians might never come back. It was almost impossible for 400 people to wander around the church's territory without any damage. But he also knew that those magicians who came back after experiencing the test of life and death would become stronger than before. After experiencing the cruel world outside the barrier, these magicians under the protection of the Parliament could truly grow up and become the most powerful fighting force against the church. They were in groups of 3, and each group had a magician who was good at reconnaissance and combat. Each of them was as strong as Horn, who had just arrived at the God-forsaken land. As long as they were not too naive and too enthusiastic, they could survive this mission. Horn even felt that he might have been overthinking, and perhaps these magicians did not need him to worry so much. Watching the group of magicians carrying the seeds of the Magic Council leave, Horn let out a sigh of relief and flew back to the Magic Council. His mood was complicated. This was the first time he sent so many magicians to carry out a dangerous mission. Although this mission was necessary, Horn was still worried about the safety of the magicians who carried out this mission. He had a trace of fear in his heart. If these magicians were wiped out, he really didn't know how to face it, although he knew that this idea was completely useless. After returning to the Parliament, Horn went straight back to his own magic tower. After practicing for a while, he lay on the big and soft bed produced by the Parliament in a daze. During this year, Horn has been stealing the power of the World Seed every day. The World Seed has not changed at all, but Horn has obviously become more powerful than before. He is still a long way from becoming an 8-ring magician. Even if he practices in this almost cheating way, it will take at least 10 years. He really doesn't know when he can become a 9-ring magician. Every time he steals the power of the World Seed, Horn can feel a hint of temptation. The world is tempting him not to be so petty, but to use its power directly and boldly. In that case, Horn could advance to the 8th ring within a year, the 9th ring within 5 years, and become a legendary master in at most 10 or 20 years. As long as he became a legendary master, he could completely control the Forsaken Land of Gods, and by then, the Magic Council could develop better. But Horn didn't dare to do that. Moshe's words were still lingering in his ears. As long as he relied too much on the power of the World Seed, he would definitely be controlled by the world will, and would never be able to turn over. The sky gradually darkened. Annie pushed open the door, and was obviously stunned when she saw Horn. Horn rarely lay in bed in a daze. She lay beside Horn, stroked Horn's cheek with her hand, and asked softly, "What are you thinking about? This is not like you. You seem a little confused." "I'm not thinking about anything. It's just that I finally started sending magicians out today. The prelude to the counterattack against the church has been opened. I thought I would be very excited, but I didn't expect that my concern for the magicians I sent out exceeded the tasks I hoped they would complete. There's nothing wrong with this. If you were someone who treated the lives of your subordinates as worthless, you wouldn't have so many people following you. And this is just the first time. One day you get used to this feeling." And comforted him. "Yes, one day you get used to it. I just hope that by then, the Parliament won't become too cruel." Horn sighed. Every magician is a valuable asset of the Parliament. He couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he thought about how these magicians might sacrifice themselves. A few months later, in the Southern Free Federation, on the big island where Liberty City is located, a passenger ship docked, and more than 20 men and women in black long clothes got off the ship one by one. A flaxen-haired woman leading the way opened her arms, and looked up at the sky, as if embracing the huge island. "Jennifer, is your black magic cult on this island?" A brown-haired young man, with glasses holding a thick book said gently. "Yes, Makiel, this is it. We are finally here, although Spark City is good, but I can't wait to see my family," Jennifer said happily. "My work will start after that. I am really looking forward to what I can accomplish." Makiel looked at the city in the distance and smiled. Seeing his enthusiastic look, Jennifer couldn't help but feel a little cold. Makiel was the strongest among the 400 magicians sent by the Parliament this time. He was a 6-ring magician, which was rare even in the Parliament. He was responsible for coordinating and managing all matters of the Magic Parliament branch. His magic was very strange. Even those who were in the same group with him, Jennifer couldn't help but feel cold. She felt that compared with the black magicians like them, this guy might be truly worthy of the title of Black Magician. Except for Jennifer, all the 20 or so people in their group were magicians from the Magic Council. Their mission, this time, was to establish a branch of the Magic Council in the Free Federation. Unlike other magicians who were sent to other cities, Makiel and his team had to stay here for at least 5 years, and another group of magicians would take over after 5 years. Chapter 642. They were not wearing magician's clothes, but simple black clothes. Although they had never walked here before, they were not stupid enough to come here wearing magician's robes. In the courses they had taken, they had been clearly taught that magicians like them must conceal their aura when there were many people around, and must not reveal their identities in front of outsiders. As the first batch of magicians who came here from the Magic Council, their tasks were heavy, and they had to rely on themselves almost entirely, because they could not contact the headquarters of the Magic Council at all. The magic props used by the Magic Council for long-distance communication can only reach a few cities at most. If it is farther away, it cannot be contacted. Even using messenger birds is not feasible at such a long distance. The Mystery Tower is studying ways to achieve long-distance communication, but there has been no progress so far, so they cannot get help from the Council. Fortunately, Horn can use the Blackstone Ring to contact the members of the Will of Ceylon, so that when something big happens, he can find Horn, and the members of the Will of Ceylon can take care of them. On the edge of the Demon Forest, there is a small basin. A fierce battle is going on in the basin. The black magician Johnny transforms into a tentacle monster and fights violently. Black air surges in front of him. His opponents are 3 wizards. One of the 3 wizards controls the dark red flame, the other controls some small monsters, and the last one is wrapped in pure magic energy, fighting Johnny head-on. All 3 wizards have the strength of the 5th level. Johnny holds the 3 of them alone, while the other black magicians behind him provide support from the rear. Even though Johnny only brings a few 3rd ring magicians and a 4th ring magician, he does not fall into the disadvantage in the face of these 3 wizards, but instead suppresses them. After a short period of instruction from Horn, Johnny was much stronger than he was a year ago. If so many magicians wanted to practice normally, they needed a lot of magic materials. They couldn't buy these materials openly, so they had to find them by themselves. Johnny knew that there was a kind of herb in this small basin, which was a necessary material for many magic props, but there were some very troublesome low-level monsters here, so Johnny led the team to collect it personally. But they didn't expect to meet 3 wizards in a team here. If they met a priest, they could still disguise themselves as herbalists, but if they met a wizard, there was no need to disguise themselves, because those wizards started to act directly when they found them, and didn't give them a chance to defend themselves. The 3 wizards on the opposite side were also very annoyed. They originally thought that they were just a few brave herbalists. Because they did not find the smell of divine power on these people, they would not attract the attention of others if they were killed casually in such a place, so they launched a wave of attacks on them. Unexpectedly, this attack caused a big trouble. Although these people were not priests, they were also very difficult to deal with. The tentacle monster on the opposite side looked more like a wizard than them. It was obviously the same level 5 strength as them, but it could face the 3 of them head-on and suppress them. Hey, that wild witch, how about you stop? Our strengths are similar. We are all rats crossing the street. The church is our common enemy. Why do we have to fight here, and both sides will suffer losses? The magic wizard who had been resisting Johnny's attack said softly. Are you trying to say that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Johnny punched him away, and then the tentacles behind him danced wildly, and smashed several dark red fireballs that attacked him. The tentacles were burned by the fireballs, but they grew out immediately. The things on Johnny's body only looked like tentacles. In fact, there was no biological tissue inside. It was just a magical effect. Yes, that's what we mean. If you have the energy to kill each other here, you might as well go find trouble with the church. There are no strong churches in the Free City. We can destroy a church together. It's not much better than fighting here. The Warcraft wizard who controlled the Warcraft fired a magic bullet at Johnny, and said that the Warcraft within his summoning range had been killed in the previous battle. Now he can only attack with pure magic power. He can only summon the Warcraft below level 4 within his ability to assist him in the battle, which is far from being able to summon directly from Annie. That sounds nice, but I've seen your wizards capture our wild witches, and use them as living sacrifices more than once. A few of those wild witches became wizards like you, but most of them became food for the demons. How many times do you think I've seen this? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That sounds nice, but to me, you are no better than the church. I wish I could kill all the wizards, so cooperation is impossible. You'd better die here. Johnny increased his magic output, and his tentacles became more ferocious. His attacks became more powerful, and the 3 wizards had a harder time resisting. Damn wild wizards, even if you call yourself a magician, you can't change your humble fate. As long as you submit to the Lord Demon and become a noble wizard, you can gain more power. But you lowly guys don't cherish the opportunity and dare to attack us great wizards. I swear that I will make you a living sacrifice next time we meet. No, you are not even qualified to be a living sacrifice, so just be my sacrifice to please the Lord of Demons." The fire wizard who controlled the fire stopped releasing fire to Johnny, and a burst of black smoke emanated from his body, then turned and ran away. Johnny's face changed, and a tentacle extended over, but it was empty. At that moment, the wizard seemed to have turned into smoke without substance. Damn it, one ran away. Johnny cursed in a low voice. Who knows if these wizards have left anything on them? The revenge of these guys in the future will not be fun. Moreover, once these wizards escape, it is conceivable that their information will definitely fall into the hands of major churches, and they will be hunted down at that time, which adds a danger to Shijio Town. Hee, bastard, we admit that you are strong, but you can't stop us, and the next time we meet will be your death. Seeing that the fire wizard escaped, the magic wizard who was fighting Johnny head-on said with a grim smile, "Like a lank, the wizard's frontal combat power may not be very strong, but most of them have means of escape, and it is very difficult to kill them all." Chapter 643. No, you can't leave. What will I do if you leave? The face of the wizard controlling the magic beast changed. He was not very good at escaping, at least not as fast as the other two. If all three of them escaped, he would probably be the only one caught in the end. Hee, it's your own fault that you are not strong enough. The front wizard laughed sinisterly. There has never been any friendship between wizards. They always pit each other. Even if one of them died, they would not feel sad. Just when they were about to escape, a terrifying howl came from the direction where the fire wizard had escaped. It was the voice of the wizard just now. The scream stopped the two wizards, who were about to run away. They were confused and tried to distinguish the sound. This scream didn't sound like a wizard could shout, but it sounded like the howl of an ordinary person who was tortured to the extreme. It was very similar to the sound of those wild wizards, before they died, when they offered living sacrifices to the devil. What on earth could make a wizard so scared? Before they saw what was there, a faint sense of fear came over the two wizards. Johnny also temporarily stopped attacking the two wizards, and changed to a defensive state. No one knew what was not far away. It was definitely not a simple thing that could make a level 5 warrior scream like that. A brown-haired man wearing a black long coat and glasses slowly walked out of the forest outside the small basin. The fire wizard floated behind him, with a dull expression and twitching from time to time. His pants were wet, and he had actually lost control of his bladder. Jennifer chased out of the forest, and showed a look of joy when she saw Johnny. "When I got here, I just saw this guy trying to escape. I thought you didn't let him go on purpose, so I took care of him. I hope it didn't delay any of your plans." Makiel pushed his glasses and spoke softly. His tone seemed very kind, but it always made people feel a little cold. "No, I have to thank you for helping me deal with him." Seeing Jennifer following this man with both legs intact, he quickly concluded that Makiel was a member of the Magic Council, and was not dangerous to him, so Johnny smiled friendly. "We will be colleagues from now on. Why bother saying thank you or not? I have a good impression of you for our first meeting," Makiel said to Johnny in a friendly manner. "Unknown strongman, we have no intention of offending you. In fact, we have not hurt anyone, so can you please let us go? I can do whatever you ask for." The magic wizard forced a smile and pleaded with Makiel. Makiel and Johnny were chatting as if no one was around, and ignored them, which made them feel uncomfortable. They didn't feel any strong breath from the magician, and now was a good opportunity to escape, but for some reason, they felt it was better not to run away, otherwise terrible things might happen. "I shouldn't have asked you a question." Makiel glanced at the magic wizard, and the magic wizard immediately felt a chill spread throughout his body. "Speaking of which, Mr. Ivan once taught me in class that when you have an absolute advantage in strength and no outsiders will find out, you should kill all wizards and priests. This should be the current situation," Makiel said to the magic wizard with a smile. The magic wizard immediately sensed the danger and used witchcraft to escape, but at this moment, his whole world became dark and an indescribable sense of fear came over him. The scene he feared most in his life was before he became a wizard, when he was sacrificed, and saw the extremely terrifying demon god slowly approaching him. At that time, he was almost scared to collapse. After becoming a wizard for so many years, he could say that he had done all kinds of bad things, and his ability to withstand fear was much stronger than before. But now the intuitive and unexplained fear directly hit his heart, which was more than 10 times more terrifying than the original one. So naturally, he began to cry and howl, and began to try every means to get rid of the feeling of fear. His heart beat like a drum, but the control of his body was completely out of his hands. At this moment, He fell into despair that was more terrifying than falling into the abyss. To outsiders, it was even more weird. Machiel's staff was just a light touch, and a black gas shot towards the magic wizard. Even though the magic wizard had made a dodging move, he still couldn't escape. After being enveloped by the black gas, the magic wizard knelt on the ground and cried, like a wild witch being executed by burning. His face was distorted, and his screams were shrill. Just from his appearance, one could tell how much pain he was in. Then Machiel fired another green slime ball at the magic wizard, who was melted into a pool of liquid right in front of everyone. What was chilling was that even though his body was melting, his expression didn't change, which showed that the pain the black gas caused him was much more terrifying than his body melting slowly. Well, I solved one, and the remaining one is up to you. After all, he's your opponent. If it was just a wizard, you wouldn't let him escape. Machiel wiped his hands, then found a tree root to sit down and read the thick book. After he sat down, countless small creatures on the land near the tree root rushed out of the soil and left Machiel far away. The black magicians who had been with Johnny before saw this scene, and all subconsciously stayed away from Machiel. After just a short contact, they felt that this guy was too creepy. Johnny didn't think so much and rushed directly to the last wizard, who had been scared silly by Machiel. With only one Warcraft wizard, Johnny showed an absolute advantage. It didn't take long for him to easily solve the Warcraft wizard. Then he ran to Jennifer, hugged her, cheered and shouted, and spun several times. When he saw Jennifer stand up again, he was so happy that he ignored all the abnormalities of Machiel. After the excitement, he said to Machiel and Jennifer with a little embarrassment, "When did you come back? Why didn't you wait for me in the town?" "It was this wizard Machiel who wanted to meet you, the leader of the black magic cult, in advance. He heard that you came here to collect herbs, so he asked me to bring you here," Jennifer explained. "Are you so anxious to see me because of something important to discuss?" Johnny asked Machiel puzzledly. Chapter 644. There is nothing important. It's just that this is the first time I've led something independently. You are the original person in charge here, so I wanted to come and see you, and see what kind of people I'd be working with in the future. Machiel stood up from the ground and patted the hem of his robe, and said gently to Johnny, "According to the agreement between us and Lord Horn, after you arrive, this place will be officially renamed a branch of the Magic Council, and we will all be under your leadership, so now you are my boss. If Machiel's sister's legs are restored to their original state, then he will also fulfill the agreement with Horn." So Johnny saluted Machiel and said, "No hurry." Machiel shook his head and said, "I know very well that it is very dangerous for an outsider to lead an insider, so before I am thoroughly familiar with this place, you are still the holder of the highest power, and the power is exactly the same as mine. Are you really ready to give up the opportunity to hold all the power?" Johnny looked at Machiel in surprise. He couldn't understand why someone would give up power when he already had it. What else? Let me, a guy who is unfamiliar with everything, give orders here blindly. Aren't you afraid that I will lead you into the abyss? Priority should be given to Lord Horn's mission. All other details can be ignored," Machiel said calmly. "You are really a weirdo." Johnny sighed. "In my opinion, you are the weird ones. If I really care about power, with my strength, would this be the first time to lead a mission alone? I have seen too many people lose their original intentions, and lose what they really need because of power, money, reputation and other things. I'm definitely not that kind of person. The only meaningful emotion for me is loyalty to Lord Horn, and..." What that emotion was, Machiel didn't say, but Ginny could roughly guess what it was. It was fear. Then Machiel controlled the wizard's hand, and grabbed all the noteworthy things on the three wizards, and put them into the space ring. His magic did not harm anything they carried except the wizard's body. As the magician who led the Free City mission, Machiel also had a large-capacity space ring. Currently, it was not used much within the Parliament. Except for the magicians, who held important positions, other magicians who wanted to obtain the space ring had to make sufficient contributions to the Parliament, or buy it, with a large amount of magic coins. Johnny saw the space ring for the first time, and was shocked to see those things disappear out of thin air. Machiel from the Magic Parliament gave him too many surprises when they first met. You have to adapt to this life. When you are out, don't use your real name. We should call each other by code names. Don't let too many people know your real name. This will be safer. My code name is Destroyer. Code name. Interesting. I call myself Master of Terror, Maguire said casually without thinking much. After that, Johnny took Maguire back to Rhino Town. The magicians from the Magic Council all hid in their own ways. In Maguire's space ring, there were many things useful to low-level magicians, including some copied basic magic books and 5 elemental stones that could increase the concentration of surrounding elements. Elemental stones are almost useless to high-level magicians, but they can effectively improve the training speed of low-level magicians. This kind of thing is strategic to the Magic Council. Horn has naturally obtained all the elemental stones. He knows the whereabouts of through various channels. In order to allow the Magic Council branch to develop rapidly, Horn asked Machiel to bring 5 here, corresponding to the 4 common magic attributes of earth, fire, wind and water, as well as an elemental stone without attributes. In this way, the magicians from the Parliament settled down in Shijiao town. The transformation plan of the black magic cult, which had been planned by the Parliament long ago, officially began. There were more than 20 magicians from the Parliament in their group. If it was just to establish a branch, there was no need for so many people. Horn not only wanted to make this place a branch of the Magic Parliament, but also to put the magic development here on the normal track. So each of these more than 20 magicians had his own mission. First, 2 council mages got the information of the wild witches in Shijiao town, and then gathered all the wild witches, who were stuck before the threshold of magicians, and gave them special guidance. In just a few days, more than a dozen wild witches were directly promoted to magicians. The remaining wild witches also made a lot of progress, and promotion is just around the corner. It's not that they don't have the ability to be promoted, but they took a detour. As long as someone can point out their problems, it will be easy for them to be promoted. There are also council mages, who teach the black magicians, who have become magicians in Shijiao town, to solve some problems in their practice. Every course has benefited everyone a lot. Machiel also brought some auxiliary magicians, such as enchanters, pharmacists, alchemists, etc. They will stay here for 5 years, and 5 years is enough to build the most basic system here. However, things are not all smooth sailing. The magicians who practice black magic are not capable of practicing these auxiliary magics. Their magic power is too violent, and they can't perform delicate operations at all, so they can only look for suitable talents among the magicians who have been promoted. In addition to these parliamentary mages, Machiel and Johnny also have tasks to do. Their main task is to correct the magic practice trend of the black magic cult. After the arrival of the mages from the Parliament, traditional magicians are no longer a road without a future. So they want more magicians to learn normal magic. It is okay for combat mages to learn black magic, but it is a pure waste for other magicians to learn black magic. Just like this, day by day, the strength of the black magic cult has expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. At Johnny's home, the brother and sister sat and talked. Johnny asked with concern, "I have been busy these days, and didn't have time to ask, how is your leg? Is the treatment painful?" It wasn't painful, but it was scary. Jennifer recalled that scene. Her face looked a little ugly. Johnny didn't understand. What's scary? The place where my legs were treated is called the Biological Research Laboratory. When I was taken in, I found a lot of scary things, like subhuman races that were cut into pieces, like monsters that were spliced together from pigs and dogs. They also arranged for different races to crossbreed. I even saw with my own eyes that a disabled person with a broken leg was replaced with a lizard man's leg, and then he could walk. Jennifer narrated. Then your legs. Johnny looked at Jennifer's legs with a strange look in his eyes. Could it be that his sister had a pair of hairy legs under her skirt? Chapter 645. What are you thinking about? Jennifer rolled her eyes at Johnny. Of course, this is my original leg. After I saw a series of horrific things, I thought I would also suffer something terrible, but I didn't expect that after they examined me, they just cast a spell on me, and gave me a few injections of medicine on the original wound to solve my leg problem. That's not bad, that's not bad. Johnny let out a sigh of relief. He really didn't know how he would face it if his sister was replaced with monster legs and feet. How is the Magic Council? Johnny continued to ask. Is it really as good as the legend says? Jennifer's eyes showed a longing look. It's much better than the legend says. It's really the most suitable place for wild witches to live and develop. Words really can't describe it. There, magicians are as common as warriors, and magicians have a very high status. Jennifer told Johnny about what she saw and heard in the God-forsaken land one by one, which made Johnny fascinated. The Magic Council is indeed magical. In just a few days since they came, I have felt a huge change. Even if I didn't have your leg, I should have agreed to speak her horn. Johnny sighed. In a house near the edge of the Demon Forest in Rhino Town, Machiel was writing and drawing on a book. The book was his magical research on emotions. Most of the magicians from the council lived in similar places. They were connected to each other. As long as one person got into trouble, the others would be notified immediately. And according to the situation of the person, they could also see whether they should rescue or flee. Once they need to escape, they can arrange in the house to buy them some time, so that they can safely escape into the demon forest. According to Horn's request, protecting their own safety is the most important thing. In addition to deciding to send people to the forsaken land of God, the Magic Council did not do nothing. They specially formulated a set of survival rules for magicians. Only those who memorize this set of rules will be allowed to leave the forsaken land of God. There is an oil lamp in front of Makio. Although he can use magic to make the room brighter, he still does not do so. Except when necessary, he has to behave like an ordinary person. The flame on the oil lamp swayed slightly. Makio pushed his glasses, stood up, took a deep breath, and said, "Please show yourself if you are here, Your Highness Prince Ilonil." A figure in a blood-red dress appeared behind Makio and asked curiously, "You should not be able to sense me. Even your speaker cannot find me. How do you know that I am here? And how do you know it is me?" The person who came was Ilonil. He looked at Makio curiously. He was discovered as soon as he entered the room, which really made him curious. "It's not difficult to judge your arrival, Your Highness. Lord Horn once told me that people like you cannot be sensed by common sense. My doors and windows are closed tightly, and my movements are very small. There should be no airflow in the house. The flame just swayed a little, which is very abnormal, so I inferred that you came," Makio explained. "Is it that simple?" Ilonil looked at Makio in surprise. "Yes, it's that simple. Any abnormal thing must have its reason. Many times we don't notice it just because our eyes can't see it. There is a miniature magic circle on the oil lamp. Normal wind will never make the oil lamp sway." Makio pushed his glasses. Even when facing Ilonir, Makio looked calm, as if the person in front of him was not the most powerful vampire in Ceylon, but just an ordinary person. "You are a very interesting person. You are not strong, but you don't seem to be afraid of me at all." Ilonir touched his chin, and a burst of blood in his scarlet eyes. He activated the natural ability of the vampires, human control. When the strange fluctuation spread to Makio, it seemed that it had no effect on Makio. The ability of human control was invalid in front of Makio. Feeling the strange fluctuations, Makio raised his eyebrows. "You should have done something to me, but it didn't work. It seems that your ability is based on the manipulation of human emotions, such as fear or similar feelings, but it has no effect on me." He. Ilonil smiled and said nothing. His ability was ineffective on Makio, which made him a little embarrassed. Moreover, he and Horn were in a cooperative relationship, and he didn't want to use force on Horn's men. "I should have come to you, but I'm sorry to bother you to come here in person. I just arrived in the Free City, and have been too busy these days," Makio said without any sincerity. "Horn told me that the thing I need is in your hands, and he wants to use it to trade with us." Ilonil pulled a chair over and sat down. He didn't want to test Makio anymore. This human was a bit weird. "Yes, it's a drug that can suppress bloodthirsty impulses. I have some finished products here now." Makio took out a bag of candy-like things from the space ring, and threw it to Ilonil. Ilonil opened the bag, checked it briefly, and put it in his mouth. He showed a surprised expression between his eyebrows. This thing tasted pretty good. This medicine can not only suppress the bloodthirsty impulse, but also replenish the missing parts of your blood race's body. This means that even if you take this medicine for a long time, you will not become weak or have any discomfort if you don't suck blood, Makio added beside him. "Good stuff, really good stuff." Ilonir stroked the bag. He liked what Horn made this time. It really suited his taste. "But this medicine is not perfect. Our Magic Council's technology cannot fully analyze the relationship between your blood and human blood, so this can only maintain your life and eliminate that desire." So, Ilonir knew that Makio had something else to say. "Blood is still indispensable as your source of power. This medicine can only be used in daily life and for emergency purposes. It cannot completely replace blood. That's enough. It can already play a big role. By the way, how to use it. The package in Ilonil's hand has about 100 pills." Magil pushed his glasses and took out a piece of paper from the space ring and pushed it in front of Ilonil. "This is the product's instruction manual. 1 pill will work within a day, and 1 pill every 2 days at most, otherwise you will still crave blood." Chapter 646. Ilonir stuffed the candy-like medicine into the space ring, leaned his elbows on the table, and crossed his fingers in front of his cheeks. "Now that the things have been delivered, tell me your conditions. Since you have already opened your mouth, I will make an offer without hesitation." Magir took out a scroll and put it on the table, spreading it out casually. It was half a meter long, and had dense small words on it. Such a major transaction should be more formal, right? Ilonil was a little scared when he saw the long scroll containing a huge amount of information. It should be more formal, but you are too formal. First of all, our black magic cult. Well, in the future, it should be the magicians of the Magic Council branch can make this medicine for you. You provide the materials, and we will charge a total labor fee. Don't worry, the labor fee is very cheap, at least much cheaper than the cost of raising blood slaves. It's just the normal cost of hiring workers. This is beyond my expectation. You are the only one who can provide the goods that we need so much. Why are you asking for such a low price? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Even if he and Horn are friends, this condition is too generous. So we have another condition. That is, before our Magic Council branch officially grows up, you and your clan must provide us with a certain degree of protection, on the premise that we don't seek death ourselves. Makiel added. It's not easy to provide you with shelter. If you get into trouble, we will suffer. This little food is not enough. We could live normally without this thing before, and we don't have to rely on your food. If the other party has a demand, there is room for bargaining, so Iloniel wants to get some more benefits for his blood clan. You know how much effect these foods can have on your blood clan, and your clan is very large. If you want to popularize it to the whole clan, you will consume a lot of this medicine every day, and our production is not as high as you think. Once we get into trouble, this thing will stop production. I don't think you will go to the distant God-forsaken land to purchase it. Protecting us is a way to benefit both of us, Makiel said with a smile. Are you threatening me with this little thing? Ilanir's eyes became dangerous. Makiel did not react abnormally to Ilanir's dangerous eyes, but chuckled. How dare I threaten you? Your powerful Lord Horn has described you to me. You know that the transaction between us is completely equal, but since you are Lord Horn's friend, I can make another deal with you. What deal? Tell me. The blood in Ilanir's eyes faded away. His goal had been achieved, so there was no need to scare people anymore. There's not much we can do here, but we can still make some gadgets. Although the output is a little low, it should be of some help to you. I have samples here. Majir threw a few small jewelry to Ilonir and said, isolating sunlight, attracting moonlight, enhancing positive energy resistance, etc., are the functions of these small jewelry. Of course, the energy inside is not strong, but it should be helpful to you. Ilonil tested these jewels one by one, then put them down and said, as early as when I saw the first ring that released fireballs, I knew that your Magic Council would come up with something interesting sooner or later. You really have unlimited potential. How do you plan to trade these things? I heard that you have been to Spark City, so you should know the price of magic props. I will sell these small toys to you at 20% off the normal price of magic props of the same level. You will not suffer a loss, and we can also make a small profit. Of course, this preferential price is only available to your clan. When our productivity increases, if there are other clans that want to buy similar things, please introduce them to me. I will sell them at 150% off the normal price. For the part that exceeds the normal price, we will split it 50-50. Ilonil licked his lips and said, that's great. We've made a deal. Majir shook the huge treaty in his hand again. Everything I told you before is included in this treaty. If you agree, then sign it. I need to take a good look at this. Don't add any tricks to the contract. Ilonir took out a magnifying glass and picked up the treaty to read it carefully. Please do as you please. I dare not play any tricks on you, Makiel said with a smile. Time flies in joy. In the peaceful and extremely efficient development, another 4 years have passed. At this moment, there are still about 275 years left before the catastrophe mentioned by Moshe. At this moment, Horn is discussing the issue of newborn magicians with several magicians. The Magic Council has been based in the God-forsaken land for 20 years. Now there is no wild witch in the God-forsaken land who does not know the name of the Magic Council. There are a large number of wild witches and magicians in the Spark City. Many of these magicians and wild witches are attracted to each other and married, and their offspring have also caught the attention of the Magic Council. Mr. Speaker, after your reminder, we have counted the descendants of all magicians and wild witches, and the results are surprising. A female magician said to Horn holding a large stack of information. What did you find? Just tell me. It should be related to their talents, right? I had expected this when I asked you to do the statistics. Horn said with a hand on his chin, a little tired. He has been busy improving various basic projects of the Magic Council in recent years. One of the key points is that he has set up a small branch of the Magic Council in every city in the God-forsaken land. He just finished it, so he is a little tired. You really have a keen eye. If a child is born between a magician and a magician, There is an 80% chance that the child is a wild witch. The stronger the parents are, the better the child's talent is. Then, if a child is born between a magician and a wild witch, the probability of the child being a wild witch is 50%. If a wild witch is born between another wild witch, the probability is about 30%. And if a wild witch is born between an ordinary person, the probability is about 10%. The female magician read a few sentences from the information, and then handed Horn a few sheets of paper. The detailed data is here. It counts all people born in Spark City whose parents are wild witches or magicians, so the probability is very accurate. So I should encourage magicians to marry each other, right? That should increase the number of wild witches. Horn flipped through the book and said, I think it's difficult to encourage magicians to have children, but it's too difficult to tell them who to marry. Another old magician with a goat's horn beard said with a wry smile. Chapter 647. What do you mean? Horn asked in confusion. Didn't you notice that although the statistics are of all the offspring of magicians, the number is actually not too large? Magicians don't want to have children. The old magician pointed at Horn and said, Look at you, you have been married for 5 years, but you still don't have children. Talking about the fertility problems of magicians, involving himself, made Horn touch his nose a little embarrassed. And he always wanted to have a child, but for some reason, they tried many methods, but couldn't get pregnant. What's the reason? Horn asked. Magicians are not like ordinary people. They don't have such a strong desire to pass on their family line, but this is not the main reason. The main reason is that it seems difficult for magicians to have offspring, and the more powerful the magician, the more difficult it is. When the old magician said this, Horn secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that all magicians are like this, not just him. The next day, the Magic Council issued a new notice to encourage magicians to have more offspring. The more talented the offspring are, the richer the rewards will be. This notice set off a wave of discussion in the parliament, but everyone just regarded it as a topic of conversation. There were not many magicians who tried to have children because of this notice. Although the parliament had certain rewards for this, the parliamentary mages did not care about the little rewards. However, many idle mages outside the parliament were quite active in this. It was much more difficult for them to obtain cultivation resources than the parliamentary mages, so they thought of having children to earn resources. Although this move did not achieve the expected effect, in a sense, it still increased the number of future magicians, and the impact will be more and more far-reaching. After dealing with this matter, Horn returned to the Mage Tower and prepared to take a rest, but saw Annie waiting for him in the room, wearing a transparent bathrobe with a gauze style, sitting on the bed and looking at him seductively. Well, what are you doing? Horn asked in astonishment. Even after getting married, Annie has always been a very shy woman. Why is she so bold today? Didn't you send a notice to encourage magicians in the parliament to have children? As the speaker's wife, I must follow the speaker's call. And came over, grabbed Horn's arm and dragged Horn, who looked confused, to the bed. According to the survey results, the higher the level of magicians, the less likely they are to have children, so Horn said woodenly. Since it's not easy, let's do it a few more times, and we get pregnant one day. And pushed Horn to the bed, and said seriously that she really wanted a child for her and Horn. While lying down, Horn suddenly had an idea in his mind. Maybe he should send someone to develop a magic that makes it easier for magicians to get pregnant. He has even thought of a name for it, which is called the Great Magic for treating infertility. On the edge of the Ocean God Parish, there is a water city called Bisway, which is a city built on the seashore. Part of this city is built on land, and part is in the water, so there are complex waterways. In this city, taking a boat is much more convenient than walking. Due to the complex terrain, it is very suitable for hiding some shady existences. In the intricate waterways, there is a dilapidated church that almost no one comes to. This is the settlement of a small magician organization. Including the magicians, this organization has less than 40 people, which is the total number of wild witches they can find in this city. At this moment, these magicians and wild witches are all standing together. Outside them stands a circle of magicians wearing black robes and holding short bone staffs. Now most of the magicians outside the God-forsaken land use this kind of short bone staff. Although this staff is not as comfortable to use as the big staff, and its functions and power are much weaker, it is easy to carry. The big staff has long been on the church's blacklist. Now the church will check any old man with a cane. Master Johnny, it's not that we don't want to help you, but we are just a small number of people, and can't help much in such a big operation. An old wizard with white hair and beard bent over and said to Johnny. He is the leader of this stronghold. You are the local bosses in this city. The roads in this city are too complicated for us, so I need someone to lead me. Don't worry, you just lead the way, and there will be no risk, Johnny said to the old wizard expressionlessly. But the old wizard still didn't want to take risks. There is no but. We have taken good care of your small organizations over the years. Isn't it enough to exchange for help? You are probably scared by the so-called wild witch hunting operation in this city. We are here to help you get revenge. If you refuse me again, I'm not sure what I will do. Johnny's tone became a little more severe, and the old wizard could only agree with a wry smile. This city is more suitable for wild witches to live in, so at most there were nearly 200 magicians and wild witches living here, but now there are only about 40 left. Because a new chief priest named Evan came to Bisway City. He is a level 6 ocean priest. The ability of ocean priests is also to control water. On land, they are much weaker than water god priests, but near water sources, their strength is much stronger than water god priests. The new chief priest seemed to have a morbid hatred for magicians, or he regarded hunting magicians as his main goal to accumulate merits. As soon as he took office, he increased the intensity of capturing wild witches in the city several times, and he was very familiar with the hiding methods of wild witches. Unprepared, at least half of the wild witches and magicians in the city were captured. Most of the powerful magicians nearby either went north to the god-forsaken land to seek the Magic Council, the holy land of magicians, or went south to join the branch of the Magic Council. Therefore, the strongest in the city was a fourth-ring magician, and the fourth-ring magician was directly killed by the new chief priest while protecting the others. 1 month after Evan took office as the chief priest of Bisway City, he held an event called the Punishment Ceremony. At the ceremony, he executed more than 100 magicians and wild witches at once. Such a large-scale burning was very rare in the whole of Ceylon, so the new chief priest was rewarded by the church's top leaders for this action, and he was transferred away from here to a better position. This large-scale execution was a provocation to the Magic Council branch in the Free City, so Machiel wrote a big move to retaliate against the church in Bisway City and the chief priest Evan. Chapter 648. The reason why the old magician kept shirking his responsibilities was that he had seen too many magicians who wanted to take revenge on the new chief priest in the past few days. These magicians never came back after they left, and it became the credit of the new chief priest. After dealing with the new chief priest, Johnny came to a corner, took out a small magic communicator, and after turning it on, he began to communicate with another person. Master of Terror, everything is ready here. These magicians and wild witches have agreed to help us. With them leading the way, we can set up all the arrangements tonight. You did a good job, Destroyer. I have already checked with people. There are no powerful church members hiding in seclusion in this city. The strongest person is the new priest. Our strength has an absolute advantage. In addition, there are a few places you should not go to. They are traps set by the new priest. Although they can't stop you, I don't want our plans for tomorrow to be affected. After listening to the string of information given to him by the horror master, Machiel, on the other side of the communicator, Johnny asked in surprise, "How did you know this information?" Many of them should be confidential. In the face of fear, many people have no secrets. This is the first major operation of our Magic Council branch, so we must do it perfectly. Machiel turned off the communicator, then swung the dagger in his hand, and cut the throat of a priest tied to a chair, then wiped his hands and left. Behind him lay more than a dozen corpses, all of whom were high-ranking figures of the church in this city. He easily obtained key information about the city from these people. For him, all this was too easy to achieve. Walking to the door, Machiel's staff released a burst of green light, and all the bodies in the room melted and disappeared. This way, no one should find my trace. Machiel nodded with satisfaction. Only the official members of the church were qualified to live in the place where he was at the moment, and his strategy to hide his identity here was to melt all those who saw him. The next morning, the morning light shone on the water, emitting sparkling waves, and Priest Evan stood in front of the cathedral with a smile on his face. Although I haven't been with you for a long time, I still have some friendship with you. I hope that after I leave, you can continue the strategy one set, and make sure that there are no filthy creatures in Bisway City. The deacons at all levels under his command swore in front of him and promised to complete the tasks he left behind. Evan enjoyed this feeling. He felt that he was different from those corrupt old priests. They were content with peace and had no motivation. They turned a blind eye to so many filthy creatures right in front of them. But he is different. He can't tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. He will exceed the tasks left by the top management. Those corrupt people say he is stupid and too foolish and naive, but the fact proves that he was promoted after staying in this position for less than 2 months. while those old guys have been in the same position for decades and are still the same. And he is also loved by his subordinates, because he has brought a lot of credit to his subordinates. He also enjoys the feeling of being worshipped by his subordinates, which makes him feel very accomplished, just like Pastor Mars, Pastor Pete, etc., are all his loyal pumps. Wait, where are Mars and Pete? Evan scanned the pastors, who came to see him off, and found that several of the pastors he favored did not attend his farewell ceremony. Where did Mars and the others go? He asked a pastor beside him in a deep voice. Reporting to the Lord, Pastor Mars and the others said they wanted to celebrate something together last night, but they did not come out this morning. The pastor whispered. Evan snorted coldly and said, "It seems that these guys are looking forward to my departure, right? They think that they have nothing to do with me after I leave. When I get to my new post, they will suffer." He thought that those men didn't want to see him off and were celebrating his departure, but he didn't know that Mars and others had turned into a pile of thick water last night. After that, the priests went to see Evan out of the city together. According to the rules, they had to send him to the city gate. The prey has started to move. Everyone get ready. Standing on the top of a bell tower, Machiel kept watching the actions of Pastor Evan and his men with a magic telescope. After his order was issued, all the magicians began to move and prepared in the prearranged positions. The reason why they did not start at the door of the church was because Machiel knew that the central church of each city within the diocese of the gods had great power. It would be tantamount to suicide to start near the church, so they had to wait until Evan was a certain distance away from the church and could not return before starting. Evan was going to leave by boat. When their boat sailed to the edge of the city, the priests who came to see him off just wanted to leave, but found that their boats could not move at all. Several water magicians hidden under the river tampered with the boats, causing their boats to break at the same time. What's going on? Evan hadn't finished speaking when more than a dozen huge fireballs hit his boat, and the boats of the priests who came to see him off were also attacked at the same time. After the first wave of attacks, the priests did not suffer much damage, but their formation was disrupted. This sudden attack made them completely lose their composure. Magicians in black appeared on both sides of the river. There were only dozens of them, but the aura of each of them was not weak, and the quality was much higher than that of the priests. Hey, you are magicians, right? You want to avenge those bastards who were burned to death. When did you dirty guys gather so much strength? Sure enough, we should increase the intensity of the strangulation, otherwise you will become more and more like cockroaches. Evan stood in the wreckage of the ship, looking at the magicians around him with disdain. He was very confident in his own strength. He was a 6th-level marine priest. In this kind of nearshore river, his strength could be fully exerted, and the same was true for other priests. Master Evan, you may not understand the strength comparison between our two sides. We have an absolute advantage in the number of masters. We have 2 level 6 masters like you. Machiel stood on a rooftop on the shore, and said to Evan from a distance, "This is our territory. Do you think you can act wildly with this kind of strength? Then you are really stupid." Chapter 649. Evan landed directly beside Machiel, and several large water balls floated behind him. Those water balls turned into swords, and slashed towards Machiel. Machiel mobilized his magic power, and easily dispersed the water swords. He gestured to Evan to stop and said, "I am not a fighter. Maybe you should fight with another guy." He pointed his finger at Johnny, who had been promoted to a 6-ring magician, and then found that Johnny was entangled by several 5th-level priests, and was unable to come to support. He said with a little embarrassment, "Well, let me do it. I am not good at fighting." Before he finished speaking, Machiel released several streams of black air of fear towards Evan, but these black air circled around Evan's body for several times, but could not move forward at all, and could not affect Evan at all. It turned out that there was a light water film outside Evan's body. This water film containing divine power separated the black air from Evan, making Machiel's attack ineffective. "It seems that your attack is this weird black air. I am really naturally restrained against you. My defense has no blind spots. This kind of thing can't get close to me at all." Evan's mouth curled up, and several thick streams of water were drawn out from the river, forming several water dragons around Evan. These water dragons were not just water streams, they contained powerful forces, and even Machiel could not withstand such strong attacks. "As long as there is water, I am undefeated. Even if you call another disgusting monster, the fate will be the same." The slightly turbid water formed various weapons around him, and slashed towards Machiel. Machiel could only try his best to hide, with the magic shield and flexible displacement magic. Whether it was the terrifying black air, or the green light that could corrode the body, none of them could penetrate the thinner-than-paper bubble. Evan just stood there motionless and beat Machiel into a mess. Really? Isn't it said that a powerful magician can challenge other professions at a higher level? Why is it so difficult for me to fight? While dodging, Machiel complained, but even though he was at a disadvantage and couldn't hurt Evan at all, he didn't show any panic. For several years, he has been hiding behind the scenes and rarely takes action himself. But every time he takes action himself, he can bring complete fear to his opponents. Most of the magicians in the Magic Council branch have never even seen Machiel, but there is no magician who does not fear Machiel. Being chased and beaten by Evan does not mean that Machiel is weak. On the contrary, he is considered strong among all magicians of the same level. Machiel's magic is more of a spiritual effect. As long as he hits the enemy once, he is basically doomed to lose. But the pure destructive power of his attack is not strong. It is more about finding the opponent's weakness to invade, and Evan's defense is fine enough. It is very difficult for Machiel to affect the opponent. He also knows other magic, but he is not very proficient in it. It is basically impossible to rely on those magic to deal with Evan. You magicians can challenge higher level magic? Don't be too arrogant, heretic. I am not comparable to those trash. It is a wrong decision for you to attack me today. You are too stupid to deal with us in this environment. After hearing Machiel's whisper, Evan sneered and said that he was an extremely good priest who had been trained at the church headquarters because of his high talent, so he could lead a city at such a young age. In a place full of water, even if the magicians have an advantage in strength, they are gradually falling behind. The priest's ability to control water is different from that of magicians. They are more like a talent. In this environment, their divine power consumption is very low, and they can use powerful killing moves without scruples, while magicians have to cherish their limited magic power. The longer the time drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for the magicians. The priests of the entire Bizway city are rushing in this direction. If Johnny, a six-ring black magician, hadn't been dealing with those priests, the magicians who came to attack would have suffered large-scale casualties. It seems that the attack location we chose is indeed not very good. In this environment, you are simply cheating, Magier said embarrassedly while dodging. Winners are kings and losers are bandits. The losers have no effect on what they say. I am somewhat grateful that you came to attack me. The elimination of so many powerful heretics at one time will add a heavy stroke to my credit book, and my position will be promoted a little more. Evan's attack never stopped. He didn't give Machiel a moment to breathe. Gradually, Machiel's attacks became more and more scattered, and the accumulated water became more and more. When it reached a certain level, Machiel finally found something wrong, but it was too late. The accumulated water around him quickly condensed and formed 8 thick giant water columns around him. Each water column had a powerful power that made Machiel palpitate. You think too much about destroying us, Machiel said stubbornly, looking at the 8 water columns surrounding him nervously. It seemed that the opponent was going to use some powerful moves. I admit that you are very strong. If it weren't for the environment of Bizway City, I would probably not be your opponent, but you can't hold on now. Your shield is recovering slower and slower. The victory or defeat is obvious. Evan opened his hands, and the 8 water columns began to rotate slowly, and the speed was getting faster and faster. You have fallen into my trap. This is my strongest magic, the Raging Sea Strangulation. These water columns will not stop until you are completely crushed. The water column rotated rapidly, and finally formed a huge waterspout. Machiel tried several times in the center of the vortex, but could not break out from here. As the rotation intensified, the power of the waterspout was gradually strengthened, and the safety distance in the middle was also gradually reduced. Seeing Machiel tied up, Evan breathed a sigh of relief. The Angry Sea Strangulation was his most powerful killing move. This move was more dependent on the surrounding environment. His own strength actually played a small role in it. Moreover, this move was not easy to perform. It was necessary to carry out multiple attacks in a small battlefield and leave enough water assimilated by divine power before it could be performed. Although it was troublesome to perform, once it was formed, even a level 7 warrior would not be able to escape from it. Machiel was doomed to lose. Although he seemed to win easily, the guy on the opposite side was not easy to deal with. If it were not for the waters near the sea, it would definitely not be easy for him to deal with Machiel. But winning was good, and defeating a strong enemy could prove his excellence. Chapter 650. This is really troublesome. Machiel rubbed his forehead in distress, and used his magic power to delay the contraction of the waterspout as much as possible. Then he took out the magic communicator from his pocket, turned it on and said, "Hey, why is the speed so slow? In 2 minutes at most, you can only mourn my corpse. It will be done soon. It has accumulated enough, and will be completed soon." Machiel put down the magic communicator inside. Now he can only see which side will finish first. He knows that the strength of the sea priest will increase in this environment, but he did not expect it to increase to this extent. I should have prepared earlier. Since I didn't know when Evan would leave, I could only wait until he was nearby to start preparing, which caused Machiel's arrangements to arrive late. Evan stared at the waterspout nervously. As long as Machiel died, he would go to deal with another six-ring magician, and then his contribution would be great. So many magicians were dispatched, and there were 2 rare six-ring magicians. These 2 magicians must be big figures among the wild witches. If I wiped them out here, it might be able to deal a blow to the entire wild witch organization in the south. Just as Evan was imagining a bright future, he suddenly felt a little cold, but this was the southern seaside, where it was summer all year round. Evan had never experienced such a temperature before, and even though he had divine power to protect his body, he suddenly shuddered. So there must be something wrong. The waterspout formed by the raging sea strangulation was about to shred the people inside, but in Evan's horrified eyes, the speed of the waterspout actually slowed down. Once the raging sea strangulation was formed, even he himself could not stop it, so why did it suddenly slow down now? Machiel in the vortex breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that they were faster. He absorbed some magic power from the magic crystal on his body, and then made a strong attack to directly hit a hole in the waterspout, and got out of it. Impossible! How could you get out of it? Evan took 2 steps back, looking horrified, and white breath appeared at his mouth. Nothing is impossible. It's just the beginning. It's difficult even for us to change the environment on such a large scale, but in terms of the results, it's still worth it. Machiel, who was a little embarrassed, used his magic to evaporate the moisture on his body, and said to Evan with a smile on his face. After he finished speaking, the weather changed drastically again. The coldness just now was just a prelude to Machiel's arrangement. The temperature began to drop rapidly, and a thin layer of ice quickly formed on all the rivers. The change was not only reflected in the temperature. As all the nearby rivers froze, it became increasingly difficult for the sea priests to borrow power from the rivers. This sudden change made them very uncomfortable. Originally, they were just eating lobster tails, enjoying one bite at a time, but now the lobster tails have become spicy crayfish, and if they want to eat them, they have to remove the shells first. Although they can still eat them, they are very different from the original. This difference is very subtle, but extremely deadly. The ice surface is rapidly thickening, and the water flow controlled by the priests has to allocate some of their divine power to prevent it from freezing. They were originally in an advantageous environment, but instantly became a disadvantageous environment. Not only can they not borrow power from the environment, but they also have to prevent the strange temperature from freezing the water flow they have already controlled into ice. The magicians who were originally at a disadvantage seized this opportunity, and finally exerted their original strength, killing more than a dozen sea priests in one wave. These arrangements started yesterday. In order to kill you, we arranged hundreds of small frozen mazes nearby, and then used these hundreds of small mazes to splice into a large frozen maze. Although it cost a lot, it seems that everything is worth it now. Your current strength seems to be worse than that on land. How about it? Have you ever tried to control this water that is about to freeze? It must be very difficult. Machiel and Evan switched positions, and now Evan was at a disadvantage, which made Machiel feel very good. What is the maze? And there is something in the water, it is definitely not just low temperature. Evan asked with gritted teeth. He wanted to hurry up to convert the available water flow, but the current conversion efficiency was too low. It was not just because of the freezing, there was something else in the water. I have no obligation to explain it to you, you should go to your kingdom of God and ask your ocean god. Black air surged from Machiel's body, and a black figure holding a huge sickle formed from black mist condensed behind him. This is the 6th ring magic. Terror Envoy. This is Machiel's true strength. Everything before was just to delay time at this moment. When the temperature began to drop, Evan's fate was already doomed. The black figure flashed to Evan's side like a ghost, and the huge sickle was swung into a residual image, constantly slashing at the layer of water bubbles on Evan's body that became fragile due to the ultra-low temperature. With each slash, Evan's fear would deepen a little, and the more solid the figure of the black mist-like Terror Envoy was, the stronger the power of the attack would be. After a fierce attack for a while, the film was shattered by the sickle, and then the sickle of the messenger of terror slashed Evan's chest. The wound was very shallow, just showing a little blood. Evan didn't care. Just as he was about to regroup and rebuild his defense, he was shocked to find that the black shadow turned into a black mist and penetrated into his body at a lightning speed, and he couldn't stop it at all, An uncontrollable fear struck Evan's heart. What would happen after this black mist entered his body? Why don't I feel anything now? The fear spread uncontrollably and rapidly. Even though it did not cause any substantial harm to him, he could not help but scream out a horrifying howl. A moment later, Evan lay on the ground, his pupils dilated and his face twisted. His heart had stopped beating. He was actually scared to death. It's finally over. If his will was stronger, I would be the one who couldn't hold on. Majil took out the magic crystal and began to restore the magic power in his body. If the fear messenger did not work, Majil would not be able to cast another magic. He still underestimated these priests. They have been able to dominate the continent for so many years. Even though they have gods behind them, they are also powerful. If the church is full of idiots, who can be easily challenged by those above them, how can they suppress all other extraordinary people in the entire continent? He was going to send a message back to the parliament that most of the priests stationed in various places were idiots, but the priests from the church center were generally elites, so they must remember to be cautious in dealing with them. Chapter 651. After a while of calming down, Machiel searched Evan's body and took away all the valuables. As a talent from the center of the church, Machiel's family background is not to be underestimated. He has several powerful holy weapons. He may want to use them as a trump card, but he didn't expect that the battle would end completely after only a minor injury. Then Machiel took out the materials that had been prepared long ago from the space ring, made a church-style stake, placed the stake on the top of the most conspicuous building nearby, and then hung Evan's body on it and set it on fire. Then Machiel took out a crystal wrapped in metal with a conspicuous rune on it. He pointed the rune at the stake, and the scene of Evan being burned was imprinted on the crystal. He also wanted to send this picture to the parliament and publish it in the Magic Weekly. This scene would have a great motivating effect on the magicians in the parliament. When he finished everything, the battle of the magicians also came to an end. When Machiel joined the battle, under the effect of his terrifying magic, the priests quickly retreated, leaving behind a large number of corpses. Take away the bodies of the dead companions and evacuate quickly. After checking, Machiel hurriedly led all the magicians to evacuate, not caring about the bodies of ordinary priests. There is a big city in the center of every few cities of the church. There is at least one high priest of level 8 or level 9 stationed in the big city, and there are multiple priests above level 7. When they hear the news and rush to the city, it will be difficult for the magicians to escape. The process of escaping was smooth. The strongest force in the entire city had been defeated by them. They only needed to follow the route prepared in advance, and take a boat to escape smoothly. This is a big ship they bought. It looks like an ordinary ship, but the inside has been greatly modified by them. The power to propel the ship is magic. Ordinary ships can't catch up with this ship at all. All the magicians and wild witches in the city of Bizway are on this ship. After such a big operation, the church will definitely retaliate against the wild witches in the city. If they stay in this city, they will not be spared. Even several surrounding cities, Machiel sent people to warn them not to come out for activities in the near future. As long as they hide well, it will not be easy for the church to find the traces of magicians. On the deck, Machiel, John and others were summarizing the operation. This is the first major operation since the establishment of our Magic Council branch. Although there were some omissions in the plan overall, it was carried out successfully. After saying some luxurious things, Machiel said to everyone seriously, "But we still have to learn from the lessons of this operation. Anyone who finds the shortcomings of our operation can point them out. We will improve them in the next operation." Johnny nodded and said, "Yes, although we succeeded this time, there are still some problems. First, the preparation time was too short. We started the action 2 days after arriving in this city. We were very hasty in many places, and were not fully prepared. If it were not for the decisive advantage in strength, we might have suffered great damage this time. The second is that we underestimated the opponent's strength. The opponent's strength was beyond our expectations. If our information was more accurate, we should have waited until the chief priest Evan and the others separated before taking action. These are the problems I have here." Another magician stood up and said, "You may not have this idea, but I am responsible for managing the finances of our branch. The hundreds of mazes this time are indeed a big deal. I am afraid that it will take several days for the ice on the river to melt completely. However, the cost is also high. If we do such a big show every time, we can't afford it. Moreover, the power is a bit too strong. After we killed those priests, the temperature continued to drop. I guess half of the energy was wasted. The problem of money is very realistic. The branch office cannot do business freely like the parliament headquarters, so they are not very rich. So many mazes are also a big burden for them. In this way, the magicians analyze this action thoroughly. If there is a similar action next time, it will be much smoother than this time. As long as they keep learning from experience, the magic parliament will become stronger and stronger. Looking at the mages who were discussing enthusiastically, Machiel always had a signature smile on his face. He was actually very satisfied. After 4 years of preparation, the branch office of the Magic Parliament has basically taken shape and can operate normally even without him. In the past 4 years, the branch has almost driven most of the Wild Witch organizations and magician organizations in the South to become stronger. For example, the Wild Witch organization of 200 people in Bisway City was considered a large-scale Wild Witch organization a few years ago, but now it is only considered to be in the middle. The number and strength of underground Wild Witch organizations in most cities are much stronger than that of Bisway City. The Magic Council branch now has its own alchemists, potion masters, and enchanters. Although their levels are not very high, they are already entry level. As long as they continue to study according to the textbooks brought from the Magic Council, they can reach a higher level and expand in the free city. Not all the magicians in the branch are learning black magic now. About half of the new magicians choose to continue learning normal magic. It is easy to transform normal magic into black magic, but it is not easy to transform it into normal magic after learning black magic. Johnny was promoted to a 6-ring magician last year. After all, he is a genius who created black magic, and his promotion speed is very fast. Although Jennifer's magic power is deeper than Johnny, it may take some time for her to be promoted. The tentacles of the Magic Council branch are not only in Shijiao Town. Under Machiel's operation, they have their own spies in various cities of the Free Federation, collecting intelligence all the time to ensure that they will not suffer losses due to backward intelligence. In the past few years, Machiel reported the situation to Horn several times through Ilonir, and all of them were predetermined code words. Even if Ilonir was listening next to him, he could not get any information about the Magic Council from them. Horn was very satisfied with Machiel's actions. The plan of the Magic Council branch achieved the effect he expected. Only the godforsaken land, a base of wild witches, was definitely not enough for the huge salon, and the existence of the branch just solved this problem. Chapter 652. The branch ship was very fast, and returned to Shijiao Town in a short time. The magicians from Bisway City will be quarantined in a safe place for a few days before they can move into Shijiao Town. Although they have been checked on the ship, they still have to be on guard against spies and potential traitors from the church among them. There are too many magicians and wild witches in Shijiao Town. Although there is not much influence of the church in the Free Federation, no problems can be allowed. We also need to guard against the few priests in the town who may become suspicious of the extra people in the town. These priests live under the surveillance of the mages every day. In their eyes, the town is full of devout believers, but they have no idea that this place has become a den of heretics. In the depths of the demon forest, there are only a few rays of sunlight shining through the dense shade of the trees in the twisted forest. With the help of these rays of sunlight, a group of petite women with dark skin carrying longbows are jumping flexibly in the forest. Their movements were extremely light. Once they landed on the tree, they could jump several meters away with just a tap of their toes. The leading woman wore a black fur skirt, with smooth black hair fluttering behind her head, and a pair of slightly sharp ears poking out from her hair. Her name was Sylvie, a dark elf living deep in the forest of the demon realm. Some people on the continent also called them drow. In ancient times, the dark elves believed in a legendary creature who called herself the spider goddess. However, the spider goddess was killed by the gods not long after the gods descended, so the dark elves now have no faith. But the impression they left on humans is still that they are insidious and cunning dark creatures, so dark elves rarely appear in the civilized world. Thousands of years ago, the entire demon forest was the territory of the dark elves, but as they weakened and more powerful monsters appeared here, their lives in the forest became difficult, and they were able to survive after forming an alliance with the Blood Clan. This time she was going to the Blood Clan's territory, but their target was not the Blood Clan. In fact, their trip was not for the clan's major events, but just a few bored dark elf girls out to play. Although they were just running between the trees, their speed was not slow. Soon they reached the edge of the vampire's territory, where there was a big wooden house. The wooden house was built in recent years, and there was a big crooked sign hanging on it, which read Mimhalen's Alchemy House, and then 2 small words branch in the lower right corner. Yes, this is a branch of the Alchemy House, which is mainly operated by the Magic Council branch, and the vampires are responsible for security. Some very interesting gadgets are sold inside. At the door, These 7 or 8 agile dark elf girls landed on the ground steadily and adjusted their clothes. After a simple combing, they magically changed from wild girls to graceful ladies. Their clothes did not change, but their temperaments were completely different. Although this was not their real appearance, it prevented them from being laughed at. After cleaning up, Sylvie walked in front of the elves and said to the other dark elves, as if she was a guide, "You are all here for the first time in the alchemy house, so you have to remember some rules." The other dark elves stood upright and listened to Sylvie's lecture, like soldiers about to go to the battlefield, but the joy they couldn't hide on their faces revealed their expectations. First of all, you can't use the things here unless you pay at the exit. Don't put them in your pocket when you see good things, and you can't eat them. Sylvie said seriously. Report to Commander Sylvie, why can't you eat? A short dark elf raised his little hand and asked cutely. Because if you use the things here without paying, everyone will know, and it will be embarrassing. If the mistress is laughed at by others because of your behavior, I don't need to tell you what will happen to you. Licking punishment is the easiest. Sylvie showed a lingering fear. The first time she came here, she stole food. After the mistress found out, she was licked 10 times. Thinking about it now, she is still scared. The so-called licking punishment is to smear honey on the ears of the dark elves, and then let the Black Panther cubs lick the honey clean. Hearing about the licking punishment, the dark elf girls were all scared. They knew the horror of this punishment. The ears of the dark elves are extremely sensitive, and the tongues of the Black Panther cubs have barbs. After the lecture, several dark elf girls suppressed their tempers and walked into the wooden house with small steps. After entering, they found that the wooden house was extremely bright. The soft magic lights illuminated the huge space. This wooden house is very large. Although it is built with wood and has only 1 floor, it is much larger than an ordinary castle. It is more like a small market than a wooden house. There are dozens of huge shelves in the wooden house. There are all kinds of things on the shelves, including food, clothes, jewelry, decorations, tools, weapons, etc., all of which are good things that they don't often see. They are much richer than the things in the human market. Except for the products sold directly by the Magic Council, all other products were purchased by the branch from nearby cities. The price of selling them here is about twice as high as when they were purchased. But for the aliens who come here to shop, this is already very cheap. Many races cannot go to human cities to buy things because of their conspicuous appearance. Occasionally, human merchants go to their tribes to sell things, and the price is several times higher than the market price. As for the races that can conveniently go to human territory for shopping, there are also things that they cannot buy in normal human territory, such as magic props that are useful to them, and various products of the Magic Council that are much cheaper than the outside world. Things like distilled liquor, fruit wine, and magic books, which are sold from the Magic Council to the mainland, are several times more expensive than the original price. However, here, because it is a direct sale by the Magic Council branch, it is much cheaper than the outside world. The Magic Council branch cannot openly sell these things in human cities, because it may expose their existence, but it is possible to set up such an alchemy house in the Demon Forest. This alchemy house has a great influence on the alien races in the entire southern coast and nearby cities. Many alien races come here to visit, and return with the good reputation of the alchemy house. Chapter 653. Sylvie and her sisters first came to a counter. To buy things in the alchemy house, you need to use human currency, but many races do not have human currency, so there is a counter here for exchanging human currency. The aliens who come here to buy things can get a lot of money by selling the valuable things they bring to the alchemy house. The alchemy house has professional appraisers, and the prices they purchase are much higher than those of normal human merchants. In addition, the prices here are much cheaper than those outside, so the alchemy house has become the favorite place for aliens. Sylvie walked to the counter, and threw the small bag hanging from her waist onto the counter. An old appraiser with a trembling hand holding a magnifying glass smiled at Sylvie, and took out items from the bag for appraisal, and then quoted a price. A pound of raw dark shining stone costs 50 gold coins, 2 small bottles of dark fainting poison costs 300 gold coins, and a level 4 dark attribute monster crystal core costs 1,000 gold coins. The total is 1,350 gold coins. I give you 1,400 gold coins. The assistant next to the old appraiser wrote a note on special paper, and handed it to Sylvie. This kind of note can be used as currency in the alchemy house. It is valid for only 1 day. If there is any left when you leave, you can exchange it for gold coins at another counter. Hey old man, when I came here last time, the dark shining stone raw stone was 40 gold coins per pound. Why did you raise the price? Sylvie asked in confusion. Those human merchants and these alien races always try their best to lower the price when purchasing things. This is the first time she has seen someone raise the price on their own initiative. We will follow the market price if it goes up. We are always honest when doing business with you. The old appraiser smiled and said, "By the way, little girl, next time you hunt a monster, you can bring the corpse over and sell it for a good price." Then the dark elf girls took out the items they had prepared long ago, exchanged some gold coins here, and then officially went shopping in the alchemy house. Before they officially started, they saw a plump female dark elf wearing a fur coat coming out. She was wearing all kinds of gorgeous jewelry and dressed like a rich human woman. A guard behind her was holding several large bags. "Master! Master! Madam!" Sylvie said tremblingly. The woman was obviously embarrassed when she saw Sylvie and the others. Was it a bit undecent to dress like this in front of her subordinates? "I heard that you lost your manners here, so I came here to take a look. It's not bad here. You continue." Then the woman quickened her pace and left here quickly. She was the dark elf matron, the leader of all the dark elves in the demon forest, a 9th level dark elf. Sylvie and the other dark elves looked at each other and cheered instantly. The matron came here to buy things, so why should they care about manners? They rushed into the shelves like wild horses and began to choose what they liked. Dark elves basically like everything they see: exquisite jewelry, delicious food, beautiful clothes and jewelry. Although they are both elves, the lives of dark elves are very different from those of elves, so they can't produce everything by themselves like elves. For them, everything human is good. It's not just these dark elf girls with shopping addiction who buy things here, but all kinds of strange things, such as werewolves, vampires, orcs, shapeshifters, goblins, and other alien races can be seen. Every day, they have to sell a lot of goods here, and then buy a lot of things to take back. So the council can purchase a lot of useful materials here every day. Among these materials, those that are useless to the council will be imported into the human market, and they can make a small profit. As for some magic materials, a small part is transported to the branches of the Magic Council, and a large part is transported to the headquarters of the Magic Council. Many of the materials provided by these alien races are not easy for the Magic Council to purchase in the north, so this place is very important to the Magic Council. Due to the special characteristics of the region, a large number of alien races that were excluded by humans were stationed in the Free Federation. In addition to providing them with a place to trade freely, the Alchemy House is also a place for them to communicate with each other. Next to the place where things are sold, there is also a huge bar, which recruits all alien races who are not ready to cause trouble. Gradually, this place has become a place for most alien races to trade. Under the protection of the Blood Race, the Alchemy House, and the bar have become a very important place in the hearts of the subhuman races in the entire southern continent. Thanks to these two places, many human merchants who rely on these alien races to make money have found that their business is not as good as before. After a little investigation, they knew that the problem was caused by a place called Alchemy House in the depths of the demon forest. They hated it, but unfortunately, they did not have the ability to go deep into the demon forest to retaliate against the Alchemy House. Unlike other places, the Free Federation was not dominated by humans alone. Although the alien races led by Eilonir hid in the dark and rarely appeared, they had enough power to confront human forces head-on, so no one had the courage to cause trouble outside the Blood Clan territory. The huge profits from the Alchemy House and the bar were divided 40% and 60% between the Blood Clan and the Magic Council as the price for the Blood Clan to protect these two places. The branch of the Alchemy House is the second most important place of the Magic Council in the Free Federation. Naturally, there are magicians stationed there, but not many. Most of the staff here are hired from human society, and they don't even know where they are working. The branch of the Magic Council handles all kinds of things in an orderly manner, and the wild witch forces here are developing healthily and vigorously. No, it was not these that had the greatest impact on the situation, but their actions in Bisway City. All the priests in Bisway City were captured by the magicians, and the picture of the chief priest being burned to charcoal on the stake was circulated among all the wild witches in the whole continent. Afterwards, the church swept Bisway City and nearby cities, but they did not gain anything, so this incident was a unilateral setback for the church, which made this action more legendary. All the magicians in Ceylon were excited because of this success. This was undoubtedly announcing to the whole continent that the church was not invincible, and the magicians were not powerless to resist. Ambition spread like weeds in the hearts of all magicians. Many magicians in the continent, who had been resentful for a long time, decided not to remain silent. From this incident, the number of magician attacks skyrocketed. Some people in later generations called the actions in Bisway City the prelude to the beginning of the counterattack. Chapter 654. Faced with the endless attacks of magicians, the church, which had always been firmly in control of the continent, was caught off guard and seemed extremely clumsy, because they had never thought that such a large-scale attack would suddenly occur. A large number of church infrastructures were destroyed, countless lone priests were assassinated, and even to the extent that they turned pale at the mention of magic. Although they also spent a lot of effort and dealt with a large number of magicians, the momentum did not stop, but intensified. After the magicians attacked, they could hide in disguise, and most of them were very cautious, and their abilities were all strange, so the church could not take effective action against them. In a short period of time, the magicians' destruction of the church reached a point that the church could not tolerate, and they began to issue a wanted order for the magicians. In just a few months, the magicians received the same treatment as the most wanted wizards on the continent. However, many things, once started, could not be stopped. The church's repeated setbacks further boosted the confidence of the magicians. Although many magicians and wild witches were killed or injured in this process, it was a good thing for the entire wild witch group. The magicians used to hide their existence like mice, but now they take the initiative to attack. This means that all magicians and wild witches are no longer mice that the church can manipulate, but hedgehogs covered with thorns. The church has to pay a price to deal with magicians. While the church is suffering, the former number one enemy of the major churches, the wizards, who are the running dogs of the devil, are also having a hard time. Since more than 10 years ago, it has become more difficult for them to find wild witches. The birth of a wizard is to sacrifice the wild witch to the devil. If you are lucky, you can produce a wizard. If you are unlucky, the wild witch will become the devil's food. Although it was not easy for them to create new wizards, they can still create a lot of new wizards. But now, most of the wild witches have become different from before. They have become difficult to catch, and even if they are sacrificed to the demon god, the wild witches, who have become magicians, cannot be transformed into wizards. They can only pick those who have not become magicians. This has led to the birth of fewer and fewer new wizards in recent years, and there has been a gap in the new generation of wizards. The most hateful thing is that many magicians, in addition to causing trouble for the church, will also specifically hunt low-level wizards, which makes the situation of wizards even worse. But they have no way. Even the major churches that hold power on the continent cannot have any good countermeasures against the magicians. What can they do about the wizards, who are so few in number, and like rats crossing the street in the whole of Ceylon? Recently, Horn has been keeping an eye on the intelligence outside the Forsaken Land. The magicians' rebellion is naturally fueled by the Magic Council in the Forsaken Land. After all, the magicians outside are still relatively weak. Without the leadership of the magicians in the council, they can't make so many big moves. Overall, the effect makes Horn more and more satisfied. Although the magicians and wild witches have suffered certain losses, compared with the damage caused to the church, this is simply not worth mentioning. The peace and prosperity in the church-controlled area no longer exists. Compared with wizards, the magicians' actions did not cause so many casualties, but they were no less troublesome, and set off a continuous wave of chaos in the outside world. If this continues for a long time, the people in the church-controlled area will definitely feel resentful towards the church, which is exactly what Horn wants. However, since magicians were also wanted like wizards, Horn was suddenly on the church's must-kill list. The amount of money wanted for him was also astonishing. Even Horn wanted the magicians in the biological research laboratory to cultivate a few of their own heads and sell them to the church for money. Putting down the information in his hand, Horn stood up and stretched his waist. He was very happy that the situation outside the God-forsaken land was very good. Since he was happy, he should find a place to celebrate. So he used a disguise on himself and came to the most famous snack street in Xingho City to have a good meal. The food here may not be as delicious as Horn's chef, but Horn ate the atmosphere. Just after finishing the meal and paying the bill, Horn patted his belly in satisfaction, and the magic communicator in his pocket vibrated. It should be Annie calling him back. The satisfied expression on Horn's face froze for a moment. After he issued the notice to all magicians to give birth to offspring, Annie became as fierce as a wolf, and the magic that he asked the biological research laboratory to develop to make magicians pregnant had not made any progress. He turned on the communicator and said to Annie, "Maybe we shouldn't be so anxious now. It's not easy for strong people of our energy level to get pregnant. We should wait for the biological research. What are you thinking?" And on the other end of the communicator said speechlessly, "I asked you to come here for something else. My research has made a breakthrough, and I just asked you to come and see it." In the Mage Tower, Horn sat on a chair, lowered his head, and accepted and scolding with a bitter smile. Who made him misunderstand just now, after accusing Horn a few words, and began to show her research results. She has been researching in this direction for the past few years, and Edward is often called by her to do research and experiments. I haven't told you what I'm researching, so I give you a surprise this time. She took Horn to a flat ground, then took out a bunch of magic materials from the space ring, and began to draw a huge and complex magic circle. This huge magic circle has a diameter of 4 or 5 meters, and is covered with runes of unknown meaning. If you want to engrave this magic circle in the sea of consciousness, I don't know how much energy it will take. As Anne continued, Horn inexplicably felt that this huge magic circle was familiar. In connection with Anne's frequent borrowing of Edward, Horn suddenly realized, this seems to be somewhat similar to the magic circle that appeared when I signed the symbiotic contract with Edward. Could it be used on creatures other than the Angora symbiote? Horn asked in confusion. It is true that I borrowed a lot from there, but there are actually some differences. Angora symbiotes are too rare, and their criteria for selecting hosts are still unclear. Just like Edward chose you just because he liked you, there was no other reason. Horn thought about it. This is indeed in line with Edward's personality. The personalities of those symbiotes are all unreasonable. God knows what criteria they use to select symbiotes. Annie continued, symbiotes can indeed be of great help to magicians, so I thought, since I can't be a symbiote, then why can't I sign a contract similar to that of a symbiote with other creatures? So I finally invented this after studying Edward. Chapter 655. After saying that, and also finished the last stroke, and the magic circle was officially completed. Then she brought over a cage, in which there was a big bat that was slightly smaller than Edward. This bat was one of Anne's pets. She always liked to keep some small animals, and after becoming a vampire, her taste in keeping pets had become somewhat distorted, and she also counted bats as cute small animals. But speaking of it, Horn had seen this big bat many times. As they spent more time together, Horn's prejudice against bats gradually disappeared. Now he had to admit that this bat was actually quite good looking. The bat was thrown in the center of the magic circle, lying on the ground obediently, not daring to fly away. Although its IQ was not enough to understand what Horn and Annie were doing, its instinct made it dare not move at all. Annie pierced her finger, and dripped a drop of blood on the bat's forehead, then chanted a strange spell. The magic circle emitted a dazzling white light. Horn could feel that there was a strange power in the magic circle, which was building a strange connection between Annie and the creature. When the magic circle's light faded, the bat had changed its appearance. Its body shrank slightly, and red fur grew on the outside of its body, making it look much more handsome. "Hello, my master." In Horn's horrified eyes, the bat actually spoke, speaking human language like Edward. "See, this is the result of my research. I call it the magic pet contract. Once the magic circle is released successfully, the magic pet will establish a connection with the master, have a certain amount of wisdom, and also have a certain amount of power. This power will not be too strong, but it is enough to distinguish it from ordinary creatures." After learning about Anne's pet contract in detail, Horn couldn't help but admire it. In this way, every magician will have his own pet in the future. This pet can do many things for the magician. Although it is not as powerful as the Angora symbiote, it is also very powerful. This is very powerful, but why don't you choose the unicorn cub as a pet, but choose this bat instead? Horn pointed to the bat squatting on Anne's shoulder and said, "First, this magic circle cannot be used on creatures with too strong energy for the time being. Second, I like bats." Holding the bat that had changed its appearance, Annie snorted and left. "Humph, stinky man, he actually thought that I was looking for him for that matter. I won't let him sleep with me for 2 months. Wait, 1 month. Looking at Annie's back, Horn muttered in a low voice, "Third, unicorns only get close to pure virgins, and it is obvious that you are not one anymore. Did you say anything just now?" Annie turned around and looked at Horn in confusion. No, I didn't say anything." Horn waved his hands in panic. The pet contract is almost the most popular new thing in the Magic Council recently. Almost every magician doesn't mind having a wise assistant. In fact, although Horn looks disgusted with Edward, many magicians are drooling over Edward. Therefore, the trend of concluding pet contracts has risen in the Magic Council. Various small animals have become a hot commodity nearby. However, the first choice of most magicians' pets is owls, because they can't find owls like Edward. Now you can see all kinds of intelligent little animals everywhere in the Parliament, which makes the Magic Parliament more interesting. However, there are always some magicians in the Parliament with strange tastes. For example, Terry's contract partner is a giant subdragon beast with only muscles but no brains. After the contract was signed, it moved closer to the direction of the dragon, which made the magicians very envious. After that, the magic parliament began to develop steadily. As the magic parliament became stronger and stronger, its position in the God-forsaken land became more and more important, and the conflict between the parliament and the church became more and more serious. 10 years later, the church, unable to bear it any longer, organized a large number of warriors to raid the Magic Council, among whom were 2 level 9 warriors. However, this army composed entirely of warriors was easily annihilated by the Magic Council, and not a single one survived. The bodies of the 2 level 9 warriors were hung in front of the gate of Starfire City, intimidating all parties, forcing every force that wanted to take action against the council to weigh their own strength first. After this battle, the reputation of the Magic Council reached an unprecedented peak, and some people even regarded Starfire County as a small kingdom independent of the kingdom of Acuin. 15 years later, Luke founded a relatively independent druid school based on the elves' transfiguration. Many elf wizards came to the Magic Council to study, and the cooperation between the Magic Council and the elves deepened. The council was not only satisfied with letting the magicians outside the God-forsaken land spontaneously confront the church, but now also specially sent a large number of business magicians to sneak into the church territory to destroy and infiltrate the church territory in all directions. The war has been secretly escalated. 17 years later, the magic machinery researched by Cap was officially put into use. With the support of the council, the new production method quickly occupied the entire Spark County market. The productivity of Spark County increased rapidly, and further occupied the market of the continent. 20 years later, Horn was promoted to an 8-ring magician. There were more than 20 magicians above the 7th ring in the Magic Council, more than 200 above the 5th ring, more than 150,000 registered idle magicians, and more than 50,000 magicians in the council. After that, Horn began to build a magic academy. He personally served as the dean of the Magic Academy, and appointed Douglas as the honorary dean. He recruited suitable babies throughout the entire Spark City for education, discovered their talents, and provided special education. The development of magicians entered a new chapter. The Elf King's 2 children came to the council to receive professional magic education, and the relationship between the Magic Council and the elves deepened. 70 years later, Horn was promoted to a 9-ring magician. The academic magicians held up a piece of the sky in the Magic Council, and their power surged again. Various magic technologies were close to perfection, and the development speed of the council slowed down. At this time, more than 100 years had passed since, and Horn got married, and there were only more than 170 years left before the catastrophe that Moshe mentioned. A special visitor came to the outside of Xingho City. She was a beautiful woman with great temperament, but from her eyebrows and eyes, it could be seen that she was already middle-aged and no longer a young girl. Looking at the tall and majestic city wall, she couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Xingho County was no longer the same as it was 100 years ago. After 100 years of wealth accumulation, the financial strength of the Magic Council was amazingly strong. This city wall was no smaller than the city wall of Mamen City at the beginning, and there were various magical effects attached to the city wall. In terms of solidity alone, it was far superior to Mamen City. Chapter 656. There are now 13 cities of all sizes in the entire Xingho County. Except for the original 4 cities, the remaining cities were all built within the past 100 years. Each of these cities is large in size, but the population is still overcrowded. Xingho County has long become the most densely populated place in the God-forsaken land. Just for the territory that Xingho City currently owns, the population is already large enough. If it increases, the population will not be a resource, but a burden. Therefore, more than a decade ago, Xingho County implemented a household registration system. People without household registration were not allowed to live in Xingho County for a long time. This was considered to have curbed the rapid increase in the population of Xingho County. Now Xingho County has a special department dedicated to fighting wits and courage with various illegal immigrants. Sure enough, he is worthy of his favor. In just 100 years, he started from scratch and developed into what it is now. If another 100 years pass, what will this place become? She adjusted her instrument and walked into the city. As soon as she reached the city gate, a magic circle lit up under her feet, and a shrill alarm sounded from the magic circle. A blue magic light spread out from the city wall and imprisoned her in place. Before she could move, a small group of more than 10 fully armed soldiers appeared and surrounded her, aiming their weapons at her. Accompanied by a strong magical aura, a young black-robed magician descended from the sky and landed in front of the woman. He said in amazement, I didn't expect that someone from the church would dare to come to Spark City. I used to think that the magic circle at the city gate to detect divine power was a pure waste of resources. He is a 6-ring magician. Every day, there are magicians of this level in Starfire City to take turns to guard and prevent people who are not suitable to enter the city. 6-ring magicians were high-end combat forces in the original Starfire City, but they are not rare now. I am not from the church. You are wrong. The woman calmly explained to the magician without any panic. She felt a little uncomfortable. If she was outside the Forsaken Land of God, she would not be blocked by these people. But this is the Forsaken Land of God. She is not even a match for those soldiers with most of her power suppressed. But her father asked her to come here. What can she do? Don't quibble. As long as there are traces of divine power in your body, that is, as long as you are a priest, this magic circle can screen you out. The credibility of the magic circle is much higher than yours. And how can an ordinary person who is wrong be as calm as you? The magician sneered. He didn't believe the woman's nonsense. A magic chain appeared in his hand and flew out to wrap the woman tightly. I want to see Horn. Mimhalin. The tied woman said calmly without fear. You can also meet the speaker whenever you want? The magician almost laughed out loud. If the speaker personally met every church member, he wouldn't have to do anything else. The woman took a deep breath and said, There is a long wooden staff in the package behind me. Your speaker should have a similar one. This should be used as proof. Hearing the woman's words, the magician used his magician's hand to take out a long staff from the package, looked at the staff, and thought for a moment, then said, The speaker does have a similar staff, but this is not enough to prove it. The woman sighed. My name is Grady. Just tell Horn that Douglas asked me to come. Douglas. The magician took a breath. All magicians knew this name. He was the teacher of the current chairman of the Magic Council, the real first magician. Horn had never concealed the existence of Douglas. His statue is still in front of the gate of the Magic Council, as the first magician of Ceylon. Grady mentioned Douglas. The magician couldn't disbelieve her anymore. At least it was necessary to inform her. I will pass on your message, but before that, you have to wait in the prison. The speaker is not always available. At this time, Horn was not in the Magic Council. He was practicing in a mountain deep in the Twilight Forest. Decades ago, he completed the compilation of the main body of magic practice methods from the 1st ring to the 9th ring. As for the other details, he was handed over to other magicians to handle. Anyway, there are more than one 9th ring magician in the council now. Without this most exhausting task, Horn put all his energy into improving his strength. With the help of the power of the World Seed, his strength has already reached the peak of a 9-ring magician. Recently, he came here whenever he had time to seek a breakthrough, but he returned empty-handed every time. The restless magic in the air stopped, and Horn stood up from the ground. This time he tried to break through and destroy the surroundings, but still made no progress. In recent years, he has tried everything he could think of to improve his strength, but there is no obvious improvement. Unless he becomes a legendary strongman, it is basically impossible to make further progress. Sure enough, if I don't use the World Seed, I have no way to become a legendary strongman in Ceylon. But if I use the World Seed completely, I will basically become a slave to the will of the world. There is no need to try this again in the future. Let's see later. Horn found the direction of Spark City and flew towards the direction of the Magic Council with a ray of lightning. It didn't take long for him to return to the council. He had already been able to skillfully control the Eye of Lightning and use the power inside to accomplish many incredible things. He did not conceal his aura, and all the monsters along the way felt the might of the powerful man at the top of Ceylon and were frightened. After Horn returned to the Parliament to deal with the recent events, he saw the report of the city guard magician. He called the magician over and learned about Grady's arrival. After seeing the staff used as evidence, Horn's expression became a little strange. He thought Douglas only had one such staff and had given it to him, but he didn't expect that he had another one. After seeing the staff, Horn did not hesitate and hurried to the place where Grady was imprisoned and met the former Saint of the North Wind. You are finally here, Mr. Speaker. After seeing Horn, Grady said sarcastically that she had been in prison for more than 10 days. Although because of Horn, the place of imprisonment had all the facilities and no one abused her, but the prison was a prison, and life here was not comfortable. At the same time, there was a trace of surprise hidden in her eyes. Horn was already an old man over 100 years old, but his appearance was still like an 18-year-old youth. It seemed that time could not leave any traces on him. Chapter 657. She could see that Horn's physical condition was truly young, not just superficial youth that was delayed by various methods. Gladys herself was over 100 years old, and although she tried her best to maintain herself, she could not hide her old age. Horn was so young, which could only mean one thing. His strength allowed him to resist aging, which was definitely not something that ordinary strength could do. In fact, according to the research of the Magic Council, magic power itself was the most effective power in Salon's existing power system that could extend the life of the user. Coupled with Horn's huge magic power, unless he was seriously injured, aging would hardly appear on him. And it's not just powerful magicians like Horn. Even ordinary magicians have a long lifespan. Decades ago, Nicholas Showers, the great pharmacist of the Magic Council, made a major breakthrough in pharmacy. He could even extend the lifespan of a dying old man by several decades. This seems to be the first time we meet. We didn't have the chance to meet when we were in Lean City. I remember that you seemed to have disappeared in a dragon disaster 100 years ago, and never appeared in the public eye again. What's the matter with you coming to see me today? Horn said calmly that he was very concerned about Douglas, but although he still looked young, his age had made him calm enough, and ordinary things could not move him. Why, are we talking here? Aren't you going to let me out first? Gladdy pointed at the cell, and said with some dissatisfaction. Although you and the teacher seem to have a relationship that I don't know about, you are a member of the church after all. I am giving you a break by not killing you, so you have no right to negotiate with me before you tell me what I want. Horn looked at Grady, his eyes were calm. TSK, you are so heartless, I came all the way here. Grady continued to sneer. She didn't want to come to Horn in the first place. Now she became a prisoner. Horn still had this attitude, which made her even more upset. Speak to the point. Horn narrowed his eyes slightly, and his invisible might emanated. His figure seemed to become taller, and Grady's complaints were blocked in an instant. She seemed to feel infinite power from Horn just now. She didn't have this feeling when she faced the Pope of the North Wind Church. He at least had the same power as the Pope. Shocked by Horn, she stopped keeping the secret, and after a short silence, she revealed the purpose of her trip. I am Douglas' daughter. He has passed away. He asked me to come to you before he left. Douglas is dead. Dead? Dead? Horn's aura suddenly dimmed. He raised his head slightly, and looked at the ceiling in silence. After a while he sighed, waved his hand, and the cell door opened automatically. Then he said to the magician next to him, treat her better. I will question her later. Hey, the story is not over yet. He wants me to tell you. Gladdy called Horn. Let's talk later. Horn waved his hand, walked out of the prison, and flew to the top of his mage tower. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he liked to watch the scenery here. It's not that he didn't want to hear what Douglas left him, but he didn't dare to listen now. He was afraid that he would lose control of his emotions. He stood on the top of the tower with a wooden expression for a whole day, until he felt a little sore between his waist and legs, and then he came to his senses. To him, Douglas is his father. He has been paying attention to information related to Douglas for 100 years, but he has never gained anything. He didn't expect that the final result would be such a result. For many years, he has always had a dream, that is, Douglas comes to his side, and then he takes old Douglas to see the Magic Council he created. He wants him to see the headquarters of the Magic Council, the entire Spark County, the Magic Academy, and the statue of Douglas, the first honorary dean of the Magic Academy, which has always been in the center of the Magic Academy. All his achievements in his life came from Douglas's teachings at the beginning, and the rise of magicians also came from some ideas that Douglas occasionally revealed. In the final analysis, Horn wanted Douglas to come to him, so that he could call him teacher again in person. We never met again in the end. Why didn't you come to see me? Horn curled up his body, and finally couldn't help it. Tears silently slipped from the corners of his eyes. This was the first time he had cried in 100 years. Annie stood behind Horn, gently patting Horn's shoulder. Today, Horn had been standing on the top of the tower without saying a word, which made her very worried. Now that he finally responded, she felt relieved. Tell me, what is the purpose of the teacher asking you to come here? What does he want to say to me? The next day, in the reception room of the Magic Council, Horn met Grady. He died peacefully. For more than 100 years, he has been traveling around, and occasionally he would come home to live with us. He lived a happy life, at least happier than when he was with you. Grady said to Horn first. There is no need to say these. Just tell me why he asked you to come to me. Horn didn't want to hear this. He felt uncomfortable and a little depressed. His strength was enough to keep him alive longer, but he didn't want to live that long. He felt satisfied dying now. When he was dying, he asked me to find you and tell you that he had no choice to adopt you. No choice. He. Gladdy's words pierced Horn's heart like a knife. He slapped the table, clenched his fists and said, Enough. I said I don't want to. But he said you are his pride, he is proud of you. Seeing Horn about to get angry, Grady quickly added. Horn's fist loosened, his expression slightly relaxed. Enough, just this one sentence was enough. He has a lot to say to you, but he can't say it, because someone doesn't want you to meet again, so he can't come to you. Who doesn't want us to meet? Horn's tone carried a hint of murderous intent. Grady felt the air became heavier. He can't say it, and he can't say it, but he said you know. I know. Horn closed his eyes, then opened them suddenly. He knew who it was. The will of the world. He asked me to tell you that what you did was beyond his imagination. He never thought you could do this. You are already stronger than him. What he wanted to say to you has already been said to you, but you may not know it yet. The clue is where you didn't notice it. The clue is where I didn't notice it. What does this mean? Chapter 658. Okay, I've told you what I need to tell you, and I should leave now. After all, I have my own family and career now. After that, Grady left the staff to Horn and prepared to leave. Wait, is that all? Horn frowned and asked, does Grady need to come here in person for just this little information? Yes, he has already told you what he wanted to tell you, but you may not have noticed it, and he only asked me to tell you this much, so the rest depends on you. Grady herself didn't know what Douglas wanted to do, so she could only say this much. She said goodbye and left, and Horn sent a few magicians to escort her safely out of the God-forsaken land. Now the power of the magicians in the God-forsaken land is unprecedentedly strong. Former church members with divine power like her may be killed by passing magicians on the way, so Horn has to send someone to escort her. After sending Grady away, Horn kept thinking about Grady's words. What should be given to him has been given to him long ago, and he may not have discovered it yet. What does this mean? What was something that had been given to him long ago? As Horn thought about it, a light bulb suddenly flashed in his mind. Was the secret hidden in the things Douglas had given him? He quickly returned to his own magic tower, and dug out a dusty old box from the corner of the storage room. The box was filled with things related to Douglas. All the things Horn had related to Douglas were here. He took the things out one by one, and scanned them carefully with his mental power, but he didn't find anything hidden. However, Horn believed that Douglas would not let Grady come to him for no reason, just to say such a confusing thing. Finally, Horn locked his target on a pure wooden staff. No matter from which angle, this staff was just an ordinary wooden staff, and it couldn't even be used to cast spells. Horn thought Douglas gave him this wooden staff just to give him a thought. But now he thought Douglas couldn't give him a completely useless thing. And as his knowledge grew, Horn found that just the various magic circles on it meant that this was destined to be more than just an ordinary wooden staff. If Grady hadn't come in person this time, Horn might never have noticed the abnormality of this wooden staff. After understanding where the problem lies, Horn began to set up in the basement. After working for a long time, he finally succeeded. After making up his mind to get rid of the control of the world will, Horn once studied the method that Motia used to cover the eyes of the world will in that town. Although he could not cover the eyes of the world will for a long time, and on a large scale like Motia, he could still cover a small area. After all, Horn can now be regarded as the strongest person under the legendary level. After arranging everything, Horn began to crack the secret in the wooden staff. He copied the magic circle outside, and carefully opened the wooden staff with the method of peeling silk from the cocoon. Then he found a small note in the wooden staff, just a small note. After so much trouble, just for such a small note, the information contained in it must be very important. Horn carefully opened the note, and began to read the contents. Horn probably also noticed the information in it. The world will was secretly constructing everything. He had always lived under the surveillance of the world will, which made Horn more resentful of the world will, and he wanted to get rid of its control even more. Douglas knew that Horn was the one chosen by the world's will, and he, the Traverser, was not, so he knew very well what kind of achievements Horn would achieve in the end. The magic circle outside the staff could effectively shield the eyes of the world's will, which made Horn overjoyed. He had always wanted a method suitable for magicians to shield the world's will. Now old Douglas sent him this, which was exactly what he wanted. Although Moshe's method was easy to use, it was not suitable for Horn. Horn felt very troublesome every time he used it. Finally, Douglas said that he felt that the world will in the God-forsaken land seemed to be slightly different from the one that had been monitoring him outside the God-forsaken land, but he couldn't tell where the difference was. If Horn could finally see this note smoothly, it would mean that the world will was not as powerful as imagined. He hoped that one day Horn could get rid of the control of the world will. Horn rubbed his forehead. One world will was already troublesome enough. The teacher actually felt that there was a difference between the inside and outside of the God-forsaken land, which added a lot of problems to Horn. Moreover, this can also explain why the teacher has always been uninterested in resisting the gods. It seems that he regards the will of the world as the most threatening enemy of the city. Near the casting tower, there is a research room that was established in the last 50 years. It is called the Space Research Room. The head of the research room is Colin, who is now an 8-ring magician. In this Space Research Room, all the magicians with space attribute talents in the entire parliament are gathered to conduct research together. 100 years ago, Colin was the only magician with space attributes, but as the power of the Magic Council expanded, Colin could at least gather enough people to run a laboratory. The research they conducted was related to space, and Colin was no longer satisfied with just making some space rings. So in the past 100 years, he organized many attacks on the Church of the God of Space, and stole a lot of knowledge from the Church of the God of Space. This kind of attack stopped more than 10 years ago, because they could no longer get anything useful from the Church of the God of Space. It can be said that they have completely surpassed the Church of the God of Space in space research. Except for the mysterious God of Space, the high-level members of the Church of the God of Space may not understand space as much as the space laboratory. Although these space mages are not very strong, they have extremely high talents in space. After decades of research, they finally made a major breakthrough. After the breakthrough, they found Horn as soon as possible. After receiving the news from Colin, Horn hurried to the space laboratory. Whenever Horn received similar news, he was the happiest, because it meant that the laboratory had a major breakthrough, and the overall strength of the Magic Council would become stronger. When he entered the space research room, his nose wrinkled because he smelled alcohol. When he walked in, he found that this group of magicians were drinking together, and they seemed to have drunk a lot. Chapter 659. The Parliament does not prohibit mages from drinking, because mages have strong self-control and rarely get drunk, but it is rare to see them drinking like this. It seems that they have made great progress, which allows them to celebrate like this. Seeing Horn coming in, Colin left the table to greet him and walked over. With a slight movement of his magic power, the smell of alcohol on his body disappeared. 100 years have passed, and Colin has more and more normal emotions. In the past, he would never drink with these mages and drink to such an unrestrained level. But he was still absolutely rational. He only drank with them to take care of the feelings of those magicians. In essence, he would not delay his work because of unnecessary things. So after Horn came in, he was the first to come to greet Horn. Looking at your posture, it seems that you have gained a lot this time? Horn asked after looking around. Yes, this is a breakthrough, comparable to the space ring. No, it is a greater progress than the space ring, Colin said with a slightly excited expression. It is even greater than the space ring. Colin's evaluation of this new progress is not only not low, but it is extremely high, but Horn believes him, because Colin never exaggerates any of his achievements. He said that this achievement is more important than the space ring, so it must be more important than the space ring. In this case, what are you waiting for? Show it to me. I will show you even if you don't tell me. What you will experience next is a miracle. After Colin finished speaking, he took Horn to the back of the space research room and opened a sealed door. Inside the door was a round platform with a diameter of 5 meters and a height of about 20 centimeters. The whole round platform was made of special metal. This round platform alone was worth a lot of money. There was a large magic circle on the round platform. Judging from the lines of the magic circle, it should be drawn with a mixture of void stone powder and other materials. I don't know how much void stone this magic circle consumes. Although the Magic Council has collected a large amount of void stones to help people make space rings over the years, the amount of void stones used here is really too amazing. High-purity magic crystals are placed on each node of the magic circle, and there are also piles of magic crystals, like a small mountain next to them, which seem to be used as backup. This is? Horn asked doubtfully. Although he didn't know what this magic circle was used for, it could be said that this thing was quite profitable. If there was no sufficient profit, then Horn would never agree to arrange such a large number of magic circles. This is the space teleportation array. Colin's speech speed increased slightly, which was a sign of his excitement. Through the analysis of space, and the large amount of information obtained from the Church of the God of Space, we spent 50 years on research and finally completed the design of the space teleportation array. Using this teleportation array, you can instantly reach the location of another space teleportation array. The time spent is completely negligible. Each time the teleportation array is activated, these magic crystals are consumed. Regardless of the distance, even the other end of the continent can be reached instantly. Is it really that magical? Horn was a little unconvinced. If he could really achieve the effect Colin said, then he could completely ignore the resources consumed. Is it true? Just try it. Remember not to resist the power of the teleportation array, otherwise it will be very dangerous to get lost in the turbulence of space. Colin asked Horn to stand in the teleportation array with him, and then activated the teleportation array. Horn only felt a flash of silver-white light, as if an invisible force was squeezing him, but he remembered Colin's instructions, so he did not act rashly, but obediently let the power control his body. That feeling lasted only a short time. Before Horn could fully experience it, he saw a different view again. He moved from the spacious and bright room to a dim basement. Where is this? Horn's huge mental power probed out, and found that this place was no longer in the Magic Council. You will know if you go out and take a look. I still need to sort out the following information obtained from this transmission. Although we succeeded, this is my first time to transmit. It will take some time. You can go around by yourself. After Colin finished speaking, he lay directly on the teleportation array here, writing and drawing non-stop. It seems that this space teleportation array still has room for improvement. Horn found that the teleportation array here is the same as the one in the space research room. He didn't know why there was another one here when the research there was just successful. Pushing open the door of the basement, Horn found that this place seemed like a warehouse of a large store, with all kinds of goods inside. When he used mental power to detect before, he sensed the breath of many magicians, but more of the breath of other races. Although Colin didn't tell him where this was, Horn thought about it and understood it. This should be the branch of the alchemy house in the Demon Forest. The door of the warehouse opened, and several staff members came in to pick up the goods. Horn subconsciously hid his figure. He didn't want to be regarded as a thief who came in to steal things. Then he followed these staff members out of the warehouse, and saw the whole picture here. This is a huge store. This scale is not small in Spark City, let alone in the Demon Forest. Horn was not surprised by the scale of this store. Although he had never been here in person, he knew it. After all, this place is the top priority in the deployment of the Magic Council across the entire continent. In the past 100 years, as the reputation of this place gradually spread, more and more aliens chose to come here to shop, which had a positive impact on the Magic Council, so the Council's resources were slightly tilted here, and it was expanded several times, making the Alchemy House branch bigger and bigger, and its functions more and more complete. It is not common to see so many aliens mixed together here. There are also many aliens in Spark City, various orcs and the like, but the aliens here are mostly dark creatures such as vampires, werewolves, and shapeshifters. Even in Spark City, they are still existences that need to be guarded against. Something unusual has happened in the space of the Magic Council. So that's why. Is it that space teleportation array? It can actually create such a thing. Magic is increasingly beyond my expectations. The white man came to the front door, stroked the door panel, and said softly, "He has escaped from my sight several times before. It seems that he has the idea of resisting me, but I will not interfere with him. After all, for me, the sooner he becomes stronger, the better, even if he is resisting me. No matter what tricks you use, I will definitely win in the end." In the huge white space, there was only his voice, which seemed extremely empty and lonely. Chapter 660. After coming out of the warehouse, Horn's figure attracted most people's attention. There were few human guests here, and Horn was different from ordinary humans. He wore a strange mask, and had a huge power hidden in his body. How could such a human not surprise the aliens? But none of them dared to approach Horn, because Horn looked very difficult to mess with just on the surface. As Horn was walking, several energetic dark elf girls ran over and bumped into Horn accidentally, then smiled and apologized to Horn and ran away. They were Sylvie and her group. 100 years ago, they were still full of curiosity about everything here, but now they are already veterans of the Alchemy House. As for the girl, like the elves, the dark elves have a lifespan of at least 1,000 years, so their girlhood is also very long. After a simple stroll and experiencing various facilities, he walked out of the Alchemy House and went straight to the vampire family nearby. Horn knew where Iloniel lived, so he came directly to the outside of his castle. It was not easy for him to come to the other end of the continent without visiting Iloniel. After knocking on the door, a hunchback servant came out. "Hello, I'm here to visit Prince Ilonir. My name is Horn Nimhalin," Horn said to the servant. The hunchback servant's nose twitched, and his eyes turned red as he looked at Horn, and saliva was secreted in his mouth. "You are a human. What are you doing here to visit His Highness?" "Why, you won't receive a human?" Horn asked with a chuckle. He was wearing a mask, and the little vampire couldn't see Horn's expression. "Please wait for a moment, sir. I go in and inform you. Whether you will receive me or not depends on your Highness's opinion." The hunchback vampire turned and walked into the castle. Having been eating food exclusively for vampires for a long time, and not eating human blood, they would be a little greedy when they saw humans. However, thanks to those foods, although these vampires were very eager for blood, it was not difficult for them to resist the temptation. If I had to describe it, it used to be like the food on their table, but now it is on the food flyer. Although they would all be eager, the degree of desire was very different. Horn waited for a long time before the old servant opened the door and led Horn in. Horn was not impatient. There were hundreds of castles here. The one Ilonius said he lived in was definitely the largest one, so it took a lot of time just to notify Ilonius that he was coming. In the living room of the castle, Horn saw Ilonius, who had hardly changed. In the past 100 years, the Salon has organized many targeted activities against the church. For all members, they can participate in these activities if they want to, and they don't have to participate if they don't want to. Horn also participated in a few times, so this is not the first time they have met in 100 years. You seem a little different from the last time we met. You're not as sharp, but you seem to be much stronger. This speed of improvement is really amazing. Ilonir looked Horn up and down for a while, then said in surprise, "Last time, I had just been promoted to a 9-ring magician, and it was not easy for me to master my power. Now that so many years have passed, of course I have mastered it." Horn said modestly. "It's not a long time, only 30 years. Ilonir's body suddenly turned into a blood mist, and then instantly appeared behind Horn, with a claw towards the back of Horn's neck. Horn didn't even turn around, and a small colorless shield appeared at the back of his neck, blocking Ilonir's claw attack. The moment the two collided, invisible waves spread, and the whole castle shook. "Although we haven't seen each other for a long time, you don't have to welcome me so much." Horn drank tea calmly, without a ripple on his face. Sure enough. Iloniel returned to his seat, and gently stroked his palm. "You have indeed touched that boundary, in just 30 years. You know, many people spend hundreds, or even thousands of years, but cannot reach this level. I really don't know how you did it, a genius or a monster?" Iloniel looked at Horn as if he was looking at a monster. No one who can become a level 9 strongman is a waste, but most level 9 strongmen cannot reach this level in their entire lives. Just like under Ilonir, there are several level 9 vampires. Even though they have a long lifespan, they are still far from touching the threshold of becoming a legend. Among the hundreds of level 9 warriors in the entire continent, only a dozen can really touch this level. "You are too kind," Horn replied with a smile, but did not refute the title of genius and monster. Although he reached this level in advance with the power of the World Seed, even without the World Seed, it would not be difficult for him to reach this level. At most, it would take a few decades. "You came at the right time. There will be a big operation in a while. Do you want to join?" After the two chatted for a while, Ilonir said to Horn, "What mission? Tell me. If I'm interested, I go and take a look." Ilonir smiled. He knew Horn would have this attitude. After reaching their level, it was completely meaningless to continue practicing. If they could not be promoted to legend, no matter how much they practiced, it would be in vain. So at this time, they would generally act to seek opportunities for promotion. Many churches will go to the northern ice continent recently. They have received news that a relic will appear there in a few months, and there will be something useful in it. Are you familiar with this statement? Horn nodded. When the relic in the canyon opened 100 years ago, they also got the information in advance that there was something they needed there. Let's go and see if we can get any advantage this time. With so many churches acting together, we can't confront them head-on. As long as we can disrupt their plans a little, we will be successful. The northern ice continent. The ice continent. Horn muttered twice. Why, are you afraid of the bad reputation there? You should know that the so-called dangerous places are only for those who are not strong enough. With our strength, apart from those gods and the 3 old monsters in Dragon Island, there are no other dangerous places. Ilonir said jokingly.